Chapter 514, Tai Yin Cave. Chapter 514, Tai Yin Cave. It had been more than a year since Lu Ming entered the Tai Ching sect and became an outer disciple. However, he had never been collecting the contribution points issued every month, so there were more than 1,000 points. An hour later, Lu Ming came out of the Hall of All Things with a calm face, and he got another 1,500 contribution points on the token on his waist. At this moment, his contribution points totaled more than 4,000 points. This should be enough. After he muttered to himself, his sleeves flicked, and took out the map of Thousand Spirit Mountain. After he read it with divine thought, he put it away again. He then made a gesture and flew toward the Tai Yin Cave in the sect. Before going, Lu Ming had naturally inquired about the situation of Tai Yin Cave. The so-called Tai Yin Cave was actually a cave in the Tai Ching sect that specialized in collecting underground Yin wind. The cave was divided into several small Yin caves, which were especially used by some people who cultivated the Yin attribute technique. Due to the limited capacity of Tai Yin Cave among all the disciples, the esoteric disciple could use it for free. The inner disciple only needed to pay a small amount of contribution points. The outer disciple needed to pay a little more. The ordinary disciples had to pay a lot of contribution points to use it, and they could only enter when there were more slots in the cave. In addition, in order to prevent the Yin Qi in the cave from leaking, a Grand Elder in the sect also set up a huge enchantment around and above the Yin Cave, so that Yin Qi could only enter but not exit. Thus, the high concentration of Yin Qi in the cave could be imagined. Even so, the concentration of Yin Qi in the whole cave was different. There were few spots that had double the concentration of Yin Qi, and there were also special effects of the Yin Qi in these places. They were beneficial to cultivators in a certain aspect. But this was not what Lu Ming could think of now, because these places were generally used by the inner disciples. However, if he used this place to break the bottleneck to the condensation period later stage, it would naturally be of great benefit. Half a day later, one of the Thousand Spirit Mountain range was hidden in front of one of the two emerald peaks. Lu Ming was standing at the canyon entrance with his green robe floating in the wind. He was slightly squinting while looking forward. A gray stone gate tens of meters high stood majestically on an open flat ground not far in front. A gray boulder in front of the cave was painted with 3 large silver characters, Tai Yin Cave. Lu Ming walked slowly to the gate, shook his waist token toward the gate, and a green light flashed into the door. The door slowly opened with a rumbling sound. He walked into the cave door calmly. What first caught his eye was a small hall about 300 meters. At the top of the hall, a fist-sized moonstone glowed in white halo, illuminating the entire hall. Except for a few stone tables and chairs, the hall was empty. At the back of the hall, there was a narrow corridor that was 5 meters wide. Lu Ming was taken aback before walking straight toward the corridor. The corridor was 100 meters long. At the end of the corridor was connected to a stone chamber of 100 meters in size. In the center of the stone chamber was a large blue magic array. The array was surrounded by several Yin attribute blue crystal stones. This should be a teleportation array. Before the array, an old man in yellow robe was sitting cross-legged on a futon with his eyes closed. Senior. Lu Ming could not feel the old man's realm cultivation. After feeling shocked, he cupped his fist and said, "Which courtyard are you belong to? You should know the rules." The old man didn't open his eyes, but he said lightly, "Reporting to Senior, Junior is a Piaohong courtyard disciple, and I have enough contribution points." Lu Ming replied respectfully. "Very well, for outer disciple, entering Tai Yin Cave to cultivate will cost 100 contribution points every day. How long do you want to rent?" The old man asked again with his eyes slightly opened. "Junior wants to rent for 40 days. Lu Ming replied calmly, then he took off the token from his waist and handed it to the old man. Such a long time was enough for him to consolidate his cultivation in Tai Yin Cave. Moreover, the Tai Yin Cave was full of Yin Qi, which was also an excellent place for Bone Scorpion to cultivate. The old man waved his sleeve hearing this. A jade pen appeared in his hand. He tapped lightly on the token. After a green light flashed, the contribution points on the token only had 100 points left. The old man kept away his jade and tossed the token lightly with one hand. The token quickly flew back into Lu Ming's hand. "Okay, you can go in. Once the rental time ends, you will be automatically sent back here." Lu Ming took the token, put it on his waist, bowed, and walked into the center of the array. The old man in yellow robe took out a dark token and launched a symbol at the array, then he chanted silently. Lu Ming only felt a slight tremor on the ground under his feet, followed by a buzzing sound. A faint blue light appeared around the circle and disappeared in a flash. The old man closed his eyes again. Lu Ming only felt a dazzling blue light flashing in front of him. When he closed his eyes and opened his eyes, he was already in a stone cave the size of a half-acre. A biting chill swept from all directions, and he felt that the natural aura in the nearby air was very thin. It was filled with thick Yin energy. The concentration of Yin Qi in the surroundings was several times higher than the Yin Cave of the savage Ghos sect at that time. Lu Ming was delighted to see this. Tai Yin sect was worthy of being one of the 4 ancient sections. Even the Yin Qi caves that common sects had were far from comparable. Lu Ming calmly looked at everything in the cave. Except for a flat boulder in one corner of this place, there was nothing else but a white futon on it. The top corner of the cave was covered with dense and gleaming gray spirit patterns. The spirit patterns were surrounded by a little gray mist which seemed to be a kind of enchantment. There were some simple black spirit patterns on the cave walls which should be some ordinary defensive partition enchantment. Lu Ming patted his waist. A burst of black air in the soul-recovering bag rolled out and turned into a mini silver scorpion several inches long. Master, as the small silver scorpion appeared, it waved its giant pincers, seemingly very happy. The Yin Qi here is quite heavy. It should be a place you like. Go to that corner and cultivate by yourself. Don't disturb me without my order. Lu Ming pointed to a corner of the stone cave and commanded. Yes, Master. Bone Scorpion appeared in a corner of the cave after turning blurry. It turned around and waved its scorpion tail at Lu Ming, then it started breathing in Yin Qi. Lu Ming walked to the corner in a few steps, sat cross-legged on the futon and closed his eyes. He started to think about the previous battles of the Sea Creature clan to the moments when he joined the Tai Yin sect. Now he had more than a month to break through the bottleneck. He didn't want to be affected by the emotional fluctuations caused by his unstable mood. One day later, Lu Ming slowly opened his eyes. At this time, there was no distraction in his mind, and his spiritual power was at its peak state. It's time. After murmuring to himself, he took out a black pill and a blue pill from Sumeru's snail around his waist. With a thought, he took out the pulse-connecting spiritual talisman and put it aside to be ready for use. He picked up the black condensed pill with 2 fingers, placed it in front of his eyes, and checked it again before swallowing it. The elixir melted as it was swallowed. It became abnormally slippery, turning into a black blood qi that slid down the throat. The next moment, a refreshing qi rose from his dantian, and it quickly spread to the surrounding meridians. Lu Ming felt that the meridians all over his body were immediately unblocked, and he felt a sense of comfort. After adjusting his breath for a while, he picked up another blue water pill, and swallowed after scanning it with divine thought. After a while, a burst of icy air immediately diffused in his mouth, then it turned into a blue Yin Qi which surged in his meridians. Lu Ming kept making gestures with both hands. After the cold Yin Qi and the black blood Qi kept colliding for a while, they turned into a blue and black intertwined Qi that circulated in his meridians quickly. He scanned his body with divine thought. The pale silver liquid in the spiritual sea seemed to be thicker than before. These liquids kept absorbing the Yin Qi that had penetrated all over the body, and they were rolling in the spiritual seam, releasing waves of amazing spiritual power fluctuations. After Lu Ming took a deep breath, he closed his eyes silently to refine the medicine in his body. This phenomenon had continued for 2 days. During this period, Lu Ming used divine thought to scan the spiritual sea in his body from time to time, waiting quietly for the spiritual power fluctuation to be at the critical period of the peak, while the blue and black qi was still circulating in his meridians without stopping. On this day, Lu Ming consciously realized that the spiritual power in his body had condensed to the peak, and the spiritual power fluctuations in the spiritual sea were also at the maximum peak and could no longer be increased. He immediately picked up the pulse-connecting spiritual talisman at hand, smashed it to pieces and patted it on his chest. Suddenly, a green ray flew out from it, enveloping his body. The ray quickly merged into his body. Lu Ming only felt that a strong spirit invaded all the meridians in his body. As a tingling sensation came, his body suddenly burst into a crackling sound, and the meridians all over his body suddenly swelled under the stimulation. Feeling the abundance of spiritual power rushing through his body, he couldn't help flashing a hint of surprise in his eyes. This pulse-connecting spiritual talisman is really amazing. As this strong spirit continuously circulated through the body, the light silver liquid that had already been releasing the peak of the spiritual power in the spiritual sea also surged again. Streams of pure spiritual power continued to gush from the spiritual sea, blending into his meridians. Seeing this, Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He let out a groan. After his hands closed, waved down and separated, a burst of crackling sound came from his body. His figure was a foot bigger. A black gas rolled out of his body, turning into black mist that enveloped him in it. Then he began to chant the formula of the Tiger Dragon Hell Prison silently, and slowly closed his eyes again. Chapter 515, Demon Flying Skulls Evolution. Chapter 515, Demon Flying Skulls Evolution. In an instant 20 days passed. On this day over Tai Yin Cave the Yin wind suddenly blew strongly. The giant enchantment on top of the cave emitted rolling Yin chi which condensed into clusters of gray clouds. The next moment, with a sound resounding across the sky, a lifelike black mist dragon and a black misty tiger rose soared into the air of the Tai Yin Cave. They began to circle and intertwined, the dragon and tiger roar sounded endlessly. Above the Yin Cave where Lu Ming was, strange gray spirit patterns suddenly appeared in the air. After a few flashes they trembled violently. A large amount of Yin Qi gathered and gradually formed a giant vortex on the top of the cave. A visible distortion appeared around the vortex. Then a spiritual pressure that was not weaker than the crystallization period soared into the sky along with the dragon and tiger and went into the vortex. There was a loud rumbling noise. The vortex gathered by Yin Qi condensed slightly, then it dispersed in an instant. Waves of Yin Qi spread to the surroundings. After 10 minutes, everything gradually returned to calm. Although each Yin cave had a partition enchantment, some disciples who cultivated in the nearby Yin cave still felt the violent fluctuations of Yin Qi in the cave. At the same time in the Tai Yin Cave stone chamber, the old man in yellow robe, sitting cross-legged in front of the blue array, opened his eyes slightly. It's just a breakthrough to the condensation period later stage and the momentum is so big. Although this Tiger Dragon Hell Prison is a bit crude and some people don't seem interested in its cultivation method, it was still a superior technique. How many years had passed since such a phenomenon appeared? Which courtyard's inner disciple made such a breakthrough? The old man said to himself, then he closed his eyes calmly. At this moment the Yin cave where Lu Ming was at, was filled with black mist. The mist tumbled as the black dragon and tiger rolled in it. Lu Ming opened his eyes and made a gesture. The surrounding black mist transformed by the dragon and tiger turned into a thick black gas, soared into the air and went into his head. Congratulations, Master, for breaking to the condensation period, later stage. At this moment, a girl's stuttering voice sounded in his ears. After Lu Ming smiled at the corner where Bone Scorpion was, he stood up, stretched his hands and a crackling noise immediately came from all his bones. He clenched his fist harder, and his arms swelled up in an instant. Black spirit patterns loomed on his skin. After suddenly turning around he punched the boulder in an instant. Bang! The boulder shattered inch by inch and the flying stones splashed everywhere. Lu Ming took a deep breath, and a satisfied expression flashed across his face. He only used 10% of his strength on this strike. He gently pointed at the stone wall several 10 meters away with one hand. A black mist instantly condensed from his fingertips, and flew towards the stone wall. The next moment, there was a wave of fluctuations in the space in front of the stone wall, and a hole appeared on the surface of the stone wall. The gray rock powder suddenly scattered all over the place. After Lu Ming continued to launch a few strikes toward the stone wall, he stopped with satisfaction. At this time, even if the pulse-connecting spiritual talisman had lost its effectiveness, the meridians in his body were slightly strengthened compared to the previous ones. As he channeled his strength, the spiritual power in his meridians surged. The power of mystic arts and techniques were also more powerful under this situation. And the spiritual power in his spiritual sea had almost condensed into a gel-like change. His spiritual power should be close to the early stage of the crystallization period. His spiritual power was more than doubled to deal with the next absorption of the mysterious bubble. Since his spiritual power had increased sharply, under the effect of Hellbone's secret, his physical strength had increased by 30% as compared to before. In this way, his body was comparable to the general crystallization period cultivators. He was even sure that he wasn't weaker than the crystallization period physique cultivator. Now, only 20 days had passed since he entered the Yin Cave. He still had more than 10 days to consolidate his realm with peace of mind. He threw the 2 upper-grade soul-recovering bags and the other leather bag on the ground on his waist, and then he made a gesture and gently pointed at them. After the 3 spiritual bags flashed slightly, they continued to absorb the nearby yin qi. Since he had advanced to the later stage, he could naturally replenish the yin qi of the soul-recovering bags at ease. After briefly communicating with Bone Scorpion, he sat cross-legged again, ready to consolidate his realm. After closing his eyes, a light flashed in the sea of consciousness. A pitch-black classic entangled with black gas appeared. It was the Tiger Dragon Hell Prison. These days he had been carefully trying to figure out the 3rd level in the classic. According to the descriptions, after he broke through to the condensation period later stage, his Tiger Dragon Hell Prison would also be increased to the 3rd level. The 3rd level techniques were quite mysterious and difficult to understand. He had just figured out a clue. It seemed that it would take a long time for him to understand thoroughly. Thinking of this, Lu Ming's mind moved, and the classics in the sea of consciousness began to turn page after page. Time flies, a few more days had passed. On this day, Lu Ming was using the multitasking ability to adjust the spiritual power in his body to consolidate his realm while comprehending the 3rd level of the Tiger Dragon Hell Prison with his mental power. Suddenly, a buzzing sound came from a leather bag thrown on the ground. Lu Ming opened his eyes in amazement, stopped his action, and glanced into his leather bag. This bag seemed to be containing Demon Flying Skull. The Demon Flying Skull had been sleeping in the leather bag since it swallowed a lot of the crystals and bone blood in the troll head, and there had been no sign of awakening. After Bone Scorpion awakened, its strength had greatly improved, and it even got new magical powers. This naturally made Lu Ming look forward to the advancement of Demon Flying Skull. After thinking for a while, he launched a symbol at the leather bag. A cloud of pitch-black gas came out of the leather bag. After a strange laughter, the black gas condensed and the real body of Demon Flying Skull appeared. After sleeping in the leather bag for so long, the green hair on the head of Demon Flying Skull looked more vivid and eye-catching. The small white heads on both sides of the skull were also slightly enlarged. A layer of gray and black appeared on its surface, and the black gas on its body surface was thicker than before. But what disappointed Lu Ming was that the aura of Demon Flying Skull didn't increase much. It still seemed to be at the realm of the condensation period intermediate stage. As soon as his mind moved, he immediately used his divine thought to communicate with it. Unexpectedly, Demon Flying Skull seemed to ignore Lu Ming's divine thought. After taking a deep breath, a greedy look appeared in the fiery red demon pupils. It opened its mouth and started to greedily swallow the surrounding yin qi. The other 2 smaller white skulls also made strange cries of excitement, and made the same behavior with their mouths open. After a few seconds, a whirlpool soon appeared around it, and yin qi in the cave surged into its mouth from all directions. Seeing this, Lu Ming's eyes flickered slightly, but he did not stop it. He was just watching quietly by the side. With a scream, Bone Scorpion was lying at Lu Ming's feet. "Master, what happened?" Bone Scorpion raised its giant pincer and squeaked twice at the yin qi whirlpool. It seemed to be very dissatisfied with the yin qi being absorbed by the other. "It's okay, Demon Flying Skull is absorbing yin qi." Lu Ming calmed Bone Scorpion and chuckled. Whether it was Bone Scorpion or Jiaoying Demon Flying Skull, the pure yin qi here was beneficial and harmless to them. He could clearly feel that after the Demon Flying Skull swallowed the yin qi here, its aura suddenly became stronger with lightning speed. After half an hour, Demon Flying Skull stopped the swallowing action without satisfaction. At this moment, in the Yin Cave, the originally rich yin qi had become a little thinner. Some places in the cave that were originally covered by black gas were also clear, exposing large black stone walls. These black stones were Yuan stone, which could continuously absorb the yin and evil energy in the underground and produce pure yin qi, but now the yin qi here had been almost wiped out. The Yin Cave here would have to wait for several months before restoring to its original state. At this moment, the black gas around the Demon Flying Skull was a bit richer than before. Its aura had also increased by a lot, faintly reaching the condensation period later stage. Kaka. The sound of bone rubbing came out of the black gas. Demon Flying Skull continued to make strange ear-piercing metallic noises, seeming to be wailing in pain. The Bone Scorpion on the side moved his body slightly restlessly and squeaked. Lu Ming frowned slightly and released his divine thought again. At this time he finally could communicate with Jiaoying Demon Flying Skull. From the feedback received, it turned out that although it had swallowed a lot of troll bone and blood, it lacked yin qi nourishment, so it hadn't been able to advance. After waking up, it absorbed so much yin qi and finally began to mutate. As the black gas surrounding the Demon Flying Skull rolled violently, purple glows suddenly burst out of the black gas. After this lasted half an hour, the purple glows intertwined and formed a purple light curtain covering the demon flying skull. In the light curtain, the black gas tumbling more and more violently. It spun up and was sucked in by the demon flying skull. At this moment, the demon flying skull had begun to change. The small heads on both sides of demon flying skull shook suddenly. After a flash of the green rune on the surface, they gradually turned into pure black color. Their eyes also revealed a faint green light. Then the three skulls made a strange scream at the same time. The small skulls on the sides had three bulging meat sacs after their flesh squirmed like something was going to pop out, making demon flying skull look terrifying. However, after meat sacs became the size of a bowl, they stopped abruptly. After demon flying skull's three heads twisted and looked at themselves a few times, they showed a satisfying look at the same time. After one circling, they flew to the front of Lu Ming and let out a flattering call. Lu Ming was surprised. He touched the head in the middle of the demon flying skull with one hand. He instantly remembered the legend about the evolution of the demon flying skull to Ouyang in the classics of the Savage Ghost Sect. The current demon flying skull had transformed into a level 6 demon, and its breath had reached the condensation period later stage. Its appearance looked even more like Ouyang that was recorded in the classics. Chapter 516, Materials. Chapter 516, Materials. Last time when Demon Flying Skull and Bone Scorpion advanced, they both experienced thunder calamity, but nothing happened this time. Could there be something strange about this? Lu Ming was perplexed in his mind. In this moment, a voice suddenly came from his ears. Master. The demon flying skull in front of him opened and closed his mouth, making a sound. It was no longer the strange laughter, but the childish voice of a boy. You can talk too? Although Lu Ming had some expectations, he was still delighted in his heart. Being able to speak out meant that Demon Flying Skull was no longer the simple-minded demon, but it had gained intelligence like Bone Scorpion. Yes, Master, I slept for a long time and when I woke up, my mind became a lot more clear. Demon Flying Skull's mouth opened and closed, saying in a sweet and childish voice. Lu Ming nodded and pressed his palm on the top of Demon Flying Skull's head. Suddenly, a few wisps of black gas appeared and slowly went into its head. The Demon Flying Skull moved nervously, but it quickly became calm. Lu Ming's expression eased, then he retracted his palm. The blood-packed rune he planted in it was not weakened by the sense of self of Demon Flying Skull. Demon Flying Skull, let me see your current abilities. Lu Ming thought slightly, then he commanded. Hearing this, Demon Flying Skull hovered in front of a rock wall. Its demon pupils flashed red, its body appeared a faint green glow, black gas also tumbled on its body surface. At the same time, it shrugged its green hair, launching endless hairs at the stone wall. After a burst of dense sound, a dense cluster of tiny holes appeared on the black Yin Yuan stone. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows in surprise. This Yin Yuan stone was not an ordinary stone. It absorbed a lot of evil Yin Qi all year round, so its hardness was the same as the ordinary magical weapon. Unexpectedly, it was easily pierced by the green hair of Demon Flying Skull. Demon Flying Skull shrieked, and its scattered long hair suddenly joined together and slashed down toward the rock wall. A green light flashed. On the hard rock wall that was originally pitch black, a long and narrow crack as deep as a foot appeared. Such an attack had fully demonstrated the strength of its condensation state later stage. Demon Flying Skull seemed to be a bit addicted. It opened its mouth and shot a green flame toward the rock wall. As soon as the green flame touched the pitch-black rock, it immediately burned, reflecting a green light in the cave. Then there was a loud bang. After the entire Yin Cave shook violently, a big hole was burnt on the thick rock wall, billowing green smoke. Stop it. If you continue like this Tai Yin Cave will be demolished by you. By the time, the guys in the law enforcement hall may want me to compensate for the contribution points. Lu Ming hurriedly waved his hand and stopped Demon Flying Skull that didn't intend to stop. Demon Flying Skull's hair attack and green flame attack were much stronger than before the advancement. Its strength was no different from the general condensation period later stage Cultivator. Coupled with Bone Scorpion, he now had two powerful helpers. Even if he encountered a strong enemy in the crystallization period, he already dared to fight head-on. Demon Flying Skull cackled and the black gas around it rolled around. Its figure turned blurred and loomed in the mist. At the next moment, as the black gas faded, 9 Demon Flying Skull figures flashed out in the air. Doppelganger technique? Lu Ming was really taken aback. He saw clearly that these 9 demon flying skulls were all real, not phantasm produced by high speed. The middle one was the main body of demon flying skull, exuding the powerful aura of the condensation period later stage. The remaining 8 clones were slightly weaker, they were only at the condensation period early stage. However, even so, this magical power of transforming 1 into 9 was still extremely powerful. Even the Fire Spirit King at the early stage of the crystallization period would be held back by it, and it would not be able to get rid of it for a while. Thinking of this, Lu Ming couldn't help flashing a fiery expression in his eyes. In the following time, because the Yin Qi in the cave was absorbed by the demon flying skull, Lu Ming kept the 2 spirit pets in the soul recovering bag, and then sat up cross-legged to meditate. Although Yin Qi was almost sucked out by demon flying skull, it was still better than the outside world, so he wouldn't waste it. A few days later, Lu Ming, who was sitting cross-legged, only felt a slight tremor on the ground. Then, a blue light flashed and a blue array suddenly appeared under him. As his vision was dazzled, he was already standing in the center of the stone chamber in Tai Yin Cave. The old man in yellow robe was still sitting cross-legged on the futon in front of the array as if he hadn't moved at all. A few days ago, the spiritual fluctuations in Cave 5 were very violent. It was you who caused it, right? The old man in yellow robe didn't open his eyes, but he said lightly. Replying to Senior, it was indeed me. Lu Ming replied respectfully. You can get to this point at such a young age, you are considered having a good aptitude. You can leave now. The old man in yellow robe waved his hand and stopped talking. Lu Ming was relieved. After saluting the old man, he hurriedly left the place. Piaohong Courtyard has found a good seed. After Lu Ming walked away, the old man in yellow robe muttered to himself for a while, then he continued to meditate. As soon as Lu Ming left the canyon where Tai Yin Cave was located, he flew into the sky right away. Not long after, he returned to his cave house. In the secret room, Lu Ming sat quietly for a while. When his mood was completely calm, he activated his mental power and entered the Sea of Consciousness. In the Sea of Consciousness, the celestial tablet in black and white was still suspended quietly. However, in the golden hourglass in the lower half, the silver sand grains were almost full. It seemed that the next spiritual power absorption would happen in 1 or 2 months at most. According to celestial tablet's rules, the spiritual power in his body would be greatly refined. In addition, he would have to stay in that mysterious space for 7 or 8 years. According to his last experience during this period, whether he was practicing spells or alchemy techniques, he would have miraculous effects of doubling the results with less effort. Especially for the alchemy techniques, he didn't have to worry about the problem of materials, and he could refine as he wished. Such a treatment was always earnestly longed for by any alchemists, and he had been looking forward to it for a long time. Moreover, this time Lu Ming planned to have a good chat with Luo Hu about the mysterious bubble. Since he had a plan, he had to be prepared for such a matter now. Lu Ming immediately took the ice silk corpse out of the storage amulet and laid it on the ground. The materials on this rare beastkin insect were very valuable. They were the best materials for forging spiritual weapons. After Lu Ming dissected its abdomen, he first took out a white silk cocoon the size of a wash basin. It was filled with silvery white silk. Lu Ming was very impressed with this silk. It was so tough that even the upper-grade spiritual weapon could not break it. It was definitely an excellent material for forging spiritual weapons. He collected the silk very quickly, then he casually processed the other materials. In the following days, he meditated and cultivated in the cave house. After slightly consolidating his realm and restoring his spiritual power, he left the cave house again. Half a day later, Lu Ming again stood at the entrance of Taiching Sect Square. He looked up at the tall buildings in the distance, then he walked forward with a smile. Since joining the Taiching Sect, he had visited this market many times and had gradually become familiar with it. The green stone square in the middle of Taiching Sect Square City was mainly a place for the disciples to set up temporary stalls. It was also the most lively place. It sells a lot of things, basically everything. If one was confident in his own insight and vision, he could even try his luck here to buy low and sell high here. As for the 4 main streets connecting the square, they were dominated by shops, many of which were hired by the outer and inner disciple to open the shop. There were also some families that were attached to the Taiching Sect operating here, but each street had its own emphasis on the items that were sold. Lu Ming thought for a moment, then he walked towards West Street. The shops on both sides of the street were full of people. There seemed to be a lot more people than when he came the 2 previous times, many of whom were wearing outer disciple costumes. Lu Ming looked thoughtful in his eyes. Most of the shops here were selling some beast skins, beast bones and other materials. There were even some shops directly hanging some beastkin specimens at the door. Lu Ming walked around casually and wandered into a shop. A middle-aged man in his 30s, dressed in a moon-white gown, was sitting behind the counter. He was reading a thick book in his hand with enjoyment. Hearing someone coming in, this person quickly stood up with a smile. "Customer, do you have any beastkin materials for sale?" Lu Ming frowned slightly and then smiled. "Shopkeeper Gu, an honorable person really forgets things easily. You had already forgotten about me." "Here. Oh, it turns out to be Brother Lu. It has only been a few days and Sir's strength has improved by a lot. You actually broke through to the condensation period later stage. Congratulations," Lu Ming suddenly said. The middle-aged man's name was Gu Jietian. Not long ago, Lu Ming came to the market to sell the fire spirit materials he hunted in Small Flame World, and part of them was sold to this person. Gu Jietian looked a bit bookish, but he was quite sincere. He almost knew everything about any beastkins, especially beastkin insects, so Lu Ming had a good impression of him. "The last time I came to the market it was to buy some elixirs to break through the bottleneck. Only then I was lucky enough to break through to the condensation period later stage." Lu Ming smiled humbly. "Oh, does Brother Lu have any beastkin materials to sell this time?" After Gu Jietian chuckled, he couldn't wait to ask. His face was full of expectation. Lu Ming nodded slightly. The middle-aged man's eyes shone when he saw this. He turned his head and instructed the worker to watch the shop, then he excitedly went into the back room with Lu Ming. Chapter 517, Cold Condensing Pill and Golden Yuan Pill. Chapter 517, Cold Condensing Pill and Golden Yuan Pill. In a guest room of the shop, Lu Ming took out a storage amulet from his waist and launched a symbol. When the storage amulet flashed, a white glow was ejected from it. After rolling on the ground was filled with ice silk's material. "This is..." Gu Jietian lowered his head and picked up the outer skin of ice silk, looked at it carefully for a moment, and suddenly remembered something. "Sculline ice silk. This is the material on a sculline ice silk." Gu Jietian lifted up suddenly and said in surprise. "So that's the name of this ice silk? I'm not really sure about it, but these are indeed materials from an ice silk beastkin insect." Lu Ming glanced at this person and said calmly. "Mr. Lu is so strong. Looking at the spiritual power contained in these materials, it should be a skull-in ice silk of the condensation period later stage. This insect is cunning by nature and it won't easily show itself. You can actually kill it." Gu Jietian sighed with admiration, then he lowered his head to check the materials carefully. "I'm not that powerful. I just killed it with the help of a few fellow apprentices." Lu Ming laughed and said lightly. Gu Jietian gave a casual but he didn't look away from the material on the ground at all. He kept checking the material and he only looked up after a while. "These materials are very fresh. Their spiritual power isn't lost yet. If you sell to me I will give you this price." Gu Jietian gestured a number with his hand. 50,000 spirit stones. Lu Ming raised his brows and his face was filled with thought. "Since Brother Lu is an old customer, I won't give you a fake price. It is true that this ice silk is the condensation period later stage, but its most valuable silk and essence core is not available. Therefore this price is quite fair. I believe if junior fellow apprentice goes to other shops, you can mostly get this price." Gu Jietian said with a blank smile. This ice silk and crystal core were still useful for Lu Ming, so he wouldn't sell them now. Otherwise he could get a lot of spirit stones now. "Okay." After he pondered a little, he nodded and agreed. Seeing this, Gu Jietian smiled, took out a storage amulet and swept it on the ground. A white light flashed by and kept these materials away. He then put the storage talisman with him, took out 5 upper-grade spirit stones and handed them to Lu Ming. "If Mr. Lu weren't here to just sell these materials and you are still looking for something else, maybe I can give some advice to you since I'm quite familiar with this place," Gu Jietian said happily after he made such a quick deal. After Lu Ming heard this, his heart moved. In addition to selling the ice silk materials in his hands, his main purpose was to find 2 suitable alchemy recipes so that he could practice alchemy in the mysterious space. After 10 minutes, Lu Ming walked out of the shop with a smile and walked straight toward North Street. For Lu Ming at this stage, what was most needed was elixir that could speed up his cultivating rate and quickly restore spiritual power. Taking into account his situation, the ingredients for the elixir to increase spiritual power must be relatively easy to collect. Secondly, the elixir medicinal effect must be strong enough to meet the needs of the condensation period later stage cultivation. As for the elixir that restored spiritual power, the effect must be good enough to be able to restore spiritual power in a short period of time. As for the raw materials, he didn't need to think too much about them. After all, this kind of elixir was only used in battles, so he didn't need much. Hall of All Things also sold various alchemy recipes. Those recipes that were applicable to all levels of cultivation could be found there. A few days ago he had also visited it, but the huge contribution points needed there really made him give up buying. So, Lu Ming could only try to find a suitable recipe from the market. Although this Gu Jietian was a bit bookish, he was quite familiar with the market. After learning about Lu Ming's needs, he immediately revealed a few shops and told him with a mysterious look, "You'll know when you are there." Half an hour later, Lu Ming walked out of a store called Juyuan Zai on the North Street. His expression was a little helpless. This Juyuan Zai was already the 5th store he visited. There were indeed many elixir recipes in these shops, but most of them were elixirs for detoxification, healing, and breaking through the bottleneck. Even if a few recipes met his requirements for medicinal properties, the required materials were extremely difficult to collect. This naturally made him feel very depressed. It's really not easy to find a suitable medicine. Forget it, if I have time to be upset, it is better to find the next one, Lu Ming muttered to himself, then turned and walked into an elixir shop next to him. After a quarter of an hour, he walked out again with a look of disappointment. Next shop. In the inner hall of a shop called Green Bamboo House, Lu Ming sat across from an old man with gray hair. "What kind of elixir recipe do you need?" "I'm not boasting, I have studied elixirs for most of my life. The recipes that I have collected are at least 1,000. The gray-haired old man said while shaking his head. "The recipe for enhancing spiritual power, and it must be able to meet the cultivator of the condensation period later stage," Lu Ming said lightly. "Okay, please wait a minute." The old man put his hand on the storage amulet on his waist. After a while, a white light flashed and there was a white jade slip in his hand. Lu Ming reached out his hand to take the white jade slip, pressed it to his forehead, closed his eyes and said nothing. After a long while, he gently put down the jade slip and shook his head with regret. "No? It doesn't matter. Please take a look at this." The old man took out another jade slip. After a while, Lu Ming shook his head with regret. Before long, there were 8 jade slips on the table. Lu Ming watched the gray-haired old man take out another red jade slip, and a hint of admiration flashed in his eyes. Although the old man was a bit exaggerated, he did collect a lot of elixir recipes, and the medicinal effects were very good. However, there was still a gap with what Lu Ming wanted. "The pill in this jade slip is some upper-grade elixir recipe that I have collected through hard work. Some are even first class." The old man suddenly put away his previous smiley face and handed a jade slip to Lu Ming with a serious face. Lu Ming was startled slightly, then he nodded, took the jade slip again and put it on his forehead. With an attitude of giving it a try, he once again released his divine thought to carefully browse the contents. Looking at the earlier recipes, they were really excellent quality recipes, but many of the required materials were unheard of. It was not easy to refine one portion of the elixir, let alone preparing for a few more copies. Lu Ming sighed slightly in his heart, then he kept browsing. After a long time he suddenly frowned. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes. After a while he took off the jade slip from his forehead and handed it to the old man. "I need the cold condensing pill, and golden Yuan pill in it," Lu Ming said without hesitation. The effort paid off. He searched for almost half a day, and he finally found a suitable recipe here that fully met his requirements. These various elixirs are unpopular prescriptions, and it is not easy to refine. The old man gave Lu Ming a strange look and reminded him. "Thank you for reminding me, I just need these 2 pills," Lu Ming said very positively. This cold condensing pill was a kind of elixir that enhanced the spiritual power of Yin attribute. The main material was a kind of spiritual grass called green condensing fruit, and it must be at least 200 years old before it could be used as medicine. The Tai Yin Sect had planted a lot of green condensing fruit, but none of them were used in refining cold condensing pills. Most of these green condensing fruits were used for other purposes. It was not that the cold condensing pill was not effective. On the contrary, this elixir was very suitable for the cultivator in the condensation period later stage. The reason why no one refined this pill was that the success rate of refining cold condensing pills was too low. Even one of the best alchemists in the Tai Yin Sect could only guarantee success once in 10 attempts. As for other alchemists, the success rate was naturally even poorer. However, although this green condensing fruit could be bought in the sect, the price for more than 200 years was still astonishing. No one had so many spirit stones and courage to buy this kind of century-old spiritual medicine to practice refining cold condensing pill. In this way, this kind of pill naturally became priceless with a low market. The other kind of golden Yuan pill was to use a condensation period golden Yuan beast essence core as the main material to refine a spiritual power restorative elixir. This pill also had a very low success rate. Ordinary alchemists would not simply refine it. After some bargaining, given that the cold condensing pill recipe was too under demand, so he bought it with the price of a few thousand spirit stones. Although the golden Yuan pill had a low success rate, there were still many alchemists working on it due to its good utility, so the price was not cheap. Thank you, the total is 55,000 spirit stones. The old man finally looked at him with a smile and said. Lu Ming nodded. He simply took out 5 upper-grade spirit stones and 5 intermediate-grade spirit stones, handed them to the old man, and signed the contract of the news of this purchase. The old man stopped talking at this moment, took out a blank jade slip and started stone rubbing it. After a dozen minutes, he threw the jade slip in his hand to Lu Ming. Lu Ming stretched out his hand to catch the jade slip. After scanning it with divine thought and confirmed that it was correct, he said goodbye to the old man. After purchasing suitable recipes, Lu Ming finally felt at ease. He strolled for half a day in the market and he finally collected some of the materials of the cold condensing pill and golden Yuan pill. In order to buy these materials, he almost spent all the spirit stones on his body. After doing all this, Lu Ming didn't stay in Fang City anymore. When the night came, he left the market and soon returned to his cave house. He just meditated and waited for the mysterious bubble to appear again. So another month passed. On this day, when the last sand of the hourglass pattern on the celestial tablet fell in Lu Ming's sea of consciousness, there was a slight tremor in the spiritual sea. As a crystal light flashed, a crystal-clear bean-sized bubble emerged silently. Seeing this, Lu Ming immediately touched it with a wisp of mental power. Bang! The bubble burst open immediately, and an inexplicable suction gushed out of it. The spiritual power in his body surged instantly, frantically rushing toward the spiritual sea in his body. It faintly formed a huge whirlpool in his dantian. It's finally started. Lu Ming muttered after sighing lightly. Chapter 518, Flawless Great Elixir. Chapter 518, Flawless Great Elixir. Lu Ming felt the spiritual power depleting quickly in his body. His face was full of solemnity. At this moment he had been waiting for a long time. He slapped the 2 black leather bags on his waist, and 2 black mists rolled out. They condensed slightly on both sides, turning into a silver mini bone scorpion and the hideous demon flying skull. Master! The voices of a girl and a boy sounded. Lu Ming didn't speak. He just glanced at them and simply commanded them with divine thought. The next moment, Bone Scorpion immediately swung the pair of pincers to hug Lu Ming's thigh, while Demon Flying Skull released its hair to wrap tightly around his arm. Lu Ming nodded slightly and carefully checked all the materials in the Sumeru snail and storage talisman around his waist. He then closed his eyes and formed gestures, starting to control the flow of the spiritual power in his body. He was waiting to enter the mysterious space after the spiritual power absorption was complete. As time passed slowly, his face turned from the previous redness to gradually pale. The black mist that had been surging constantly on his body appeared to become thinner. When most of his spiritual power was drained, the suction in the dantian suddenly stopped. Seeing this, Lu Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Before he could think much, a buzz sounded and his vision turned black. When he saw the front clearly again, he was already in a gray space. This space had the size of acres, which was much larger than when he entered last time. Lu Ming glanced at the demon flying skull and bone scorpion around him, and both were successfully taken into the mysterious space. Okay, now we have plenty of time. You two should go practice. Lu Ming waved his hand and said in a low voice. Yes, Master. Bone Scorpion waved its pincer and jumped down quickly. It flashed and appeared in front of a gas wall more than 100 meters away. It then stabbed its tail hook on the gas wall. Demon Flying Skull also transformed into 9 phantasms in an instant and flew away vaguely in the direction of the other gas wall. Seeing his 2 spirit pets began to practice, Lu Ming looked at the surroundings. He shouted. Senior Luo Hu Jr. has something to ask for advice, please show up. The sound reverberated in the space, but after waiting for about 15 minutes he didn't get any response. He called this a few more times, but after a while he still didn't see Luohu. Seeing this, Lu Ming shook his head helplessly. It seemed that Luohu was unwilling to show up at this time, or he had fallen asleep again. He immediately sat cross-legged. He began to silently recall the contents of some classics that introduced the Middle Sky Continent's elixir system and types that he had read in Hall of All Things. According to the records, Middle Sky Continent Immortality Cultivation Realm divided elixirs into many different branches. It had become a large system of the cultivation realm on its own. Yunchuan Continent's elixir system couldn't compare with it. Although the general cultivator classified elixir's applicable level by giving it the simple spirit apostle level and condensation period level, the crystallization period level or even real pellet state level and above was even more distinguished, then according to the difficulty of refining, they would be categorized as low-grade or upper-grade elixir. But in fact each level of elixir could be divided into inferior, ordinary and flawless grade elixir according to the degree of elixir purity. Every kind of elixir, after being refined, would inevitably contain some impurities that were not beneficial to the user. It could be easily identified by various means. Among them, inferior grade elixir was elixir with more than 50% of harmful impurities in elixir, and elixir with a purity of less than half. Normal grade elixir was elixir with a purity of between 50% and 70%, and flawless grade elixir was elixir with a purity of more than 70%. Among them, 70% to 80% purity could be classified as pellet grade elixir. 80% to 90% purity could be defined as an earth grade elixir, and those with a purity of more than 90% were the rumored sky grade elixir. Once the elixir was defined as a flawless grade, its spirit patterns could be seen on the surface of the elixir. The higher the grade, the more the spirit patterns. These spirit patterns were also called elixir patterns. Therefore, even if one was not an alchemist, he could simply distinguish the flawless grade elixir by the number of elixir patterns. Generally speaking, pellet grade was a pill with 3 or fewer elixir patterns. Earth grade had elixir patterns between 3 to 6. Sky grade elixir had more than 6 elixir patterns. Once the elixir was flawless grade, its value and price were incomparable with normal grade elixir. After all, the higher the elixir purity, no matter the effect in the drug resistance it had, it was far from the latter. Even some elixir with special effects may have a world-different effect if the purity had 10% or even 5% difference. In the Middle Sky Continent, only an alchemist who can refine a flawless grade elixir could be called a true alchemist. Lu Ming now recalled that the Qingsan pill that Fang Yao refined for him in the South Sea region seemed to have 2 elixir patterns on the surface, so he was really worthy of the title of alchemy master. Of course, the normal alchemist who could refine spirit apostle level elixir was totally different from the listed alchemist who could refine condensation period level and crystallization period level elixir. After all, the former could still rely on the sect or family power to refine using the abundant material resources. The latter could only rely on his own alchemy talent. Lu Ming's thoughts turned, then he vaguely remembered that when he entered the mysterious space in Shenjing Yunchuan, he refined the same spirit apostle elixir numerous times in order to get a pellet grade elixir with an elixir pattern. The same was true for the entire cultivation realm. The higher the level of cultivation cultivator, the harder it was to find an alchemist master who could refine the elixir that matched the cultivation level. After thinking about this, Lu Ming suddenly thought of taking out the jade box containing the silver elixir wrapped in tricolor flames from the sumaru snail around his waist. He opened the lid and gently picked it up with 2 fingers, looking it carefully. After checking the tricolor flames, it was confirmed that there were 3 golden elixir patterns on the surface. After Lu Ming thought slightly, he kept away the elixir. Then let's start with the cold condensing pill. After he muttered to himself, he took out the elixir recipe from his sleeve and studied it carefully. After half a day of reading, he threw out a small silver cauldron from his sleeve. It blurred, became several 10 meters high and landed safely on the ground. He touched his sleeve again and pulled out a pale yellow talisman. The surface of the talisman was covered with dense silver spirit patterns. It was an ordinary storage talisman used to store alchemy materials. He smashed the storage talisman to pieces. After a flash of yellow light, a pile of materials needed for alchemy scattered all over the place. These materials were carefully allocated according to the proportion of the materials required by the cold condensing pill in the previous month. It was enough for him to refine pills for a day. Since it was in a mysterious space, the materials used for alchemy would not really be consumed, so theoretically he only needed to prepare 1 portion of alchemy materials to refine endlessly. However, he was always cautious, so he prepared 5 copies. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, and he made one gesture and launched a symbol at the silver cauldron. The silver spirit patterns on the surface of the cauldron suddenly lit up. With a rumbling sound, the cap of the cauldron slowly opened. As soon as he raised his sleeves, a gust of wind blew, bringing the alchemy materials from the ground into the cauldron. He waved his sleeve lightly again to close the cover. After doing all this, Lu Ming sat cross-legged and chanted. He kept forming gestures to launch waves of symbols into the silver cauldron. After the cauldron trembled slightly, the crimson flame ignited below, wrapping the silver cauldron. The second day. There was a sudden crackling sound from the silver cauldron, and a burnt smell emanated from the cauldron. Lu Ming frowned slightly. He stopped the gesture and took out a mass of black material residue from the cauldron. He then immediately took out a faint yellow talisman from his sleeve, pinched into pieces, poured the materials into the cauldron and started the second trial. One day later, when Lu Ming once again took out a mass of black residue from the silver cauldron in front of him, he couldn't help frowning. This was his 30th time refining the cold condensing pill, and he had never succeeded once. He didn't even get the elixir with the lowest purity. He thought he already had some knowledge in alchemy, but this made him sigh slightly. It seemed that this condensation period elixir was more difficult by a few more levels than Spirit Apostle stage elixir. He got up and stretched his muscles. After observing Bone Scorpion and Demon Flying Skull practicing, he then sat cross-legged and continued to refine elixir again. Another month has passed. Lu Ming was still sitting in front of the cauldron. He was focusing on controlling the cauldron's fire. Even sweat dropped from his forehead. 3 months later, Lu Ming smiled bitterly at a furnace of elixir emitting a burning smell. 6 months. Time flies, and a year had passed in no time. In the mysterious space, Lu Ming still sat in front of the silver cauldron, looking at a silvery pill in front of him and finally showing a hint of joy on his face. This cold condensing pill was Lu Ming's only successful attempt after hundreds of repeated trials this year. All these thanks to his previous experience in alchemy. After a little identification through a simple mystic arts recorded in the classics, this first cold condensing pill only had 30% purity. It could only be regarded as an inferior grade elixir. Although it was only a 30% pure elixir, it still greatly enhanced Lu Ming's confidence. For ordinary people, let alone facing hundreds of repeated failures, even if they faced a dozen of failures, they would have given up with their confidence collapsed. He immediately put this pill into a jade box that was already prepared on one side, then he crushed a storage talisman, took out the material and put it in the silver cauldron in front of him, and then began to concentrate on refining the elixir. Since Lu Ming had his first success, he believed that it wouldn't be long before refining the next elixir. Chapter 519, Fighting Lan Shi again. Chapter 519, Fighting Lan Shi again. One day after 2 years. When Lu Ming took out a cold condensing pill with 2 pale silver elixir patterns on the surface from the silver cauldron, a look of joy flashed in his eyes. This was the first cold condensing pill of the flawless grade that he had trained in 2 years. Although it was just a pellet grade elixir with an elixir pattern, the progress was huge as compared to those ordinary elixirs with low purity that he had refined in 2 years. But at this time, Lu Ming's success rate in refining cold condensing pills was still lower than 30%. 3 years later, after repeated attempts, Lu Ming's cold condensing pills alchemy rate finally reached as high as 70%. If he was lucky, he could occasionally produce an earth-grade elixir with a purity of more than 80%. He could have such a high success rate in refining the cold condensing pill. This would dumbstruck most of the alchemists if it was out there. After all, not many people would spend such a large sum of money to repeatedly refine this elixir. Even with such financial resources, they would not be able to collect so many materials. Even so, Lu Ming did not seem to mean to stop here. However, in the next few months, Lu Ming found that although he was still refining the same pill, the effect of improving the success rate and the quality of elixir seemed to have slowed down significantly. After thinking about it, he judged that he had encountered a bottleneck in refining this pill. If he kept refining, he would only get half the results. Thus, he decided to put aside the cold condensing pill and started to refine the second elixir, Golden Yuan pill, recorded in the recipe. With the previous experience of refining the cold condensing pill, the process of refining the Golden Yuan pill was smoother. Both were the elixir of condensation period, so he could apply some knowledge he learned from refining the cold condensing pill. After only 9 months, The first pellet-grade golden Yuan pill with a light golden spirit pattern on the surface was successfully refined. Looking at the golden elixir in his hand, Lu Ming's face was filled with thoughts. Because the golden Yuan pill was made of beastkin crystal core as the main material for forging, the beastkin essence core took a lot of time to be refined. This increased the duration of refining a cauldron of elixir to 3 days. As compared with the cold condensing pill before, the efficiency was significantly lower. The success rate of the golden Yuan pill was closely related to the quality of the golden Yuan beast's essence core. He purchased a total of 5 golden Yuan beast's essence cores, 4 of which were condensation period early stage golden Yuan beast's essence cores. The other was taken from a golden Yuan beast of condensation period intermediate stage. The result was as expected. The golden Yuan pill produced by the essence core of the condensation period intermediate stage had a success rate of about 30. After repeated attempts, it was as high as 50 to 60%. The condensation period early stages essence core's elixir success rate was only less than 10%. After more than half a year of practicing, the success rate was only between 20% and 30%. In addition, the level of the golden Yuan pill by different grades of essence cores was also quite different. The golden Yuan pill refined by the condensation period early stages essence core would mostly be an inferior grade elixir with a purity of only 30 to 40%. Occasionally he could refine a few normal grade elixir with a purity of 50 to 60%. As for the condensation period intermediate stages essence core, the elixir purity was about 50 to 60%. He could even refine a flawless grade elixir sometimes. It seemed that to refine the high purity elixir of the condensation period, the materials used were also very important, and it would also increase the cost of raw materials. However, it would still increase the value of the elixir, which was cost-effective. Those flawless grade elixirs were generally more expensive in the market, and everyone was vying for it. After Lu Ming thought about it, he kept away the golden elixir. He stretched his arms, stood up and walked toward Bone Scorpion and Demon Flying Skull. In front of a gas wall, Demon Flying Skull, surrounded by a cloud of black gas, was breathing green flames to the front. The mysterious space's gray wall was some kind of unknown enchantment, but as the green continued clashing the wall, a vigorous spiritual power fluctuation spread from the surface. It even stirred up ripples in the air that were spreading to the surroundings. Seeing Lu Ming coming, Demon Flying Skull shook its head in the air, and then a red light flashed in its eyes. A layer of green light on its body surface was faintly visible. Its hair stood up, blasting endlessly at the gas wall in front. After a burst of crackling sound, there were many small holes visible to the naked eye on the gray gas wall. It was obviously sharper than when they entered this space. But after only a moment, all the holes were closed again. Good job. Lu Ming nodded slightly when he saw this, and he said softly in praise. Hearing the words, Demon Flying Skull flashed with joy and flew around Lu Ming's body. Upon seeing this, Lu Ming couldn't help laughing a little. Not Demon Flying Skull's voice sounded like a child. Even its mind seemed to be a little closer to a child. He waved his hand to let it continue cultivating, then he turned and walked toward the direction of Bone Scorpion. Master. Bone Scorpion was different from Demon Flying Skull. As soon as it saw Lu Ming coming, it jumped to his shoulder and waved the giant pincers to rub his black robe. Lu Ming didn't detest Bone Scorpion's intimacy. He stretched out his hand and gently stroked its somewhat cold back. Then he commanded it to show the results of its recent practice. Bone Scorpion immediately jumped off Lu Ming and took another violent breath. As soon as the silver light on its body surface shone greatly, its body enlarged into the size of 100 meters. Upon seeing this, Lu Ming stepped back 2 steps and observed carefully. The giant Bone Scorpion's body surface had black mist rolling on it. The silver pattern on its back flashed endlessly, and the dragon head of the purple crystal tail hook, that curled forward, blurred and became faint purple light that disappeared in an instant. At the same time, there was the sound of objects dashing in the air. The attack speed of the tail hook had reached an incredible speed. As the sound stopped, the purple dragon head behind Bone Scorpion appeared in a flash again. After looking back at Lu Ming with pride, it waved its giant pincers again. The black gas filled its pincer and it punched the gas wall in front. Gur boom boom. The gray mist on the surface of the gas wall rolled violently, and a lot of looming black gas was mixed in it. After the mist slowly stopped rolling, there was a huge pit of several 10 meters on the gas wall. It was recovering at a slow speed. Obviously, the black gas in it had the effect of hindering its recovery. Well done, you can stop now. After Lu Ming judged that Bone Scorpion's attack had improved a little, he immediately waved his hand to stop it. Luo, who once mentioned that the mysterious space was related to a sealed ancient demon. If he accidentally broke the gas wall of this space, he really didn't know what the consequences would be. After Bone Scorpion heard him, the black gas on its body surface faded. It returned to the size of a few inches. It then flicked and landed on Lu Ming's shoulder. Lu Ming smiled slightly. He lightly touched the giant pincer of Bone Scorpion and let it cultivate alongside him. After giving the same instruction to Demon Flying Skull through divine thought, he turned and returned to the silver cauldron, sat down cross-legged and continued to refine elixir. Time flies. In a blink of an eye, Lu Ming had already been refining the golden Yuan pill for 3 years. At this time he had mastered most of the skills in refining the golden Yuan pill. Both the quality and the success rate had been greatly improved. Using condensation period intermediate stage essence core, he could also occasionally produce a flawless grade elixir. Lu Ming was quite satisfied with this. Although the golden Yuan pill was only a restorative elixir, the recovery effect was by no means comparable to that of normal grade elixir and spirit stone. In some occasions that urgently need to restore spiritual power, the recovery speed of spiritual power could be as fast as 1 point. This might often determine the success or failure of the battle, and even life and death. Moreover, 1 pellet grade golden Yuan pill was enough to make up most of its spiritual power in 1 meal. At this time he also hit a bottleneck in refining this pill. No matter how he kept refining for a few months, his alchemy skills only increased by a little bit. On this day he once again finished refining and found that he hadn't improved in any way, so he immediately gave up his plan to continue refining. With a move in his mind, he lightly pointed at the silver cauldron, and the silver light in front of him dimmed and rose into the air. After a turn, it became inch-sized and flew into his sleeve. But after thinking for a while, his figure became blurred. After another flash, he appeared in front of Celestial Tablet not far away. There was still 1 to 2 years before the mysterious space disappeared. He could make good use of this elusive demonic pupil, now. This thing could replicate the fierce battle situations he had experienced when encountering powerful enemies. If he trained with it more, it could greatly enhance his actual combat ability. After all, the true strength of a cultivator depended not only on his cultivation, but also on his ability to respond to battles. After Lu Ming finished his mind, he immediately stretched out one hand, touched the black vertical eye pattern on the celestial tablet lightly, and injected spiritual power in it. As the celestial tablet trembled slightly, the black vertical eye slowly opened like it was alive, revealing the silvery pupils. This pupil moved up and down slightly, and it stared at Lu Ming, who was standing in front of the monument. With previous experience, Lu Ming immediately stared at the pupil in the black vertical eye with full attention. He felt an impact in his divine thought immediately. After the surrounding space became blurred, he once again appeared in the cave where the giant troll head altar was sealed before. Not far from him, a pair of ferocious eyes were staring at him. It was the demonized Lan Shi with black spirit patterns all over his body. Due to the limitation of the elusive demonic pupil, the illusion that it produced could only be a scene of an opponent's battle that impressed him. For this, Lu Ming had only 2 candidates, namely Siren King and the demonized Lan Shi. Siren King's cultivation had reached the real pellet state. The difference in strength was too far apart. At that time they didn't really fight with each other. Lu Ming only detonated the sword embryo to launch 1 strike. In contrast, in the battle of the demonized Lan Shi, although it was only a few seconds, the opponent had never used any spiritual weapon, and Lu Ming easily defeated him by relying on the demonized body and speed. For Lu Ming, who was stronger in terms of spiritual power and physical strength, he was a suitable opponent. With the strength of demonized Lan Shi, a cultivator in the crystallization period later stage would be seriously injured or dead, if he was careless. Chapter 520, Training in Illusion. Chapter 520, Training in Illusion. Lu Ming saw the demonized Lan Shi suddenly appearing in front of him, then he flashed back without thinking. He made a gesture and a black gas was rolling out of his body. A roar of dragon and tiger. A black mist dragon rushed out from his body. After circling in the air, it split into 2. A cloud of black gas also condensed and transformed into a black mist tiger. At the same time, Lu Ming shook his sleeves and the golden fallen sand rolled out, quickly turning into a golden sand mist covering his whole body. Just how terrifying the demonized Lan Shi was, Lu Ming knew clearly in his heart. He would be killed instantly if he was careless. In the next moment, a fluctuation occurred behind him. A 10 meters huge black demon claw phantasm appeared strangely, clawing at the vital spot on his back. Lu Ming made a gesture. The golden sand mine turned into a giant golden fist, clashing with the black demon claw. At the same time, he didn't bother about turning around. He stomped in the air to stop his retreating momentum and blasted forward. Boom! As soon as the giant golden fist touched the black claw behind him, it collapsed into a sky full of sand. As the black mist tumbled around the black claw, Lan Shi's figure was revealed in a flash. Lu Ming was more than 100 meters away at this moment. After he turned around, he made a gesture. The sand turned and rolled at the demonized Lan Shi. Fang Lan Shi's figure collapsed with a muffled noise, but it was just an afterimage. The next moment, a dozen meters away in front of Lu Ming, a black figure appeared. It was the demonized Lan Shi. As soon as he appeared, his arms turned blurred. A pair of huge black claws suddenly emerged from the black mist and grabbed Lu Ming at a lightning speed. Lu Ming was surprised. As it was too late to recall the golden fallen sand, he shook his hands and heavy water droplets revealed on both his hands. Both his fists were even covered with layers of crimson scales. After groaning, the black mist dragon and tiger charged at Lan Shi together. Boom boom. In front of Lu Ming, one of Lan Shi's giant black claws tightly clutched the dragon's neck while another claw slammed at the tiger. The black dragon and tiger could only hold slightly for a moment, then they were crushed by the giant before being pinched by the huge black claws, turning into black mist and spreading out. At the same time, the demonized Lan Shi's figure suddenly shook, and he instantly faded out in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming seemed to be ready for it. He launched both fists toward Lan Shi. Poof! Lan Shi looked ferocious, then his figure suddenly disappeared with a twist. Lu Ming sensed that it was bad. Before he could turn around, he felt the space around him became tight like it was as hard as fine steel. Then a phantasm flashed in front of him. Lan Shi teleported in front of him. As his vision was blurred, a sharp pain came from his shoulders. His two arms were torn down by Lan Shi's lightning, blood spattered out like a flower. Lu Ming's heart sank. Before he had time to react, he felt a chill in his neck and he flew into the air. The surrounding scenery also quickly rotated. In the next moment, he blacked out and fell into darkness. After a buzz in Lu Ming's mind, he opened his eyes and found that he was already in the gray and mysterious space. At this moment, his face was pale. His hand was still on the stone tablet, but a burst of fatigue came from his mind. Obviously, activating elusive demonic pupil exhausted a lot of his mental power. As soon as he retracted his arm, he walked to a corner and sat down cross-legged, using his multitasking skill. While meditating to restore mental power, he was recalling the scene of the battle with the demonized Lan Shi. Compared to the last time Luo who activated on the elusive demonic pupil that he was almost killed instantly, under the situation that his spiritual power and strength were improved as he advanced to the later stage, he could at least last for a few seconds. Of course, Lu Ming would not just be satisfied with this. He kept repeating the battle process in his mind, carefully pondering every detail and mistake. After all, in a battle with Powerhouse, as long as there is a slight difference, it will be severely injured and severely injured on the spot. After 2 days of meditating, he felt that his mental power had recovered by about 80%. At this time he had a detailed calculation again and a new plan for combat methods. Lu Ming finished thinking. After taking a long breath, he stood up and strode toward the celestial tablet again. One day after a month. On an open and flat ground, a green figure was quickly moving among the gray-white tall stone pillars. A few tens of meters away behind him, another black phantasm chased at a faster speed. The black phantasm didn't seem to care about the stone pillar in front of him at all. With a wave of his arm, several stone pillars were shattered. For a time, rumbling sounds came from the stone forest, sand and rocks flying in all directions. It was Lu Ming in the demonized lawn. In the past 10 attempts, Lu Ming can be said to have tried his best. However, neither sword-controlling technique, golden fallen sand nor tiger dragon hell prison could hurt the demonized Lan Shi at all. Even if he attacked with heavy water droplets and the crimson scales, he could barely resist the giant claw phantasm for a while. So this time he decided to change his strategy. He first tried to see how long he could escape. After all, in a real battle, running away if the win rate was low was also a life-saving tactic. Regarding speed alone, Lu Ming knew he was not the opponent of the demonized Lan Shi. But with the help of the complex terrain in the stone forest, He kept the distance between him and Lan Shi at several hundred meters. However, after rushing out of the stone forest, he lost his cover, and the distance between the two slowly began to get close. Just when the distance was about several 10 meters, Lu Ming, who was in front, stopped abruptly and made a quick turn in the air. A small crimson sword was also launched from his sleeves. Suddenly there was a burst of whistling sound. After the crimson sword made a clear chime, it turned into a crimson sword rainbow of 30 meters huge. It blasted toward Lan Shi with a cloud of sand. The demonized Lan Shi was only slightly distorted, and the crimson rainbow brushed past him. It only tore a bit of demonic chi on his body. But in the blink of an eye, the demonic chi was recovered again. In the next moment, Lan Shi's figure appeared 30 meters away. At this time he couldn't recall the spiritual sword in time. Lu Ming's thoughts turned sharply. He closed his hands together and rubbed lightly. The two heavy water droplets combined, then he spat out a few lumps of blood essence. The blood essence turned into blood mist that instantly wrapped the black bead. The surface of the bead immediately burst into light. There were about 20 enchantments that appeared on the bead. Lu Ming's arms surged with black energy, and he threw the bead backward. As soon as the explosion sounded, the bead turned into a blur of black light and blasted backward. The demonized Lan Shi lifted up with one hand to catch the black light transformed by the heavy water droplet. Seeing this, Lu Ming suddenly flashed a sharp look in his eyes. The tactics in his hands changed. After the heavy water droplet shuddered slightly, the black light ball burst out of thin air. The billowing black water vapor swarmed Lan Shi, who was caught off guard. After a scream in the black water vapor, the demonized Lan Shi rushed out in a flash. His body was completely wounded. At the same time, the palm that he launched just now was even bleeding severely. But the next moment, black demonic chi surged crazily from all his wounds. After a few seconds, the wounds were recovered. But this move obviously angered the demonized Lan Shi completely. As soon as his eyes flashed in black light, he screamed, jumped forward and disappeared in the air. Lu Ming only felt the gust of wind above his head, and a black claw scratched down hastily. Lu Ming's complexion changed drastically. He hurriedly made a gesture and a small black shield flew out of him, then it turned into a huge bone shield. 9 skull phantasms appeared on the shield at the same time. After making a weird sound, they rushed toward the giant claw in the air. At this moment, Lu Ming retreated backward again. Bang! When several skull phantasms got eliminated, Lu Ming suddenly felt cold in his chest, and another black claw penetrated his chest from behind. His heart sank. As he turned back and looked, he realized that the demonized Lan Shi had appeared behind him from nowhere. He then lost all consciousness in the next moment. 8 months later, he was still in this stone forest. 100 meters above a small hill, a golden sphere of 30 meters was spinning fast in the void. At this moment, with a heart-wrenching groan, several black mists gushed out from the golden sphere. The golden sphere shattered inch by inch and turned into a sky full of sand. Black dragon and black giant tiger flashed out, but they dissipated after only a moment. After the black mist dissipated, 2 figures fell from the sky, Lu Ming and the demonized Lan Shi. At this time, Lu Ming's face was pale and bloodless. There was a big hole on his chest, and the hole was wrapped by black demonic chi. He resisted the severe pain and opened one eye to look toward Lan Shi, who had already lost consciousness and had an incomplete body. He then smiled slightly. The next moment, he appeared in the mysterious space with a pale face. This was the first time Lu Ming killed the demonized Lan Shi after more than 70 battles. Although it was a suicide attack that was not applicable in actual combat, it was still a huge improvement compared to before. After all, even if someone of the later stage of the crystallization period faced Lan Shi's demonized strength, he might not really be able to even perish together with Lan Shi. Of course, this was not to say that his strength was really stronger than the later stage of the crystallization period. After all, his ability to do this was the result of so many battles. But even so, his actual combat ability was still worlds apart from before entering the elusive demonic pupil. The crystallization period cultivator of the later stage is hard to say, but if it is against the early stage of the crystallization period opponent in the general sense, it should be 70 to 80% sure to kill the opponent. Lu Ming thought about it this way, walked to the corner of the space, closed his eyes and continued to meditate cross-legged. RP. Chapter 521, Strength Increased. Chapter 521, Strength Increased. One day after a year. On a black hillside. Lu Ming stared at the demonized Lan Shi with a broken arm, blood kept flowing out. His face also looked pale. It seemed that he had lost a lot of spiritual power. There was also a big bloody hole on the side of his abdomen. Green light flashed on the surface but no blood flowed out. A few seconds ago, Lu Ming used himself as bait to lure Lan Shi, who was trailing behind him, to launch an attack. However, he used the Crimson Scale's defensive power and a kind of shrinking bone mystic art to make a dangerous move. When the demonized Lan Shi's palm was plunged into his abdomen, he forcibly twisted his muscle and organ to avoid the vital point, and he struck with the spiritual sword in his hand. At such a close distance, coupled with the use of his own tyrannical body to deliberately hold the opponent's arm, even Lan Shi's ghost-like figure couldn't dodge this strike. As a result, one arm was cut down by him. But if Lu Ming didn't retreat in time and put a talisman on his abdomen to cover the bloody hole, he would be dead a long time ago. He had only recently figured out the strategy of putting himself into danger to launch a deadly attack. After a few battles, he successfully implemented for the first time. He used the same method several times and he couldn't dodge as his chest got punched through. Lu Ming was very clear, after the previous numerous fight, that the demonized Lan Shi would slowly recover his injured part with demonic chi as long as his head and the vital parts were penetrated. For the case like one arm being broken, it would exhaust a lot of demonic chi to regrow it in a short time. At this time, the demonized Lan Shi was really unwilling to consume a large amount of demonic chi to repair his limbs. After letting out a strange roar, he rushed toward Lu Ming aggressively. Seeing this, Lu Ming waved his sleeve and golden sand surged out from it. It condensed into a golden light screen to defend him. He flew toward 100 meters tall hill below him, and his figure blurred and disappeared. Although Lan Shi lost an arm and his strength was greatly reduced, the layers of golden light curtain only tanked for a moment before they dissipated into the sky. At the same time, at the foot of the hill, Lu Ming showed his figure in a flash. He rubbed the two black beads together. The beads combined into one and spun continuously. After Lan Shi broke the sand curtain, he scanned with divine thought. He accelerated in the air with a hideous face and appeared in front of Lu Ming again. As soon as Lan Shi's figure appeared, Lu Ming violently launched one hand. Whoosh! The black bead flew out in a black afterimage. After turning in the air, it turned into a black hill phantasm of 80 meters high and fell down. Seeing this, the demonized Lan Shi only swayed slightly, and he easily avoided the hill. After a bang, a huge pit of several 10 meters deep appeared on the ground in front. Just when Lan Shi wanted to jump over the hill with a sneer and rush toward Lu Ming again, Lu Ming changed his gesture with a cold expression. A crimson light burst out from the small hill and appeared under Lan Shi, and it exploded with a fire wave that swallowed Lan Shi. It turned out that Lu Ming quietly hid the crimson flying sword into the ground nearby. With the cover of the heavy water droplet, he unexpectedly made a gesture to explode it. Lan Shi was unprepared, so he could only urge the demonic chi on his body to resist in a hurry. The crimson firelight and black demonic chi intertwined in the air, turning into an amazing black and red flame pillar. He let out several furious roars. Lu Ming didn't mean to stop at all. As he chanted, he pointed into the air and golden light spots flickered around the flame pillar. The light spots turned into a golden sand curtain that curled up. Bang! Lan Shi suddenly rushed out of the flame pillar, and he punched the sand and scattered it. Whoosh! A golden figure suddenly flashed out behind him and hugged him tightly. It was the golden armor rune soldier that was transformed by the yellow turban soldier talisman. The sand curtain that had been dissipated suddenly turned into a set of golden chains, and it instantly bound the demonized Lan Shi firmly. Even though Lan Shi was struggling desperately in surprise, he now had only one arm and was double bound by the chain formed by the golden armor rune soldier and golden fallen sand. He was held on the spot for a while. At the same time, Lu Ming moved forward with a series of afterimages. After he retrieved the heavy water droplet with two hands, then he grasped and black gas rolled out from his body. It turned into the two black mist dragons and the giant tiger. He launched both punches, which left a trail of elusive phantasms at Lan Shi. After a continuous loud noise, the demonized Lan Shi flew out like a kite with a broken string. At the same time, Lu Ming groaned as his figure flicked. He appeared in front of Lan Shi. After his arm turned blurred, his punch holding the heavy water droplet flashed and smashed at the opponent's body. He then bounced backward, leaving the heavy water droplet inside the opponent's body. The demonized Lan Shi screamed, trying to forcibly stand firm, but at this moment, the heavy water droplet inside his body burst into a cluster of black light. Even the demonized Lan Shi's physical body was extremely tough. Facing this attack from inside his body, he instantly burst into a bloody rain and died. The demonic chi also disappeared along with him. Seeing this, Lu Ming let out a sigh of relief. For the first time, a smile appeared on his face. Although he was seriously injured, this time was the first time that he truly defeated the demonized Lan Shi in more than 100 matches and finally survived. Although this fierce battle still had a lot of fluke elements in it, it still showed that his actual combat capability had been amazingly improved. After closing his eyes, there was a buzz in his divine thought. Time flies quickly. Another 2 years had passed in an instant. In the past 2 years, Lu Ming had fought with the demonized Lan Shi through elusive demonic pupil more than 200 times. Until the last dozens of duels, Lu Ming, who had greatly improved his actual combat experience, had managed to narrowly win 1 out of 10 matches and perish together with Lan Shi for 2 matches. As for the remaining 7 games, he could also deal with the demonized Lan Shi through various means for more than dozens of rounds. On this day, Lu Ming was sitting cross-legged, recalling the flaws and mistakes in the previous battle with the demonized Lan Shi in his mind. There was a wave of fluctuations in the mysterious space all of a sudden, then there was another buzz in his ears. As he fainted, he had already appeared in the secret room of the cave house. Bone Scorpion and Demon Flying Skull also appeared beside him. At this time, the mysterious bubble in his spiritual sea had disappeared, and the sandglass on the celestial tablet was turned upside down again, and the sand on it began to drip down slowly. With a movement in Lu Ming's mind, he immediately felt a stream of extremely pure spiritual power surged out of the spiritual sea. He immediately closed his eyes solemnly and made a gesture to adjust his breath. It was not the first time that Bone Scorpion and Demon Flying Skull saw this situation, and they waited quietly. After about an hour, Lu Ming's expression moved. He finally opened his eyes again with a relaxed expression. Master. When Lu Ming woke up, Bone Scorpion and Demon Flying Skull cried out with joy. It's okay, you two also got a lot of benefits this time. Alright, you two go in first. Lu Ming replied with a chuckle, then he slapped the leather bag on his waist, releasing a black light that retrieved Bone Scorpion and Demon Flying Skull. After instructing the two to continue to cultivate in the soul-recovering bag, he checked his body with mental power to feel the remaining spiritual power in his body. Although it was purer than before, his cultivation had also regressed from the condensation period later stage to the intermediate stage. This made him laugh wryly. It seemed that he had to restore his spiritual power as soon as possible at the following time. Fortunately, his level of refining cold condensing pills had reached a very high level. As long as he kept taking this elixir, his cultivation would be recovered quickly. Thinking of this, Lu Ming calmed his mood and 2 storage talismans appeared in his hand. As he scanned with divine thought, one of them was empty. The elixirs, that he refined in the mysterious space before, disappeared after coming to the outside world. The other storage talisman contained several alchemy materials prepared for refining the cold condensing pill and golden Yuan pill. They were still intact. He immediately left the secret room and went to the stone chamber used for alchemy. In the stone chamber, Lu Ming gently poured a small bottle of pale silver liquid into the pill cauldron with a calm face, then he took out a handful of medicinal materials and threw them in. After that, he closed the cauldron cover. Every movement of him appeared calm and unhurried. In the mysterious space, he had done this series of movements countless times. He had already mastered such a skill. After doing all this, he stretched out a finger to point at the cauldron. A silver light flashed and a red flame was ignited under the cauldron. As time passed, a faint medicinal fragrance began to spread gently. Lu Ming sniffed slightly and he felt refreshed. A look of joy appeared in his eyes. After about a day of work, the medicinal fragrance gradually changed from light to rich. When the fragrance of the medicine reached a certain level, Lu Ming's eyes flashed as he changed the gesture in his hand. The crimson flame under the cauldron was extinguished instantly. Open! He shouted softly as he launched a symbol, accurately hitting the cauldron. After the silver cauldron trembled slightly, the cauldron cover floated up on its own. As a white smoke rose up, a scent of fragrance came in. 2 thumb-sized silvery cold condensing pill was lying quietly in the pill cauldron. Chapter 522, Selling Elixir. Chapter 522, Selling Elixir. Lu Ming waved one hand and the elixir fell firmly into his hands. At a glance, there are no elixir patterns on these 2 elixirs. According to his experience in refining the cold condensing pills, The purity should be between 50% and 60%. A hint of regret flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He simply put the elixir aside, then he flicked his sleeve to clean up the medicinal dregs in the cauldron before starting the next round of refining. At this moment, if an alchemist saw this situation, he would be furious. This was a cold condensing pill. Just successfully refining a pill would make them happy. Lu Ming actually disliked the quality of the elixir. After more than 20 days, Lu Ming ran out of materials in his hands. He refined a dozen cold condensing pills and 3 golden Yuan pills. He was quite pleased to look at the glittering elixir in front of him, which was the cold condensing pill with a silvery elixir pattern. It was a pellet-grade elixir. Being able to refine pellet-grade elixir showed that he had reached the level of Middle Sky Continent's so-called alchemy master in the refining of the cold condensing pill and the golden Yuan pill. Even some of the Tai Ching sect's alchemy masters couldn't easily refine these 2 elixirs. As soon as Lu Ming thought of this, he couldn't help feeling a little proud and emotional. He was playing with the pellet-grade elixir in his hand while thinking about how to use these elixirs. With the dozen of cold condensing pills, if he consumed all of them, his spiritual power would be increased greatly. It was even possible to get him back to the condensation period later stage. However, after thinking twice, he gave up on this idea and decided not to take these elixirs first. Instead, he wanted to sell them for spirit stones, then he would buy a lot of alchemy materials to continue refining. In this case, after repeating it several times, the price difference between this was enough to make a lot of spirit stone. He didn't have to worry about lacking spirit stones from then on. Both cold condensing pill and golden Yuan pill were things that condensation period cultivators were looking for. Once he put them for sale, he never had to worry about not being able to find a buyer. Of course, this was because he had mysterious bubbles that could purify spiritual power. He didn't have to worry about the side effect of the elixir impurities and overconsumption would do to his cultivation and breaking through the bottleneck. If it was an ordinary cultivator, even if he had such financial resources, he would not dare to consume elixirs like this. Since Lu Ming had a plan in mind, he put down the elixirs and stored them into a storage talisman. In the following time, he did not leave the cave house immediately, but he began to carefully comprehend the 3rd level of the Tiger Dragon Hell prison. After all, elixir was only external support. The most important thing was his own cultivation. 1 month later. In Lu Ming's sea of consciousness, the black classic flashed and turned into a black mist that slowly dissipated. His mind then exited the sea of consciousness, but his face showed a depressed expression and he was frowning. This time, it took Lu Ming more than a month to fully comprehend the 3rd level. According to the classic, the difficulty of training the 3rd level of the Tiger Dragon Hell prison was far harder than the first 2 levels. The first level exercise only required some ordinary yin qi, and the 2nd level only needed to train with some external force. For the 3rd level, not only was it slow to train, when the cultivator reached the middle stage, he also needed a vigorous natural wind to cleanse his body in order to achieve great succession. Although the Tianfeng cave that produced this kind of gang positive wind was of great benefit to those who cultivated body and wind attribute spells, it was formed naturally. Even with the power of the Tai Ching sect, one could only choose a special terrain in Thousand Spirit Mountain and build a place with great magical powers. However, the amount of contribution points needed was far beyond the 5-element spirit cave. Even so, only the inner disciple was eligible to use it. Although the vigorous wind was effective in cleansing the body, it still had a corrosive force that was harmful to the human body. If one was corroded by it for a long time, it would cause a hidden injury. Therefore, according to the classic of the Tiger Dragon Hell prison, every time the cultivator entered the Tianfeng cave, the cultivator must be blessed by a kind of mystic arts cast by the sect elder to reduce the harmful effect of this wind. When Lu Ming saw this, he suddenly realized something. In this way, even if someone outside the sect learned the technique of Tiger Dragon Hell prison, if he was not a Tai Ching sect disciple, he would not be able to cultivate this technique to a high level at all. Not only this method, the high-ranked techniques in the Tai Ching sect would most likely have some restriction when cultivating. And if he really wanted to cultivate the 3rd level of Tiger Dragon Hell prison, he really needed to become an inner disciple first. So, the most urgent task was to improve his strength first so that he could enter the finals in the major competition or go directly to the Void Spirit Tower. As for Lu Ming's current situation, he could take the cold condensing pill to speed up his progress. 4 other ways to improve quickly: he needed to consider cultivating several mystic arts and magical powers and also sacrificial refining the 9 Skulls shield into a magic weapon. As long as he completed the 36th enchantment of the 9 Skulls shield, The shield would become a prototype of a magic weapon. His strength would be greatly increased. Previously, according to flame cultivation scripture, he had prepared a lot of materials needed for refining the last enchantment. The remaining materials could be collected from the market if he spent more spirit stones. In this way, these two imperatives required a lot of spirit stone to complete. After thinking carefully, Lu Ming immediately stood up and walked to the door of the cave house. 2 hours later, a black cloud landed at the entrance of the market. After a flash, a man with an ordinary face in a green robe appeared. It was Lu Ming. However, he has changed his figure and appearance through bone-changing technique, and he also replaced his clothes with a green robe. Lu Ming watched the bustling crowd in the market, and he slightly felt up and down in his heart. Although he had been here several times, he came here to buy things. This time he was here to sell items, so his mood was naturally different. Lu Ming quickly came to the market's East Street. This place was relatively unfamiliar to him. He had been to West Street and South Street several times, and many people should recognize him. To avoid unnecessary troubles, he chose to run further a bit. It was safer to visit some unfamiliar shops. After strolling a little bit, he immediately walked into a general material shop. Sitting behind the counter was a woman in red clothes who seemed to be in her 20s. She was slightly fat, with a few small freckles on her face, and her appearance was very ordinary. "This fellow friend, what do you want to buy?" The shop was relatively deserted. There wasn't any customer here. The woman in red clothes saw Lu Ming walk in and immediately stood up with a smile. Lu Ming looked around, then he walked to the counter. "Shopkeeper, are you buying elixir?" Lu Ming said with a slight smile. "Elixir? We do. What elixir do you want to sell?" The woman in red clothes' eyes lit up, then she nodded immediately. Lu Ming smiled slightly and took out a storage amulet from his waist. With a flick, he took out a square jade box from it and handed it forward. The woman in red clothes took the jade box and opened the lid, only to see 3 elixirs lying quietly in it. A lingering medicinal fragrance spread out. Seeing this woman felt joy in her heart. Just with this strong medicinal fragrance, the purity of this elixir was certainly not low. After some examination, she suddenly remembered something, and her eyes suddenly lit up. Cold condensing pill. The woman in red clothes looked at Lu Ming in surprise. Her tone was a little excited. "Shopkeeper really has a keen eye. It is exactly this pill. I wonder if you are buying it?" Lu Ming said lightly. The cold condensing pill was rare, but because the main ingredient was green condensing fruit, the medicinal fragrance was delicate and slightly spicy. Anyone who was familiar with elixir could recognize it at a glance. The cold condensing pill is very helpful to the condensation period cultivator in enhancing spiritual power, and it is extremely difficult to refine. It is a rare elixir. We are buying it, of course. The woman in red clothes took another look at the jade box, and her fiery eyes were obvious. Lu Ming glanced at the woman in red clothes strangely, and he couldn't help but wonder a little. When general merchants buy items, even if they want something, they will find some excuses to belittle the item so that they can lower the price. However, this woman in red clothes spoke of the advantages of the cold condensing pill, which baffled Lu Ming. He did not know that the woman in red clothes was now at the condensation period intermediate stage, and her cultivation had reached the bottleneck. She urgently needed the help of elixir that could improve her spiritual power. So as she saw the cold condensing pill, she was delighted and told the benefits of it subconsciously. This was also because this woman was young and she didn't have any scheme. If it was an experienced merchant, he wouldn't make such a mistake. "In that case, please give me a price. If I'm okay with it, I will sell it here." Lu Ming gently touched the counter with his finger and said casually. When the woman in red clothes heard the words, a hesitant expression appeared on her face. After pondering for a moment, she quoted a price. 15,000 spirit stones. The woman in red clothes glanced at Lu Ming, and she immediately added, "The price is already very high. You should know that the general elixirs of the condensation period can usually be bought with thousands of spirit stones." Lu Ming listened to this price and he pondered. "Well, since this is the first time you come to our shop, I will offer 16,000 spirit stones." Seeing this, the woman in red clothes felt a little anxious. In order to buy this cold condensing pill, she didn't hesitate to add 1,000 spirit stones. After hearing the new offer, Lu Ming smiled and nodded. This price was already much higher than his expectations. Seeing Lu Ming's consent, the woman in red clothes felt at ease. She then took out a cloth bag and pushed it over while she kept the jade box with joy. Lu Ming scanned the cloth bag with divine thought. After confirming that the number of spirit stones in it was correct, he nodded and collected them. Chapter 523, Cangman Mountain. Chapter 523, Cangman Mountain. Fellow friend, may I ask if you still have this cold condensing pill in your hand? If you have it, it's better to sell it to our shop. I believe no one in this market will pay a higher price than me. The woman in red clothes looked at Lu Ming with fiery eyes as she said expectantly. You must be joking. I took a lot of effort to get these 3 cold condensing pills. If it weren't because I'm in need of spirit stones, I won't sell them no matter how. Lu Ming's muscles twitched to show a regretful expression. That's why. Then I'm really expecting too much. The woman in red clothes was slightly disappointed. My name is Yen Hong, but if you have any elixir to sell in the future, you can come to our shop. You won't be disappointed. The woman added after thinking about it. Lu Ming nodded and did not say anything. He quickly left after that. Not long after, his figure appeared in front of another shop. 2 hours later, there was no more elixir left on his body, but he got 200,000 spirit stones instead. The popularity of cold condensing pill and golden Yuan pill was far beyond his expectations. Among them, the pellet-grade elixir alone sold for an amazing price of 50,000 spirit stones. To avoid unnecessary trouble, he sold these elixirs in several shops in batches, selling 3 or 4 each time. It was to prevent drawing attention from people. But even so, the actual situation was still somewhat against his will. He couldn't help feeling a little heavy as he thought of the overjoyed expression of the shop owner who bought the pellet-grade elixir and his eager words that repeatedly asked which alchemy master refined this pill. Since he intended to sell these 2 types of elixir in large quantities, judging from the situation today, it was no longer appropriate to sell directly in the Taiching Sect's market. The only solution for the present was to choose another remote market outside the sect. Once it attracted the attention of others, the consequences could be serious. After Lu Ming quietly changed his body shape and face, he used all the spirit stones in his hand to purchase the green condensing fruit and other auxiliary materials needed for refining the cold condensing pill. As for the main material of the golden Yuan pill, the golden Yuan beast essence core, he couldn't get it for now, so he gave up temporarily. After he finished all this, he bought a detailed map of the surrounding area of Thousand Spirit Mountain and quickly returned to the cave house. In the next 10 days he refined more than 30 cold condensing pills in one shot. He even got 2 pellet-grade elixirs. These elixirs looked very gratifying, but if he wanted to sell them he still needed to plan. Lu Ming immediately took out the map he bought from the market and studied it carefully. In order to save time he didn't choose the market that was too far, but if it was too close people might suspect it. This was quite contradictory. After careful consideration he came up with a way. Half an hour later, a black cloud landed silently on the door of Xian Hall. After a figure flashed, Lu Ming appeared outside the hall. After stroking the cuff with one hand, he walked in calmly. The outer hall of Xian Hall was still crowded with people as always. Lu Ming mingled among the disciples to search for missions on the Xian notice. The missions of this outer notice were still some ordinary missions with spirit stone as a reward, which was naturally not important for him, but he did not come here for contribution points this time. After 10 minutes, his eyes lit up and he raised the token without hesitation. A white light flashed into the token. This mission was to go to an affiliated family of the Taiching sect to help its people defeat the 2 powerful ghost creatures that suddenly appeared nearby. According to the evaluation of the mission, these 2 ghost creatures should have reached the condensation period intermediate stage. Lu Ming glanced at the token in his hand. After inquiring a few words from a deputy on the side of the stone platform, he turned around and walked out of the hall calmly. A sturdy young man nearby, who also wore an outer disciple costume, couldn't help but glance at Lu Ming's back with a little surprise. The mission that Lu Ming had accepted was to defeat ghost creatures in the Cangman mountain, which was far away from the sect. This mission had appeared on the Xian notice for a few days. Not only was it far away, but the reward was only a meager 20,000 spirit stones, so no one bothered about it. It was unexpected that this fellow in the outer courtyard would take this mission. After the young man shook his head, he quickly forgot about the matter. After turning his eyes, he put his mind on the Xian notice again. A few days later, Lu Ming, dressed in a green robe, flew to the teleportation hall. The main hall was built in the middle of a mountain and looked quite wide. It had the size of more than 10 acres. In the green hall, dozens of teleportation arrays were shining with various colors. There were big and small arrays. Each teleportation array had a nameplate written with the names of places around the Tai Yin sect. A Tai Yin sect's deputy disciple in blue and white clothing stood beside each teleportation array. From time to time, people came in and out of these teleportation arrays. This caused constant buzzing and colorful light overflowing in the hall, which looked quite spectacular. This was the first time Lu Ming came here. Seeing such a scene, he couldn't help feeling a bit conflicted. Tai Yin sect was one of the 4 ancient sects of the human race. The large and complete facilities in the clan were far from comparable to the small clan of savage ghost sect. He strolled a little in the hall, and he soon found a small teleportation array. "Senior fellow apprentice, do you want to use the teleportation array?" The deputy disciple next to the array saw Lu Ming's outer disciple costume, and he smiled and asked. Lu Ming nodded, took out his identity token and shook it slightly. A small white light showed the place where the mission was at. The teleportation array here could be used by all the disciples of the Tai Yin sect as long as they spend a certain amount of contribution points, but if teleportation was required for a sect mission, it could be used for free. After taking a glance at the task location marked on the token, the deputy disciple nodded, took out a jade tablet, and launched a white symbol at the array. After Lu Ming strode into the array, the deputy disciple launched another symbol. The teleportation array suddenly emitted a dazzling white light and made a low buzzing sound. After shaking for a while, Lu Ming's figure disappeared into the array. The next moment after the white light flashed, when Lu Ming could see clearly again, he was already in a gloomy hall. Like the Tai Yin sect teleportation hall, this place was also built with green boulders, but the area was significantly smaller by a dozen times. But even so, Lu Ming clearly felt the faint fluctuations of spiritual power in the spirit patterns on the walls of the main hall. In the hall, a middle-aged man in Tai Yin sect costumes was sitting there. There was no one else other than him. This middle-aged man also exuded the aura of the condensation period. He saw Lu Ming teleporting over, but he only nodded slightly. His expression was very cold. "Senior fellow apprentice, I'm from the Piaohong courtyard. May I ask how far it is from Cangman Mountain and how do I get there?" Lu Ming stepped off the teleportation array, cupped his fist to the middle-aged man and asked. "To the west, 30,000 miles away." The middle-aged man frowned slightly, showing a trace of impatience on his face, but he still replied coldly. Lu Ming wasn't bothered by it. He asked 2 more questions. After receiving the answer, he thanked the middle-aged man, turned around and walked out of the green stone hall. As soon as he walked out of the hall, Lu Ming was slightly startled. This green stone hall was actually built on the top of a lofty mountain that was surrounded by green mountains. It could be said that the mountains were verdant and full of vitality. Of course, to put it another way, there was no one inhabited. There was only a wilderness here. Staying in such a place for a long time, anyone would become extremely cold. Lu Ming suddenly felt sympathy for the deputy disciple who was dispatched here. After shaking his head, he estimated the direction and flew toward the west. A few days later, Lu Ming finally came to a small continuous mountain range. Before coming here, he habitually checked a lot of records about this place. Cangman Mountain's name had a man, which means savage in Chinese, which was worthy of the name. In addition to the good scenery here, the sights could be described as a barren scene. Not only was the spirit very thin, but there were also no special mineral deposits and spiritual medicine. As he traveled all the way here, he rarely saw any human city. It was extremely desolate. Although Lu Ming was a little wondering why there were still families here, he still wanted to finish the mission first. Not long after, he came to a high mountain peak. Above the mountain peaks, there was a layer of misty yellow mist. It was obviously a large mountain protecting illusion array that covered the scenery behind. But with Lu Ming's eyesight, he could vaguely see the building's shadow inside. It should be this place, right? After Lu Ming murmured, he released a huge fireball into the sky and it exploded in the air. In less than a moment, a black spot flashed out of the mountain. It was a huge black eagle that flew out quickly. On the eagle's back, there were 2 young men in yellow clothes, both of whom had spirit apostle stage. When they saw Lu Ming, the 2 looked at each other. A look of caution flashed in their eyes. They cupped their fists and asked, "May I know who are you? Why are you coming to our Su family fortress?" "I'm Tai Yin sect's disciple. I'm here because of the order of the sect," Lu Ming said lightly. "Tai Yin sect? Senior, do you have the certificate of the Tai Yin sect's disciple?" The 2 young men were taken aback when they heard this. The older young man quickly bowed and said respectfully, After Lu Ming left the teleportation hall, in order to avoid trouble, he changed his Tai Yin Sect's clothes. At this moment he only wore an ordinary green shirt, and his appearance was unremarkable. No wonder the two would be suspicious. Lu Ming's eyes flashed when he heard the words, but there was a thunderous voice from the opposite mountain before he could say anything. Presumptuous. In front of the Tai Yin Sect's disciple, don't talk nonsense. As soon as the voice sounded, a yellow cloud appeared in the sky opposite, and a tall old man stood vaguely above it. Chapter 524, Su Family Fortress. Chapter 524, Su Family Fortress. The yellow cloud came near to Lu Ming and the others for a few breaths. A tall old man standing above the cloud had a majestic face. He was obviously accustomed to giving orders, glared at the two young men, then saluted Lu Ming and said apologetically, "Sir Envoy, these juniors have little knowledge, please forgive us if we have offended you." "It's fine. Ignorance can be forgiven. May I know if you are the Su family's patriarch Changyang?" Lu Ming naturally wouldn't care about these trivial things. He said with a slight smile. "Sir Envoy really has a keen eye. I'm the patriarch of the Su family." The tall old man's face was stiff. He was surprised in his mind. For a while, he didn't want to understand how the person before him could see through his identity. Lu Ming smiled slightly. Judging from the condensation state cultivation and the tone of reprimanding the two Su family disciples, how could he not guess the other's identity? As for his identity as the Tai Yin Sect disciple, most of it was because the other party had received the news in advance that someone had accepted the mission. They might even know his appearance. Otherwise, no one would simply come out to greet immediately. The two young men on the Black Eagle hurriedly stepped forward to bow in fear. At the command of the tall old man, they immediately went back to report the news. Not long after, the enchantment outside on the mountain fluctuated, slowly opening a passage. "Sir Envoy, please go to the castle first." Su Changyang saw this and he immediately stopped the chatter and made a polite gesture with one hand. Lu Ming was not polite. After nodding, he floated into the passage. After flying for 100 meters more, a yellow brilliance flashed in front of him, revealing a rather magnificent tall castle-like building below. The highest point of the castle was more than 300 meters. It was surrounded by layers of shadowy buildings. The outermost part was a tall city wall which enclosed most of the mountain peaks in the middle. "Our place is very simple. Sir Envoy, please don't feel weird," Su Changyang said to Lu Ming while guiding Lu Ming to the door of the inner hall of the ancient castle. "You are being polite, Master Su," Lu Ming responded calmly. After a while, the two of them landed on the ground. Several old men in yellow clothes had already stood at the gate and greeted them. "This should be Sir Envoy of the Tai Yin Sect. I'm Su Yunjin, the great elder of my people. Please forgive me for not being able to welcome you." The one who spoke was a skinny old man with yellow beard and hair. The people behind him seemed to regard him as the leader. "You fellow Taoists are polite. I'm here to complete the mission posted by the Su family." Lu Ming glanced around, smiled and cupped his fists. At the same time he took out the outer disciple identity token and threw over. "So Envoy Lu is the outer disciple of the Tai Yin Sect. You must be able to advance to the crystallization period very soon. Come in. I'll introduce the elders of my Su family." The skinny old man took the token and inspected it a little. His yellow eyes flashed before returning the token with laughter. After then, Su Changyang began to introduce everyone present to him. The elders of Su family were all cultivators of the condensation period. The skinny old man had the highest cultivation, which was the condensation period intermediate stage. Several other people, including Patriarch Su Changyang, were all in the early stage. Although these people were all in a peaceful state, as Lu Ming scanned with divine thought, he discovered that, except for the clan leader Su family, all the blood of the people present were surging. There was also a hint of black gas on their faces. They were clearly seriously injured. After some chatters, Lu Ming walked into the lobby of the castle surrounded by several elders. After the guests were seated separately, a maidservant served the tea. This yellow dew tea is a specialty of our Cangman mountain. Although it was not a top-grade spirit tea, it was still sweet and moist and has a long aftertaste. "Sir Envoy, please enjoy the tea." The patriarch of the Su family sat opposite Lu Ming and smiled as he said, "Tea can be drunk slowly." However, the sect mission said that two powerful ghost creatures appeared nearby. "Do you know what the specific situation is?" Lu Ming picked up the teacup and took a sip, then spoke. When the Su family members heard this question, they couldn't help but glance at each other with embarrassment. I didn't expect Sir Envoy to be an impatient person too. In fact, even if the Sir didn't ask, I still have to say it. Seeing this, the skinny old man coughed slightly and answered. This is the case. Our Su family originally had a vein mine in the east of the Cangman mountain. For more than 100 years, we had been mining some ordinary ores, but nothing major had happened. But 2 months ago, 2 of our disciples went missing when they were patrolling the mine. We looked for them for a few days but we found nothing. At first we just thought they went to other places so we didn't put attention on it. But a few days later 2 more junior disciples disappeared in the mining area. One of them was the spirit apostle later stage cultivator, and this incident naturally alarmed us. After some investigation we found that 2 powerful ghost creatures of the condensation period intermediate stage appeared out of nowhere and sucked the essence of those disciples. Naturally, our Su family would not allow this situation to happen, so we gathered a group of people to slaughter the ghost creatures. I was also there. It was unfortunate that these 2 ghost creatures are too powerful. After a fight we were severely injured. At a critical moment, I was able to cast a strange treasure of my family and finally escaped. As the skinny old man said until here, the Su family members all showed helpless expressions. Lu Ming's expression remained unchanged after hearing the words, and he did not say anything as if to wait for the old man to continue speaking. The 2 ghost creatures are still entrenched in the mining area so far. We had to temporarily seal off the mineral vein. Our strength alone is really helpless against such a serious incident, so we can only ask for Sir Envoy of the Tai Yin Sect to help. The skinny old man smiled self-deprecatingly, then he finally and slowly spoke of the reason for posting the mission. In that case you only saw 2 ghost creatures. Is it possible that there is a third one? Lu Ming suddenly asked after hesitating for a while. This shouldn't be the case. When we fought those 2 ghost creatures that day we only managed to barely escape. If they had accomplices, we wouldn't be able to escape so easily. The skinny old man thought about it for a while, then he replied. Su Caiyang also nodded repeatedly. Lu Ming also felt that it was reasonable. As far as he knows, ghost creatures usually like to suck the essence of living people to nurture themselves. One spirit apostle was worth dozens of mortals. If the 2 ghost creatures had other companions, they wouldn't simply let these condensation period cultivator go. I don't know what the appearance of the 2 ghost creatures are. I have some understanding of ghost creatures. Maybe I can infer the origin of the ghost creatures. Lu Ming touched his chin and asked thoughtfully. He really knew a lot about ghost creatures. The previous Savage Ghost sect was a sect that specialized in studying these ghost creatures. In the Night Parade of 100 Demons, left by Grandmaster Luan in the Savage Ghost sect classics, it recorded all 108 kinds of ghost creatures. When these 2 ghost creatures fight they cast a large amount of ghost mist. They are especially good at hiding their tracks and launching surprise attacks so we couldn't see their true looks. The skinny old man said with a blush. After hearing this, Lu Ming was speechless for a while. These Su family elders are really useless. It's fine if they can't fight, but they couldn't even see the look of the ghost creatures before escaping. It seems that their actual combat ability is definitely not too high. Although the ghost creatures are powerful, if Sir Envoy fights them together with our help, we can definitely defeat them. Please rest assured that although our Su family can't rival those big families, our warehouse still have the rare materials that our ancestors left. If you don't mind, you can pick a few after defeating these ghost creatures. The patriarch of the Su family said quickly after seeing Lu Ming contemplating. Lu Ming was slightly startled when he heard the words and he quickly understood it. These Su family elders were afraid that he would back off when he heard that the opponents were too powerful. Su Caiyang was really worried at this time. Although the Su family was also under the Tai Yin sect, the family had long since fallen. Their resources were really scarce. After something like this happened, they asked the Tai Yin sect for help, but they had spent the remaining spirit stones to heal the injured people. So, they could only offer 20,000 spirit stones as rewards for the mission, which was really shabby. If Lu Ming really backed off, no other Tai Yin sect disciples would probably come. At this moment, seeing that Lu Ming seemed to be hesitant, although the Su family's patriarch was still very unwilling to give away the materials, he had no choice but to offer them. Don't worry, since I have accepted the mission, I will naturally complete it. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain it to the clan after returning. Lu Ming said with his eyes flashing a few times, but he said with slight smile. That's great. Sir Envoy must be tired from traveling from afar. Please take a rest today. The mission is not in a hurry, it won't be too late to do it tomorrow. There will be a banquet in the mansion in the evening, I hope you can join. Su family's patriarch was relieved and said with a smile on his face. The other elders, including the skinny old man, also looked relieved. Lu Ming was really tired all the way, so he did not refuse. After leaving everyone under the lead of a servant, he came to the guest room prepared by Su family. He then sat cross-legged and rested. As for the banquet, he naturally rejected it indirectly. Early the next morning, Lu Ming, accompanied by another middle-aged elder with a scholar look, left the Su family fortress and flew to the mineral vein of the Cangman mountain. Elder Su family originally wanted to gather all people and go together, but Lu Ming politely declined. The two ghost creatures of the condensation period intermediate stage were not his concern at all. Chapter 525, Green Face Ghos. Chapter 525, Green Face Ghos. At the same time, in a side hall in Su family fortress, the Su family's patriarch and several elders were gathering here, discussing something. Elder brother, this time Sir Lu only brings Su Yi in. Will there be any accidents? You must know that the two ghost creatures are very powerful. If anything happens to this person, the Tai Yin sect puts the blame on us. Su Caiyang said to the skinny old man with worries. This probably won't happen, right? Since this person is so conceited, he should have some skills. Moreover, Su Yi is a cautious person. His 5-star shield defensive ability is quite good. Even if they can't defeat the ghost creatures, they should be able to retreat safely. The skinny old man touched his beard and said slowly. It may be that this person's comforting words played a role. The other elders had all calmed down. Obviously they also had this concern before. The skinny old man smiled bitterly. How was he not worried about this? Previously, he scanned through divine thought and found that Lu Ming, like him, was only a condensation period intermediate stage cultivator. But since Lu Ming insisted, he couldn't go against his will. If he triggered this person, it would be bad. Caiyang passed down the order. Activate all enchantments of Su family fortress. In addition, release all red eyes vultures and pay close attention to the movement of the mining area. If the situation is bad, we can't ignore Mr. Lu's request and must rush over immediately. After the skinny old man pondered, he said to the Su family's patriarch. It is safer with this move. Su Caiyang readily agreed and he immediately ordered. Just when everyone in Su family was worried, Lu Ming and Su Yi had already arrived at the Su family's mineral vein in the east of the Cangman mountain. The mineral vein here was located in a valley. The surrounding mountains were full of traces of excavation. There were some damaged woods and rubbles on the ground. After walking for about half an hour, the two came to a mine that was several 10 meters in size. Some thick logs were randomly set up at the entrance of the mine. Looking into the cave, it was dark inside. The mine seemed to extend deep into the ground. Mr. Lu, those two ghost creatures are hidden in the depths of this mine. Su Yi, dressed as a scholar, took a look at the depths of the dark cave and his eyes twitched. Lu Ming nodded when he heard the words, then he stepped into the cave. The two ghost creatures are elusive, please be careful. The middle-aged scholar hesitated for a while and he still reminded. It's fine, I know it in my mind. Lu Ming looked back at the person, smiled slightly and walked in first. The middle-aged scholar gritted his teeth, clasped a small shield in his hand and hurriedly followed. The tunnel of the entire mine was winding and rugged. It continuously extended diagonally to the underground. A piece of fluorescent stone was inlaid every short distance on the tunnel, so the light here is not too dim, but both of them were cultivators of the condensation period. Even in the dark, they could release divine thought to distinguish the road. The two of them walked for about a quarter of an hour, and they had gone deep into the underground for tens of meters. There is a lot of Yin air in the mine here. This mine should be producing Yin attribute ores, right? Lu Ming released divine thought to scan around, faintly feeling a trace of Yin chi in the air here, and he asked lightly. Sir is right. We recently discovered a Yin ink mineral vein in the depths of the mine. It was originally being mined before the incident. The middle-aged scholar looked a little nervous, and used divine thought to explore the surroundings without stopping. Oh, it's no wonder the two ghost creatures are entrenched in the depths of the mineral vein. Lu Ming smiled slightly. He glanced in the darkness ahead and stretched out his hand to pat the stone wall by the side. The two walked for a while and a fork appeared at the end of the tunnel ahead. Under the guidance of the middle-aged scholar, the two of them walked to the right. After a few turns, the ceiling of the cave, which was originally tens of meters high, gradually became only 10 meters high, and the surrounding Yin chi became thicker too. We have entered the range of activities of the two ghost creatures. The middle-aged scholar reminded him. At the same time he turned his hand and took out an emerald green talisman. Lu Ming, who was next to him, suddenly moved before he finished speaking. Su Yi was thrown back for several 10 meters after feeling tight on his shoulder. At the same time, a Yin wind whizzed past in front of him. A black ghost hand that appeared quietly at no time, almost brushed past his body. Besiege. The ghost hand clawed out 5 black lines in the air. The nearby wall had 5 deep claw marks like it was tofu. Thank you, Brother Lu. Only then did the scholar react. He thanked Lu Ming again and again. His face was pale and his back was covered with cold sweat. If it were for Lu Ming giving him a hand, he might be dead without protection. Lu Ming seemed to not hear him. He looked forward with a grim expression. In the tunnel ahead, a thick black fog appeared at some point. A tall and black shadow was in the black mist. A pair of big bloody eyes were very eye-catching, staring at Lu Ming. Ghost creature. As soon as the scholar saw the ghost in the black mist, he shouted in shock. He hurriedly crushed the talisman in his hand. A green egg-shaped light shield emerged from his body. As he chanted, the small shield in his hand enlarged and floated in front of him. Lu Ming raised his hand, launching several inch-size green wind blades. Meanwhile, he took out the small crimson sword in his other hand. The ghost figure shook slightly, and the black mist rolled down in front of him, condensing into a black gas wall. The wind blades flew into it but nothing happened. With a bang of the black air wall, it burst open on its own, turning into a billowing black mist that surged at Lu Ming and Su Yi. Seeing this, Lu Ming shook his wrist. After the crimson sword trembled slightly, a dazzling red sword light suddenly burst out from the tip of the sword. Go! He groaned. A scarlet sword light of 40 meters long instantly blasted out, piercing through the black mist. Whoosh! The red sword light passed through the mist without stopping, and it slashed straight at the ghost behind the wall. The ghost figure's bloody eyes looked frightened. It spat out thick black gas to temporarily block the sword light, then it turned into black wind and escaped. The sword light and black gas entangled and collapsed at the same time with a flash. Seeing this, Lu Ming frowned slightly but he did not pursue it. As the ghost had just escaped for more than 100 meters. On one side of the cave wall, it suddenly burst open. Dense green filaments were ejected from the wall. They turned into a large net and shrouded the ghost. The ghost was caught off guard and it was in the narrow mine. There was no way to dodge it. It could only scream and cast the black mist to wrap itself to defend the attack. Puff! As soon as the big green net disappeared in a flash, the ghost figure and the black gas around it were all trapped in the net. A quack of laughter came from the stone wall, then a black light flashed and a round head-like thing flew out of it. It was the demon flying skull. It turned out that after Lu Ming entered the mine, he casually patted on the wall to release demon flying skull and bone scorpion in secret. They hid in the dark and followed Lu Ming like a shadow. With the help of these two of the condensation period later stage, he was not afraid of two ghost creatures in his heart. Hearing the strange laughter of demon flying skull, Lu Ming smiled slightly. As he was about to fly over, he frowned and his figure disappeared in place. At the same time, another group of black mist had suddenly appeared behind him with a trace of afterimage. Mr. Lu, be careful, this is another ghost creature. After this series of changes happened, the scholar only reacted to it. Seeing Lu Ming barely avoided the sneak attack of another ghost figure, he couldn't help shouting in shock. He then waved one hand and took out a silver awl. Before Su family's elder cast his spiritual weapon, Lu Ming casually waved his hand to launch dense sword shadows. The shadows became a small mountain and rolled forward. As the scarlet sword shadow flickered, a howl immediately came out from the black mist. It was full of pain. An earth-shaking noise. Countless red lights shot out from the black mist and tore it apart, revealing the ghost creature inside. This ghost creature had a green face with fangs, a pair of red eyes like copper bells, fine and stubby hair and hook-like fingers. So it's a green-faced ghost. Lu Ming glanced and muttered to himself. There were many scars on this ghost. It was injured by that hit just now but it didn't bleed. There were only strands of black gas constantly emitting out of the wound. The green-faced ghost glared at Lu Ming with horror in its expression. It turned around wanting to escape deep into the cave. But at this moment, a giant pincer emerged from the ground in a purple flash and clamped the ghost creature's legs like lightning. The green-faced ghost was shocked. After a loud roar, its legs struggled desperately. Its ferocious claws also turned into a shadow and scratched the giant pincer. But after a burst of muffled sound, the silver giant pincer did not move at all. There weren't even any mark on the surface. In the next moment, a dark purple mist exuded from the giant pincer. As soon as it touched its legs, the skin quickly ulcerated and wilted. The green-faced ghost immediately uttered a scream. As the black gas rolled out, its claws magnified and launched a more insane attack on the giant pincer. It still didn't do anything at all. At this moment there was a swoosh. A fuzzy shadow instantly emerged from the ground behind the ghost creature. With just a blur, it penetrated through the back of its head. Chapter 526, Gan Lou Pearl. Chapter 526, Gan Lou Pearl. The green-faced ghost screamed, and black gas gushed out of the big hole in the back of it. It was Bone Scorpion's tail hook launching a quick attack under the ground. It easily succeeded with one blow. If it was an ordinary cultivator, it would die on the spot. But the ghost shook its upper body a few times, then it strangely turned its head in 80 degrees and screamed, letting out a sharp howl. As soon as the middle-aged scholar not far away heard this, his heart suddenly became hot. His chest was like being punched heavily, making him almost spit blood. 100 ghosts cry. Lu Ming's mind moved. He instantly remembered this ghost spell. Many high-level ghost creatures could cast such a spell. It could disrupt one's mind. If it was used unexpectedly in battle, it could reverse the blood flow of the opponent and disintegrate his spiritual power. It was a similar technique that he had seen in the fire spirit's howl. However, this level of ghost crying technique could affect him much. Instead, he flicked his sleeve as his face turned dark. A crimson rainbow flashed out, circled the ghost and flew back. Puff. The green-faced ghost's expression instantly solidified. Its upper body immediately slid to the ground, and its lower body also fell down after shaking slightly. At this moment in the distant cave there was a roar. The sound was from another ghost creature. Lu Ming turned his head and glanced lightly. At the end of the mine, the whole body of the other green-faced ghost was tightly entangled by countless green hair strands. The black mist around its body turned into several snake-shaped black shadows, tearing the green hair strands continuously, but it couldn't get rid of the hair strands no matter how it struggled. Demon Flying Skull seemed to have used some kind of magical power. It attached to the neck of the ghost, and its 3 heads were biting the ghost creature's vitals. This seemingly fierce green-faced ghost could still roar and struggle loudly in the net at first, but it became weak in just a few seconds. Its body then quickly shrank and dried up at a speed visible to the eyes. In a blink of an eye, it was rendered motionless in the net. Lu Ming nodded. His figure flickered and his sleeves flicked again. A red light flashed in the air, and the crimson flying sword had already pierced into the green-faced ghost's chest and came out from its back. After the icy sword light trembled, it borrowed the momentum in the air to dive down. A weird howl sounded. This green-faced ghost was cut in half by a sword, and the one who died couldn't die anymore. From the appearance of 2 green-faced ghosts to Lu Ming's easily killing them with the help of 2 spiritual pets, it was only a few minutes. From the beginning to the end, Lu Ming looked at ease as if he didn't use much strength at all. This naturally surprised and delighted middle-aged scholar. When Bone Scorpion and Demon Flying Skull retrieved their magical powers respectively and flew back to Lu Ming, the Su family's elder kept away his small shield, cupped his fist and said respectfully, "I really didn't know that, Mr. Lu is not only astonishing in strength, you even have these 2 powerful spiritual pets. It is really an eye-opening to me. If I see it correctly, the spiritual pets should be at the later stage of the condensation period, right? Zuzu, sir, is really worthy of being a Tai Yin Sect's disciple. With such powerful spiritual pets, I'm afraid you don't have to be afraid of those who are at the crystallization period or below. Sir has overpraised. I got these 2 spiritual pets by chance." Lu Ming replied with a faint smile, then he patted his waist. Bone Scorpion and Demon Flying Skull immediately turned into 2 black gas and rolled back into the leather bag. When the middle-aged scholar saw this, he bowed slightly and thanked him again. "This is my task, you don't have to thank me. If there isn't anything else, let's return." Lu Ming scanned around. After confirming that there were any abnormalities, he immediately said so. The middle-aged scholar naturally agreed without hesitation. So the 2 immediately returned through the same way. After getting out of the mine, they flew toward the Su family fortress. A few hours later, in the lobby of the Su family's hall, Lu Ming calmly sat on a chair. He was surrounded by several Su family's elders. Su Caiyang, who accompanied Lu Ming into the mine, was the same too. These Su family's cultivators had all learned from the middle-aged scholar about Lu Ming's powerful performance in the previous battle. After being excited, they naturally showed more respect for Lu Ming. "Envoy Lu, this is the reward we agreed. This time the envoy came all the way here to help us. I hereby thank Sir Envoy again on behalf of the Su family. In addition, these are some rare forging materials left by our ancestors. If Sir doesn't mind, you can pick a few." After a while, Su family's patriarch and the skinny old man walked from the back of the hall and put a bag of spirit stones on the table. The Su family's elder flicked his sleeve. After a flash of white light, there were a dozen more jade boxes beside the bag. "In this case, I will accept your kindness," Lu Ming said faintly when he saw this. He first kept away the bag with spirit stones, then he looked at these jade boxes. A quarter of an hour later, under the company of the Su family's cultivators, Lu Ming walked out of the hall, made a gesture and flew into the sky in black light. After a few seconds, he turned into a black spot and disappeared into the distant sky. The skinny old man breathed a sigh of relief, turned around and asked the middle-aged scholar again. "Seventh brother, you said that this person actually carried 2 ghost creatures of condensation period later stage with him? Are you sure you didn't see it wrong?" The skinny old man frowned and asked in a low voice. Replying to brother, "I have used divine thought to scan several times in the mine. I can confirm that both have the condensation period later stage. Not only that, Envoy Lu was also a sword cultivator, and his power is unfathomable. He almost killed the 2 green-faced ghosts one by one with simple moves. You and I know how powerful these 2 ghost creatures were." The middle-aged scholar dared not to neglect and hurriedly replied. "If what you say is true, this Envoy Lu isn't as simple as the condensation period intermediate stage. I think he must have deliberately concealed his cultivation level and did not want us to know it. Fortunately, we were respectful to him. Otherwise we might get into trouble. Since he left so hurriedly, he probably has other important matters. Never mind, this is no longer our concern." Su Caiyang replied with his face changing slightly. "This time Patriarch did a good job. We took out those materials for him to choose. It was considered as building a good relationship with this person. If this person can advance further, maybe he can become our Su family's backer in the Tai Yin sect in the future." The skinny old man sighed and walked into the hall with a wave of his sleeves. After hearing this, everyone in the Su family looked at each other and didn't have much to say. They also went into the hall. Lu Ming, who was already more than 100 miles away, naturally did not know what Su family had said after he left. He was playing with a thumb-sized emerald green pearl with a smile on his face. The name of this item was Gan Lou Pearl, which was crystallized from the excretion of a kind of strange insect, and it was extremely toxic. It was extremely rare. It was one of the auxiliary materials of refining the 9 Skulls shield. Lu Ming was naturally surprised to earn this unexpected gain. He put away the pearl and took out a map of the nearby area that he had prepared. After a while, he put the map away and flew in another direction. After flying all the way west for half a day, a seemingly ordinary lake appeared not far from Lu Ming. The lake was crystal clear, there were fish swimming by from time to time. There were also a few gray wild cranes flapping their wings and playing by the lake. Lu Ming landed by the lake. He then made a strange gesture in front of his chest, flipped his hand and tapped the space in front of him lightly. A black mist shot out. The air several 10 meters in front of him trembled slightly, stirring a layer of ripples. Then the scenery in front of Lu Ming suddenly became blurred. A lush green valley suddenly appeared, and some cultivators were flying into the valley from all directions. From time to time, there were a few escape lights flying out of the valley. This valley was the real destination of his trip, a remote market, Blue Lake Market, which was thousands of miles away from Tai Yin sect. After he took a look, he turned into a black escape light and flew into the valley. After half a day, Lu Ming walked out of the market with satisfaction. Although this Blue Lake Market wasn't big, it had a complete range of shops. Spiritual weapons, materials, talisman, etc. were all available. Lu Ming soon sold out the previously refined elixirs in batches. Perhaps because of the remoteness, the price of elixir here was 10% higher than that of the sect market, which also made him earn more. At this moment, the spirit stone on his body had reached more than 300,000 spirit stones. In the following time, he went to several shops in the market and spent tens of thousands of spirit stones to buy a large number of alchemy materials except green condensing fruit. After doing all this, he left the market and flew toward the Bluestone Palace where the teleportation array was located. More than 10 days later, in a shop of the Sect market, Lu Ming was carefully looking at more than 10 fist-sized green fruits in a white jade box. These fruits had a layer of green spirit patterns on the surface, and they exuded a fresh fragrance from time to time. They were a batch of green condensing fruits that had the maturity for nearly 300 years. Most of the green condensing fruits he purchased before were about 200 years old. Seeing these 300-year-old green condensing fruits, he couldn't help but be moved. The difference in the year of the main material of alchemy would directly affect the quality of the final pill, let alone the difference in 100 years. "I want all of these, how much is it?" Lu Ming asked calmly. "A total of 80,000 spirit stones." A graceful middle-aged woman looked at Lu Ming and said softly. Chapter 527, Two Sword Techniques. Chapter 527, Two Sword Techniques. Lu Ming thought for a moment hearing that, then he took out 12 top-grade spirit stones from the cloth bag around his waist and handed them to the middle-aged woman. He then put away the white jade box and left the shop without a word. A few days ago when he returned to Sect, he did not rush to return to his cave house. Instead, he went to the market again and purchased a lot of green condensing fruit from many different shops. It was the first time he saw this batch of 300-year-old fruits. It was enough to greatly increase the quality of the elixir. After keeping all of them, he flew back to the cave house. As soon as he stepped into the cave house, he closed the door tightly and put up a no-visitor plate at the door. After that, he strode into the alchemy room. This time he stayed inside the alchemy room for more than a month. When the door of the alchemy room opened again, a young man with messy hair and a shabby shirt came out. It was Lu Ming. And there were more than 40 cold condensing pills in the storage amulet around his waist. He patted the dust on his blue shirt. After thinking slightly, he walked to the cave house's secret room. In the secret room, Lu Ming sat cross-legs in the center. He put a jade box in front of him, which contained several silvery pills. He gently picked one up with 2 fingers, put it into his mouth and started adjusting his breath. This cold condensing pill did not melt in the mouth like other elixirs, but it slipped directly into the abdomen. The next moment he felt a chill air scattered in his abdomen, and the chill air began to swim away in his meridians. At this time there was a warm feeling in the dantian, then a steady stream of spiritual power surged out and went into all his limbs and bones. Lu Ming only felt that his body was hot for a moment, then another cold air quickly gathered in his abdomen. With the cycle of hot and cold, Lu Ming felt that the spiritual power in his body was slowly expanding. After taking more than 20 cold condensing pills, he finally recovered the spiritual power absorbed by the mysterious bubble. His cultivation naturally returned to the condensation period later stage. At this time, Lu Ming didn't mean to leave the secret room in a hurry. Instead, he closed his eyes and couldn't help reading at the Tai Gang sword tactic in divine thought. With his current cultivation base, he could already train the other 2 powerful techniques of the sword cultivation. The first was called finger sword, as described in Tai Gang sword tactics. As long as the sword embryo spirit was planted in the body and the spiritual power was cultivated to a certain level, the cultivator could use spiritual power to simulate sword chi and launch it through his finger. Although its power wasn't as powerful as using a sword spiritual weapon, its advantage was that it could be launched easily. Under certain situations, it could even severely injure the opponent with surprise. The magical power of the finger sword on Tai Gang sword tactics could even be launched in a spiral-shaped sword chi after cultivating with a unique method. It would be far stronger than other sword mystic arts. But also because of this, Tai Gang sword required a high toughness of the meridians of the cultivator. If he didn't meet the requirements and forcefully cultivated it, it might cause his meridians to break or even lose control of his sword chi, making himself explode. Therefore, normal condensation period later stage cultivator really couldn't cultivate such technique equals comma. But for Lu Ming, who had practiced Hell Bone Code and Tiger Dragon Hell Prison, this was naturally a piece of cake for him. As for the second magical power, it was the body and sword fusion that Lu Ming had long dreamed of. When he first met Yi Tianmei in Shirtua Mountain that day, Lu Ming witnessed the terrifying power of this body and sword fusion technique. It was just that this kind of magical power could only be used when he had slightly mastered the sword controlling technique. Although Lu Ming had deliberately not practiced the technique of sword cultivator in recent years, he frequently uses the sword controlling technique in combat with people. In addition to fighting the demonized Lan Shi in the elusive demonic pupil's illusion, he had used the sword controlling technique countless times and had slightly mastered. Therefore he could also practice this body and sword fusion. If he wanted to cultivate this magical power, he must put a drop of blood essence into the sword every day. Then he had to use the relevant symbols mentioned in Tai Gang sword tactics for 7 days and 7 nights before he could achieve his first success. In other words, this magical power was just the basic of the real flying sword technique. So Lu Ming immediately memorized these 2 sword tactics silently. He prepared to use all the remaining materials to refine into pills while practicing these 2 sword techniques. One day later, a burst of cracking sound came one after another. During this period, except for refining the condensing pills, Lu Ming spent the rest of the time comprehending and practicing the magical powers of the finger sword. He could already launch the finger sword. In the secret room, Lu Ming lightly tapped at the 10 meters gray boulder, then he flicked his finger. Besiege, a white sword chi blasted out. The boulder was penetrated in an instant, leaving a hole the size of an inch. Lu Ming smiled slightly. He lifted his arm and flicked his fingers a few times at the boulder. A burst of whistling sound. Sword chi blasted out from his fingertips one after another, and all of them flashed into the boulder. At the next moment there were 5 holes of half an inch size on the boulder, but these holes were only a ruler deep. The sword chi didn't penetrate through the boulder. This finger sword, if it was condensed and fired with a single finger, the condensed sword chi in the body was relatively concentrated and powerful. If he launched it with 5 fingers, although the power was reduced, the time needed to condense sword chi was greatly reduced. From condensing sword chi to launching it from his fingers, he almost did it in an instant. With Lu Ming's spiritual power cultivation base, he can achieve 5 sword chi instantly at most. In comparison, although the sword light cast by sword weapon was more powerful, it would inevitably take some time to cast it. It was by no means convenient and concealed by the magical power of the finger sword. When Lu Ming first started practicing finger sword, he also encountered some problems. For example, the problem of how to control the direction of sword chi. When he made the sword gesture for the first time, the sword chi surged from inside his body to his fingertip. An inch-sized translucent light ball was condensed on his fingertip. It lost control and flew out for 10 meters away, exploding on its own. After more than 10 days and nights of continuous practice, he finally cultivated this sword chi to the state where he could launch freely. He could control the power of the finger sword by adjusting the time of condensation. At this moment, Lu Ming was thinking while changing the chant in his mind. A thicker white sword chi was launched out in a rapid spin. It flashed and went into the gray boulder in the far corner. This was exactly the spiral sword energy. Boom! The gray boulder burst open in an instant, and the dense rubble scattered to the surrounding in an instant. Lu Ming's face was slightly startled when he saw it. Although he knew that the finger sword technique recorded in Tai Gang Sword Ju was much more powerful than the ordinary finger sword, the scene before him was still beyond his expectation. Such an astonishing power was almost no less than the sword light emitted by a spiritual sword. If an ordinary cultivator of the same level took a hit from this finger sword without any defense, his protective aura would be broken, and he would suffer a heavy injury. After Lu Ming was overjoyed, he soon recovered his calm. He then spent more than half a month refining the remaining materials into pills, then he sat cross-legged again, carefully comprehending the mystic arts of body and sword fusion. After more than 10 days, Lu Ming, after comprehending the sword tactic, decided to start sacrificial refining his spiritual sword. After his sleeve flicked, the crimson sword flew out of it. After circling in the air, it became 5 meters in size and floated in front of Lu Ming. He lifted a finger, forcing a drop of blood from it, changed his gesture and pointed lightly at the blood essence. The blood essence instantly blasted at the flying sword. As the blood essence went into the sword, it turned into a blood thread that roamed on the sword. The small sword trembled from time to time, making a buzzing sound. Seeing this, Lu Ming remembered the sword gesture silently in his heart. He kept changing his gestures and launched a series of symbols into the small sword. Suddenly, the surface of the red flying sword flashed wildly a few times. The red runes lit up, emitting a dazzling light. A weird scene appeared. The wisps of red glow appeared out of thin air on the surface of the flying sword, slowly drifting towards Lu Ming. The red glow wrapped around him layer by layer. After a while, Lu Ming was wrapped tightly in the red glow, and he closed his eyes without moving. One day and one night later, Lu Ming opened his eyes and changed his gesture. The red glow faded and revealed the flying sword. At the same time, the red glow wrapping around Lu Ming's body also dissipated. He lifted up with one hand, forced a drop of blood from his fingertip and flicked it again on the flying sword. It quickly merged into it. After 7 days and 7 nights, at the center of the secret room, a mass of crimson light tumbled violently. A long roar came out from it all of a sudden. With a bang, the light burst open, revealing the figure sitting inside. Back! Lu Ming groaned and waved in the air. The small crimson sword emitted a clear chime as its light faded, and it flew back into his sleeve. This body and sword fusion is really amazing and extraordinary. It can transform the sword light released by the spiritual sword and merge into my body. Lu Ming thought for a moment before muttering excitedly. He then closed his eyes and continued to meditate and adjust his breath. A few days later. In the lobby of Lu Ming's cave house, whistling sounds could be heard from time to time. A red sword light flashed out from the hall, and it had already appeared at the end of the tunnel in the next moment. In a blink of an eye, the red light flashed and returned to the hall. The speed was so fast. Suddenly, the crimson light vanished, revealing a young man holding a crimson spiritual sword. The man was Lu Ming. Chapter 528, Changyang Marke. Chapter 528, Changyang Marke. According to the records of Tai Gang sword tactics, this body and sword fusion of the flying sword technique not only could greatly increase speed, because the sword light was injected with all the cultivator's spiritual power, its power couldn't be comparable by the basic sword controlling technique. If the enemy was near the escape light, they would be affected to varying degrees. If they forcibly approached, their skin would be shredded. Therefore, once this technique was used, it was capable of offense and defense to a certain extent. Its only flaw was probably that it was all or nothing once it was used. It consumed too much spiritual power. With Lu Ming's current spiritual power, he couldn't maintain it for too long. Once this attack failed, it was the same as delivering himself to the opponent. He must use it very carefully. For Lu Ming, his sword-controlling technique had only reached the point of initial success. If he wanted the true power of the sword-controlling technique, he had to keep getting experience in actual combat. After he basically mastered the 2 kinds of mystic arts, he decided to buy some pill refining materials from the market again to keep refining some elixir. With a turn of his mind, he retrieved the crimson sword and immediately left the cave house. He flew toward the direction of Xian Hall. After taking a mission of collecting spiritual medicine from the Xian notice, he left the sect and headed for a canyon. In the next 2 or 3 months, he received some missions with ordinary difficulty that offered low contribution points, but it was far away from the sect. Every time he went for a mission, there would be some small or medium-sized market that wasn't very noticeable nearby. After he sold more than 20 cold condensing pills in batches, he bought a lot of auxiliary materials needed for refining. These sect missions were easy peasy for him who wasn't weaker than the crystallization period cultivator. He completed them effortlessly and smoothly. 3 months later, on the 3rd floor of a large-scale store in the Taiching sect, Lu Ming was sitting on a brown wooden chair looking thoughtful. In the past few days, he had visited many shops of the Taiching sect's market that he had never visited before. As long as the green condensing fruit met the maturity condition, he would buy all of them. If it weren't because he had all the other materials except the green condensing fruit, he would not go to this large-scale shop to ask about the fruit. But to his delight, the shopkeeper said that there were a dozen green condensing fruits in the store with the maturity of 200 years. Including these more than a dozen fruits, it was just enough to use up the remaining materials. Sorry for letting sir wait for so long. These are the green condensing fruits you want. After about 15 minutes, a middle-aged man in his 50s wearing a gray gown came upstairs with a yellow jade box in his hand and placed the jade box in front of Lu Ming respectfully. Thank you. After Lu Ming got up and responded, he immediately took the jade box and patted it lightly with one hand. After the light yellow spirit patterns on the jade box flashed, the lid of the box opened, revealing more than 10 fist-sized green fruits. For Lu Ming, who had seen hundreds of green condensing fruits, he didn't need to identify them carefully. After looking at them roughly, he was sure that these green condensing fruits indeed had 200 years. But he still grabbed a green condensing fruit in one hand, and after looking carefully, he carefully put it back in the jade box. These are indeed 200 years green condensing fruit. May I know how much are these green condensing fruits? Lu Ming raised his head, glanced at the middle-aged man and asked in a deep voice. There are 13 pieces in total, each of which is 6,000 spirit stones, and the total is 78,000 spirit stones. The middle-aged man said with a smile. 78,000 spirit stones? Lu Ming looked hesitant. If you really want it, I can offer you 70,000 spirit stones. Forgive me, it seems this is not your first time purchasing green condensing fruits. May I know what elixir are you planning to refine with these? We are buying all kinds of elixirs all year round. If you have any elixir to sell, you can come here. I'm sure you will absolutely be satisfied with my price. The middle-aged man gave Lu Ming a discount quite readily, then he asked softly with a smile on his face. I'm just buying raw materials for an alchemy master in the sect. I don't know what kind of elixir he wants to make. Lu Ming frowned, but on the surface he replied calmly. I also know most of the alchemy masters in our sect who. Shopkeeper, I have been instructed not to disclose the identity of the master to outsiders. I have important things to do, so I will leave first. Lu Ming did not wait for the middle-aged man to finish. He kept the jade box, took out a bag of spirit stones and put it on the table. He bowed slightly and left the shop in a hurry. Although he had been very careful to purchase a large number of auxiliary materials from other markets, because this green condensing fruit was only available in the sect market, he bought in large quantities here. However, this was obviously too eye-catching. He had already attracted the attention of the others. After contemplating in his mind, he decided that he would no longer be able to buy in the sect market in the future. After returning to the cave house, he stayed behind closed doors to refine all the remaining materials in his hand. At this time, among the sumaru snails on his waist, there were already hundreds of cold condensing pills, including 7 pellet-grade elixir and 1 earth-grade elixir. Lu Ming played with the earth-grade elixir with 4 elixir patterns, and he immediately pondered for a while. At this moment, he had a clear understanding of the value of condensation period flawless grade elixir. Basically, the flawless grade cold condensing pill could sell about 50,000 or 60,000 spirit stones, which were almost 10 times that of the ordinary cold condensing pill. Other similar condensation period elixirs that increased spiritual power had similar prices with the cold condensing pill. But once it became flawless grade, ordinary condensation period elixir could only sell for about 30,000 spirit stones. It was far too low as compared to the cold condensing pill. It was only several times higher than ordinary elixirs. During this time, he also asked a middle-aged shopkeeper about the purchase price of earth-grade cold condensing pill in a shop in the market outside the sect. As a result, the shopkeeper, who seemed to be at the condensation period later stage, immediately grabbed his hand with great excitement. He immediately gave a sky-high price of 500,000 spirit stones, and he kept saying there was still room to negotiate. This surprised Lu Ming. If he hadn't hurriedly said what he just asked casually, he would not be able to leave easily. After this experience, he inquired a little bit in other markets before finally knowing what was going on. It turns out that there were many cultivators who relied on consuming a lot of elixir to improve spiritual power. Because of the overconsumption of elixirs, they had a certain resistance to many kinds of elixirs. If they wanted to break through the bottleneck with the help of elixir, the effect would be greatly reduced. It might even have no effect at all. As for the cold condensing pill, there were very few people who refined it. Those who could refine the flawless grade were even less. To a certain extent, if one wanted to break through the bottleneck, it was a kind of better elixir in doing that. There were many cultivators or cultivator families who had failed to break through for several attempts, and they needed it the most. They even often came to the market to offer a sky-high price to buy it. In this way, the flawless grade cold condensing pill was much more expensive than other common elixirs. On the one hand, the earth-grade elixir was very effective. On the other hand, it was very scarce. Therefore, it could be sold at such an incredible price in the market. Therefore, Lu Ming was increasingly afraid to let others know that he had the ability to refine the cold condensing pill of the flawless grade. Otherwise, even if the Tai Yin sect knew this, the best result was probably keeping him in captivity to refine pills days and nights. Lu Ming naturally refused to do such a thing that sacrificed one person and benefited the whole sect. After thinking about it, he put all the elixirs in his hand into the jade box. He had decided that next time he would go to a large market outside the sect that he could collect a lot of green condensing fruit. In this way, no matter whether it was to sell the elixir or purchase the raw material, it was all done outside the Tai Yin sect. It would not attract anyone's attention. After thinking about it, he immediately left the cave house and flew to the Xian Hall again. This time, after Lu Ming made a selection on the Xian notice, he took a mission outside the Tai Yin sect's influence area. The specific content of the mission was to sit in a sect smith shop in a large remote market. The time limit was 1 year, and he could return to the sect within 1 year. The reason was that the outer disciple who was originally stationed there needed to leave for a period of time. He would return within a year at the longest, so he needed to find another outer disciple to take care of the business temporarily. Because this mission did not give many contribution points and took a long time, although it was posted a month ago, no one was picking it up. However, such a rather unpopular sect task was just in line with Lu Ming's standard now. 1 year time was enough for him to complete purchasing materials, refining elixirs and sell them outside the sect and earned a lot of money. After accepting such a mission, he immediately inquired a deputy disciple and learned that to go to the Changyang market, he must use a special long-distance teleportation array, then used several teleportation arrays from the other forces. He immediately returned to the cave house, sorted out the necessary materials and planned to leave the next day. In the early morning of the second day, at the foot of a relatively hidden mountain in the Thousand Spirit Mountain range, a black cloud flashed by. A young man in a green robe jumped down from the black cloud. It was Lu Ming. At this moment, the sky was still bright. He had come to the special teleportation place in this remote place. At the first glance, there was a seemingly ordinary stone hall of 80 meters tall at the foot of the mountain. 2 green giant stone statues holding huge axes were placed at the door. The door was closed and the surface was covered with a white enchantment. Chapter 529, by Lian Pavilion. Chapter 529, by Lian Pavilion. Lu Ming stepped forward and lightly shook the sect token on the door. A faint green light flashed from the token and hit the light curtain. Then the surface of the stone gate lighted up slightly, and it opened with a crack sound. As soon as he walked into the stone house, a fat disciple wearing a deputy costume walked over with sleepy eyes. "Junior fellow apprentice, is there an urgent task? You come really early." The fat disciple rubbed his eyes and said slowly with a reluctant expression, "Sorry for disturbing senior fellow apprentice to rest. It is also my first time to come to this special teleportation array. This time I have taken a sect mission that is at the Changyang market." Lu Ming respectfully said, "Oh, Changyang market. Come with me then." The fat disciple was slightly astounded after hearing the words. He opened his eyes, took a close look at Lu Ming in front of him, turned around and walked toward the stone house behind him. Lu Ming showed a trace of confusion, but he didn't speak much. He followed the fat disciple walking in. Another thing that surprised Lu Ming was that behind the stone house, there was a platform built in a cave. The platform was about acres in size. There were more than 10 teleportation arrays densely arranged in a row. Compared with the previous ordinary teleportation array that people visited frequently, Lu Ming did not see anyone here. Most of these teleportation arrays are teleported to some relatively remote places outside the clan. If you are going to Changyang market, you will inevitably have to teleport a few times on the way. Fat disciple explained to Lu Ming with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming nodded calmly. After you teleport, there will naturally be someone who guards the array over there. You just need to tell him that you are going to Changyang market, and they will tell you which teleportation array to use. Fat disciple saw and warned. "Thank you, senior fellow apprentice." Lu Ming cupped his fist and thanked him. "Okay, go to the teleportation array in the corner over there." The fat disciple pointed to the large pale red array on the far left of the platform. Lu Ming walked over immediately. At the next moment, the sect token on his waist released a dazzling light, and a red light burst into the sky from the teleportation array under his feet. He disappeared on the spot. This junior fellow apprentice came so early. As expected, the people who are going to Changyang market are a little weird. It's no wonder that only these weird people can deal with the Bat clan. The fat disciple muttered to himself, then he went back to the stone house to sleep again. Lu Ming only felt a sharp sound coming from his ears. After his vision blacked out, he suddenly appeared on a hill that was thousands of miles away from the Thousand Spirit Mountain range. Not far in front of him there were about 6 teleportation arrays. "This senior fellow apprentice, where are you going?" A young who seemed to be only 16 years old came up immediately. He bowed slightly and asked, "I'm going to the Changyang market." Lu Ming replied blankly. "For the Changyang market, please go to the blue array." "Thanks a lot." Lu Ming cupped his fist to thank him and walked into the blue array. Then, after a flash of blue light, he disappeared on the spot again. After teleporting like this 4 times in a row, Lu Ming appeared in a green valley full of exotic flowers and grasses. After strolling around the valley, he found that there was only one array that belonged to the Tai Yin sect. There were several similar teleporting arrays, and many others were teleported out from different arrays one after another. Judging by the aura, most of them were condensation period cultivators. Lu Ming didn't pay much attention to these people. He rode on a black cloud and flew into the sky. Along the way, he silently recalled some relevant information about Changyang Market that he checked before setting off. According to the information, this place called Changyang Market was located at a special location in which the sphere of influence of the Tai Yin Sect and other forces overlapped. Thus, this market not only had the Tai Yin Sect's shops, but there were also other shops operated by other forces. Even the Howran Academy, one of the 4 ancient sects, and the well-known Bat Clan were among them. There were also people of different realms ranging from the real pellet state to the spirit apostle stage. The Green Sprout Mountain Range, where Bat Clan lived, were just a few dozen miles away from the Changyang Market. After Lu Ming thought about it, he knew had a plan in mind. Then he flew all the way for 10 days straight. After passing through a barren and crowded rocky mountain range, open land of several hundred acres appeared in front of him. On the flat ground was a small town that was half a village and half a city, and a few escape lights could be vaguely seen flying in and out of the city. After 10 minutes, Lu Ming came to the mid-air not far from the market. He didn't fall directly, but he glanced at the situation in the whole market. Changyang Market was a huge market as compared to the Sect Market, and there were 2 entrances on the east and south. The center of the market was a small lake with the size of a dozen acres, and it was surrounded by yellowish-brown walls of varying heights. The lake was surrounded by dense buildings of various heights. After thinking about it for a while, Lu Ming walked down the entrance that was near him and he went straight to the Tai Yin Sect's forge. Not long afterward, in the west of the market, in a forge with a by Lian Pavilion plaque. In the living room on the second floor of this shop, Lu Ming was talking with a tall and skinny young man with a slight smile. "Junior fellow apprentice is finally here. I have been waiting for you here for a long time. To be honest, there is something urgent in my family that needs to be dealt with, but I can't find someone to replace me. I only got the message from the sect half a month ago, saying that junior fellow apprentice is willing to come here to replace me temporarily. This really solves my urgent need." The tall and skinny young man named Su Tsong said with extreme enthusiasm. Seeing this, Lu Ming naturally said something polite. "By the way, how do I address junior fellow apprentice?" The tall and skinny young man scratched his head and asked with a smile. "I'm Lu Ming from the Piaohong courtyard," Lu Ming said with a smile. "So you are junior fellow apprentice Lu. I have neglected my family affairs for a long time. I'm afraid I will have to leave immediately. If everything goes well, I will be back in half a year. It will definitely not exceed a year. Shopkeeper Yi and 2 forgers in the shop are also Tai Yin Sect's disciples. Just let him brief you about this place." The tall and skinny young man spoke a lot, revealing an urgent expression. After thinking for a while, Lu Ming nodded. "Thank you, junior fellow apprentice Lu. Let's go through the handover procedures." The tall and skinny young man was overjoyed. After thanking him, he immediately removed his clan token from his waist. Upon seeing this, Lu Ming also took his token sect from his waist and moved forward. The tall and skinny young man slapped the token with one hand, and a blue light shot out and flashed into Lu Ming's token. Then he took out a box from the storage amulet around his waist and handed it to Lu Ming, explaining the contents in it. Lu Ming took the box. While memorizing what the young man said, his divine thoughts scanned the box. After confirming that it was correct, he kept it in his storage amulet. "That's it, thank you junior fellow apprentice Lu." The tall and skinny young man seemed to be relieved and said with joy. "Senior fellow apprentice Su, welcome." Lu Ming kept away the things in his hands away. Shopkeeper Yi is usually responsible for business dealings here. The one behind the counter on the first floor of the shop is the one. Junior fellow apprentice Lu can ask him if there is anything unclear in the future. I have also explained to him about this. In addition, in this Changyang market, Bat Clan and Howran Academy are not easy to mess with. Please remember that junior fellow apprentice Lu. After that, the tall and skinny bowed to Lu Ming and he left the market in a rush. After Lu Ming stood quietly by the windowsill for a while, he turned and walked out of the living room. "Senior, do you have any instructions for Junior?" As soon as Lu Ming came out, a green-clothes attendant who was standing not far away rushed over and asked carefully. "Please ask the shopkeeper and several forgers in the store to come up. I have some things to explain." Lu Ming gave a command and returned to the private room. "Okay, I will go now." The attendant responded, turned around and ran down. After a while, there was a clear voice coming upstairs. After that, an old man in his 60s and 2 sturdy middle-aged men appeared at the stairs, and they walked straight to the living room where Lu Ming was. Except for the 3 of them, there were no other people in the shop. The staffs and attendants in the store also stepped down. Shopkeeper Yi and the forgers, you don't need to be polite, please come in. As soon as the three of them arrived at the door, Lu Ming's peaceful voice sounded. After the three of them looked at each other, the old man stretched out his hand and pushed open the door to lead the other two in. Lu Ming sat quietly on a chair in the room, looking at the three of them with a slight smile on his face. Greetings to Sir Envoy. Shopkeeper Yi, the old man in his 60s, hesitated for a moment and stepped forward to salute. Seeing the old man doing this, the two middle-aged men hesitated for a moment and followed him to bow. You all don't need to be so polite. I'm afraid we will have to work together for a while. Lu Ming stood up and said very politely. Like Shopkeeper Yi and two forgers, they were all ordinary disciples of the Tai Yin sect. Later, because of old age, it was hopeless to be promoted to the outer disciple, so they simply applied for a remote transfer to the Changyang market, married a wife and took care of the business for the Tai Yin sect. This kind of thing was quite common in the Tai Yin sect. Many ordinary disciples who were weak and did not want to be restrained by others would do so. But this kind of disciple, generally speaking, after a certain period of time, after making no special contributions, their names would be removed from the list of ordinary disciples in the sect. Therefore, they could be regarded as the peripheral staff of another kind of affiliation with the Tai Yin sect. The two middle-aged men were both at the condensation period early stage. Shopkeeper Yi was the oldest, but he only had the strength of the spirit apostle later stage, but such strength was naturally enough to be the shopkeeper. The three of them naturally behaved respectfully when facing a real outer disciple with such a promising future as Lu Ming. Chapter 530, Bat Clan Shop. Chapter 530, Bat Clan Shop. You all should that senior fellow apprentice Su will leave for a year for some urgent matters. During this time I will temporarily be in charge here for him. I'm Lu Ming from the Piaohong courtyard, you can just call me by name. I don't know anything about doing business, so I still need you guys to operate the business for me. Just work as usual, there is no need to make changes. As Lu Ming saw this, he smiled and continued. Envoy Lu, please don't say that. In the future you will still be in charge of things in the shop. We will naturally take care of other trivial matters. Shopkeeper Yi immediately took a few steps forward and said with a smile. After hearing this, the other two forgers looked relieved. This temporary disciple in charge seemed to be a reasonable person and didn't like to be nosy, which made them secretly relieved. So after a few more conversations, Shopkeeper Yi let two middle-aged men back to the forging room, and he personally took Lu Ming around to get to know them. When Lu Ming first came in, he just threw a rough glance. At this time, under the lead of the old shopkeeper and patient explanation, he naturally had a new understanding of him. The first floor was the facade of the shop, which looked quite simple and atmospheric. Rows of shelves and counters were lined with magical weapons, spiritual weapons, various ores and so on. On the second floor were separated into two elegant rooms and a living room. They were specially designed to receive some distinguished guests or conduct some private transactions. The decoration was very elegant and generous. There was Tai Yin sect's soundproof enchantment in the private rooms. Even the crystallization period powerhouse couldn't see the situation from outside. As for the third floor, the place was much smaller. This was the quiet room where the disciple in charge lived and meditated. The backyard on the first floor was the forging workshop. The rune weapon and spiritual weapon placed on the counter were mostly forged directly in the workshop. Lu Ming had no experience in forging, and he really opened his eyes at this moment. Finally, Shopkeeper Yi took Lu Ming to the basement with a solemn expression. The underground chamber was only several 10 meters in size and taller than a person. The materials used for the walls and the ground were a kind of deep green dock stone. This special ore not only had a strong hardness, but it also isolated the divine thought probe. In the middle of the secret room was a circular magic array the size of 10 meters. It was slightly flickering in white light. This is the long-distance communication array with the sect? Lu Ming said with a look of surprise. Exactly, the communication array here is directly connected to the deputy hall of the sect. Generally, if major events happen, we will use this array to report to the sect. Shopkeeper Yi said solemnly. According to the regulations of the sect, only the disciple in charge is qualified to use it. Envoy Su should have already handed the token to Envoy Lu, right? On the surface, it was a forge, but it was actually an outpost set by the Tai Yin sect. As for the other shops that were opened using the name of Tai Yin sect, they were actually opened by some inner or outer disciple or the dependent family themselves. And this Changyang market was a place under the sphere of influences of several major forces. It is strictly forbidden to fight in the market. The disciple in charge of the Lian Pavilion was just a deterrent on behalf of the Tai Yin sect, so the person didn't need to be a powerful individual. Brother Su has indeed given it to me. Lu Ming nodded and replied. After that, the two quickly left the secret room and came to the quiet room on the third floor. There were a total of 3 rooms inside and outside the quiet room. The layout was very simple. The outermost room was a living room with a mahogany table and several chairs of the same texture. The middle was a bedroom. The innermost room was a secret room. Of course, it had the same enchantment here so he wouldn't be disturbed when he cultivates. After Lu Ming looked around, he was quite satisfied with the environment. Shopkeeper Yi, you go busy with your things. If there is anything in the shop, use this to send me a message. It is still my first time to visit a big market outside the sect. I want to go around to get familiar with the environment. Lu Ming took out a white disc and gave it to Shopkeeper Yi. After a few thoughts, Shopkeeper Yi agreed. Later, after the two chatted casually for a while, Lu Ming walked out. He faintly learned from Shopkeeper Yi that in the past few years, no one dared to cause trouble here due to the prestige of the Tai Yin sect, so the disciple in charge didn't always have to be in the shop. Before he went far, he turned to a remote place and used the bone-changing technique. After his whole body made a burst of cracking sound for a while, his body suddenly became tall. Black gas also rolled out simultaneously. After the black gas was absorbed back into his body, he turned into a burly man with a black face. He had thoroughly comprehended this technique that he learned from the savage Ghos sect. When using together with Tiger Dragon Hell Prison, not only he could change his height and body shape, he could even make some simple adjustments to the bones and skin color of his face. He could easily change into a different face. Then Lu Ming walked into the crowd of the market again and wandered around. Changyang market deserved to be a large-scale market. The number and scale of the shops on both sides of the street far exceeded the few small-scale markets that he had visited before. There were also a lot of cultivators strolling around here, and they were constantly coming in and out of various shops. The larger the facade, the more frequent the people went in and out. Lu Ming went around and walked into a shop that seemed to be quite large. This shop was divided into several areas. Spiritual weapons, elixirs and materials were all available. After a while Lu Ming walked out. Although the expression on his face was very calm, there was a hint of excitement in his eyes. He didn't buy anything in it just now, but he just inquired about the prices of various elixirs at the elixir counter. As he expected, cold condensing pills were also a very scarce elixir at Changyang market, and the price was very expensive. He pretended to casually inquire about the purchase price of the cold condensing pill with the shopkeeper at random. He was even more delighted to find that the price given by the shopkeeper was a little higher than that of the previous market. Next, Lu Ming went to several other shops. After some inquiries, the results were almost the same, which made him more satisfied. In addition, after visiting several material shops, he discovered that because the Changyang market had forces, various materials were also quite complete. Most of the raw materials needed to refine the cold condensing pill were easily accessible. Even the golden Yuan pills alchemy materials were selling here. The only regret was that the green condensing fruits in the two shops were only about 100 years old. It was not enough to refine the cold condensing pill. In a seemingly old pavilion. You want to buy a green condensing fruit that is more than 200 years old? The shopkeeper was a gray-haired old man. He looked up and down the black-faced man whom Lu Ming transformed, and he asked curiously. Exactly, I don't know if there is any in your shop? Lu Ming nodded and asked faintly. Forgive me for my ignorance, the pills that need green condensing fruit like the jade spirit powder and dragon gut pill, 100 years old fruit is enough. What is the use of 200 years old fruit? The shopkeeper asked while twisting his white beard. Lu Ming heard the old man say this, but he just smiled and said nothing. The old man quickly realized it. He forced a cough and said in embarrassment, I have said too much, but our little shop doesn't have what you want. Why not you go to the southwest of the market? The Bat Clan shop there should be selling them. Bat Clan shop. Lu Ming was stunned slightly when he heard the words. After he thanked the old man, he turned and walked out of the shop. Following the instructions of the old shopkeeper, he quickly came to the southwest of the market city and quickly discovered several buildings with different styles. Unlike ordinary shops, which were mostly built of green stone, these buildings were built with black wood. The surface was covered with emerald green vines of the thickness of the wrist. It should be the shop operated by the Bat Clan. He chose the largest two-story pavilion and walked in. There was a plaque of Fu Ling Zai hanging in this shop. Fu also means for bat in Chinese. There were two separate large rooms on the shop front which was considered big in this market. The interior was also divided into several areas. The counters were elixir, talisman and materials. Behind these counters stood a few servants in black clothes. All of them had delicate faces. The Bat clan was a kind of alien race evolved from the ordinary human race. Their appearance was almost the same as that of ordinary humans. The only obvious exterior was that when fighting with people, a pair of extremely thin fleshy wings would appear from the back. In addition, these Bat clan's vision may be slightly worse, but their hearing ability was much better than ordinary humans. Lu Ming couldn't distinguish whether these servants were really Bat people. He immediately retracted his gaze and looked along the counters. When he saw the third counter, his eyes lit up. He then walked over calmly. On this counter were some fist-sized green fruits, which were really green condensing fruits. These fruits were laid out according to their size. According to Lu Ming's experience, some of the larger ones on the far right seemed to be 300 to 400 years old. "Do you want to buy green condensing fruit?" The servant behind the counter immediately said with a smile on his face. "What's the price of these green condensing fruits?" Lu Ming didn't immediately speak, but after watching it carefully for a while, he looked up and said lightly. "The green condensing fruit in our shop has 100 years, 200 years, 300 years and 400 years. The price of the green condensing fruit is naturally different. Among them, the price of 100 years is 2,000 spirit stones, 200 years is 4,000 spirit stones, 300 years is 6,000 spirit stones, 400 years old is 12,000 spirit stones." The servant in black clothes replied smoothly. Lu Ming nodded secretly. This price was reasonable for green condensing fruit. "I went around the market. It is rare to see green condensing fruit that is more than 200 years old. I don't expect you to have a lot here," Lu Ming said casually. "Senior must be the first time to come to Changyang market, right?" The young man heard Lu Ming's words and did not answer immediately, and he immediately asked respectfully. "Yes." Lu Ming nodded. "It's no surprise that you don't know. This green condensing fruit is widely used and our Bat clan plants a lot of it," the servant in black clothes explained to Lu Ming. Chapter 531, Mutated Insect Egg. Chapter 531, Mutated Insect Egg. As far as I know, spiritual medicine like the green condensing fruit needs a very harsh environment to grow. The longer it is, the harder it is to survive. Many human cultivators can only grow it to 1 to 200 years. I never thought your clan can actually grow this green condensing fruit for 400 years. Lu Ming touched his chin and said with some admiration. "Senior, you don't understand. Although the environment where the green condensing fruit grows is special, the Green Sprout mountain range where our Bat clan is located is in a special terrain that is suitable for large-scale planting. Moreover, my people have been planting this spiritual medicine since ancient times, so we have mastered the techniques to nurture it. These 300-400 years old fruits are not really the best. Our clan can even cultivate green condensing fruit to 1,000 years old, but they are generally placed at the annual auction of the market." When the servant in black clothes said this, he was obviously proud. 1,000 years old green condensing fruit? Lu Ming was startled when he heard this. Green condensing fruit was originally a kind of medicinal material with a wide range of uses. If it was already 1,000 years old, it really was a rare treasure. Changyang market is the closest to the Green Sprout mountain range, so it becomes the main place we sell the green condensing fruits. So if senior needs green condensing fruit that is less than 500 years old, our store can usually guarantee a certain amount of supply. The servant in black clothes said so again. "By the way, since your shop has a lot of green condensing fruit, are you selling cold condensing pills as well?" Lu Ming seemed to have thought of something and asked casually. "Cold condensing pill? Although this kind of elixir is based on the green condensing fruit, our Bat clan does not have an alchemist that can refine this pill. So we don't have such elixir for sale," the servant said without thinking. In this way, cold condensing pills are also very scarce in Changyang market. I saw several other shops buying this elixir at a high price, and they even offer the price of 6,000 spirit stones per one elixir. Lu Ming sighed after hearing this. This is normal. Cold condensing pill is extremely difficult to refine. Shops in the market are always purchased at this price and we are the same too. Unfortunately, very few people are selling these elixirs. Otherwise, if the price is higher, we will still buy the elixirs." The servant in black clothes smiled apologetically. Lu Ming nodded when he heard the words, but he wouldn't sell the elixirs here in a hurry. He immediately bought a batch of 300 years old green condensing fruit and left. He didn't return right away, but he went on to visit some other types of shops to see if he could find something that he interested in. Changyang Market was located at the junction of several major forces. In addition to Bat Clan, there were a small number of other alien races too. Therefore, there were indeed many rare things that the ordinary market did not have. Looking all the way, Lu Ming really felt that he had gained a lot. Half an hour later, when he came out of a talisman shop, he had a few more newly purchased talismans on his body. He then looked around and saw a spirit beast shop next to him. Lu Ming had Bone Scorpion and Demon Flying Skull, so he didn't have much interest in spiritual pets, and he didn't have more time to cultivate a new one. He decided to ignore it right away. But when he passed by the door of the shop, a long-lost voice suddenly sounded in his ear. "Slow down, you go near this shop. I feel a little true demonic chi breath." It was Luohu's voice. True demonic chi? It's impossible, right? There are real pellet state cultivators in Changyang Market, how could they not discover it? Lu Ming was startled at first, and the words echoed in his sea of consciousness. What do you know? This true demonic aura is covered by something, so most people can't sense it at all. I can only sense it by using the power of prison. Okay, don't talk nonsense, go to the shop quickly and find out the thing that contains the true demonic aura. As a result, Luohu's impatient voice sounded in his ears before he could finish his words. Lu Ming rolled his eyes secretly. He dared not listen to what Luohu said, and he immediately turned around and walked into the shop. The shop was not big. It seemed that it only had a front shop and a backyard. There were some cages in the front hall that contained some small spirit beasts. The sound of groaning could be faintly heard from the backyard, which should be some larger spirit beasts. Lu Ming walked into the front hall. There were already 2 cultivators in scholar costumes talking to a thin and tall middle-aged man. There were a dozen jade boxes placed on the counter. 2 were already opened. They seemed to contain some unknown insect eggs. Seeing Lu Ming coming in, the thin and tall man apologized to the 2 of them and walked over to Lu Ming with a smiley face. "Sir, are you buying spirit beasts? Our shop is small, but any kind of spirit beasts ranging from the spirit apostle stage to the condensation period are all available here. You can be busy with your own business, I just want to look around," Lu Ming said with a wave of hands. Hearing this, the thin and tall shopkeeper was a little disappointed. After nodding to Lu Ming, he quickly walked over to greet the 2 previous customers. Of the 2 cultivators in scholar costumes, one looked 40 years old with a square face and a sense of majesty. The other was very young, only in his early 20s, with sword eyebrows in his temples. He had a very handsome appearance. Regardless of their dressing or demeanor, they were not so much a cultivator. Instead, they were more of the men of literature and writing. There was a sense of elegance between their gestures. For Lu Ming, who walked through the door, the 2 of them just slightly glanced at him, then they continued to pick the items in the jade boxes. Lu Ming automatically ignored the attitudes of the 2 people toward him. After looking around the items on the nearby shelves, he followed Luohu's prompts and casually walked to a counter. He then casually took one jade box and examined it carefully. Inside the jade box was a finger-sized green insect egg with some black spots all over the surface. It looked very ordinary. At this time, the young scholar also had a beast egg in his hand, and was bargaining with the tall and thin shopkeeper. "Stop looking. From your insight you can't see the special in it. It's the one in your hand." Lu Ming was studying the insect egg in his hand, and Luohu's ridicule sounded. Lu Ming was speechless for a while. He immediately held the insect egg and shouted at the shopkeeper, "I want this egg, how much is this?" 35,000 spirit stones. The thin and tall man heard the words, and he glanced back and quoted the price without thinking. As a result, after some bargaining, Lu Ming finally bought this so-called green yarn cicada's egg with 300,000 spirit stones. Seeing this, the young scholar on the side glanced at Lu Ming. He seemed to be impatient with Lu Ming interfering with his trade. At the same time, under Luohu's instruction, Lu Ming channeled a trace of the cold power contained the Tiger Dragon Hell Prison and injected into the insect egg in 3 waves. Buzz. The insect egg trembled slightly, and the black spots on the shell gave off a faint black light. It only flashed for a moment, then it dimmed again. Lu Ming looked gratified. The moment the black light flashed, he checked it with divine thought. He indeed felt a familiar cold breath instantly. That was indeed true demonic aura without a doubt. At this moment, the middle-aged scholar turned his head and looked over. He looked at the green insect egg in Lu Ming's hand with a hint of doubt in his eyes. Lu Ming nodded in satisfaction. He put the insect egg back in the jade box, then turned and walked outside. "Sir, please wait." The middle-aged scholar's eyes flashed. His figure flickered and he blocked in front of Lu Ming. "Sir, what's the matter?" Lu Ming was slightly startled by his action. "I'm willing to buy the green yarn cicada's egg in your hand with 50,000 spirit stones." The middle-aged scholar glanced at the jade box in his hand and said slowly. The handsome young man on the side also came up. He took a surprised look at the middle-aged scholar, then looked up and down Lu Ming, seeming a little confused. "Sorry, this insect egg is not for sale." Lu Ming naturally shook his head and refused. The middle-aged scholar furrowed his brows, and a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. His body immediately revealed a majestic breath, which was the spiritual pressure of the early stage of the crystallization period. 80,000 spirit stones. The middle-aged scholar said coldly. Lu Ming gave a sneer in his heart. He wasn't moved by the spiritual pressure that came on his face. He had seen a lot of the cultivators of the crystallization period. In Small Flame World, he even personally killed the Fire Spirit King, who was also the early stage of the crystallization period. How would he be moved by such spiritual pressure? If it was before he advanced to the condensation period later stage and entered the illusion to practice, he still had a bit of fear to the early stage of the crystallization period. Now he wouldn't bother about it at all. "I have already said that this insect egg is not for sale." Lu Ming still refused. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged scholar's face suddenly became a little ugly. "Don't be stubborn. Do you know we are from the Howran Academy? My uncle is even the deputy of the outer courtyard. This insect egg, you just bought it with 30,000 spirit stones, right? You can earn 50,000 spirit stones more in a blink of an eye. What else do you want?" Although the young man didn't know why the middle-aged scholar wanted to buy this unremarkable item at a higher price, he still interjected by revealing their identities. The threat in his words was obvious. "Oh, it turns out to be the people of the Howran Academy. It's my honor to meet you." Lu Ming was moved in his heart. He glanced at the scholars and frowned slightly. "One last time, 100,000 spirit stones, give me the insect egg." Seeing this, the middle-aged scholar said blankly. After Lu Ming heard the words, his face changed a few times. He abruptly sneered and walked past the middle-aged scholar, leaving behind two Howran Academy people with a stunned look. The name of Howran Academy, others might be scrupulous about it, but Lu Ming, as a Tai Yin Sect's disciple, would naturally not care. Inside the shop, the middle-aged scholar had a pale face. His hands and his sleeves were already tightly grasped. After the young man reacted, he was even more furious. He wanted to chase him out with an angry face. "Wait a minute, since they don't want to sell it, then forget it." The middle-aged scholar stretched out his hand and pulled the young man. The ruthlessness on his expression slowly faded away. "Uncle Master, you really want to let him leave like that?" The young scholar complained. Chapter 532, Mind Imitation Insec. Chapter 532, Mind Imitation Insec. "Don't forget, fights are not allowed in the market. Do you want to break this rule?" The middle-aged scholar's complexion had returned to calm. He was obviously good at adjusting his manner. In contrast, the young scholar was much worse. "But," the young scholar said unwillingly. "Stop it, since the other party took the insect egg first, it is his choice whether he wants to sell it. Let's go." The middle-aged scholar shook his head, and a gloominess flashed in his eyes. He then stepped out of the shop. The young man murmured in a low voice, then he followed out quickly. After leaving the shop, he hurriedly asked, "Masters Jr., what is so unusual about that green yarn cicada egg? Why did Masters Jr. offer such a high price? If I'm right, it should be a mutated green yarn cicada's egg." The middle-aged scholar sent a voice transmission to the young man while walking. "Mutated insect egg?" The young man was startled. "Yes, on that insect egg I felt a trace of impurity. The green yarn cicada is a beastkin of phantom insects. It is impossible to have this kind of aura. Mutated insect eggs are extremely rare, and the price is 10 times that of ordinary insect eggs." The middle-aged scholar said lightly. "There is actually such a thing? Damn it, it was bought by that person." The young man was surprised when he heard the words, and then a trace of greed flashed in his eyes. 10 times the price of ordinary insect eggs, that was to say, the mutated green yarn insect eggs were worth at least 300,000 spirit stones. If this egg hatches into an adult, and had some other mutated talents, the price could be increased several times immediately. Such a large amount of spirit stones naturally made a crystallization period cultivator such as the middle-aged scholar moved. On the other side, after Lu Ming left the spirit beast shop, he quickly blended into the flow of people and continued to wander in the market. After a short while, he looked at most of the shops and found a quiet place to restore his original appearance. He returned after that. As soon as Lu Ming returned, he entered the secret room on the 3rd floor. He launched a symbol to activate some simple enchantments, then he sat cross-legged on a futon. After adjusting his breath, he immediately took out the jade box from his arms, opened it, took out the green yarn insect egg from it, and looked at it carefully again. This green insect egg, which was only the size of a thumb, had no other special features except for some black spots on the surface. There were also no changes even if ordinary spiritual power was injected into it. After thinking about it, Lu Ming decided to ask Luohu face to face. He closed his eyes and injected spiritual power into the celestial tablet. After a while, the celestial tablet shined brightly. His eyes turned black and he grabbed the green yarn insect egg directly into the mysterious space. When he opened his eyes slowly, he found that Luohu was already waiting there. Senior Luohu, the relationship between this egg and true demonic aura, can you tell me now? Lu Ming said straightforwardly without talking nonsense. I can't be sure right now, I have to check it myself first. Luohu said lightly, then he waved his hand lightly. Lu Ming only felt his 5 fingers tremble, and the insect egg flew out of his hand immediately. It fell slowly into Luohu's hand the next moment. Luohu used an unknown mystic art. After chanting, the green yarn cicada egg instantly released a large white halo in his hand, and a strange wave came out. At the next moment, among the black spots on the insect egg, a cloudy black gas burst out and condensed continuously in the air around the insect egg. Lu Ming once again vaguely felt the cold and cloudy aura coming to him. After a dozen minutes, Luohu finally showed a hint of joy on his face and nodded. This egg is really not a green yarn cicada egg. It is an egg of the ancient insect, mind imitation insect, that is within rank top 30. For some reason this egg is contaminated by the true demonic. It has become a demonic insect egg in a sense, so it has black spots on the outside. It looks like an ordinary green yarn cicada, but it has been unable to hatch because it is contaminated with demonic chi. Since it ranks in the top 30 of the ancient insects, what kind of magical power does this mind imitation insect have? Lu Ming was surprised when he heard what Luohu said. He blurted out. The larvae after hatching of this worm have a low level of strength. It can even be said that it has no fighting ability. It also has only one kind of talent. That is, it can perfectly replicate the mental power of the person that it recognizes as its master. The mental power can be transmitted to the master when it's needed. Then, it can recover mental power with the same recovery speed as the master. In a sense, if someone gets this mind imitation insect, he can instantly double his mental power or even more. His recovery speed is even double than ordinary people since the master and the insect can recover mental power at the same time. Luohu looked up at Lu Ming and explained with no expression. After Lu Ming listened, he was stunned. Although Luohu's description was simple, the ability of this mind imitation insect was too overpowered. If he had this insect, not to mention he could reduce his rest time between training and could cast some mental power mystic art, just using the mind imitation insect's mental power to enter the illusion made by elusive demonic pupil, he could get amazing benefits. After all, with his current recovery speed, he basically had to meditate all day and night to restore all the exhausted mental power. He usually wouldn't simply enter the mysterious space just in case he needed to cultivate or there was an accident. But now if this mind imitation insect eggs could be hatched, everything would be different naturally. He only needed to consume some of his own spiritual power. After entering the celestial tablet, he could let the mind imitation insect's mental power be consumed, allowing him to easily enter the illusion. He did not have to wait for the mysterious bubble to absorb the spiritual power before proceeding cultivating using the elusive demonic pupil. When Lu Ming thought about it, he couldn't help but glance at the insect egg in Luohu's hand with joy, and he simply asked. Senior just said that this insect egg has been contaminated by true demonic aura, so it cannot be hatched. Senior should have a way to remove this true demonic aura so that this insect can be hatched. This mind imitation insect egg has been completely contaminated by true demonic chi. Even if it is forced to hatch, its demonic chi will immediately explode. Luohu responded with a sneer. Luohu's words were like a pot of cold water pouring on top of him. His heart instantly felt cold. However, with the help of this prison, it is not impossible to extract a part of the true demonic chi from the insect and let it hatch safely, but you still have to do it according to certain requirements. After Luo Hu sneered, he turned the thread of discussion. Senior, please tell me. Lu Ming felt hope again and he asked immediately while clasping his fist. After the insect hatches, you must keep the worm close to your body so that the prison can absorb the true demonic aura that regenerates in the insect egg at any time. However, you can use this method because you have the demonic power hidden in your body, otherwise you will be contaminated by the demonic chi of the insect and be demonized. Luo Hu glanced at Lu Ming and said slowly. After Lu Ming listened, he couldn't help but be stunned. After thinking for a while, he held his fist and directly. Senior Luo Hu, you hid yourself away from me in the past, why did you appear this time? Not only you asked me to buy this egg, but you also told me the way to hatch this egg. I once said that unless it's related to the prison itself, I will never help me. The same is true now. I can hatch this insect, but you have to promise me one condition. Luo Hu's expression turned solemn, and he said slowly with a cold look. Senior, please speak. Lu Ming was already prepared in his heart. He asked calmly. In order to make up for the needs of the prison, when the mind imitation insect is cultivated to adulthood, it must be placed in this mysterious space to let the prison keep absorbing its mental power for more than 100 years. Because once the insect reaches adulthood, it can duplicate the double amount of the owner's mental power. It is enough to fulfill the energy needed to maintain this prison. Of course, the mysterious bubble can also continuously absorb the true demonic aura from the mind imitation insect to repair the seal. Luo Hu said calmly and slowly. Senior's condition, I can agree with it. Although Lu Ming flashed a hint of surprise on his face, he thought quickly before agreeing. Luo Hu nodded when he heard this, showing satisfaction. However, seniors, I have another concern. Since this mind imitation insect contains true demonic aura, will it be detected by some powerful individual if I carry it with me? Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and asked again. You don't have to worry about this. As long as you carry this egg close to you, the power of prison will naturally cover the true demonic aura on this insect. Luo Hu said calmly. Immediately after Luo Hu made a strange chant, he tapped lightly at the insect egg. The black demonic chi on the insect egg suddenly gathered. At the next moment, Luo Hu turned his hand and the black demonic chi disappeared into his sleeve. I have borrowed the power of prison to take away the true demonic aura from the insect egg, but this is only a temporary measure. It will not be long before the insect generates the true demonic aura. You must hatch the insect egg during this period. In addition, this insect egg has been sleeping since ancient times, and its vitality has been reduced to a minimum. If you want to hatch it smoothly, you must let it replenish its vitality. This requires some 10,000 years spirit turtle's blood essence. After giving another explanation, Luo Hu lightly tossed the insect egg back to Lu Ming. He removed the true demonic chi on it so easily. Chapter 533, Thousands Associations Chamber of Commerce. Chapter 533, Thousands Associations Chamber of Commerce. Lu Ming took the green insect egg into his hands. At this time, the black spots on the insect egg had disappeared without a trace. After taking a look, he carefully placed the insect egg close to his body. Alright, I have told you what you need to know, you can leave now. Luo Hu said lightly, then he waved his sleeve robe, and a gust of wind swept across. Before Lu Ming managed to ask other matters, his vision blacked out. The next moment he returned to the quiet room on the third floor. When he saw this, he could only smile bitterly. It seemed that this treatment was not the first time. The feeling that Luo Hu gave him was as if he didn't want to be in contact with Lu Ming at all. After Lu Ming pondered for a while, he became worried about the blood essence of the thousands-year-old turtle. After all, things like thousands-year-old turtle were hard to find. At least these days he did not see similar things selling in the shops he visited. After Lu Ming thought about it, he removed the enchantment in the secret room. He walked downstairs after that. For the next 3 days he would leave the shop every day as soon as he was free. He would visit the shops of all sizes that caught his interest. 3 days later, a place near the central lake in the free trading area had a huge hexagonal building covering an area of more than 10 acres and a height of more than 10 feet. 2 tall men in white robes were standing motionless on both sides of the gate. Judging from the aura, they faintly had the cultivation of the condensation period later stage. On the huge plaque hanging high at the door, the 5 golden words, Thousands Association Chamber of Commerce, glowed with a dazzling golden light under the afterglow of the setting sun, which looked particularly eye-catching. From time to time, some people entered and exited through the door. All of them were in different clothes, they didn't look like the people of the sect. This was where the largest auction hall in the Changyang market was located. On the notice board on the side of the building, a middle-aged man in a green robe was looking at the notice on it. 4 months later. After the man in green robe muttered to himself faintly, he turned and walked toward the gate. "Mister, this is my first time coming to the Changyang market. I wonder if there are any restrictions on the people participating in the auction held by your Chamber of Commerce?" The man in green robe bowed slightly. He asked the guard in white robe with a smile. The man in white robe didn't mean to bother him at all. He still looked ahead blankly. Seeing this, the man in green robe shook his head and turned and left. "This brother, please wait, I'm Zhuoji of the Jianchuan Association. I'm one of the auctions person in charge of the Thousands Association Chamber of Commerce. May I know how do I address you?" At this time, a handsome young man in his 20s with a faint red robe walked out from the big hall and stopped the middle-aged man very politely. "Mr. Zhuo is polite. My surname is Yi, just a casual cultivator." Hearing this, the middle-aged man turned around and asked unhurriedly. "It turns out to be Mr. I. If it is your first time coming to the Changyang market, you may not know our Thousands Association's Chamber of Commerce very well. Our Thousands Associations is actually composed of nearly 1,000 chambers of commerce of different sizes. Although the sphere of influence of the various chambers of commerce is not large, the business alliance is formed by thousands of chambers of commerce. We don't dare to compare ourselves with the 4 ancient sects and the 8 great families, but we still have a place in the Middle Sky continent." The young man in red robe slowly explained. Hearing this statement, the middle-aged man showed a slight surprise on his face, but he instantly recovered his calmness. "Mr. Zhuo, as a casual cultivator, can I join this auction?" the middle-aged man asked after giving it a thought. "There are no restrictions on this auction. You just need to bring enough spirit stones to participate in it. If you have something that you want to auction, I can also introduce you to the appraiser of this auction house. After passing the appraisal, you can participate in the auction. After the transaction is completed, we only charge 10% of the commission," the young man in red robe said after he laughed. "Thank you, Brother Zhuo. I still have to go to the market to buy some materials, so I will leave for now. 4 months later, I will definitely participate in the auction." After the middle-aged man cupped his fist, he turned around and left. After the young man in red robe flashed a strange expression on his face to watch him leave, he immediately turned around and strode into the auction house hall. Not long after the middle-aged man walked into a deserted alley with twists and turns, a young man in a green robe slowly walked out of it. The young man was Lu Ming. "I didn't expect the influence of the Thousands Association Chamber of Commerce to be greater than I imagined." After a faint sigh, he walked in the direction of the Lian Pavilion. In the quiet room on the 3rd floor, Lu Ming's face was blank, his eyes flickered as if he was thinking about something. In the corner of the quiet room, there were several jade boxes on a wooden table. After wandering around in the previous few days, he had a clear understanding of the general situation of the entire market. He also carefully selected a few of the many shops that he believed to be more reliable. He planned to sell the remaining cold condensing pills in batches in a few days. But for the remaining flawless grade elixirs, he didn't have a plan yet. After all, flawless grade elixir was not better than normal grade elixir. If it was not handled properly, it might cause unnecessary trouble. After Lu Ming's thoughts turned sharply, he made a decision. After keeping away the jade box on the wooden table, he meditated on the futon and adjusted his breath. At noon the next day, Lu Ming turned into a different appearance. After going around in the market, the cold condensing pills were divided into several batches and sold to the relatively reliable shops that he chose in the previous few days. Then he turned into the largest Bat Clan elixir shop. When he came this time, in addition to the servant in black clothes, there was a man in his 30s who was like a shopkeeper. As soon as he saw someone entering the shop, he walked out from behind the counter and greeted Lu Ming with a smile. "I'm the shopkeeper here. May I know whether you want to buy elixir or alchemy materials?" The Bat Clan shopkeeper said kindly. "I want to sell some elixir in exchange for some matured alchemy materials." Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and said directly. "Oh, here is not a good place to discuss that. Please follow me to the 3rd floor to discuss in detail." The Bat people took a look at the young man in green robe in front of him. After his eyes rolled, he said with a smile. Lu Ming nodded and walked to the stairs right away. "Yenner, help me take care of the business for a while." After the Bat people instructed, he quickly walked upstairs. The 3rd floor of the pavilion was a separate elegant room. There were 4 rooms in total, 2 of which were open, and the others were closed as if there were people inside. Seeing this, Lu Ming immediately released his mental power and scanned. There was no way to get into the elegant room. It was clear that there was a rather advanced enchantment that blocked divine thought. Then he chose an open elegant room and walked in slowly. The elegant room was only about 60 meters in area. There were a few pots of green plants displayed around it. In the middle was a wooden table and a few chairs. A painting was hung on one side of the wall. The man in black with 2 wings on his back was fighting with a purple evil dragon. On the other side of the wall, there were some dark red runes inscribed in it. Lu Ming released his mental power to investigate, but he couldn't penetrate it. The originally dim runes suddenly flashed with bursts of red dazzling halo. Lu Ming retrieved his mental power and sat on a wooden chair. The rune on this wall is our Bat clan's unique partition enchantment which can cut off all mental power. Even if you have a high cultivation you can't probe inside. You can rest assured. As for the painting you saw before, it was a battle between our Bat clan ancestor and an evil dragon tens of thousands of years ago. The Bat clan shopkeeper walked in not long after Lu Ming sat down, holding a cup of freshly brewed hot tea in his hand. He said with a smile, "That's great." Lu Ming nodded when he heard the words. "Sir, please enjoy a spirit tea first." The Bat people put the tea on the table, and he waved and closed the elegant room's door. "All right, sir, can tell me what materials you need, and what elixirs do you want to use to exchange?" The Bat people asked with a slight smile after sitting down. As Lu Ming heard this, he took a green jade box from his waist and put it on the table. "I want to change some green condensing fruits that are 500 years old and above. As for what elixirs I'm using, shopkeeper will know at a glance." Lu Ming gently pushed the jade box in front of the man in black clothes, then he took a sip of tea. The Bat people reached out to take the jade box, and he lightly patted it with one hand. After a flash of green light, the jade box opened slowly. A burst of chill suddenly spread, revealing 7 sparkling elixirs in the jade box. Cold condensing pills. The man couldn't help but exclaimed, then he carefully picked up one of them with his slender fingers and took a closer look in front of him. He saw 2 silvery spirit patterns faintly visible on the shining elixir. Immediately after the man in black clothes put it back in the jade box, he picked up another one and looked at it. 7 of them are all pellet grade. After inspecting all 7 elixirs, the Bat people looked at Lu Ming with a surprised expression. "I wonder how many 500 years old green condensing fruits can be exchanged for these cold condensing pills?" Lu Ming said unhurriedly. "If you want to exchange all of them for 500 years old green condensing fruits, our shop is willing to exchange them with 15 fruits." The Bat people thought slightly after hearing this, then he gritted his teeth and made an offer. Lu Ming's face changed slightly when he heard it. He had already inquired about it before. He knew that the 500-year-old green condensing fruit should be at least 30,000 spirit stones. Could it be that this man was expressing his kindness for offering 15 green condensing fruits? Sure enough, before Lu Ming could speak, the Bat people said again, "If you have a higher grade elixir, our store may even exchange it with 1,000-years-old green condensing fruit." The man said eagerly. Chapter 534, The Rumor in the Mark. Chapter 534, The Rumor in the Mark. "Shopkeeper, let's complete this transaction first, then we can talk later," Lu Ming said without rejecting it. "Sir, please wait a moment." The man in black clothes realized that he was a little gaffe. After an awkward smile, he immediately covered the jade box on the table, and then got up and walked out of the elegant room. After about 10 minutes, the Bat people walked in again with a smile, holding a gray wooden box several feet in size. He put the wooden box on the table, tapped his slender finger lightly, and a blood-red gas went into the jade box. The jade box bounced up, revealing the 15 green fruits inside that emitted a faint green light. For Lu Ming, who had seen countless green condensing fruits, he just had to scan with divine thought to confirm the maturity of these green condensing fruits. He stroked it with one hand and the wooden box was taken into the Sumeru snail on his waist. "Shopkeeper, I have something to do, so I will leave first. As for the higher grade elixir, I will consider it later," Lu Ming said lightly. Lu Ming wanted to brush him off. He never thought of revealing that he had a higher grade elixir, but after another thought, this earth grade elixir must have a place to sell, and this Bat people shop was indeed a good target. Besides, he was really interested in these 1,000-years-old green condensing fruits. "See you? If you come to our shop next time, you can just come to me directly." After putting away the jade box with the cold condensing pills on the table, the Bat People said with a smile on his face, and he accompanied Lu Ming to walk downstairs. Lu Ming didn't stay for long. As soon as he left the shop, he strode away and disappeared into the crowded streets the next moment. In the rest of the time he disguised into a dozen people with different appearances. He collected a large amount of other auxiliary materials for refining elixirs and some golden Yuan beast's essence cores using the spirit stones in his hands. After that he returned to the Lian Pavilion. After that, except he had to go downstairs to check the shop situation when necessary, he spent most of the rest of the time in the secret room on the 3rd floor. While continuing to practice the 2 powerful sword techniques, he continued to refine the 2 elixirs intermittently in large batches. After more than 2 months he finally used up the large amount of materials. This time he refined more than 100 cold condensing pills. There were more than 30 pellet-grade elixirs among them. There were as many as 4 earth-grade elixirs. In addition there were more than 10 golden Yuan pills, and there was also a pellet-grade elixir. He could get so many flawless grade elixirs at once, obviously because the green condensing fruits used in this alchemy were around 400 to 500 years of maturity, and the quality of the elixirs had naturally increased. After some consideration, he divided the ordinary quality cold condensing pills into several batches again and sold them to many elixir shops in the market, leaving only more than 20 normal grade elixirs for himself. After some considerations he kept those flawless grade cold condensing pills. Although he had been very cautious, the appearance of so many cold condensing pills still caused a commotion in the giant market like the Changyang market. Although there were many elixir shops in the market for people who really wanted to know, they knew the number and origin of various types of elixirs in the market. Any kind of incident would attract their attention, not to mention a large number of cold condensing pills of unknown origin. Now even if the person was dumb at this time he would most likely know that a real alchemy master who was good at refining cold condensing pill had arrived in the market. The cold condensing pill was a non-mainstream elixir that increased spiritual power. Naturally many forces were interested in this alchemy master. Many people started to secretly send people to investigate. Changyang Market was close to the prosperous area in the northeast corner, a street shop of more than 100 meters. The exterior decoration of the shop was gorgeous and atmospheric. It had a red lacquer door and clean windows and tables. In the middle of the entrance, there was a large mahogany plaque that was written with Howren Medicine Shop in red lacquer. This was an elixir shop opened by Howren Academy in the market. It seemed richer and more powerful than the Lian Pavilion of the Tai Yin Sect. In a hall of the Howren Medicine Shop the space was not that big, but the furniture and decoration inside reveal a kind of antique element which made it seem to have existed for a long time. A middle-aged man in a scholar robe sat in the middle of the hall. He was playing with a small white jade vase in his hand. If Lu Ming was here he would recognize him. This person was the middle-aged scholar of the Howren Academy he met in the Spirit Beast shop the other day. The young scholar was standing quietly aside at the moment, and there was also a white-haired old man, who was reporting something to the middle-aged scholar with a respectful look. Shopkeeper Su, so to speak, it was a middle-aged man in grey robe who came here to sell the cold condensing pills at that time. The middle-aged scholar suddenly asked in a deep voice after thinking. Yes. Because it is a rare elixir like the cold condensing pill, I personally handled the transaction at the time. The person asked for a private transaction so I couldn't ask the source of the elixir. After the transaction was done the person left quickly. The white-haired old man respectfully replied. Does that middle-aged man have any characteristics? The middle-aged scholar frowned. The man is about 40 years old. His figure is very ordinary, and his cultivation is only at the condensation period. As for his exact cultivation I can't know without fighting him. Shopkeeper Su recalled and said. Seeing that the middle-aged scholar didn't speak for a while, Shopkeeper Su hesitated and continued, I have sent someone to investigate it. The number of cold condensing pills that appeared this time was about 200, and they were sold in 8 different shops. Moreover, according to our informants the people who sold elixirs were different. There were young and old, they were new faces. It seems that the alchemy master is very careful. He doesn't want to attract attention so he sends a different person every time. Or maybe there is only one person, but that person is constantly changing his appearance. The middle-aged scholar thought for a while and made such speculation. Elder Bai is right. Many people think so too. Shopkeeper Su smiled lightly without forgetting to brown-nose him. The middle-aged scholar glanced at Shopkeeper Su. Although he didn't say anything, a hint of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. This kind of ingenious compliment was very useful. This middle-aged scholar was a crystallization period elder sent here by the Howran Academy. He was also a master's junior of the young scholar next to him. The young scholar was the disciple in charge of the Howran medicine shop here. No wonder shopkeeper Su was so respectful to him. Master's junior, is it possible that the alchemy master changed his appearance and sold these cold condensing pills himself? The young scholar who had been standing quietly aside suddenly interjected. Probably not. The alchemy master who can refine cold condensing pills has a different identity. It is unlikely for him to do these small things personally. Those people or just the person should be the subordinates of the alchemy master or some kind of a follower. The middle-aged scholar shook his head. The young scholar nodded when he heard the words and he stopped talking. No matter what, we, Howran Academy, must try our best to win over this alchemy master. If it succeeds, it will be regarded as a great achievement for the academy. The rewards will surely be generous. Shopkeeper Su, if someone comes here to sell cold condensing pills again, you must try to get him to stay and then promptly inform me. The middle-aged scholar said in a firm tone. Yes, I will pass down the instruction. Shopkeeper Su saluted, nodded to the young scholar and walked out quickly. A conversation was also taking place in the largest Bat clan shop in the southwest of Changyang market. Fu Min, 2 months ago you sent someone to send a letter saying that you had purchased several cold condensing pills from a mysterious person, and it was still the extremely rare pellet-grade elixir. After several elders saw the elixir, they attached great importance to this matter. Elder Fu Li even praised you in the clan. The person who spoke was a beautiful young woman with a slender figure. She was sitting on a chair in the secret room on the top floor of the shop. Her every move was flirtatious and tempting. As a member of the clan, this is what I should do. Elder Fu Li and Madame Wan have overpraised. In front of the beautiful young woman, a man in black clothes stood there with a respectful look. He was the shopkeeper in black clothes who exchanged the 500 years old green condensing fruit with Lu Ming's elixirs. But I heard that a lot of cold condensing pills appeared in the market recently. Were they from the hands of the mysterious man too? The beautiful young woman said. Report to Madame Wan that should be the case. This time there were more cold condensing pills, and the person also went to our shop to sell some. The shopkeeper in black clothes said as he took out 2 jade boxes. Is there a flawless grade elixir? The beautiful young woman took a jade box and found that there were 10 round cold condensing pills inside, exuding a strong medicinal fragrance. No, they are all ordinary elixirs. The shopkeeper in black clothes said with a wry smile. The beautiful young woman suddenly showed disappointment on her face. She picked up a cold condensing pill, put it under her tall nose and sniffed it carefully. She then said, the purity of these elixirs is not low, it is far above the ordinary condensation period elixir. It seems that the person who refined these cold condensing pills is a true alchemy master. Madame Wan is right. The 20 cold condensing pills we bought are all normal grade elixir with a purity of 60% to 70%. It is only one step away from flawless grade. The shopkeeper in black clothes said so. Fu Min, you received the mysterious man twice. Did you ask about the information of the alchemy master behind this man? The beautiful young woman closed the jade box and pondered for a while before asking again. The man is very careful in his words. He had been very careful when he came to sell the elixirs. He never mentioned the source of the elixir. I was afraid to offend this man, so I didn't dare to ask more. The shopkeeper in black clothes shook his head and smiled bitterly. And you are cautious, which is good. The beautiful young woman nodded. However, this cold condensing pill is important to our clan. Elder Fu Li has especially instructed that if this person comes again next time, you must ask if he has an earth-grade elixir in his hand or whether the alchemy master behind him can refine the earth-grade cold condensing pill. In case that the man doesn't want to say more and we are pushing too far, will we offend that alchemy master? The shopkeeper in black clothes said with some worry. Don't worry about these. I came here this time with 1,000 years old green condensing fruit with me. I believe it can calm the anger of that alchemy master. The beautiful young woman said confidently. Yes, I know it. The shopkeeper in black clothes said solemnly. Chapter 535, Speculator. Chapter 535, Speculator. Surrounding these cold condensing pills that suddenly appeared, there were frequent storms in the market for a while, and the undercurrent was surging. But no matter which force, before figuring out the true origin of this alchemy master, they all tacitly told their disciples that they must not offend those who came to sell elixir. But most people with abilities had very quirky personalities, and if they irritated the alchemy master who obviously didn't belong to any side, it would be terrible. Lian Pavilion, as a force of the Tai Yin sect, naturally received the news quickly. On this day, on the third floor of Lian Pavilion, shopkeeper Yi stood respectfully in front of Lu Ming, reporting something. Does Envoy Lu know that a large number of cold condensing pills suddenly appeared in the market, and an alchemy master came and quietly hid in this place? I haven't heard of it yet. I have been practicing behind closed doors for the past few days. There was actually such a thing in the market? Lu Ming raised his brows and said calmly, showing a look of interest on his face. This matter has caused a sensation in the public. It is said that there are hundreds of elixir being sold. Many businesses are inquiring about the source of these elixirs. Shopkeeper Yi was obviously also interested in this matter. As far as I know, the cold condensing pill is a kind of elixir that is extremely difficult to refine. How can there be so many at once? Is it because someone is refining this elixir in large numbers? Lu Ming touched his chin and said non-committally. A lot of people thought so too. It seems that there is an amazing alchemy master in this Changyang market. Shopkeeper Yi said with a wry smile. Shopkeeper Yi is also interested in this person? Lu Ming took a sip of tea and smiled faintly. This person is good at refining rare pills like the cold condensing pill. If he can be recruited into our sect, we will certainly make a great contribution. Shopkeeper Yi said solemnly. Okay, then I will leave the matter to Mr. Yi to handle it all. Lu Ming said calmly. Yes, I will try my best to find this alchemy master. Shopkeeper Yi said with joy when he heard this. If he found the alchemy master himself, the credit would be really great. Then the old man turned around and talked about other things in the Changyang market. After 10 minutes, shopkeeper Yi got up and left. Lu Ming also put down the blue and white porcelain cup in his hand, and a faint wry smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Although he was very careful when he was selling those elixirs for the 2 times, he still failed to escape the attention of the people. With so many forces looking for him, it would be a bit risky to go out and purchase alchemy materials. He could only think about this matter when the commotion had passed. In the following time, Lu Ming cultivated behind closed doors, and he took a cold condensing pill every few days, which was quite extravagant, to slowly cultivate the properties of the elixir. While his spiritual power was steadily improving, he also put the search for 10,000 years old spirit turtle's blood essence and the upgrade of the prototype of 9 Skulls shield on the agenda. These 2 major events were related to his future cultivating plan. 10,000 years old spirit turtle's blood essence was extremely rare. He could only try his luck. For the materials needed to refine the last enchantment of the 9 Skulls shield, Lu Ming had obtained most of them. He still needed 3 more materials now. Filth Yin liquid, demonic crow crystal and spirit essence powder. These 3 materials were not easy to find. Filth Yin liquid and demonic crow crystal were rare Yin materials. Spirit essence powder was a very rare spiritual material. Lu Ming brought more than 1 million spirit stones from selling the cold condensing pills. While cultivating, he started to search in the Changyang market. In the previous days he almost searched everywhere in the market, so he wasn't looking for the things cluelessly. In the Changyang market, in an alley near the southeast corner, there were many shops with uneven heights on both sides. They were selling basically everything. In a shop selling forging materials, Lu Ming, who changed his face, talked with the shopkeeper, then he walked out helplessly with an apologetic expression on his face. In the past few days he had visited many shops. What made him a little frustrated was that not only he got no clue of the 10,000 years old spirit turtle's blood essence, but he also didn't find any of the 3 auxiliary materials. If he asked the Lian Pavilion to search for them with his identity, it would be faster. However, this might attract attention from the sect. That would be troublesome. Just as Lu Ming turned and walked to the next material shop, a male voice suddenly came from behind. Mr. Please stop for a moment. Lu Ming paused and turned around. He saw a man in green shirt in his early 30s standing not far behind him, looking at Lu Ming with a smile on his face. Do I know you? Why are you stopping me? Lu Ming frowned, vaguely feeling that the person in front of him was a bit familiar. He asked coldly. I'm Lu Yanping. I have seen Mr. looking for something for these 2 days. I have lived in this market for many years. I believe I'm more familiar with the situation here than Mr. I should be able to help you out, and this can save you some time as well. The man in green shirt laughed. He wasn't bothered by Lu Ming's indifference. Mr. is following me? Lu Ming's face turned dark. There was a flash in his mind and he immediately remembered it. This man in green shirt, when he was looking for materials in the past 2 days, he did encounter him by chance. However, they just passed by and they had not talked before, so Lu Ming didn't pay attention to him. Please forgive me, mister. I'm not having ill intentions. I'm just a speculator in this market. Seeing Lu Ming's annoyance in the man in green shirt, he quickly waved his hand to explain. Speculator? Lu Ming's expression looked relieved a little when he heard it. He looked up and down at the man in green shirt for a moment, but he didn't speak immediately. His mind turned quickly. Lu Ming was not unfamiliar with these speculators. He was also a frequent visitor to the market. He knew that speculators were generally divided into two types: open speculator and secret speculator. Open speculator was simply connecting relationships or inquiring matters for some foreign cultivators, and they got some commissions from it. On the surface, the secret speculator was doing the same thing as the open speculator. This kind of person was also a spy of the local forces. He would sell the information of the person who hired them to the others. He didn't quite like these people before, and he had never worked with them before. After all, he himself had many secrets. Although he didn't know what kind of speculator the person in front of him was, he had been searching for materials for 2 days and hadn't found anything yet. If he continued to search, it was likely to be a waste of time. If he worked with people familiar with the market, maybe this could work. Seeing Lu Ming's expression, the man in green shirt knew that he got this, and he waited patiently. How long have you been in this city? Lu Ming asked calmly after thinking about it for a moment. It's not too long, it has been 10 years. The man in green shirt replied with a slight smile. How is the fee charged? Lu Ming nodded when he heard the words. With more than 10 years of experience, this person should be quite familiar with the Changyang market, so he asked. Haha, it depends on what is Mr. looking for. If you are not in a hurry, we might as well find a place and sit down and talk slowly. The man in green shirt suggested. A quarter of an hour later, the two sat in Piao Xiang house in the market. They ordered 2 cups of tea and chatted while drinking. Filth in liquid, demonic crow crystal and spirit essence powder are indeed some rare materials. They are not easy to find. Lu Yanping listened to Lu Ming's request, put down the cup, bowed his head and muttered to himself. Mr. Lu must have a clue, right? Now that Lu Ming had made up his mind to cooperate with this person, he was calmed instead. The 3 materials that Mr. wants, the first 2 items should be fine. Although they are scarce as far as I know, they should be available in this Changyang market. However, there is no guarantee that I can find spirit essence powder. Lu Yanping spread his hands and said with a smile. As for the fees, just pay me 2,000 spirit stones for each material that I help you buy. Lu Yanping added after thinking about it. Lu Ming hesitated for a while and quickly nodded in agreement. Although the fee was not low, if the materials could be found smoothly, he would naturally not be stingy with a few thousands of spirit stones. It's a deal, but I will only pay when I get the materials. Lu Ming pointed at the table and said. Of course. In that case, I will take Mr. to find filth in liquid and demonic crow crystal. There should be a shop that has these 2 things. Lu Yanping said and stood up. I have one more thing. If Mr. Lu can help me find the 10,000 years spirit turtle's blood essence, I'm willing to pay double the reward. As the man in green shirt just got up, Lu Ming said in a low tone. This time Lu Yanping thought about it for a while, but he didn't reply immediately. He only slowly replied after a while. 10,000 years old spirit turtle's blood essence is not like those few materials. It is a real rare thing. I can only inquire about it for Mr. As for whether you can find it, it depends on luck. Very good, then I will entrust it on Mr. Lu Ming naturally had no objection to this. The 2 then left Piao Xiang house and joined the crowds on the street. Lu Ming followed Lu Yanping for a while, then he appeared in a dark alley. Seeing this, Lu Ming frowned slightly, but he still followed silently. After the 2 walked for a while, Lu Yanping stopped in front of an inconspicuous shop. This small shop didn't even have a plaque on the door. It was crowded by several nearby shops. There was only a small door that was more than 2 feet wide. It was really simple. The materials that Mr. want to buy are not ordinary things, and you can probably only find them here in the entire Changyang market. The man in green shirt explained and took the lead in pushing open the half-covered door and strode in. Lu Ming hesitated and walked in. As soon as he walked in the door, he glanced away and saw that there were a few wooden shelves arranged in a mess in the room. There were some common alchemy and forging materials randomly placed on them. A skinny old man with withered hair and beard was sitting on the recliner behind the counter, closing his eyes and resting. Chapter 536, Old Man Gao. Chapter 536, Old Man Gao. Lu Ming scanned the old man with divine thought, and a slight strangeness flashed in his eyes. This skinny old man, who had an ugly appearance, was also a cultivator of the condensation period later stage. Old Man Gao, I'm here to introduce you to business. Lu Yenping yelled as soon as he walked in, seeming to know the shopkeeper very well. The shopkeeper lazily looked up at Lu Yenping, then he glanced at Lu Ming who was following behind. He seemed to see the strength of Lu Ming condensation period later stage and he looked solemn. It turned out to be young boy Lu. The guest you brought this time is not bad. Old Man Gao smiled and got up from the recliner. Isn't it? Why would I bring ordinary people? Lu Yenping suddenly became energetic. Mister, what are you looking for? Old Man Gao asked Lu Ming with a smile before Lu Yenping finished his words. This mister. Lu wants filth in liquid, demonic crow crystal and spirit essence powder. Do you have them here? Before Lu Ming could speak, Lu Yenping had already said it first. There are still some stocks of filth in liquid and demonic crow crystal, but spirit essence powder is out of stock. This top-quality refining material is worth hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. My small shop can't afford it. The skinny old man glared at Lu Yenping, then he frowned. Lu Yenping heard the words, glanced at Lu Ming, shrugged slightly and made a helpless expression. Shopkeeper Gao, can you show me the materials? Lu Ming said calmly after a moment of silence. Although he looked indifferent in his expression, he was actually delighted. He couldn't get spirit essence powder, but he could get demonic crow crystal and filth in liquid. This was quite a good result. The skinny old man turned around and walked a few steps inside without saying a word. He flipped his hand, took out a jade tablet and waved it on the wall. Suddenly, there was a clicking sound, and an entrance of the height of a person appeared on the wall. He then walked in. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, and this small shop really had some back doors. This skinny old man wasn't afraid of showing the outsiders the secret room. He must also have a backer. He was not as simple as it seemed. After a while, the old man turned out again with an extra cloth bag in his hand. Please look at this, mister. The skinny old man waved his hand and closed the secret room. Then he handed a cloth bag over. Lu Ming nodded. He opened the cloth bag and revealed the contents inside. They were a small white jade bottle and a square wooden box. He first picked up the jade bottle and removed the stopper. A faint black gas spread out from the opening of the bottle. He glanced into the bottle, and he saw that there was a cloud of dark viscous liquid inside. A faint chill exuded from the liquid. Lu Ming looked carefully for a while, then he put the stopper back and opened another wooden box. There was a fist-sized purple crystal. Okay, I want both of them. Shopkeeper Gao, name your price. Lu Ming said with satisfaction after a little inspection. The skinny old man opened his mouth, but Lu Yenping had already spoken before he did. I said, Old Man Gao, mister. Lu visits your shop for the first time, you can't ask for the price randomly. Young boy Lu, the old man knows how to do business, so you don't need to teach me. The skinny old man stared at the man in green shirt and said, Mister, I won't talk about demonic crow crystal. Only one price, 110,000 spirit stones. I bought filth in liquid from the other place at a high price, 150,000 spirit stones, absolutely no negotiation. Old Man Gao said faintly. Lu Ming thought about it a bit. This price was a bit more expensive than the market price he had learned, but considering the scarcity of materials, it was worth this price. However, if he could lower the price, why not? He casually glanced at Lu Yenping by the side. Lu Yenping understood. He cleared his throat and started to negotiate with the skinny old man. After some negotiation, the two materials were finally sold for 240,000 spirit stones. After keeping the materials in the storage amulet, Lu Ming was in a good mood. Now he was only one material away before he could start refining the 36th enchantment of the Nine Skulls shield. Thinking of the power after being upgraded to the rudimentary form of the magic weapon, Lu Ming couldn't help but feel hot in his heart. After completing the transaction, the two did not leave the shop immediately. I said, Old Man Gao, about spirit essence powder, do you really have no way? Lu Yenping asked with a grin. Why would I lie to you? Why wouldn't I take it out and sell it if I have it? The skinny old man rolled his eyes when he heard this and he said in annoyance. Hee, I didn't mean that, of course. Isn't there a big auction in the market 2 months later? Have you gotten any news? Lu Yenping said with a smile. No, I haven't heard any special news yet. Old Man Gao shook his head and said. Does shopkeeper Gao have any clue about the 10,000 years old spirit turtle's blood essence? As Lu Ming heard the words, a hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes. He thought for a moment, then he still wanted to try his luck. The blood essence of the 10,000 years old spirit turtle is totally different from the previous ones. I have never seen it, not to mention owning it. Old Man Gao glanced at Lu Ming and said so. Although Lu Ming already knew the result, he still smiled helplessly a few times. The two immediately said goodbye to the old man and left the shop, and they returned to the Piaoxiang house soon. In Changyang market, Old Man Gao has the most connections when it comes to forging materials. Even he can't buy the spirit essence powder you needed, so it is probably the same in other shops. Lu Yenping took over the bag that Lu Ming handed over and scanned it with divine thought, then he said slowly. As long as Mr. Lu, you try your best. If you can't find it in the end, you don't have to force it. Lu Ming smiled slightly. And I will ask other people again, and I will definitely give you an answer in 2 days. Lu Yenping said seriously after thinking about it for a while. Lu Ming immediately agreed with him for the next meeting time, and they left the restaurant soon. 2 days had passed in a flash. Lu Ming went to the Piaoxiang house on time. In the same position, Lu Yenping was already sitting there and waiting. Lu Ming's eyes moved. In addition to Lu Yenping on the wine table, there was a slightly fat middle-aged cultivator, and he looked over in amazement. Mr. Lu is here. You are really on time. Lu Yenping saw Lu Ming and stood up with a smile. Sorry for letting Brother Lu wait for so long. Mr. Kuxian is also here, what a coincidence. Lu Ming turned around and nodded to the middle-aged cultivator before he waited for Lu Yenping to speak. Mr. Lu, long time no see. The middle-aged cultivator quickly stood up and cupped his fist. You two know each other? Lu Yenping was a little stunned this time. Lu Ming smiled slightly. He and the middle-aged cultivator were not acquaintances, they just met once. That was 2 months ago. In the Lian Pavilion, a middle-aged cultivator and another Bat Clan cultivator were fancy on the spiritual weapon and started a dispute. Shopkeeper Yi invited Lu Ming to mediate the situation. After that, he sold the spiritual weapon to this person. When Kuxian talked about the meeting between them, he of course mentioned Lu Ming's identity as the disciple in charge from the Tai Yin Sect. It turns out that Mr. Lu turned out to be a Tai Yin Sect outer disciple, which is really disrespectful. Lu Yenping was shocked when he heard Lu Ming's identity, and he quickly bowed while cupping his fist. Tai Yin Sect was one of the ancient sects of the human race and was respected by the people in the Middle Sky continent. Even if it was just an ordinary disciple, he as an ordinary casual cultivator couldn't be comparable to it. Mr. Lu doesn't have to be polite. Lu Ming replied and said lightly. After some courtesy, the three sat down again and talked about business. Mr. Lu, do you know anything about the material? Lu Ming asked straightforwardly. In the past few days I have inquired about many friends and I did get some news. Actually, the source of this news is from Mr. Ku, so I invited him to meet Mr. Lu today. I didn't expect you two are all acquaintances. Lu Yenping nodded and smiled. I also just heard it from someone else. Brother Lu should know that Changyang Market's annual auction meeting will be held in less than 2 months. Kuxian said with a slight smile. Yes, I do hear about it. Lu Ming replied calmly. Regarding the news of the auction, the Lian Pavilion as Tai Yin Sect's sphere of influence was naturally clear. The scale of this auction conference is unprecedentedly grand. The Tianluo Trading, that ranks within the top 10 in the Thousands Association Chamber of Commerce, will preside the auction. There are many rare treasures in the auction. According to reliable sources, the spiritual material, spirit essence powder, that Mr. wants will be available in the auction. Kuxian continued after a pause. Really? Lu Ming was overjoyed when he heard this. Brother Ku's source is very reliable, Brother Lu can rest assured. But for the 10,000 years old spirit turtle's blood essence that you want, I have asked many friends, but I still couldn't find it. I'm really sorry. Yenping said. 10,000 years old spirit turtle's blood essence is originally something that can only obtain by luck, it's not Brother Lu's fault. Lu Ming casually comforted him, and his attention quickly shifted to the auction. Regarding this auction, there is a rumor that there are more than 10 superb spiritual weapons, and there are more elixirs and treasures. I even heard that the finale of the conference is a prototype of a magic weapon. That is an item that the powerhouse of the real pellet state covets. Kuxian couldn't help but exclaim. Magic weapon prototype. Lu Ming was also surprised when he heard this. This kind of treasure couldn't be bought with spirit stone alone. According to the rules of previous years, the cultivator of the major sect who is in charge of a shop like Brother Lu will be invited to the auction. Although the spirit essence powder is precious, it is still a common treasure in this auction. You can get it by spending more spirit stones. Lu Yinping touched his nose and said with some envy. Lu Ming nodded silently. He already had an idea in his mind. Although he had more than 1 million spirit stones in his hands, which was amazing compared to most condensation period cultivators, it seems that it was not enough to participate in this auction held by the Thousands Association Chamber of Commerce. With the influence of the nearby territory of the Changyang market, not to mention the crystallization period cultivator, it was not surprising to see the real pellet state cultivator participating in the auction. 1 million spirit stones may be astronomical numbers for the condensation state cultivators, but it was nothing for the cultivators above the crystallization period. Chapter 537, Green Condensing Fruit of 1,000 Years of Maturity. Chapter 537, Green Condensing Fruit of 1,000 Years of Maturity. According to Lu Ming's understanding, for treasures like the prototype of the magic weapon, the base price was at least 2 to 3 million spirit stones. Although it wasn't his target, if there were other treasures that he liked, he naturally wouldn't give up such a rare opportunity. After all, auctions of this size were not often seen. At the moment, if he wanted to obtain a large number of spirit stones in more than a month, the only way was to refine some cold condensing pills of flawless grade. Especially the cold condensing pill of the earth grade, each of which was worth more than hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. Even if he couldn't sell them during this time, he could still mortgage a lot of spirit stones at the auction, or he could exchange the pills for other items. Since Lu Ming had decided, he asked them about the specific matters of the auction. After that, he left. He did not rush back to the Lian Pavilion, but he disguised himself into a muscular man with black face. At this time he still had a lot of auxiliary materials needed for alchemy, but the main material, green condensing fruit, was finished. After thinking about it, Lu Ming took the flawless grade elixir and quietly went to the elixir shop opened by Bat Clan. As soon as he stepped into the shop, the Bat people dressed in black immediately walked out from the counter delightedly and greeted him directly. "Sir, let's go upstairs to talk." Before Lu Ming could speak, this Bat Clan shopkeeper invited Lu Ming to go upstairs to the VIP room without saying a word. Lu Ming smiled slightly when he heard the words. He strode upstairs without saying anything. At the same time, a middle-aged pharmacist on the other side who was sorting out the medicinal materials in the shop, raised his head and glanced at the muscular man with black face disguised by Lu Ming with a pair of bloody eyes, then he lowered his head and continued to work on his task. After about 10 minutes, inside a rather elegant secret room on the 3rd floor of the shop, the man in black clothes was looking at Lu Ming with a look of embarrassment. There was a green jade box on the table between the two of them. The jade box contained more than 10 pellet-grade cold condensing pills that Lu Ming recently refined. "Mr. Yi, although the price of these more than 10 cold condensing pills is worth as much as 1,000 years old green condensing fruit. However, the clan has already prepared to auction the several thousand years old green condensing fruit. I really can't make such a deal, please forgive me, mister." The Bat Clan shopkeeper slowly pushed the jade box back to Lu Ming. Lu Ming frowned slightly when he heard this. He touched his chin, revealing a hint of thoughtfulness. "However, if Mr. can use the elixir of the earth grade or higher grade to exchange, it may change the decision of the clan. I think the master behind Mr. who can refine so many pellet grade elixirs at once, should have refined some elixirs that are earth grade or above, right?" The Bat Clan shopkeeper suddenly changed the topic and probed Lu Ming in a low tone. Lu Ming did not answer the other party's question. He pondered after taking a sip from the teacup. The Bat people also waited nervously. After a few minutes, Lu Ming seemed to have decided in his heart. He sighed softly, then he took out another white jade box from his sleeve and put it on the table. After gently stroking it with his sleeve, the jade box opened slowly. A blue light surged out with a chill. In the jade box, there was a green elixir with 4 visible elixir patterns. "Earth grade elixir." The Bat Clan shopkeeper blurted out. He immediately said with great joy, "Mr. Yi, please wait a moment, I will report this to the clan." As soon as the Bat Clan shopkeeper finished talking, he immediately raised one hand, and a strange disc array that was only an inch size flew out of his sleeve. It circled in the air and became a foot size before landing in his hand. Then the man said something, a gesture. A line of small characters suddenly disappeared into the disc array, and the next moment he flipped it over with one hand. After the disc array buzzed, it turned back into an inch size and flew back into his sleeve. "Mister, the clan has received my message. They will soon send someone here. Please wait for a moment." Lu Ming nodded, put the jade box away, closed his eyes and calmly adjusted his breath. After a while, a young woman in a black dress and a black silk scarf walked upstairs, and she opened the door gently. After Lu Ming scanned with divine thought, he was slightly shocked. The aura of this young woman was unfathomable. She was at least at the intermediate stage of the crystallization period. "This must be Mr. Sorry for letting you wait." The young woman chuckled lightly and bowed to Lu Ming. "Not at all, Madam Is." Lu Ming hurriedly got up, cupped his fist and dared not neglect to reply. "You don't have to be polite. I heard from the shopkeeper that you want to exchange Earth-grade elixir for 1,000-years-old green condensing fruit. As the daughter of the patriarch, I can take charge of this matter. Can Mr. out the Earth-grade elixir first and let me inspect it first?" The young woman in black dress chuckled. At the same time, she turned her head and whispered to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man bowed, stepped out of the elegant room and closed the door. Lu Ming glanced at the young woman in black dress. After thinking for a moment, he took out the snow-white jade box again, placed it on the table and patted it with one hand. The box lid opened immediately. A strong medicinal fragrance spread immediately. Seeing this, the young woman in black dress looked amazed. She hooked with her slender finger and the green elixir in the jade box flicked out, falling lightly into her slender and delicate hand. She narrowed her eyes and stared carefully at the elixir in front of her for a long time, then she nodded with joy. She said to Lu Ming with a sweet smile, "Mr. Yi, this Earth-grade cold condensing pill is enough to exchange for 1,000-years-old green condensing fruit. I don't know how much you need to exchange. If you have more than 3, our shop is willing to add more spirit stones to you." Lu Ming tapped the round table in front of him lightly with his fingers. He looked as usual, but he was quickly analyzing the pros and cons. "Mr. Yi can rest assured that we Bat Clan have always abided by our promises. I can guarantee that we will not leak any transaction to the outside world. We will never cause any trouble to Mr." The young woman in black dress seemed to see Lu Ming's hesitation, and she spoke again. "Since Madam has guaranteed to such extent, I will no longer hide it. I have 5 Earth-grade cold condensing pills in my hands. I want to exchange some green condensing fruit of 1,000 years maturity, and it's even better if I can exchange some spirit stones." After Lu Ming finished listening, his eyes flickered a few times and he finally said. Then he took out 2 green jade boxes from his waist and placed them on the wooden table in front of them one by one. 5. The beautiful eyes of the young woman in black dress were full of joy. Although she estimated that Lu Ming had more than 1 Earth-grade elixir in his hand, she did not expect that there were so many. Even an alchemy master had a low chance in refining an Earth-grade elixir, let alone the cold condensing pill that was famous and hard to refine. Lu Ming slowly opened the 2 jade boxes. Each box contained 2 green elixirs. The young woman waved her hand and a jade box landed steadily in her hand. She then carefully checked the Earth-grade elixirs one by one. "Mr. Yi, please wait a moment." When the young woman in black dress checked the Earth-grade elixir in the 2 jade boxes and confirmed the authenticity, she sighed in relief. She said with a smile, and she walked out of the secret room to whisper a few words to the Bat Clan shopkeeper waiting outside the door. Hearing this, the Bat Clan shopkeeper immediately agreed respectfully and walked downstairs quickly. "I have ordered someone to get the green condensing fruit with the maturity of thousands of years. 5,000 years old green condensing fruits and 1 million spirit stones, how about that?" The young woman in black dress walked back to the private room and said delightedly to Lu Ming, 1 million spirit stones. Lu Ming was also overjoyed when he heard this. Although the other party made it clear that he wanted to make good friends with him, the 1 million spirit stones still exceeded his expectations. Of course, since the other party was willing to give it, he naturally agreed to it. About a quarter of an hour later, the Bat Clan shopkeeper walked in with a wooden box in one hand and a bag of spirit stones in the other. "Mr. Yi, these are 5,000 years old green condensing fruits and 1 million spirit stones, please count them." The young woman in black dress raised one hand, and the wooden box and cloth bag flew up from the man in black clothes and landed in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming picked up the cloth bag and scanned it with divine thought, then he nodded and kept it away. After that, he opened the wooden box to inspect the green condensing fruits in it. As soon as he opened the wooden box, a refreshing fragrance hit his face. There were 5 fist-sized green fruits placed in it. Lu Ming stretched out 3 fingers and carefully picked up one to check it carefully. The green condensing fruits of thousands of years of maturity weren't much larger than that of 500 years, but the green spirit patterns on the surface were clearer. There was even a faint refreshing breath from the fruits. According to ancient records, this refreshing breath could only be emitted by green condensing fruit that had thousands of years of maturity, and one of the green condensing fruit exuded a chilling fragrance that was obviously better than the others. According to Lu Ming's judgment, it should be about 1,300 years old. Lu Ming's heart beat twice immediately. Not bad, it really is a green condensing fruit over 1,000 years old. Lu Ming praised with a hint of satisfaction. It's good if Mr. Yi is satisfied. If you have a lot of cold condensing pills in the future, we Bat Clan are willing to buy all of them regardless of the grade, and we can continue to provide green condensing fruit in various years. We can also help you collect some auxiliary materials and even some other materials if you need them. I will never leak any information of yours to the others. As for the location of the trade, if Mr. trusts us, it can still be done in this shop. If Mr. has doubt, you can pick the place at will. The young woman in black dress seemed to say very sincerely. I will think about it. Lu Ming was slightly moved in his mind. If that was the case, it would indeed save him a lot of trouble. However, he still said with an unwavering expression. Chapter 538, 6 Elixir Patterns. Chapter 538, 6 Elixir Patterns. Then he put away all the green condensing fruit on the table, got up to say goodbye to the young woman in black shirt and Bat Clan shopkeeper, and then left. When the Bat Clan shopkeeper in black sent Lu Ming away and returned to the secret room upstairs, he immediately greeted the young woman with joy. He cupped his fist and said, Congratulations, madam, with these elixirs, there is great hope for the young master to break through the crystallization period in the near future. The young woman in black also nodded with joy when she heard the words. At this moment, another person walked in silently outside the rice field. It was the middle-aged man who had been sorting out the medicinal materials behind the counter downstairs. Your pupil's art can really observe whether this person has used the disguise technique. The young woman in black shirt asked with a deep voice and her eyes flashing. Reporting to the madam, under the observation of my blood pupil's mystic art, this person should have used some kind of mystic arts to change his bones. I think this face is definitely not his original face. In addition, this person's age is really young, and his cultivation base is really at the condensation period later stage. The middle-aged man bowed and replied respectfully. What? Does madam think that there is something wrong with this person? The shopkeeper in black clothes leaned over and asked. I do have some doubts. If this person is really a subordinate or a disciple of the alchemist, he would not bring so many earth-grade elixir with him. Besides, he can decide to exchange the elixirs so easily, which seems suspicious. But his age is so young. Forget it, whether he is the alchemist himself or not, the alchemist master who can refine earth-grade condensation period mostly does not want to be constrained by the big forces. Otherwise he won't be so cautious. Even when the big forces in the market just paid a little attention to him, he immediately stopped selling elixir. After thinking it over, she said so. Madam is right. But if this person is really a casual cultivator, it is a good thing for us Bat Clan. Our clan is good at growing spiritual medicine like the green condensing fruit, but we don't have much high-rank alchemists. For the cold condensing pill that enhances spiritual power, we will always need it. The middle-aged man said. If this is the case, we must get him to our side. We can give him some benefits in ordinary transactions. If this person can be used by us, there will be no need to worry about elixir in the future. If he still has the earth-grade elixir in his hands, maybe there will be more crystallization period cultivators in our younger generation. The young woman in black nodded when she heard the words, then turned to the shopkeeper in black clothes and said, I understand. Please rest assured, madam. The man in black clothes hurriedly replied respectfully. On a street in the southwest corner of the market, Lu Ming, the muscular man with a black face, seemed to be walking aimlessly in the crowd. In this exchange he had gained a lot. In addition to the 5,000-year-old green condensing fruits, the 1 million spirit stone had also solved his urgent need to participate in the auction. After he returned to the Lian Pavilion, he immediately ordered shopkeeper Yi to take care of the shop because he needed to cultivate behind closed doors for half a month. If there was anything urgent, he could tell him through the disc array. After that, he entered the secret room on the 3rd floor and sat down cross-legged. 10 days later in the secret room. Lu Ming looked at a gleaming green condensing fruit in his hand. It was the one that was 1,300 years old. In the jade box beside him, 12 pellet-grade cold condensing pills and 8 earth-grade cold condensing pills were placed in it. 7 of them had 4 spirit patterns, and the other one that was slightly entangled with cold air was an earth-grade elixir with 5 spirit patterns. A few days ago he had finished refining the remaining 4,000-year-old green condensing fruits, and he vaguely felt that his alchemy mastery seemed to be a bit more advanced than before. These 1,000-year-old green condensing fruits are all refined into flawless grade elixir. I don't know whether this 1,300 years old green condensing fruit can get a higher grade. A fiery expression flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He couldn't help muttering to himself. He then waved his sleeve without hesitation, launching a series of symbols. A rumbling sound could be heard, the silver cauldron in front trembled slightly, and the cauldron lid slowly opened. He gently threw the gleaming green condensing fruit into the cauldron. Then he patted the ground with one hand. A breeze rose on the ground and several other auxiliary materials went into the cauldron one after another. With another wave of his sleeve, the cauldron cover slowly closed. Then his gesture changed continuously, and he chanted at the same time. The silver runes on the cauldron shone slightly. Suddenly, a group of red flames rushed from under the cauldron. 3 days later, the silver cauldron was floating in mid-air, and its lower part was wrapped by a crimson flame. Lu Ming walked around it regularly and he launched symbols from time to time to maintain the temperature of the crimson flame. He looked thoughtful when doing this. As the maturity of the green condensing fruit increased, the time needed to refine was increased as well. Using green condensing fruit with less than 200 years of maturity, with Lu Ming's current skill, he could refine the elixir in half a day. 500 years old would take 1 day, 1,000 years would take about 2 days. Now he had been refining this 1,300 years old green condensing fruit for nearly 3 days, but the elixir wasn't done yet. This made Lu Ming feel a little bit worried, but he also had a faint expectation. Suddenly there was an icy chill in the secret room. A gust of cold air gathered from the cracks in the secret room, and it turned into patches of gray-white clouds that floated over the silver cauldron. The silver cauldron also began to emit a low soft chime. Lu Ming only felt a cold chill penetrate into his body. He instantly channeled the spiritual power in his body to dispel the chill. In the next moment, the gray-white clouds suddenly rolled violently, and they went into the cauldron one after another. At the same time, the crimson flame below also disappeared instantly. A loud noise. The cauldron seemed to explode. A burst of icy air instantly surged around. Such a strange scene made Lu Ming shocked. He anxiously looked into the cauldron. After about a few minutes, the cold air gradually dissipated, and everything in the secret room had returned to normal. Lu Ming frowned and waved his sleeve to open the cauldron cover. Swoosh! A green light soared to the sky, revealing 5 cold condensing pills in the furnace. Upon closer inspection, one of them had only 3 spirit patterns and was of pellet grade. The other 2 had 4 clear spirit patterns. One was entangled by strands of cold air, and 5 faint spirit patterns could be seen vaguely. One in the corner was wrapped in a thick and dense white mist. The spirit patterns on it couldn't be seen clearly. He immediately waved on hand, and the 5 elixirs flew out from the cauldron and fell into his hand. After putting each of the 4 elixirs into a jade box, he carefully checked the last cold condensing pill. Under Lu Ming's thoughts, a black gas emerged from his fingertips, carefully dispelling the white mist on the surface of the elixir. He squinted and looked at it. In the next moment, the expression on his face gradually changed from a look of expectation to a hint of joy, and he burst into laughter finally. 6 spirit patterns? It actually has 6 spirit patterns. This is already close to the sky grade. He held up the earth grade elixir with 6 spirit patterns that he refined for the first time with one hand, and he was extremely excited. He seemed to understand the strange scene just now. It must be caused by this elixir. He put the elixir alone in a cold gray jade box, and he carefully put it in the Sumeru snail around his waist. He then sat cross-legged and closed his eyes to rest. In and near the Lian Pavilion, a 20-years-old young man in green robe with a wicked face was hugging 2 beautiful women on both his sides. After Fang Yi sensed a slight fluctuation and a faint chill, the man in the green robe changed his face slightly and glanced faintly in the direction of the forging shop outside the window. Mister, did something happen? One of the girls with a graceful figure and a golden hairpin put one hand on the young man's chest and asked softly. Nothing, it is just a green peacock flying by the sky. The young man in green robe closed his eyes and grinned. Mister, where is the peacock? Why didn't I see it? Another girl with a hot body and revealing dress leaned into the young man's arms and asked softly. Here? The young man in green robe made a gesture, and a green mist surged out. It instantly condensed into a green peacock. Then there was a burst of laughter in the private room. Outside the door, a big muscular man more than 10 feet high stood motionlessly like a tower with his arms folded, completely ignoring the laughter from time to time in the private room. In the secret room of Howren Medicine Shop. The room was filled with a cloud of white smoke, and a cold air was coming out from the center intermittently. Whose spirit fluctuation is it? It almost interfered with my cultivation. The white smoke rolled for a moment, and it gathered in the middle, revealing the figure of a man. It was the middle-aged scholar from Howren Academy that Lu Ming met in the spirit beast shop last time. The middle-aged scholar immediately walked out of the secret room and looked in the direction of the Tai Yin Sect's forging shop, showing a trace of doubt, but in the end he shook his head and returned to the secret room. He continued to concentrate on cultivating with his eyes closed. At the same time, in a side hall of the Howren Medicine Shop, the young scholar was sitting on the wooden chair beside the coffee table, looking gloomily at a thin man who was only at the spirit apostle stage. I ask you to investigate for so long, you don't even have the slightest clue about the man in black face. You are really useless. The young scholar reprimanded coldly. Please forgive me, mister. However, the person you mentioned may have left Changyang Market. The thin man dared not look up. He replied in a low voice. Chapter 539, The Big Auction. Chapter 539, The Big Auction. Didn't you claim to know everything in the Changyang Market? Now you can't even identify the identity of the man with black face? The young scholar snorted coldly in dissatisfaction. Obviously, this Howren Academy's disciple still didn't forget about the mutated insect egg. Yes, please give me a little more time, mister. I will definitely find out the whereabouts of this person. The thin man felt a chill and said hurriedly. Very well, if you can't find out the whereabouts of this person, don't ever show up in front of me again. The young scholar couldn't suppress his anger, patted the tea table, stood up, and walked straight to the second floor of the forge shop. At the same time, in another seemingly ordinary shop closet near the Lian Pavilion, a woman in purple with a dusty temperament was playing with a palm-sized golden turtle. Behind her, there was an old man in green clothes with a kind look on his face. Old Xiao, can you see anything about the spirit fluctuation just now? The woman in purple clothes suddenly looked back at the old man beside her and asked faintly. Reporting to Miss, according to my experience, someone should have refined or forged some kind of rare spiritual weapon or elixir. As an alchemist, there was also a similar strange phenomenon when I refined an earth-grade elixir with 5 patterns by luck. When forging a superb spiritual weapon with a lot of enchantments, a similar situation would happen. Although this person used enchantment to cut off all spiritual fluctuation, since it was coming from the Tai Yin Sect's forge shop, it is most likely the second case. The old man in green clothes bowed slightly and explained slowly. Old Xiao, please send someone to check if there is any forge master sent by the Tai Yin Sect to take charge of the shop. The woman in purple clothes gave it a little thought, then she instructed. Yes, I will send someone to do it. After another bow, the old man in green clothes walked out of the secret room. In the following period, Lu Ming went to a Bat Clan shop and exchanged 13 pellet grades and 4 spirit patterns of the earth-grade cold condensing pills for more than 3 million spirit stones. After that, he spent most of the time in the shop. Although Bat Clan shopkeeper was surprised that Lu Ming could refine the earth-grade pills so quickly, he thought these elixirs were refined from those 1,000-years-old green condensing fruits. Although he was amazed, he wasn't too much of a surprise. At this time, the spirit stone bag on his waist had more than 500 upper-grade spirit stones, 5 earth-grade cold condensing pills with 4 elixir patterns, 2 of the 5 elixir patterns pills, 1 of 6 elixir patterns pill. After half a month, the big auction finally began. Near the lake of the market, a young man in a green robe walked slowly out of the side alley. After tidying his sleeves, he walked straight to the auction building. It was Lu Ming who had disguised his face. Half a month ago, as the messenger of Tai Yin Sect, he received an invitation letter from the auctioneer, Thousands Association Chamber of Commerce. However, he did not intend to use this invitation letter. He decided to disguise himself as a casual cultivator to join the auction. At this moment, on the eve of the big auction, from time to time, groups of cultivators gathered here from all directions, pouring into the gate. After Lu Ming observed for a while, He paid some spirit stones as entrance fees and walked into the auction hall under the watch of the guards. After passing a spacious corridor filled with bustling people, it was the interior hall of the auction which was divided into 2 floors. Those who did not have an invitation letter could only enter the lobby on the first floor, while the second floor was for special guests who received invitations. Lu Ming picked a rather secretive corner on the first floor, sat down quietly, and began to look around at the auction hall. Surrounding the huge square-high platform in the middle, there were rows of fan-shaped stairs around the venue on the first floor, and each stair was full of seats. Lu Ming made a rough calculation. The entire venue on the first floor could accommodate thousands of people. About an hour before the big auction began, there were very few empty seats here. With this scale alone, the auction at Changyang Market had far surpassed the auction held in the Sea region. The seats below were all ordinary seats. There were also VIP boxes on both sides of the second floor of the venue, which were obviously reserved for some powerhouses with status. Since Lu Ming came in, he had vaguely noticed that many people had entered the box through his powerful mental power. Each of these people had a profound aura. Many of them were powerhouses that were at least at the crystallization period. It was not surprising that there were 1 or 2 real pellet state powerhouses among them inside. Once these people enter the box, they could no longer be detected. After another half hour, no one came from the entrance. As the door at the entrance slowly closed with a loud bang, a golden beam of light suddenly lit up on the high platform in the middle. There was a platform slowly rising inside. At the same time, the noisy sounds in the venue also stopped abruptly. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the golden light beam. The golden light slowly dissipated, showing 3 men in white robes on the jade platform. The one in the middle was an old man with white beard and hair. Under the gaze of so many people, he still had a lazy look. On the left and right sides were 2 young men, one had a pale complexion, the other had a dark complexion. They also looked calm under everyone's gaze. The corners of Lu Ming's eyes twitched. These 2 young men looked dignified. They were obviously the crystallization period powerhouses. The old man with white hair was clearly sitting there, but as he probed with divine thought, his figure seemed to be fading as if he would be gone at any time. This old man was actually a powerhouse of the real pellet state. After the men from the left and right glanced around, they said loudly with a smile, "Welcome to the auction held by our Chamber of Commerce. I will be the MC of this auction. The rules are the same as usual. After calling out a base price, everyone will bid with spirit stones. If you don't have enough spirit stones, you can also sell other treasures to us in exchange for the spirit stones. Of course, if you disagree with the price set by us, we will also auction it on the spot for you. In short, you will never feel that you are at a loss." The man with fair skin spoke so clearly, the cultivators in the venue naturally had no objection. The old man with white hair and the man with dark skin respectively sat on the 2 chairs behind the jade platform. "Alright, since everyone has no objections, then this auction will begin now." The man with fair skin looked around, then he announced with a loud voice that resounded through the audience. As soon as he spoke, a maid in white clothes elegantly walked out from the backstage, holding a white jade tray in both hands. The tray was covered with a big red brocade. Under the eyes of the audience, she walked calmly to the stage. The man with fair skin uncovered the red cloth on the tray, revealing a half-foot-long odd-shaped blade. The first item, superb spiritual weapon, green sound blade. It contains 28 enchantments. It also has magical sound effects when attacking, which makes opponents fall into illusion unknowingly and greatly reduces spiritual power. The base price is 800,000 spirit stones. Each call must be at least 30,000 spirit stones. The man with a fair skin said loudly. There were whispers in the venue immediately. Although the blade was not as sharp as the sword, it was more overbearing. Among all spiritual weapons, its attack power was second only to the sword. If a blade user uses this green sound blade at close combat, with the elusive sound and afterimages, he could catch the opponent off guard. Not to mention others, even Lu Ming was a little moved. 800,000. Someone shouted immediately. 830,000. 870,000. 900,000. Lu Ming, the people raised the price to 1 million in just a while, then he shook his head and closed his eyes to rest. From the bottom of his heart, although he also wanted to get one more superb spiritual weapon, he would not consider if the price was more than 1 million. After all, his goal today was spirit essence powder. Although he had a lot of spirit stones, he wouldn't spend too many spirit stones before he got the item. As a result, after a fierce bidding, This green sound blade was bid by a black man for a price of 1.2 million spirit stones. Lu Ming looked at the boxes on both sides. The people who just bade were the cultivators below. The VIPs in the boxes seemed to look down on the green sound blade. They remained silent collectively. The following auction item is also a superb spiritual weapon, Soul Destruction Fan. This fan is made of demon blood jade, then it is mixed with the essence spirit of the demonic mandrill. It contains 30 enchantments. The base price is 800,000, and each bid is at least 30,000. The people under the stage presented another white jade tray. This time there was a fan lying flat on the tray. There was a purple skull embroidered on it. Lu Ming was silent for a while. Another superb spiritual weapon, but this time it is for the evil cultivator. 800,000. Another person raised the price before the man with fair skin finished speaking. 850,000. The one who spoke was a cultivator in blue robe. He had a hideous face. He was playing with a bone scepter in his hand, which made him look like an evil cultivator. 880,000. Someone increased the price. 900,000. The man in the blue robe snorted. He was determined to get this thing. 930,000. 1 million. The man in blue robe seemed a little impatient, and he directly raised the price to 1 million. The value of a superb spiritual weapon was generally between 800,000 and 1 million, unless it was a treasure with special effects, such as the disturbing audiovisual effect of the green sound blade auction just now, but this soul destruction fan obviously had no such special ability. 1 million. This time the voice came from the VIP box, raising 100,000 more. Many people in the venue were slightly surprised hearing that, and they all looked over. It was a pity that there was an enchantment on the box. Neither vision nor divine thought could penetrate it. Chapter 540, Spirit Essence Powder. Chapter 540, Spirit Essence Powder. The person who bade was actually the young man in green robe in his 20s. He was sitting in a box on the east side, holding a golden fan. There were two beautiful female cultivators beside him, gently blowing scent in the young man's ears from time to time. The tower-like man still stood quietly aside like a sculpture. 15 million. The man in blue robe glared in the direction of the box and continued to increase the price. 200,000. The young man in green robe showed a sneer on his face and closed the fan with a snap. 3 million. The blue-robed man gritted his teeth and said. At this time, most of the people in the venue were holding the mentality of watching the theater, and the price was obviously already outrageous. 4 million. The young man in green robe added 100,000 nonchalantly. After hearing this, the man in blue robe finally sat back on his seat with an annoyed look after gnashing his teeth. The soul destruction fan was finally bidden by the young man in green robe for 4 million. Competing against me? You are overconfident. In the box, the young man in green robe saw the other person's unwilling expression and seemed to enjoy it. He snapped his fingers and smiled triumphantly. Master, this soul destruction fan is of average quality. It doesn't seem to be worth the price. The tall and muscular man suddenly said. His hoarse voice sounded like two metals rubbing at each other. It's not worth it now, but this fan is made of demon blood jade. If we add 2 more enchantments on it, the price will double. The young man in green robe said as he opened the fan and fanned himself. The beautiful female cultivators stuck on him again. The tall and muscular man kept silent for a while as if he was convinced by this reason, but he spoke again later. The auction has just begun and the real good things are behind. Young master should keep some spirit stones. This auction has many big shots. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. The young man in green robe said lightly. In a box on the west side, a woman in purple clothes, who had an extraordinary temperament, glanced at the young man in green robe. There was a trace of contempt in her eyes. She then looked back and kept playing with the golden little turtle. In the auction venue at this moment, because a magical spiritual weapon was sold for 4 million before, the atmosphere reached a small climax. Many people were discussing in low voice. The middle-aged man with fair skin was full of smiles. As the auctioneer, he hoped to see this kind of vindictive price bidding. An ordinary good could often be sold at a very high price. Not long after, another auction item was brought up. It was a classic book with a fiery red cover. The following product is the Fire Element Technique, Burning Sky Code, which is a complete set of techniques that can be cultivated from the condensation period to the peak of the crystallization period. The base price is 100,000 spirit stones. Each bid should be at least 5,000. This burning sky code was also quite famous in the Changyang market. A famous crystallization period cultivator more than 100 years ago, Fenshin Shangren was cultivating such techniques. After the introduction, many cultivators were eager to bid it. After several rounds of bidding, it was bidden by a condensation period cultivator for a price of 210,000 spirit stones. Lu Ming was not interested in such things as a classic book. He just glanced over it slightly. In the following sections, there were several upper-grade spiritual weapons, including flying knives, flying forks, an upper-grade spiritual vest, and intermediate-grade spiritual pill furnaces. These items were sold for hundreds of thousands of spirit stone prices, and the atmosphere of the venue gradually became lively. The following treasure is the final piece of the mid-session of this auction, Qing Yuan Sword Record, which records the lifelong cultivation experience of a real pellet state sword cultivator. I don't have to tell you how precious this book is. The base price is 1 million spirit stones. Each bid is at least 50,000. As the middle-aged man with fair skin said, he gently lifted the red cloth on the stage with one hand, revealing one green thread-bound book with 4 ancient seal characters written on the old cover. Everyone in the venue was immediately attracted by the classic book on the stage, and they started talking in low voice. In the VIP boxes on both sides, some people also showed a focused look. Real pellet state sword cultivators experience. Seeing this, Lu Ming couldn't help feeling excited. Although he majored in Tai Gang sword tactics, real pellet state sword cultivators' cultivation experience must have its own uniqueness. The reference value for his future practice was self-evident. At this moment, someone was already bidding. 1 million spirit stones. 10 million. The people present were very excited about this sword classic book, but they were very cautious about the price increase at the beginning, and only the guests on the first floor were bidding, but there was no sound from the VIP boxes on both sides. 3 million spirit stones. Lu Ming recognized the voice of the bidder. It was the man in blue clothes who was bidding for the soul destruction fan. 5 million. This time Lu Ming shouted the price. Many people looked at each other as they heard the price. Millions of spirit stones were a huge sum of money. Ordinary casual cultivators were already great to have hundreds of thousands of spirit stones, and most of the ones who were still bidding were supported by some forces behind them. 8 million. In the box, the young man in green robe held the windowsill with both hands, looking very interested. He didn't even look at Lu Ming, who was below him. Lu Ming sighed secretly and did not continue to increase the price. The venue went silent for a while. No one could simply take out 8 million spirit stones. Only some big families or sects could offer that. The young man in green robe saw that he once again suppressed everyone. He became more content immediately. 2 million. An abrupt voice came from a box on the west side. As soon as this statement came out, everyone present was in an uproar. Lu Ming was shocked. It seemed that there were many capable people in this venue. In the box, the young man in green robe's face instantly became very gloomy. He waved his hand to let the women beside him leave, then he looked over. His eyes were flashing with green light. He seemed to be casting some kind of mystic art, trying to see through the box. Wait a minute, young master. I recognize the voice just now. The bidder is a real pellet state powerhouse. Young master shouldn't move rashly. After all, we aren't in our sect. The tall and muscular man blocked in front of the young man in green robe instantly, and he said solemnly, "Real pellet state powerhouse." When the young man in green robe heard the words, his face looked horrified. After a long while, he nodded sulkily and sat down. Real pellet state powerhouses were the real powerhouses no matter where they were. Even in the super big sects, they would be at the high level. Even the arrogant young man in green robe didn't want to offend her at will. The friend in the box here bid 2 million. Is there any higher bid? If there is no higher price, this Qing Yuan sword record will belong to the friend over there. On the stage of the venue, the middle-aged man with fair skin asked loudly. After waiting for a while, there were whispers one after another, but no one bade. The middle-aged man immediately knocked on the table and announced the ownership of the classic book. Seeing this, Lu Ming couldn't help but smile. With some regret, he watched a maid in white delivering the jade plate to the box. The next product is a rare condensation period elixir, Xingdou elixir. This elixir. The auction continued. In the following time, the auction began to take out some rare elixirs and materials for auction. Although these items were not as valuable as the previous Qing Yuan sword record and some superb spiritual weapons, the people were still eager to bid them. However, most of them were from the minor sects and the casual cultivators. People from the boxes rarely bade for those things. Lu Ming also cheered up and paid close attention to each auction. Looking at this trend, spirit essence powder was about to appear. Finally, after a large piece of 5 elements refined iron was bidden by a casual cultivator with 180,000 spirit stones, a white robe made brought a small transparent jade box. There seemed to be a small pile of white powder inside the jade box. It didn't look special at all. But once this thing appeared, Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. This was exactly the spirit essence powder he had been searching for a long time. The next item is a forging material, spirit essence powder, which is very rare in the outside world. As everyone knows, when a superb spiritual weapon needs to be promoted to the prototype of a magic weapon, it needs a lot of auxiliary materials, and spirit essence powder is one of the kinds that is widely used. The middle-aged man with fair skin looked around the venue and saw many people were eager to bid for it, then a hint of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. He continued to say, "Those who want to forge the prototype of the magic weapon must not miss this opportunity. Now the bidding starts. The base price is 500,000 spirit stones. Each bid is at least 10,000. The middle-aged man with fair skin provoked the desire of many people in a few words. 500,000 spirit stone. A casual cultivator immediately called out the price. 550,000. A female cultivator wearing a hat spoke. 600,000. The casual cultivator frowned and he immediately increased the price. 650,000. The female cultivator sneered and added 50,000. The casual cultivator gave the female cultivator a fierce look, but he no longer bade. A trace of complacent flashed across the face under the female cultivator's hat. 700,000 spirit stones. In the corner another voice sounded. It was Lu Ming. The female cultivator glanced at Lu Ming angrily, snorted coldly and said, 750,000 spirit stones. 800,000. Lu Ming's face changed and remained unchanged. 900,000. If you can bid a higher price than this, I will let you get this box of spirit essence powder. The female cultivator sneered. As soon as the female cultivator spoke, a faint voice sounded. 1 million. It was not Lu Ming who said this, but a gray-haired old man on the first floor of the conference hall. The female cultivator with a hat frowned and looked at the old man. She seemed to know him and looked scrupulous. She actually didn't say any offensive words to him. Isn't that the forge master of Quanju building, Master Zhao? Master Zhao is a forge master, so it's no wonder that he would pay such a high price. Is it that he wants to refine the prototype of a magic weapon? Someone recognized the old man, and it immediately caused a commotion. Chapter 541, Demon Mystic Sect and Ouyang Family. Chapter 541, Demon Mystic Sect and Ouyang Family. The market price of spirit essence powder was about 600,000 to 700,000, but this was extremely rare, so it was normal to be expensive by 10 or 20,000. However, 100,000 was too expensive. It was almost the price of a superb spiritual weapon. Master Zhao bid 1 million spirit stones. Does anyone have a higher price than this? The middle-aged man with fair skin shouted with joy. 1 million spirit stones. Lu Ming shouted calmly. Most people in the venue looked at Lu Ming incredulously, and many people began to shake their heads. 2 million spirit stones. I need this item very much. I hope that you can let me have it. Old man Zhao turned his head and looked at Lu Ming and he said with a frown. Really, but it's a pity that I'm also determined to get this. I think I have to compete with Master. 5 million spirit stones. Lu Ming replied and raised another 300,000 spirit stones. There was an uproar on the court and many people looked at Lu Ming with surprise. Old man Zhao also looked astounded in his eyes, but he slowly returned to his seat. He no longer bade for it. Obviously, even with his net worth, he was unwilling to buy a piece of material at a price far more than twice. This Mr. bid 5 million. Is there a higher one? The middle-aged man with fair skin was overjoyed. He immediately looked around the audience again, and he especially stopped for a moment on old man Zhao. Then this spirit essence powder belongs to this Mr. here. Seeing that the old man didn't mean to bid any more, the middle-aged man with fair skin shouted 3 more times before finally making a decision. At this point, Lu Ming secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although if someone raised the price he would definitely follow, he would still feel pain for using so many spirit stones. After a while, a servant walked over and led him into a small hall on the side of the venue, and a white-robed maid brought a jade tray with the spirit essence powder to him. Lu Ming happily paid the spirit stones, opened the jade box and took a closer look. It turned out that the purity was very high as recorded in the classic. He nodded in satisfaction, kept the item and returned to the venue quickly. In this way his primary purpose of participating in the big auction was considered complete. At this moment Lu Ming still had almost 3.5 million spirit stones on him. If there was a treasure that matched him he could bid as much as he wanted. In the following time, the auction items that appeared were some elixirs that could be used by the condensation period and crystallization period cultivators. There were also some well-trained adult spirit beasts. The flame ears rat was quite in line with Lu Ming's intentions. This spirit beast had an extremely sensitive sense of smell. It was good at digging holes in the ground and looking for treasures. It was a treasure hunter rat. It was a pity that before Lu Ming tried to bid, it was bid by a woman in black clothes at a high price, leaving him speechless. After another 15 minutes, the dark-skinned man on the side suddenly got up the platform, took out a jade book and opened it. There were 4 yellow beads in it. Then the dark-skinned man flickered and got down from the platform again. The middle-aged man with fair skin coughed slightly and said, "Sorry for holding everyone so long, now we are going to auction the final treasure of this auction. The first item is these 4 puppet warriors." As the middle-aged man with fair skin said, he reached out to grab a bead and tossed it. A yellow light flashed and a 10 meters tall golden puppet appeared on the platform. He then chanted and launched a symbol at the puppet. A golden rune was launched from his hand and flashed into the forehead of the golden armor puppet. Suddenly, a bright golden light emerged from the soldier, and a huge spiritual pressure suddenly erupted. Seeing this, Lu Ming couldn't help flashing a hint of surprise. Judging from this momentum, this golden armor puppet faintly had the strength of condensation period later stage. With just a movement, the golden armor puppet turned blurred, and it appeared tens of meters away in lightning speed. It then launched a punch in the air. Ouyang! There was a buzz in the void. An invisible punch force came out, causing a 100 meters long white air wave. The golden armor puppet moved again. It moved past the air wave and threw another punch. The 2 punches collided violently. After a dull loud noise they disappeared. The golden armor puppet flashed, leaving an afterimage and returned to the middle-aged man with fair skin. The whole process was as fast as lightning, and it was almost completed in an instant. In the venue, many cultivators were shocked when they saw this scene. The strength of this puppet made everyone boil in their heart. These 4 puppets are produced from the Nature Work Sect, one of the 4 ancient sections. Everyone has seen that each of these puppet warriors has the powerful strength of the condensation period later stage. Their speed is even as fast as thunder, which overcomes the shortcomings of the puppet warriors' slow speed. What's more rare is that these 4 puppet warriors can set a 4 guardians formation, which is enough to fight against the cultivator of the early stage of the crystallization period. The middle-aged man with fair skin explained while everyone still looked astounded. The cultivators in the venue were both shocked and delighted. However, to control 4 puppet warriors, the consumption of mental power is also very huge. It is far beyond controlling the ordinary puppets, so don't overestimate your power. The base price starts with 2 million. Each bid must be at least 100,000. The middle-aged man with fair skin slowly reminded everyone and announced the start of the auction. The bay price is 2 million spirit stones. Many people felt discouraged when they heard this number. For the average cultivators, they might not be able to get so many spirit stones at once even if they used all their time in earning spirit stones. As for some small families or sects, if they wanted to spend 2 million spirit stones, they had to sell basically everything they owned. But these people couldn't afford it, there would naturally be others who could. 2 million spirit stones. Someone immediately shouted the price. The bidder was the woman in purple clothes in a VIP box on the west side. 2 million. Another box raised the bid. 5 million. This time it was the previous young man in green robe. He hinted at the tall and muscular man beside him, and the man nodded and walked up. "This set of puppet warriors, my young master is determined to get it. I hope everyone can let us bid it." As soon as he spoke, a monstrous black flame was faintly revealed in the box, which faintly transformed into a giant python phantasm with wings on its back. Under this violent aura, the whole box trembled like fallen leaves in the wind. A powerhouse of the crystallization period. This is the mystic sky python of the demon mystic sect. Immediately someone recognized the giant python phantasm released by the tall man, and he blurted out suddenly. The entire hall on the first floor was quiet. 8 million. An abrupt voice sounded from the corner again. It was Lu Ming who spoke. This set of puppet warriors also made him moved. If he could get it, it would be equivalent to carrying a crystallization period master with him. His combat power would be increased by leap and bounds. As for the powerful mental power needed for controlling them and the threatening words of the young man in green robe, he wasn't worried at all. The young man in green robe's face suddenly turned blue. Looking at Lu Ming through the box, a trace of murderousness flashed in his eyes. Kiki, you guys from the demon mystic sect, are used to being domineering in your own sect. You even want to bully the others here? Unfortunately, I won't give you the chance. A flirtatious laughter came from the opposite box. The words were full of irony. When the young man in green robe heard the words, his face turned ruthless. He looked at the tall man who was wrapped in black flames. The next moment, the black flames above the box suddenly erupted, and a seemingly real spiritual pressure suddenly crushed at the opposite box. At the same time, the old man in green robe beside the woman in purple clothes sneered. After his figure shook slightly, he appeared above the box, and he flicked his sleeves to channel the abyssal-like aura in his body. There was a muffled noise. Two huge spiritual pressures slammed into each other in the air, shaking the entire space. If one was careless in the venue, he would be suffocated by the overflowing spiritual pressure. Seeing this, Lu Ming narrowed his eyes. With his powerful body and pure spiritual power, he was not affected much. But at this moment, a more magnificent aura intervened the contending spiritual pressures, splitting the two spiritual pressures at once. After the high platform, the old man with white eyebrow, who seemed drowsy from the beginning to the present, suddenly opened his eyes. Mister, this time the big auction is bidding with financial resources. It is strictly forbidden to fight during the process. This is only a warning. If you break the rules again, I will have to ask you leave immediately. The old man with white eyebrow said softly, but everyone could hear the warning in his words. Old Xiao, forget it. The woman in purple clothes said softly. The old man in green robe snorted coldly before slowly holding back the aura from his body. The majestic black flame on the other side gradually disappeared. Hey, that is the famous crystallization period master, Xiao Zi of the Ouyang family of the 8 great cultivation families of the Middle Sky continent. In a box on the east side, a middle-aged scholar from the Howran Academy sat peacefully, but he couldn't help looking at the old man in green robe with shock. Demon mystic sect, Ouyang family, I didn't think they would come to a small place like Changyang Market to join in the fun. The young scholar on the side shook his head, and he said with some wonder. It's not surprising that this happens. The two forces are already hostile to each other, they don't like each other very much. The middle-aged scholar said with a sneer after a shocked look on his face. Thousands Association Chamber of Commerce is really not to be underestimated. They can actually get the puppet warriors of the Nature Work sect. Masters Junior, this set of puppets is so exquisite, should we bid for it? The young scholar wasn't interested in the dirty matters between the two forces, but he was firmly attracted by the puppet warriors on the platform. No, the price of this set of puppets is too high, and it's not very practical for me, so forget it. The middle-aged scholar said lightly. Chapter 542, Magic Weapon Prototype. Chapter 542, Magic Weapon Prototype. This series of events made the atmosphere of the entire auction venue quiet for a while. The old man with white eyebrows had already returned to the lazy look again as if nothing had happened before. Ahem, this Mr. bid 8 million spirit stones for this set of puppet warriors. I wonder if there is anyone who bids higher? Seeing the incident subsided, the middle-aged man with fair skin quickly continued to host the auction. 3 million. The young man in green robe in the box glanced coldly at the old man with white eyebrow on the platform, and he bade again with a gloomy face. 5 million. The woman in purple clothes in the opposite box didn't want to back down. Seeing this, Lu Ming couldn't help but laugh bitterly in his heart, and he immediately gave up. If he continued to compete, not only was it meaningless, but the spirit stones on him were not enough. I bid 4 million. This set of puppet warriors, I must get it. The young man in green robe gave a twisted smile and said coldly. At this time, no one in the entire venue joined the bidding anymore, and they all looked at these 2 boxes in shock, secretly sighing the amazing financial resources of the 2 major forces. For 5 million. The woman in purple clothes still said unhurriedly, ignoring the foul language of the young man in green robe. 5 million. The young man in green robe stood up and bade an astonishing price with a gloomy voice. On the other side, the woman in purple clothes nodded slightly as if she was thinking about something. She then sneered and gave up the bid. In the end, this set of puppet warriors was bid by the young man in green robe for 5 million spirit stones. After a short pause, the middle-aged man with fair skin gestured toward the dark-skinned man aside. The dark-skinned man nodded slightly, flipped his hand and took out a delicate brocade box. After opening it, a small ring with black patterns was inside it. Anyone who has a wide knowledge must have recognized this object. Yes, the next item is this Sumeru ring. The storage space in it is 500 meters in size. It can be regarded as a treasure among storage items. The base price is 1 million spirit stones. Each bid is 50,000. The middle-aged man with fair skin introduced the auction item and announced the bidding. As soon as the voice fell, there was a moment of whispering below. Many people were obviously tempted to get this storage ring. You know, even in the Middle Sky continent, people were still using storage talisman. The storage talisman was not only small in space, which was usually several 10 meters. Items that were slightly bigger couldn't be stored at all. Besides, the enchantment on it was usually time-limited. As for the general storage magical weapon or spiritual weapon, either the size was too large or the space was not as large as the storage amulet. Therefore, only a few reputable people or disciples of the sects had one storage equipment with a large space. For example, the Sumeru snail that Lu Ming obtained from the Sea Creature clan only had 40 meters storage space, but it was still a rare treasure that could only get by luck. This small Sumeru ring had a storage space of 50 meters, so normal cultivators would naturally want to get it. However, the base price of 1 million spirit stones had completely eliminated most people's intention to bid. Lu Ming looked at the exquisite ring on the high platform with his heart thumping. During this period of time he bought a lot of alchemy materials everywhere, and he often felt that storage amulet was a little inconvenient. Each time he had to spend a lot of time sorting out different categories, so the ring in front of him was exactly what he needed. 1 million spirit stones. After all, there were people with rich financial resources, and soon someone quoted the first price. 2 million. 25 million. 3 million. The venue gradually became lively as people vied for it. With just a short while, the price had gotten fairly high. However, these bidders were all the cultivators on the first floor. Few VIPs on the second floor made bids. In their eyes, this item did not seem to be particularly rare. 8 million. The forging master of Quanju building, Master Zhao bade. 9 million. In the box on the second floor, the young scholar from the Howran Academy also joined in. The two have been contending against each other for quite a while. 1 million. Old Man Zhao's voice became solemn. The items that he wanted, there were always someone competing with him. He already looked a little unhappy. 2 million. The young scholar showed a sneer. Old Man Zhao was silent for a while. At this price, the spirit stones on him were not enough. 25 million. At this moment, another voice came in. Old Man Zhao looked over and he was slightly surprised. The one who bade was Lu Ming in the corner. This person is so rich. He spent 5 million spirit stones to bid for the spirit essence powder, and he still has the spirit stones to bid now. Is he a disciple of a large sect or a member of a cultivation family? Old Man Zhao thought in his mind, and he shook his head to quit from the bid. 3 million. The young scholar saw that someone came to intervene. He gave Lu Ming a cold look and bade again. 35 million. 4 million. 5 million. When Lu Ming called out the price of 5 million yuan, the middle-aged scholar next to the young scholar reached out and stopped him to continue bidding. He said lightly, "It's just a mere storage ring. There is no need to spend too much spirit stone. If you can help me to successfully win over the alchemy master for our sect this time, I will let Master Tang personally forge one for you. Even if the capacity is not so large, it is enough for you." "Thank you, Masters Junior." The young scholar nodded with joy after hearing this. In fact, he didn't know in his heart that buying a storage ring with this amount of spirit stone was already a bit worthless, but he was unable to think properly due to anger. Since no one is bidding anymore, Then this ring will to the Mister in green robe. The middle-aged man with fair skin was already very satisfied with the storage ring sold at this price. He looked around and saw no one was bidding anymore, so he gave Lu Ming a gentle look and announced loudly. After a while, Lu Ming happily handed over the spirit stones in a side hall. As a result, he only had more than 1 million spirit stones. There should be one item for the finale of the auction, right? Lu Ming kept away the box and asked the servant in green clothes. Oh, yes, there is still one last. This servant was just an ordinary spirit apostle stage cultivator. He didn't seem to expect Lu Ming to ask questions suddenly, so he replied in a panic. Lu Ming nodded, then he left the room and walked to the venue. Needless to say, the last auction item was definitely the real treasure in this auction. Could it be that this last treasure is actually, recalling the rumors that he had heard in the market earlier, he secretly guessed with his heart moved. At last it was the last auction. On the high platform, the middle-aged man with fair skin suddenly changed his previous smiling face into a solemn look, and the middle-aged man with black skin beside him also looked solemn. Even the old man with white eyebrow of the real pellet state in the middle sat up straight at the moment. His expression was extremely solemn. The next treasure is the last item of this conference, the real finale item. I believe that everyone present should have heard some information before. The middle-aged man with fair skin said, and he nodded at the middle-aged man with black skin. The dark-skinned man sighed lightly, took a step forward, appeared on the high platform, and then slowly waved one hand forward. A ray of light flashed, and a small wooden frame appeared out of thin air on the auction platform. There was a half-foot-long emerald small blade. The blade of the small knife was slightly curved. The whole blade was emerald. It was hard to tell what kind of material it was made of. The blade itself was exuding a faint green glow. There were countless tiny runes flowing on the blade. Its golden handle was inlaid with an emerald green jade, which made it look very mysterious. Even if there was no one using it, the emerald small blade still trembled slightly like a dormant beast. It seemed to be full of spirituality. Upon closer inspection, there seemed to be red threads coming out from the bottom of the wooden frame, wrapping on the emerald small blade. However, the next moment the threads were cut off by the glow on the small blade. This process kept repeating, making the small blade unable to break free. As you can see, the last auction item is the prototype of a magic weapon that has 36 enchantments, Luo Yu Blade. This item is forged by Master Fei of the Thousands Association Chamber of Commerce for 5 years after collecting countless rare materials. I believe everyone knows the value of it without me saying much. The middle-aged man with fair skin said slowly. This is the prototype of a magic weapon. It's my first time seeing it. It's so powerful. I just used divine thought to sense it, and it was dispersed before touching the blade. It really is a treasure. If I can get it, Tiske, I'm afraid I can even break a superb spiritual weapon into half. For a while, everyone was talking excitedly, and from time to time some people gave out surprised exclamations. Some people who already knew the inside story had a fiery red face after seeing the real object. They couldn't wait to get this blade into their hands. Without further ado, let's start the auction now. The base price is 4 million spirit stones. Each bid is at least 10,000 spirit stones. The middle-aged man with fair skin glanced around, and he was obviously very satisfied with the reaction of everyone on the spot. He immediately took the opportunity to announce the start of the auction. At the same time, he waved his hand to cover the emerald small blade with a big red curtain. This attempt to cover up had aroused dissatisfaction among some people, but no one was saying anything due to the name of the Thousands Association Chamber of Commerce. On the contrary, it aroused the desire of everyone. 4 million spirit stones. An unremarkable man in grey robe corner immediately bade. For 5 million. Then another person shouted loudly. He seemed to be a casual cultivator. He gnashed his teeth as if he was putting all his spirit stones in it. Chapter 543, Spirit Turtle's Blood Essence. Chapter 543, Spirit Turtle's Blood Essence. Lu Ming glanced at this person and knew that this person had no hope at all. This auction had just begun. Without extremely strong financial resources, it was impossible to get it successfully. He himself had a calm expression. With his more than 1 million spirit stones, he couldn't even buy a corner of this blade. He was just here to watch the show. For 6 million. After such a bid was called from the box on the east side, the casual cultivator fell into the seat like a deflated ball. Apparently 5 million was already his limit. 8 million. Another person in the box directly added 200,000. 5 million. 2 million. It didn't take long for the bidders on the first floor to be silent, and now the bidders were all from the VIP box on the second floor. 3 million. This time the voice of the young man in green robe came out. 5 million. A low voice sounded from a box on the west side. The young man in green robe's face changed. He remembered this voice. It was the previous real pellet state master who spent 2 million spirit stones to buy the Qing Yuan sword record. Those powerhouses finally started to bid. The young man in green robe sneered. In terms of strength he was not much worse than those powerhouses, but in terms of financial resources he might not necessarily lose to them. 7 million. The young man in green robe showed no signs of weakness. 6 million. The deep voice seemed a little impatient, and the price broke the 6 million mark. The young man in green robe's face was dumbfounded. The spirit stones he initially had were enough to compete with these real pellet state masters, but he had spent a lot of spirit stones when bidding the puppet warrior. He was now short of spirit stones. Mr. Qing is also fancy of this magic weapon prototype? Unfortunately I'm also interested in it. 3 million. An illusory voice of an old man echoed in the venue. No one could tell who was the one speaking. This atmosphere was obviously also a real pellet state powerhouse. Yin Lama, you are here too? But since this blade is to my liking I must get this 5 million spirit stones. Mr. Qing's voice came out slowly. Seeing this situation, Lu Ming was shocked in his mind. There were 2 real pellet state powerhouses participating in this auction. 8 million. Before Yin Laoma bid, the voice of the woman in purple clothes with the surname Ouyang in the west box immediately sounded. She really dared to compete with the real pellet state powerhouses, and she looked unscrupulous. 7 million. After Mr. Qing was silent for a while, a low voice came out again. In the box, the woman in purple clothes showed a difficult look on her face. This Luoyu blade attributes exactly matched her, so she must have it. She had missed the good things in the auction many times before, just for the final bid, but now it seemed that she still didn't have enough spirit stones. Soon she had made a decision. After a while, an old man in green robe actually walked out of the box slowly and flew to the side of the platform. He bowed his hand to the host and said slowly, "The spirit stone on our miss is insufficient. According to your auction rules, we can exchange spiritual items for spirit stones, right?" It turns out to be Master Xiaozi. That's right, of course it's okay. May I know what Master is going to exchange for spirit stone? The middle-aged man with fair skin immediately replied with a salute after seeing the person clearly. The old man in green robe nodded slightly, then he flipped his hand and took out an inch-sized translucent gourd-shaped container. The gourd was engraved with a purple weird rune mark. There was a less than half gourd of golden liquid inside. Lu Ming in the audience glanced at the golden liquid in the gourd container from a distance, showing a hint of doubt. The middle-aged man with fair skin took the gourd with doubts. He opened the cap to see what was inside, and his face flashed a hint of surprise. He then threw the container at the middle-aged man with black skin behind. After taking a look, the person nodded slightly, and then he passed it to the old man with white eyebrows. Finally, the gourd was returned to the middle-aged man with fair skin. After the trio communicated for a while, the middle-aged man with fair skin announced, "This thing is the extremely rare thousands-years-old spirit turtle's blood essence. There are 10 drops in this gourd. The vitality is extremely strong. Whether it is used to refine elixir or consumed directly, it has a great effect of increasing spiritual power and nurturing essence." Lu Ming in the audience was startled when he heard thousands-years-old spirit turtle's blood essence, and he became ecstatic again. Even though his temperament had always been calm, he never expected that he would easily encounter something he was looking for here. However, Lu Ming did not have many spirit stones on him. He only had 1 million more left. Obviously, he couldn't directly bid for this item. It seemed that he had to exchange the elixirs in his hand to exchange for spirit stones. Everyone here can bid for it. The base reserve price is 2 million spirit stones. The old man in green robe waited for the middle-aged man with fair skin beside him to finish speaking. Then he said. There was a lot of discussion in the venue. Facing the thousands-years-old spirit turtle's blood essence that appeared out of nowhere, many people were eager to bid it. Lu Ming frowned when he saw it. In a box on the second floor, a middle-aged man dressed as a Taoist frowned slightly, seemingly dissatisfied that the auction was interrupted. In the other VIP box, One of the old man in black clothes sneered and closed his eyes to rest. According to the owner's request, 10 drops of the blood essence of the thousands-years-old spirit turtle will be auctioned now. The base price is 2 million spirit stones. Each bid is at least 50,000. The middle-aged man with fair skin put the gourd container on the stage, then he announced with a smile. For this kind of temporarily added item, the Chamber of Commerce could get a certain share. 2 million spirit stones. Someone immediately called out the price. 1 million. 25 million. Although the spirit turtle's blood essence was obviously well known, it was rarely sold. There were many people who wanted to get it. Before Lu Ming bade, many people had already bidden for it. Before long, the price was increased by hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. However, Lu Ming just watched it calmly. Since he was bound to get this item, he simply waited until the price was high before joining the competition. 6 million. When an unknown cultivator suddenly called out a high price, the others who were still bidding suddenly quieted down. Although the thousands-years-old spirit turtle's blood essence was precious, there were only 10 drops. The price was already very high. 7 million spirit stones. Lu Ming raised his hand and raised the bid. 8 million. The man's expression changed when he heard the bid, but he still raised the bid after a slight hesitation. 3 million. Lu Ming's voice had no emotion, showing his determination to win the bid. The cultivator suddenly became silent. At this price, if he continued to bid, it was far beyond his budget. After a gloomy look, he decided to give up. In the box, the woman in purple clothes glanced at Lu Ming with interest, showing a smile on her face. She was very satisfied that 10 drops of thousands-years-old spirit turtle's blood essence could sell for this price. In this case, she would have enough spirit stones to bid for that Luoyu blade. Soon, the middle-aged man with fair skin announced the auction result. There was noise all around. In the previous conference, Lu Ming had already bidden 2 items, both of which were of great value. Many people at the venue had noticed him. Now that he succeeded in the third bidding, many people suddenly cast a glance and whispered, "I remember he was the one who bade the storage ring right. This person is really rich. He has already spent 4 million spirit stones before, and he still has enough wealth to bid for this thousands-year spirit turtle's blood essence. He is probably sent by a big force, but why didn't he go to the box on the second floor?" Regarding the surrounding discussions, Lu Ming seemed unheard of. Not long after, a servant walked over and led Lu Ming to the side hall to complete the transaction. Since the auction of the thousands-years-old spirit turtle's blood essence had ended, the auction for Luoyu blade was going to start again. A black light flashed and the tall and muscular man appeared again. He handed out one item and said, "My young master's spirit stone is also somewhat insufficient, and he plans to auction this item." The middle-aged man with fair skin was startled. As Lu Ming was about to walk out of the hall, he heard the movement on the platform and turned back to look. The servant leading in from noticed his change and he said smartly, "Does Senior want to join the next auction? If that's the case, you can pay the spirit stones later." "No need, let's go." Lu Ming quickly retracted his gaze. The tall and muscular man faintly took out an evil spiritual weapon, so he naturally didn't have much interest in it. In a small room in the side hall, a young woman in red clothes of the condensation period was sitting in it. On the table beside was the gourd container which contained the less than half gourd of golden liquid. Lu Ming strode in. After looking at the young woman, his eyes were looking at the gourd container. "Miss, can you let me take a look at the thousands-years-old spirit turtle's blood essence?" He spoke straightforwardly. "Since Mr. bid this item, you can naturally check it." The young woman in red was taken aback for a moment, but he immediately said with a smile. Lu Ming nodded. He sat down on the chair next to the young woman, carefully picked up the gourd container, opened the cap and sniffed it carefully. A rich sweet smell came to his nose. Only then he nodded with satisfaction. Indeed, this is the thousands-years-old spirit turtle's blood essence. After closing the cap, Lu Ming put the gourd container back on the table. "Our elders had personally checked it. Mr. should have seen it with your eyes. You still don't believe it?" The young woman in red clothes said with a frown. "There is nothing wrong to be careful. Okay, since this is the thing, let's start the transaction." Lu Ming said with a slight smile. As he said, he flipped his hands and took out a leather bag and a jade box. Then he said, "Here are 1 million spirit stones and some elixirs. I don't have enough spirit stones, so I will use items of the same value to exchange it." There should be no problem, right? According to the rules of the auction, it is naturally possible. However, if Mr. is exchanging it with items, the price will be lower than the market price according to the rules. The young woman in red snorted softly, talking to Lu Ming. With a dissatisfied attitude, he nodded coldly. Lu Ming smiled slightly and he did not say anything. He flicked his sleeve and threw the leather bag and jade box on the table, waiting for the other party to check it. Chapter 544, Spirit Insect was born. Chapter 544, Spirit Insect was born. Upon seeing this, the young woman in red clothes checked the leather bag and confirmed that there were 100 upper-grade spirit stones in it. She then picked up the jade box and opened the lid of the box. There were 4 elixirs in green glow arranged neatly in it. These are cold condensing pills and they are all of the earth grade. The young woman in red clothes who worked in the auction, of course, had great knowledge. She could recognize the origin of these elixirs at a glance. On top of these emerald green elixirs, each of them had 4 obvious elixir patterns, exuding a refreshing fragrance. These were the genuine earth-grade cold condensing pills. Yes, these are indeed cold condensing pill. Lu Ming said blankly. He didn't have enough spirit stone on his body, so he had to trade in some cold condensing pills. The young woman in red clothes showed excitement on her face, but her expression changed slightly all of a sudden. She seemed to remember the recent rumors in the market. Why are these elixirs not enough? As far as I know, this earth-grade cold condensing pill, one is worth at least 500,000 spirit stones, and 4 are just enough to compensate for those 2 million. Lu Ming raised his brows and said coldly. Mister, please don't get me wrong. I didn't mean that. These 4 elixirs are of course worth the price. The young woman in red clothes woke up from the shock when she heard the words. She said with a smile on her face. Well, if that's the case, since the money and good are cleared, I will leave with this thousands-years-old spirit turtle's blood essence. Lu Ming said, putting the gourd container on the table into his sleeve. He then stood up and walked out. Mister, a moment please, I don't know where you get these elixirs from? Seeing Lu Ming was about to leave, the young woman in red clothes chased him and asked in a hurry. Why, your auction house even needs to find out the origin of things when collecting items? Lu Ming said with a cold face. No, I was just simply asking. The young woman in red clothes barely forced a smile on her face. I bought these elixirs from a store somewhere. I have nothing more to say. After Lu Ming said, he strode out without looking at the young woman. This attitude of not cherishing beauty made the young woman in red clothes annoyed. After Lu Ming walked out completely, her mood gradually calmed down. After standing there for a while, the young woman in red clothes suddenly kept the leather bag and jade box on the table and turned to the other side of the hall. Lu Ming left the side hall and stood in a tunnel leading to the auction venue. Seeing that no one was chasing him behind him, he sighed slightly and smiled bitterly. From the changes in the expression of the young woman in red clothes, he knew that the Thousands Association Chamber of Commerce must also be investigating the cold condensing pill in the market. Selling 4 earth-grade cold condensing pills just like this must have aroused their suspicion. But for the sake of thousands-years-old spirit turtle's blood essence, he couldn't be bothered much. Moreover, with the strength of the Thousands Association Chamber of Commerce, no one knew how many alchemy masters they had. Although the cold condensing pill had fewer people refining it, it wasn't to the extent of ruining their reputation. What's more, he changed his appearance to participate in the big auction, so he naturally had less worries. While thinking about it, the sound of footsteps interrupted Lu Ming's thoughts. Senior, is the transaction finished? It was the previous servant in green clothes. He met Lu Ming and hurriedly saluted. And is the auction over? Lu Ming asked with a slight smile. Now the final auction is underway. A clear voice came from the venue as the servant in green clothes said this. 8 million spirit stones. It was the voice of the young woman in purple clothes before. Lu Ming nodded to the servant in green clothes and walked out quickly. At the venue, the young woman in purple clothes of the Ouyang family and the real pellet state powerhouse named Mr. Qing were still undergoing fierce bidding and had raised the price to more than 8 million. Lu Ming was thinking something in his mind, so he didn't bother about the heated atmosphere in the venue and glanced at the entrance of the venue. However, it seemed that the door would only be opened when the auction ended. While everyone's attention was focused on the auction in the field, Lu Ming quietly paced near the entrance, found a place to sit down casually, and waited quietly for the end of the conference. After another quarter of an hour, the auction finally came to an end. The young woman in purple clothes of Ouyang family finally bought the magic weapon, Luoyu blade with the price of 9 3 million spirit stones winning Mr. Ching and the young man in green robe by a lot. The middle-aged man with fair skin immediately announced the end of the big auction after another generous statement. As the gate of the venue opened in a rumble, Lu Ming immediately got up and mixed in the flow of people, and he quickly left the auction hall. Along the way he went into several small alleys, then he disguised himself into a horsed-faced muscular man and left the market. After confirming that there was no one following him, Lu Ming changed back his face in a secluded place. After that, he quietly returned to Lian Pavilion from the other entrance of the market. In the third-floor secret room, Lu Ming sat cross-legged on a yellow futon. He was carefully looking at an inch-sized translucent gourd-shaped container in his hand. The gourd was inscribed with a purple weird rune mark, and there was less than half gourd golden liquid inside. It was the 10 drops of thousands years old spirit turtle's blood essence, he auctioned with 5 earth-grade elixirs. After observing for a while he took out a jade box from his chest. He picked up the mind imitation insect egg and gently held it in his hand with his eyes closed. He started pouring spiritual power into the celestial tablet in his sea of consciousness. The next moment there was a humming sound in the ears. After his vision blacked out, he went into the mysterious space again. Senior Luo Hu. In front of Lu Ming, a young man in a green robe stood in front of him calmly. I didn't expect you to get the blood essence of thousands years old spirit turtle so quickly, you even got 10 drops. It seems that it should be no problem to hatch this mind imitation insect egg. Luo Hu said lightly. I also hope that Senior can tell how to use this thousands years old spirit turtle's blood essence. Lu Ming bowed slightly and asked straightforwardly. Luo Hu did not answer. He just waved his hand and a jade slip flew out from his sleeve toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming reached out to catch the jade slip and put it on his forehead right away. Xiaoling grass, blue water, 100-flower grass, Ouyang fruit. The materials recorded in the jade slip were the auxiliary materials used to prepare this supplementary spiritual fluid, but most of them were common materials in the market. It should be hard to collect them. If there is nothing else, please go back. Luo Hu said, raising his hand slightly to drive Lu Ming out of the mysterious space. Senior, wait a minute. Please get rid of the demonic chi on this mind imitation insect again. Lu Ming said hurriedly, for fear of being driven away by Luo Hu in the next moment. Luo Hu opened his eyes and stood up. I really forgot about it. It has been several months since the last time I drained the true demonic aura. The true demonic aura on the mind imitation insect eggs should have recovered. Give it to me then. Luo Hu glanced at Lu Ming and said blankly. Hearing this, Lu Ming stretched out one hand and opened his 5 fingers, revealing the insect egg in his palm. As Luo Hu moved his fingers slightly, the insect egg flew up from Lu Ming's hand and slowly fell into his hand. Then he used some kind of mystic arts like last time to absorb the demonic chi on the insect egg into his sleeve. Okay, you can go now. Luo Hu moved his index finger slightly and flicked the insect egg. After a flash in the air, the insect egg quickly flew into Lu Ming's hand. Before Lu Ming could say anything, he felt a gust of wind coming at him. The next moment, the scenery in front of him became blurred, and he had returned to the secret room. This Luo Hu is really unpredictable. After Lu Ming said to himself, he collected the secret room enchantment and left the secret room. At the moment, he only needed to gather the auxiliary materials, then he could brew them into the spiritual fluids. In just one day, Lu Ming collected some other auxiliary materials from several medicinal stores and returned to the secret room on the 3rd floor of the Lian Pavilion. After some preparations, Lu Ming immediately sat cross-legged and started to mix the spiritual fluid according to the method described by Jade Slip. He first stirred and ground a dry auxiliary material and put it in a small bowl, then he poured a little blue water to make a blue-brown medicinal liquid. Finally, he took out the little purple gourd and dripped the thousands-years-old spirit turtle's blood essence slowly into it. Bach. A drop of golden blood essence was dripped into the small bowl. The originally calm blue-brown medicinal liquid suddenly rippled and a faint golden light appeared. With all the 10 drops of blood essence blended into it, the blue-brown liquid medicine had turned into golden brown. The golden light had become a bit dazzling. At the same time, a burst of heating rushed out of the surface of the spiritual fluid. Lu Ming touched it with a finger curiously, and a stream of heat immediately penetrated into his body from the tip of the finger. It flowed wildly across his meridians, making all his bones and limbs feel comfortable. Lu Ming was overjoyed in his heart. He hurriedly made a gesture to control it. After a warm feeling, the heat slowly dissipated, and his body always became calm. At this time, the spiritual power in his body seemed to increase a little, as if he had just taken a tonic. This Yuan liquid is really extraordinary, just a touch of it will have such an effect. As Lu Ming was satisfied, he took out the mind imitation insect egg and carefully put it in a small bowl to soak it in the spiritual fluid. As soon as the insect egg was immersed in the golden-brown liquid, strands of golden water vapor desperately surged into the egg. The insect egg suddenly became alive, and it swelled slowly at a speed visible to the eyes. After this phenomenon lasted for about 10 minutes, the insect egg finally stopped absorbing the liquid and became a little swollen. It was floating quietly on the water. Lu Ming did not leave the secret room. He just sat by the side to quietly see the tiny changes in the insect egg in the small bowl. A few days later, although the insect egg no longer absorbed the stands of water vapor, under the nurture of the spiritual fluid, the color of the insect egg's surface gradually changed from light green to light golden. A few more days passed. Kara, there was an inaudible, crisp sound. A slender crack suddenly appeared from the side of the insect egg in the small bowl. There was a light golden transparent bug with the size of a thumb struggling to slowly crawl out of the crack, and it swallowed the golden spiritual fluid at the same time. Seeing this, Lu Ming flashed a hint of joy in his eyes, but he didn't disturb the insect and continued to observe. Chapter 545, Reached an Agreemen. Chapter 545, Reached an Agreemen. After a while, the insect finally stopped devouring the spiritual fluid in the bowl, and its original pale golden transparent body became a bit solid. Seeing this, Lu Ming immediately waved one hand, and the faint golden insect flew out from the bowl into his hand. He observed it carefully. This juvenile mind imitation insect resembled a silkworm insect. There was only a rice-sized eye on top of its head. The whole body was golden. As soon as it fell into Lu Ming's hands, its body kept wriggling. It even spat out some light green liquid from time to time. Lu Ming then remembered that the insect hadn't recognized the master. With a move of his mind, he waved his sleeve to launch several green flags. They separated at each corner and disappeared into the ground. After another gesture, a 10 meters green array appeared at his feet. He gently placed the juvenile insect in the middle of the array, bit his finger, and dropped a drop of blood essence on the golden juvenile insect. He chanted at the same time. At the next moment, several green spiritual waves with the size of the bowl blasted out from the middle of the array, forming a light screen to cover the juvenile insect in it. Green runes came out of the array and went into the juvenile insect. After a while, the wiggling juvenile insect gradually calmed down in the light screen. It laid on the ground motionlessly. Seeing this, Lu Ming stretched out a white finger and tapped it lightly, trying to communicate with psychic. What he didn't expect was that as soon as his finger touched the juvenile insect, a faint strange mental power passed through his finger. It became increasingly strong. This made Lu Ming stun slightly. He immediately chanted, channeling waves of green runes at the juvenile insect. After another half hour, the unfamiliar mental power from the insect finally gradually became intimate with it. It continued to grow over time. After a brief communication with Lu Ming, it finally confirmed Lu Ming as its master. When he touched it previously, the insect had been copying his mental power. He was finally overjoyed. He kept channeling mental power to communicate with it. After another day and night, the insect's mental power finally reached the same level as Lu Ming's mental power. At this point, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He waved to cancel the array, then he held the juvenile insect in his palm. He made a gesture to pour spiritual power into the celestial tablet in the sea of consciousness. After Lu Ming's vision turned dark, he entered the mysterious space. This time he didn't see Luohu's figure in the gray space. Lu Ming had become accustomed to this Luohu's unpredictable move. He walked to the celestial tablet. After using divine thought to communicate with the juvenile insect in his palm, he ordered it to release the mental power and poured it into the elusive demonic pupil. This golden juvenile insect closed its eye, and it released a powerful mental power as it flew toward the elusive demonic pupil. There was a hum. At the next moment, Lu Ming only felt a buzz in his divine thought. His vision turned blurred and he had already entered the illusion again. The demonized Lan Shi, who was not far away, pounced at him like a ferocious ghost. After a dozen minutes, Lu Ming fought fiercely with the demonized Lan Shi, and they finally died together. He then returned to the mysterious space again with a satisfied expression. Lu Ming looked at the juvenile insect in his hand and saw that it seemed to have entered a dormant state due to the consumption of mental power. He immediately kept it in a small spiritual pet bag with a slight smile. After he had done all this, he took a long breath and glanced around the room at random. He found that the golden-brown spiritual fluid still exuded traces of warmness. It was obviously still effective. With a thought, he remembered the 8-legged sea monster egg that he couldn't hatch previously. At that time, that insect egg had a weak aura. Its vitality was almost close to nothing, thus it couldn't be hatched. Maybe the spiritual fluid of the thousands-years-old spirit turtle's blood essence would be equally effective on it. Lu Ming thought about this in his heart, and immediately took out the insect egg from the sumeru snail around his waist, and gently put it into the spiritual fluids. As expected, in the small bowl, the golden water vapor went into it again, and the surface of the insect egg glowed with blue gleams, gradually emitting signs of life. However, as compared to the situation of the mind imitation insect eggs, it was clearly a few times slower. It seemed that this insect egg still needed a long time to be able to recover. When Lu Ming saw this, he was still overjoyed. After thinking for a while, he took out the gourd container where the blood essence was previously kept. He made a gesture, and the gourd trembled slightly before releasing a white glow. After the glow surged, it sucked the 8-legged sea monster's egg together with the spiritual fluid into the gourd. Lu Ming's sleeves trembled, and the gourd in his hand disappeared instantly. After he touched the sumeru ring on his fingers, he showed a trace of satisfaction. After that, he sat cross-legged again, closed his eyes and adjusted his breath. Half a month later, the impact brought by the auction slowly dissipated. During this period of time, Lu Ming would use the mind imitation insect to enter the illusion of the mysterious space every day to fight against the demonized Lanshi. Then he would also take some time to inspect the situation in the Lian Pavilion. His affinity with the two forgers in the shop also gradually increased. On this day, Lu Ming once again disguised himself as the muscular man with black face and came to Bat Clan's shop. When Lu Ming stepped into the shop, the middle-aged shopkeeper in black clothes greeted him with a smile. "Mr. Yi, please go up to the 3rd floor and sit down for a while. Our princess instructed us that if Mr. came, I have to notify her immediately. She will be here in a moment," the shopkeeper in black clothes said respectfully. Lu Ming nodded slightly without speaking. Did not speak. He walked to the 3rd floor by himself. After a dozen minutes, Lu Ming was tasting the bitterness of the spirit tea in an elegant room on the 3rd floor. At this moment, the door of the elegant room was gently pushed open, and Madame Wan walked in again with a black veil on her face. "Sorry for letting Mr. You wait for so long." The young woman in black clothes walked to Lu Ming and sat down slowly. She said warmly, "Madam, don't be polite." Lu Ming replied politely. "Mr. Yi is here this time. Is it that you have a decision about my suggestion previously?" The woman in black clothes said with a chuckle. "Since Madam mentioned this matter again, I will say it straight. After some careful consideration, I feel that Madam's proposal is fair and reasonable. Therefore, I decided to sell all cold condensing pills in your shops in exchange for green condensing fruit and spirit stone. However, you have to agree to 2 conditions." Lu Ming said with a straight face and in a deep voice. "As long as Mr. can provide us with cold condensing pill, just state your conditions. I will try my best to fulfill it." The woman in black shirt said with a smile in her eyes. "First, all transactions with your store must be kept strictly confidential. No news should be disclosed. Once anyone knows about it, all transactions will be stopped. Second, I will need some other auxiliary materials in the alchemy process, so I hope you can help me collect them together." Lu Ming said calmly. "It is a great honor for Mr. Yi to trust our store and sell the elixir to our store. There is no problem with these 2 conditions." The young woman in black clothes agreed swiftly. "Very well, next time I come, I hope I can exchange for another batch of green condensing fruit." Lu Ming said, took out a white jade box from his sleeve and placed it in front of the young woman in black clothes. The young woman in black clothes flicked her finger. After the jade box opened, 2 elixirs with green light were revealed. There were 2 earth-grade cold condensing pills, one with 4 elixir patterns and one with 5 elixir patterns. After the young woman checked elixir carefully, she was happy at first, but then she frowned slightly. She spoke again after a pause. "Mr. Yi, the best quality green condensing fruit in our store is around 800 years old. I don't know if Mr. wants it. If you need higher quality, I can ask my men to harvest it, but you may have to wait for a while." 800 years, it's fine by me. Lu Ming thought about it for a while before making a decision. Although the 800 years old green condensing fruit was definitely not as effective as the thousands years old green condensing fruit, at the moment he just wanted to use his spare time to refine some elixirs and change some spirit stones to make up for the spirit stone deficit brought by the auction. Another reason was that, except for a few earth-grade cold condensing pills, he had sold out the other lower-quality pills before the auction. He also needed to take some pellet-grade elixir to improve spiritual power. Thank you, Mr. Yi, for your understanding. Next time you visit, our shop will have the thousands years old green condensing fruit for you. The woman in black clothes seemed to have already prepared in advance. She smiled and took out a green wooden box. Mr. Yi, these 800 years old green condensing fruits should be enough to exchange for the 2 earth-grade elixirs, right? The woman in black clothes opened the wooden box and placed it in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming took out a green condensing fruit and placed it in front of him. His thoughts turned sharply. According to his estimation, the 800 years old green condensing fruit would cost nearly 200,000 spirit stones. 6 for 2 earth-grade elixirs were of course more than enough. Deal, these are some other materials that my master needs, please collect them for me. As Lu Ming said, he just got up and took the wooden box and he gave a jade slip to the woman. It was recorded with the materials that he needed. There were also some forging materials listed in it. Mr. Yi, don't have to be polite. I will send someone to collect all these materials as soon as possible for Mr. The young woman in black clothes put the jade slip away without seeing it, and she said with a smile. Thank you, madam. I have other things to do, so I will go now. Lu Ming bowed his hand and got up to leave. Chapter 546, Divination and Fate. Chapter 546, Divination and Fate. After the young woman in black clothes watched Lu Ming leave with a smile, she turned around and returned to the shop. And the shopkeeper in black clothes had already been waiting by the side respectfully. This person has already agreed that all cold condensing pills will be sold to us in the future. These are some materials he needs. You ask someone to collect them as soon as possible. The young woman in black clothes took out the jade slip and gave it to the shopkeeper in black clothes, and she instructed him simultaneously. Congratulations, madam. This person can refine pills for our Bat clan. Then we don't have to worry about having not enough condensation period elixirs that enhance spiritual power and help in breaking through. I will execute madam's order now. The man in black clothes took the jade slip and replied respectfully, then he retreated with joy. The young woman in black clothes waited for the man in black clothes to leave, and she turned into a wisp of black mist and disappeared after hesitating for a while. After Lu Ming bought some auxiliary materials in the market, he returned to the Lian Pavilion and cultivated behind closed doors. After more than half a month, the green condensing fruits in his hand were finished. He once again refined another 70 cold condensing pills. Unexpectedly, half of them were flawless grade elixirs, but there wasn't any earth-grade elixir with more than 5 elixir patterns. After Lu Ming packed all the elixir into several boxes, he paced back and forth in the secret room subconsciously. Every time he took a few steps he stopped, touched his chin showing a thoughtful appearance, then he took a few steps and stopped to think. Lu Ming now had the last material spirit essence powder to forge the 9-skull shield, but he couldn't forge it now. This superb spiritual weapon, which was close to the prototype of a magic weapon, he naturally would not allow another forge master to forge it. To avoid causing more trouble, he could only refine the last enchantment himself. After thinking about it, he decided to practice the method of increasing spiritual weapon enchantment. After all, this method had long been documented in flame cultivation scripture. As long as he was familiar with it, he should be able to learn it. In the next few days, Lu Ming started to be busy in the market. In addition to selling a few cold condensing pills at the Bat Clan store to exchange for hundreds of thousands of spirit stones, he also bought several classics related to the prototype of magic weapons in other stores, and he also purchased a few inferior-grade spiritual weapons. After doing all that, he returned to the Lian Pavilion with satisfaction. In a forging room in the backyard of Lian Pavilion, Lu Ming was talking with 2 forgers in the pavilion. Master Li, Master Hua, I have a few ordinary inferior-grade spiritual weapons. Although they are not powerful, it is a pity to discard them. So I want to refine them, hoping to add a few enchantments. Can 2 masters give me some advice? Lu Ming asked the 2 forgers seemingly casually. If Envoy Lu wants to add several enchantments to the inferior-grade spiritual weapons, it is not difficult. You only need to collect some basic forging materials and some materials related to the additional attributes required by spiritual weapons, then you can refine them together. Of course, the level of heat and the timing aren't easy to master. Master Hua, who was in his 30s and looked a little thin, said. Then if it is an upper-grade spiritual weapon or a superb spiritual weapon, how do I add an enchantment to it? Lu Ming looked curious and continued to ask. For upper-grade spiritual weapon and superb spiritual weapon, it is basically the same as refining inferior-grade spiritual weapon. They also require materials with additional attributes and some auxiliary materials to refine. As for specific auxiliary materials needed, it depends on the situation. Generally, there are related classics for reference. Besides, refining additional enchantment in the superb spiritual weapon still needs some rare spiritual materials. But even if all the materials are collected, the difficulty of refining is a lot higher than refining inferior-grade spiritual weapon. I have been forging weapons for 30 years, but I can't guarantee successfully refining in one attempt. If the refining process fails, it will even damage the spirituality of the weapon. The number of enchantments is generally fixed when the spiritual weapon is forged. The risk of refining again is still high. The higher the enchantments, the harder it is to succeed. Another muscular middle-aged man spoke to Lu Ming without thinking. After hearing this, the young man surnamed Hua also nodded again and again. Thank you for the guidance. In this case, I will occupy a forging room and give it a try first. Lu Ming asked with a smile upon hearing this. Forging room generally has 2 spares. Sir Envoy can choose one to use at will. The man surnamed Hua said, but his eyes flashed with surprise. Master Li on the side also revealed a hint of unnoticeable astonishment on his face after listening. After all, he originally thought Envoy Lu was asking them to add enchantments on his spiritual weapon, but he never expected him to refine himself. Lu Ming nodded in satisfaction, walked into an empty forging room, closed the door, and then looked at the various forging appliances in front of him. Because he had previously read some other forging-related classics, he knew the whole forging process of increasing the enchantments. He even prepared all the relevant materials. After Lu Ming took a deep breath, he took out a black iron ruler. 10 days later, muffled sounds could be heard from the forging room, then a burst of gray flames scattered around. In the forging room, Lu Ming, with a face full of dust, hurriedly stopped his gestures. The 30 meters array dimmed abruptly, revealing a gray flying knife suspending in the center of the array. The flying knife at this time already looked bleak. Most of its spirituality had long been lost. The original 5 layers of enchantments now only had 2 layers. The refinement had obviously failed. Lu Ming looked at the spiritual weapons scattered on the other side, and shook his head with a wry smile. In these few days, the forging materials he prepared earlier only had a few left. Among the 8 inferior-grade spiritual weapons, except for adding 2 layers of enchantments on a small blue bell that originally had 3 layers of enchantments, the rest had failed. Among them, half of them were like this flying knife. The number of enchantments was reduced and their spirituality was lost. They were basically unusable. Forging and refining spiritual weapons clearly wasn't as easy as he thought. Lu Ming glanced at the flying knife in his hand. After gritting his teeth, he decided to buy some inferior-grade spiritual weapons and try again. After all, forging was like alchemy. Without the help of that mysterious space, he could only gradually master it through continuous practice. So Lu Ming got up, patted the dust on his robe and walked out of the forging room. After cleaning himself up on the 3rd floor, he walked toward the spiritual weapon shops in the market. At the same time, in a huge underground chamber of a shop not far from Lian Pavilion, a strange purple glow gathered from all corners of the secret room, enveloping the entire secret room and forming a faint purple light curtain. In the light curtain, a young woman in purple clothes was looking at the white flying blade with solemn expression. She launched symbols at the flying blade from time to time. Below the flying blade was a dense crisscrossed groove in the size of 10 meters. The light blue liquid in the groove was wiggling slowly. Looking closely, there were faint spiritual patterns on the surface of these spiritual fluids. On the other side, an old man kept making gestures to launch waves of symbols into the groove. The blue spiritual patterns flickered, slowly forming an array. A weird scene appeared. The blue water vapor around the white flying knife suddenly condensed and formed a ball shape to wrap the flying blade tightly. It kept spinning in the air and it buzzed intermittently. The young woman in purple clothes frowned slightly and she stopped the chant. She squinted as she looked at the blue ball in the air. After about 10 minutes, the buzzing sound from the ball disappeared. The old man on the side changed his gestures and pointed toward the air. The blue ball turned into water vapor and collapsed, revealing a white light flying blade. The young woman in purple clothes looked delighted. After waving her hand, the flying blade fell into her hand. "Congratulations, miss, you finally completed the sacrificial refinement of this flying blade." The old man stopped the gestures and bowed slightly. "The prototype of this flying blade magic weapon is finally completed. If it weren't for your help, old Xiao, and I had taken the secret elixir to temporarily enhance my spiritual power to the maximum, I'm afraid I can't finish the refinement on my own." The young woman in purple clothes wiped the sweat from her forehead and said softly, "This is also the good fortune of the young lady. You are indeed destined to get this magic weapon. The person in our clan had foreseen that you will have good fortune in this area. Maybe he was talking about this treasure." This alchemy master called Xiao Zi stroked his beard and spoke slowly. "This should not be the case. Although this magic weapon is of great use to me as I'm the direct lineage in the clan, as long as I can advance to the crystallization period, there will be a prototype of the magic weapon. Besides, with that person's identity, why would he bother about a magic weapon prototype and call this good fortune?" The woman in purple clothes shook her head after hearing this. "What Miss said is right. With that person's divination, a magic weapon prototype is really nothing in his eyes." After listening to this, Xiao Zi was dumbfounded for a while. He couldn't help but say with a smile. Chapter 547, Yin Yang Strong Demon. Chapter 547, Yin Yang Strong Demon. The so-called divination was a way to ask questions about the direction of events. In immortality cultivation realm, some people had the ability to get divination from birth, and they were called diviner. But because divination was a kind of behavior that was almost against the order, every divination would also bring great damage to diviner himself. Diviner must consume a lot of his own life as a cost to calculate some vague future things, and it couldn't be accurately predicted. This has led to the fact that although there were many innate diviners, there were few who were willing to do divination. Another point was that if the diviner and the person who was looking for divination were blood-related, the divination would be more accurate. Otherwise, the divinations would often be inaccurate. Therefore, some families often did not hesitate to let the diviner in the families to see the future of the families with the cost of the diviner's life so that they could make some countermeasures by knowing in advance. After all, divination prediction was only based on a certain timing in the future situation. If there was something happening in the future situation would change accordingly. However, some very powerful diviners could unintentionally have some omens about certain things. They were often quite accurate, and they didn't cost the life of the diviners. The woman in purple clothes had a blood-related powerful diviner in the Ouyang family. The diviner accidentally had some omens that she would have good fortune in the Changyang market in the near future. Otherwise, with the status of the woman in purple clothes in the Ouyang family, why would she easily leave her family? "Thank you for the effort, old Xiao. You must have spent a lot of spiritual power to channel the array. You should get some rest now. If the lucky chance really appears, I will still need your help." The woman in purple clothes said solemnly. "Thank you, miss, for your concern. I will retreat first." Xiao Zi nodded immediately after that. On the top floor of an inn in the market, in a spacious secret room, the green-clothed young man of the demon mystic sect was practicing manipulating the 4 new puppet warriors. In the middle of the room, the 4 puppet warriors in gold armor stood in a battle formation. As the young man in green clothes changed gestures, the puppet warriors kept changing positions. Their eyes were flashing red while moving at high speed. Both arms waved simultaneously and flawlessly. They were both capable of offense and defense. Suddenly he waved one hand and a yin wind blew across the secret room. The 4 puppet warriors flickered with golden light. They transformed back into inch-size yellow round beads and flew into his sleeve. At this time, the young man in green showed a satisfied expression. He turned his hand and took out a small fragment of the ancient mirror from his chest. After a closer look, he put it back again, chuckled and walked out of the secret room door. "I can now operate these 4 puppets proficiently. If I use them together, my strength would be at the early stage of the crystallization period, which is comparable to you. I decided to leave alone for a period of time so you don't have to follow me," the young man said to the tall and muscular man of the crystallization period standing outside the door. "What is young master going to do?" the tall and muscular man said in a low, hoarse voice. "Didn't Elder Dan Ting say that there might be treasures born near the Changyang market? I have been waiting here for half a year. It is too boring. Now I have these 4 puppet warriors. I plan to stroll around to see if I can find that chance. I can also kill some Tai Yin Sect's cultivators along the way to vent out my anger of being pursued by that guy previously. The green-robe youth snorted coldly. Please be careful, young master. Especially don't fight too close to the Changyang market. After all, there are powerhouses above real pellet state in the market. The tall and muscular man didn't say anything to stop him, and he reminded the young master a little. I know this, of course. The young man in green clothes laughed, then disappeared from the door of the secret room. After a while, in a dense green forest near the Changyang market, a young man in green clothes appeared in it. After confirming that no one was around, the young man in green clothes chuckled and wiped his face with one hand. The next moment, a crackling sound came from the young man. His body suddenly became a muscular man who was a little taller. When he took his hand off his face, he turned into a muscular man with black and white stripes on his face. If there were Tai Yin Sect disciples here at this time, they would be able to recognize the muscular man with yin-yang face transformed by the young man in green clothes. He was the rank 13th yin-yang strong demon on the life and death list. This person got his name from a weird yin-yang face, but he also had powerful evil cultivation techniques and great strength. He once killed 7 Tai Yin Sect's outer disciple in one long-range blow. His mien was vicious and his strength was astounding. A few years ago, this person met a Tai Yin Sect's inner disciple, Gu Tianqi, somewhere and got hunted down. After a few days of escape, although he managed to escape by some weird technique, he was seriously injured due to this. His whereabouts also disappeared as well. Hee, the weeds of Tai Yin Sect, I will give them a bloodbath today to power up my evil cultivation. The muscular man with yin-yang face grinned, licked his lips, and his figure disappeared on the spot. An hour later, dozens of miles away in Changyang Market, at the foot of a towering mountain peak, a short young man wearing Tai Yin Sect costumes and a young man in white robe were walking and chatting. Suddenly a black yin wind blew past. The next moment, a man wearing a green cloth with an ugly yin-yang face suddenly appeared in front of the two. Yin-yang strong demon. The short young man almost blurted out when he saw this. Even ordinary disciples like you who are at the half-condensation period early stage know my name. It seems that Tai Yin Sect really attaches great importance to me. The muscular man with yin-yang face laughed out loud. The short young man was horrified and immediately took out a small green fan and waved it slightly. It rolled up a gust of wind, and the wind condensed into a transparent wind wall around him. He then crushed a gray talisman to cast a yellow light shield around him. Yin-yang strong demon just smiled coldly, then he instantly turned into a green mist and disappeared on the spot. The next moment, the short young man suddenly felt cold in his chest. A giant green claw had penetrated through the 2 layers of shields, directly piercing through his chest, and then a giant figure appeared behind him. It was the yin-yang strong demon. When pulled out his hand ruthlessly, the wind wall and yellow light shield collapsed bit by bit, turning into crystal light spots that dissipated in the air. From the short young man took out a small fan and was killed by yin-yang strong demon with one blow. It was just a split second. On the other side, the handsome young man in white robe took out a talisman to try to run away. However, seeing his companion being killed easily, he was so scared that he fell to the ground and trembled. He didn't dare to move anymore. Spirit Apostle? You are not from the Tai Yin Sect, right? Yin-yang strong demon turned around and said lightly. I just met this person. I don't know him and I have nothing to do with Tai Yin Sect. I hope seniors will spare their lives. The young man in white robe looked very ugly at this time. He was begging for mercy, even his voice was trembling a little. Blame yourself for walking with the people of the Tai Yin Sect. Yin-yang strong demon's mouth twitched. After making a cold snort, he grabbed at the young man in white robe one across the distance. A green mist claw whizzed toward him. There was a terrible scream from the valley. A few days later, the nearby area began to have news that an evil cultivator appeared and frequently attacked Tai Yin Sect-related cultivators. In the next half-month, more than a dozen Tai Yin Sect-related cultivators were killed, and all their belongings were looted. All of a sudden, the disciples of Tai Yin Sect-related disciples in the market panicked. Not long after, in a forging room in the backyard of Lian Pavilion, Lu Ming finally ended the retreat. After removing the enchantment in the house with a wave of his hand, he walked out of the room slowly. During this period, with the help of his multitasking technique, he continued to comprehend the classics while refining spiritual weapons. After numerous repeated practice, he finally mastered some simple forging techniques. Now he had a 90% success rate in adding enchantment and additional attributes on inferior-grade spiritual weapons. But he was still not sure that he could upgrade the Nine Skulls shield to the prototype of a magic weapon in one go. After all, the materials were so difficult to collect. If he failed the refinement, his loss was not small. As he was thinking about it, he wanted to buy some inferior-grade spiritual weapons for practice. Suddenly, there was a buzz in the disc array around his waist, then there was a panicked voice of shopkeeper Yi. "Envoy Lu, it's not good, something happened to Master Hua." "What happened to Master Hua?" Lu Ming was surprised, and he made a gesture to channel the disc array. "Master Hua went out this morning to a nearby mine to purchase some materials for forging. As a result, he just sent a message saying that he was assaulted by a muscular man with a yin-yang face on the way back. Now the situation is urgent, Mr. Lu, please go and rescue them now." Shopkeeper Ye's voice became a little anxious. "Okay, I'll go now," Lu Ming replied decisively. As the Bai Lian Pavilion's disciple in charge, he naturally wouldn't reject such a thing. After Lu Ming asked about Master Hua's approximate location, he put away the disc array and flew out from the Bai Lian Pavilion. As soon as he left the market, he immediately flew into the air, put a talisman on him, and he blasted in a certain direction. A quarter of an hour later, he rushed to a low valley more than 100 miles away from the market. According to shopkeeper Yi, Master Hua and the others were ambushed near here. Lu Ming released his mental power and started searching. There was a boom. At this moment, a rumbling spiritual power impact sounded from a forest in the distance. Chapter 548, Rescue from a Besiege. Chapter 548, Rescue from a Besiege. Seeing this, Lu Ming immediately flew toward the direction of the black light. After a while, a black light flashed over the woods, revealing his figure. As he looked down, he was startled. But on a high ground in the woods, the man surnamed Hua and the middle-aged cultivator were waving their formation flags with sweats all over them. They kept making gestures to maintain a defensive array. A dozen white beams of light emerged from the messy formation flags around them, forming a white light curtain that protected them in it. There was also a man in gray robe lying beside them. His body was covered in blood, not sure whether he was dead or alive. Outside the array, a muscular man with a yin-yang face was swinging his giant punches with a ferocious smile, waving a huge fist with a grinning face, constantly smashing the light curtain. In the loud rumbling sound, the entire light curtain looked shaky. However, when the people in the array heard something moving in high speed, they quickly turned their heads and noticed the escape light of Lu Ming. "Envoy Lu." When the man surnamed Hua saw Lu Ming, he shouted with joy. After a few flickers, Lu Ming stopped in the sky above the array. After lowering his head to see that the people were unharmed, he felt relieved. After that, he glanced at the muscular man with a yin-yang face. This person didn't use any spiritual weapon, and he was able to shake the entire defensive array with his huge strength alone. Lu Ming didn't dare to underestimate this guy. Although this array had nothing special, it was specially bestowed by the Tai Yin Sect to some disciples stationed abroad for temporary defense when encountering a powerful enemy. Generally speaking, it definitely wouldn't be broken for a while with the strength that was below the crystallization period. But when Lu Ming's eyes fell on the muscular man with a yin-yang face, his expression moved slightly. He said abruptly, "Yin-yang strong demon. Oh, you actually recognized me? It seems that you are also under the Tai Yin Sect and you are an outer disciple. Very good, it seems that I really have good results today." The muscular man with a yin-yang face stopped punching and looked up at Lu Ming. His eyes revealed a hint of murderous intention. Lu Ming gave a cold snort and did not answer. A black gas surged from his body, then he dived down from mid-air with a hastened speed. He got near to the head of the muscular man with a series of afterimages, and he threw a punch. A group of black fist shadows flashed out immediately. The muscular man with a yin-yang face didn't expect Lu Ming to move so fast. A trace of surprise appeared on his hideous face, but he also launched a punch without fear. The huge punch shadow seemed to bring a hint of green flame. Boom! The black light and green flames broke apart. The muscular man with a yin-yang face staggered back a dozen steps in a row before he could stand still. His face suddenly looked gloomy. On the other side, Lu Ming's figure fluttered in the air for a turn, diverting away the huge force of the muscular man, and he landed gently in front of the array. This means of leveraging the power was shown with extreme proficiency. This was the skill he learnt while fighting with the demonized Lan Shi in the elusive demonic pupil's illusion. At this moment, as the black gas tumbled on his body, two mist dragons and a tiger were roaring at the muscular man. Tiger Dragon Hell Prison. The muscular man with a yin-yang face seemed to recognize this technique immediately. His face was distorted slightly. After a few sneers, he actually turned around and flew away in a green escape light. Lu Ming was stunned in sight of this. He turned his head and said to the two people beside him, "Master Hua, your spiritual power has been exhausted. You should go back to the market soon. I will chase that evil cultivator." After saying that, before the two of them could reply, a black light flashed on his body. He rose into the air in an instant, chasing in the direction where Yin-Yang faced the muscular man escaped. For the rank 13th Yin-Yang strong demon, Tai Ching Sect offered a reward of 30,000 contribution points, so he would not easily let go of the opportunity to earn contribution points. After all, he had such a large contribution point debt. On the high ground in the woods, Master Hua and the other person looked at each other. Such a change happened so fast that the two still hadn't recovered from the shock. Lu Ming and the muscular man with the yin-yang face had both left. The two of them escaped from the dead. How would they dare to stay here more? They hurriedly kept the formation flags on the ground, carried the unconscious man, and immediately flew toward the market. Lu Ming and Yin-Yang strong demon had flown for more than 100 miles in a moment. He looked at the green light ahead, but a feint of doubt flashed in his eyes. Yin-Yang strong demon's speed was sometimes fast and sometimes slow since he started running. Now he slowed down even more. He didn't really seem like running away, but he wanted to keep a distance from the market. Although he didn't know what the man was planning, Lu Ming had already noticed that this man was at the later stage of the condensation period during the previous fight. Facing the cultivator of the same realm, he naturally wouldn't be afraid. He kept chasing decisively. After another dozen minutes, the green light in front suddenly stopped above a mountain. Yin-Yang strong demon smiled hideously with his hands behind his back. Lu Ming also stopped 100 meters away, confronting the muscular man. As soon as he landed, he released his huge mental power and searched the surrounding area carefully. It turned out that the place was deserted. There were not even a few beasts around and there were no people lurking nearby. He then looked at the muscular man. "You're cultivating Tai Ching Sect's Tiger Dragon Hell Prison, so you should be an inner disciple, right?" "TSK, I haven't killed an inner disciple before. Today is the first time." The muscular man gnashed his teeth and stared at Lu Ming as if looking at a lamb to be slaughtered. He said with a sneer, "You brought me here, is it because you are afraid of attracting those real pellet state masters?" Lu Ming replied calmly after hearing this. "Since you understand it, then die." Yin-Yang strong demon looked at Lu Ming unexpectedly when he heard the words, then said with a hideous smile. As soon as he spoke, the muscular man's body became blurred, and he instantly jumped at Lu Ming. He ferociously clawed down with a giant demonic claw that had a layer of green flame. Ho! Lu Ming's figure scattered and disappeared into a wisp of shadow under the claw attack. After the muscular man missed his attack, his face looked slightly shocked. He threw a punch toward his side with a ruthless face. As Lu Ming's figure just appeared on the other side, a punch was coming at him before he could stand still. Lu Ming's complexion also moved. He didn't expect that the muscular man was huge, but his speed was so fast. As soon as the afterimage appeared, he disappeared again. With Lu Ming's techniques after battling with the demonized Lanshi for hundreds of rounds in the illusion, even the muscular man's movements are amazing, but how could he be comparable to Lu Ming? At this time, Yin-Yang strong demon's complexion became unsightly. Although he was not a pure physique cultivator, his speed was rarely matched by anyone in the same realm, but he didn't even touch the shadow of the opponent twice in a row. He was obviously embarrassed into anger. He moved his hands and was about to move, but his divine thought could no longer sense the presence of the opponent. His face immediately turned astounded. The next moment, a sharp hot wind suddenly appeared in the ears of the muscular man, and he saw a glimpse of white light from the corner of his eye. His mind turned quickly. He barely dodged the attack by tiling his body for 90 degrees. Even so, there was a fierce pain on the muscular man's face. He was obviously hurt by the white light. Yin-Yang strong demon's body flashed with a green light, and he immediately retreated for 100 meters. His back was drenched in sweats. If he didn't dodge in time, half of his head would have been cut off by the white light just now. Sword light. Yin-Yang strong demon finally saw what that white light was at this moment. Not far away, Lu Ming in a green robe was standing there, but there was no flying sword around him. "You are a sword cultivator?" Yin-Yang strong demon said sternly, but a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. Although Lu Ming was expressionless and didn't mean to answer at all, he was slightly surprised. Just now he unexpectedly used the finger sword. Together with the elusive movements that he learned from the battles with Lanshi, he thought he could hit the critical spot of the opponent. He didn't expect it to be dodged. The rank 13th villain on the life and death list really had some skills. Lu Ming's thoughts turned and he took a step forward right away. After a black gas rolled, he disappeared again. Ouyang's strong demon's face changed when he saw this. He spat out a small white bone flag and made a gesture, casting a layer of white light curtain around him. Boom. After he did all that, he sensed a chill white light behind him. A loud sound burst out. A fist covered with purple scales slammed on the light curtain. A spider web-like crack appeared instantly on the light curtain. Ouyang's strong demon was horrified seeing this. Although his white bone flag was not a superb spiritual weapon, it was also an upper-grade defensive spiritual weapon with 24 enchantments. It was almost shattered by Lu Ming with a single blow. Lu Ming frowned slightly instead. It was obvious that the white light curtain was a bit sturdier than he expected. It actually blocked the blow of the heavy water droplet in his hand. He snorted. Before the muscular man in the light screen could react, a layer of black mist appeared on his arm. It was enlarged by one size. The dragon scales on his arm looked even more ferocious under the looming black mist. His arm turned blurred as he groaned, launching countless punch shadows at the light shield. Bang! The white light curtain seemed to burst apart instantly. Seeing this, the muscular man's complexion changed drastically. His body flashed with a green glow as he was about to escape from the place. Lu Ming saw this and he opened 5 fingers. Several white lights blasted out at the muscular man. A few Besiege. Ouyang's strong demon's back immediately lit up with a strange green light, but it was instantly penetrated by white light, revealing 5 finger-thick bloody holes. Blood immediately gurgled out. The body of the muscular man staggered for a moment, then he blasted out in green light. The muscular man ran too fast. Lu Ming, with a solemn face, raised his arm and pointed forward with a finger. Chapter 549, The Young Man in Green Robe. Chapter 549, The Young Man in Green Robe. Puff! A white sword chi that was obviously doubled in size blasted out. It spun in high speed and pierced into his back. Arr! Ouyang's strong demon screamed, spouting a mouthful of blood. He suddenly fell from the air. In the process of falling, countless green lights emerged from the muscular man, gathering at the wound. His huge body also shrank quickly. Within a few seconds, he returned to the young man in green robe. The wound at his back also recovered at the same time. Damn it, you dare to damage the yin and yang demonic body that I have been cultivating for decades. I initially wanted to advance to the crystallization period in the yin-yang pool after returning to my sect. Pay it with your life now. The young man in green robe stood up and looked at Lu Ming in the air. His eyes were full of hatred. He slapped his waist and 4 golden lights surged out, turning into 4 10 meters golden puppet warriors. Isn't this the set of puppet warriors at the auction? Lu Ming frowned when he saw these 4 puppet warriors. It turns out that the demon mystic Sect's cultivator who bade this set of puppet warriors is this person. Yeah, after his body person returned to the normal state, his voice did sound the same as he was in the auction. Lu Ming understood after thinking about the cause and effect, and a trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. At the auction venue before, this person was with a crystallization period cultivator. It seems that I need to finish this person quickly. Otherwise, if the crystallization period cultivator comes and joins forces, it will be more troublesome. As he was thinking about it, the young man in green robe was muttering, and he waved his hands to launch 4 golden runes at the 4 puppets' foreheads. Suddenly, the 4 puppet warriors began to shine, and they suddenly exuded the spiritual pressure of the condensation period later stage. Lu Ming's face changed. He of course wouldn't wait for the opponent to control the puppets. His figure blurred, and he pounced toward the young man in green robe. As he was in the midair, a flash of red light in his sleeves. A red flying sword flew out, turning into a red rainbow and rolling down toward the young man. The young man in green robe sneered, and his figure shook slightly. He then cast a white light curtain to protect himself and the 4 puppet warriors. It was the white bone flag that had been damaged before. Lu Ming didn't know when he recovered the flag and cast it again. However, the white curtain's power was greatly reduced. There was a faint sign of instability. It was obviously unable to resist for long. The young man in green robe's move was just to buy some time to get the 4 puppet warriors ready. Although each of these 4 puppets had the cultivation that was no less than the condensation period later stage, they also consumed a lot of mental power. It would take a lot of effort for the young man to activate them. As a result, as soon as the white light curtain was formed, the red light came in a whistle and struck down fiercely with a several 10-meter sword light. Boom! The white light curtain suddenly trembled. The light dimmed a bit again, but it didn't collapse immediately. The young man in green robe in the light curtain turned a deaf ear to this. He kept launching symbols at these puppet warriors. The next moment, Lu Ming's figure shook. He had already appeared in front of the young man in green robe, and he smashed heavily on the light curtain with black gas around his arms. Boom! Another loud noise. After the white light curtain trembled, it finally broke apart once again. It's done. Just at this moment, the young man in green robe laughed wildly. 4 golden lights shot into the sky in front of him. Puppet warrior finally started to act. Seeing this, Lu Ming slammed his feet on the ground. His figure flashed, and he appeared behind the young man in green robe the next moment. He was about to attack. Suddenly, a golden light flashed, and a 10 meters figure stood between him and the young man in green robe. Then, a huge golden light fist was coming at him with a gust of wind. A muffled bang. Lu Ming's arm full of scales had already hit on the golden armor puppet's fist. A huge force came at Lu Ming. His mind turned sharply, and he immediately took advantage of the force to retreat a few 10 meters away. His body just slightly twisted twice to dissolve the force, then he landed on the ground lightly. Well, the taste of my puppet warrior's fist, it isn't comfortable, right? The young man in green robe saw Lu Ming being beaten by a punch and flying several meters away. He could not help turning around slowly with a smug smile. After a few swishes, the 3 other tall golden figures flew up with a blur and landed steadily. The 4 puppets stood between the young man in green robe and Lu Ming, forming a square. Lu Ming raised his brows, showing a hint of thought. Obviously, these puppets were a bit more difficult to deal with than he expected. The young man in green robe glanced at the puppet warriors in front of him with satisfaction. Then he cast his gaze at Lu Ming. After a sneer, he launched 2 golden lights at the 2 golden puppets in the front. The 2 puppets in the middle suddenly turned into 2 golden lights and charged straight at Lu Ming, while the other 2 put on a defensive posture to protect the young man in green robe. Seeing this, Lu Ming's eyes flashed slightly. His heart was filled with joy. The essence of these puppet warriors were actually their 4 guardians formation, which was mainly for defense with the ability to attack. If the formation was set by all 4 puppet warriors, the power would obviously be increased by a lot more. However, the young man in green robe was either arrogant or ignorant. He actually separated the 4 puppet warriors. In this way, as long as Lu Ming managed to break one of them, the 4 guardians formation could not be used. After Lu Ming's plan was made in his mind, he tapped his feet and jumped into the air, retreating quickly with a series of afterimages. At the same time, he pointed the sword in his hand, and the scarlet flying sword in front of him shook lightly, turning into a dazzling sword rainbow of several 10 meters long. It shot at the puppet warriors in front. Seeing this, the young man in green robe laughed wildly. His voice was full of disdain. The next moment, a boom sounded. The scarlet sword rainbow had already struck heavily on the left puppet. However, the golden armor puppet only paused slightly, then it knocked off the sword with a punch as if nothing happened. It only left a shallow sword mark on the surface. After that, it chased Lu Ming again. At the same time, the other golden puppet on the right-hand side had gotten close a little. As it opened its mouth, a golden beam of light suddenly spurted out, blasting at Lu Ming with lightning speed. Lu Ming was shocked. He knew he couldn't dodge it, so he stopped right away. Countless dragon scales emerged on his arm, and he swung his arm at the light beam. There was another boom. Under Lu Ming's punch, the golden beam was shattered. Awesome. Although he seemed to crush the golden beam of light easily, his arm was faintly numbed by the aftershock. This light beam was almost as powerful as the Cultivator of the Condensation period later stage. As a result, the puppet on the left has already chased him close at hand. It launched its golden punch at Lu Ming, causing a long golden ripple in the air. Lu Ming reacted very quickly. He immediately twisted his body and avoided the punch in a rather awkward posture. At the same time, he turned to the side and hit the puppet warrior's head with a punch. Boom. Lu Ming's black fist struck at another puppet warrior's fist. While the puppet warrior staggered back 2 steps, Lu Ming borrowed the force and retreated for several 10 meters again. Before he could stand firm, a golden light beam came swiftly at him. In just a while, the two puppet warriors were already tens of meters away from the young man in green robe under the intentional guidance of Lu Ming. The other two puppet warriors kept guarding the young man in green robe, and they did not chase him. It's almost time now. After Lu Ming once again collapsed the golden light beam. He glanced at the young man in green robe in the distance, and he patted the soul-recovering bag on his waist with one hand. Two clusters of black mist burst out from the two bags respectively. As black gas emerged, there was a strange laughter. The demon flying skull circled in midair and stopped on Lu Ming's side. Another black mist hovered at Lu Ming's feet, and the mist dissipated and revealed the figure Bone Scorpion. Demonic pet. Seeing Lu Ming's moved, the young man in green robe seemed to sneer and didn't take it to his heart. He kept controlling the two puppet warriors, wanting to kill Lu Ming quickly. Raising demonic creatures was naturally common in his demon mystic sect. Not to mention the tamed demonic creatures were generally weaker than their masters, they had limited effects in battle. What's more, they were facing the puppet warrior that was invulnerable. Normal attacks couldn't cause any harm to these puppet warriors at all. Go entangle these two puppet warriors, Lu Ming thought. He instructed with his divine though while the puppet warriors were attacking. As soon as Bone Scorpion received the order, a dark green air mass appeared from its body. It jumped with 6 legs, and its giant pincer attacked the chest of the puppet warrior on the left. The puppet warrior was forced to retreat by one step after taking such a huge force. As it was about to counterattack, a dense noise sounded. Countless black lines struck at the chest and face of the puppet warrior, making shallow needle marks. Almost at the same time, the demon flying skull hovered toward the puppet on the right. Numerous green hair burst out with a loud whistling sound. The golden armor puppet disregarded the attack of the green hair, and it opened its mouth and spat out a golden light beam, hitting the demon flying skull's face. The small heads on both sides of the demon flying skull spat out 2 green flames to clash at the golden light beam, canceling the attack. The next moment, the sky full of hair suddenly formed a big green net, tightly covering the puppet warrior. The strength of the golden armor puppet should not be underestimated. As it pushed with both arms, although it couldn't break free from the entanglement, it still broke many hairs. At the same time, Lu Ming had taken out the yellow turban soldier talisman from his hand, and put it in his palms. He injected the majestic spiritual power into the talisman. With a flash of dazzling golden light, a golden figure of 10 meters tall appeared. Chapter 550, 4 Puppet Warriors. Chapter 550, 4 Puppet Warriors. Go! Lu Ming gave an order. At the same time he flicked his sleeve. A golden light blasted out. The golden light turned into a 10 meters long golden python. It entangled the puppet warrior in a flash. The golden armor rune soldier had already come to the puppet warrior, striking fiercely at the restrained puppet warrior's head with a fist. The puppet warrior couldn't defend the blow, and it was knocked to the ground. Seeing this situation, the young man in green robe couldn't help being shocked. Unexpectedly, Lu Ming's 2 demonic pets were so strong. Judging from the fluctuations in the spiritual power emitted, they both had the strength of the condensation period later stage. Lu Ming was obviously luring the puppet warriors to a far distance just now. You dare to destroy my puppet, I will tear you into pieces. The young man in green robe shouted sharply, and his body was full of green. He immediately charged forward with the other 2 puppets. But Lu Ming's figure was already blurred, and he appeared in front of the puppet who had been entangled by the demon flying skull and the yellow turban soldier. The flying sword in his hand flashed, and it pierced the left chest where the golden rune mark was at. Lu Ming had some knowledge about the structure of puppets quite well. He knew that as long as the core that supplied spiritual power was destroyed, the puppet would instantly become a dead object. Through previous observations he had naturally found the core. Besiege. The scarlet flying sword pierced deeply into the mark on the soldier's chest with lightning speed. The tall puppet warrior's body suddenly flashed wildly with golden light, and there was a creaking sound from its body. A hint of joy flashed in Lu Ming's eyes, but then his expression changed slightly. The internal mechanism and the flow of spiritual power of this puppet did not stop completely. The golden head still emitted golden light, but its aura was obviously weaker than before. It turns out that this puppet warrior actually has 2 cores. It's no wonder that its action is so agile. Lu Ming thought anxiously. He made a sword gesture, and the crimson sword was launched at the forehead of the puppet warrior. Bang! The golden armor puppet finally stopped abruptly. The red light in its eyes vanished as it fell heavily to the ground. From Lu Ming releasing the demonic pets to trap the enemy to destroy a golden armor puppet, it only took a few seconds. Until the golden armor puppet fell to the ground, the young man in green robe had arrived with the other two puppets. As he looked at the dead puppet and the puppet entangled by Bone Scorpion, his body shook slightly. His face turned gloomy. He cast a gaze with murderous intent at Lu Ming again. Lu Ming smiled lightly and waved his hand to make a gesture. The golden fallen sand wrapped around the puppet suddenly collapsed. After circling around, it turned into a golden light and went back into his hand. You really think I can't do anything to you without the Four Guardians formation? The young man in green robe sneered. Lu Ming was just smiling in response, but he had commanded the demon flying skull and the yellow turban soldier with divine thought. Swoosh swoosh, two whistling sounds. Demon flying skull and the yellow turban soldier suddenly rushed at the two puppet warriors behind the young man in green robe. At the same time Lu Ming made a sword gesture. The red sword light flashed in front of him, striking at the young man in green robe. Court death. The young man in green robe shouted. His both hands flashed with a black on, and a pair of pitch black gloves appeared on his hands. He punched at the sword light in a great black light. Boom! The scarlet flying sword was deflected. The young man in green robe was also pushed back for 2 steps under the huge recoil. Just as the young man in green robe stabilized his figure and wanted to punch again, a sneer suddenly came into his ears. The young man's vision was blurred. A black figure had slammed his chest heavily. Bang! The young man in green robe's protective aura collapsed in an instant. An intense pain came from his right chest. He was knocked into the air and flew away for a dozen meters, and he fell heavily on the ground like a torn sack. Argh! The young man in green robe vomited a big mouthful of blood, and his chest had a deep punch mark. He would even feel a heart-wrenching pain when breathing. It's impossible, the young man in green robe flipped up. There was a trace of disbelief in his eyes. In Demon Mystic Sect, he was a genius inner disciple that had attracted much attention. There was even a powerful backer behind him. He had some power in the sect. Since when did he suffer such embarrassment? Not far away, one of his 4 puppet warriors, which were his strongest reliance, was destroyed. Another 3 puppet warriors were entangled by the opponent's spiritual pets. They couldn't break free from the restraint, not to mention protecting him. The young man in green robe resisted the pain in his chest and struggled to stand up with a low groan. Then a black shadow appeared in a flash in front of him. It was Lu Ming. Seeing this, the young man in green robe finally showed a trace of fear in his eyes, but he opened his mouth abruptly. A black light blasted out without any prior warning. It was a black needle of several inches long. Lu Ming leaned forward instead of retreating. As his head turned blurred, the black needle phantasm brushed past his head. He flicked his sleeve and golden light spots rolled out from it. The golden light spots turned into a golden blade, and it struck forward silently. At such a close range, the young man in green robe had no room to dodge at all. Even if he wanted to use other spiritual weapons defensively, it was too late. He could only desperately move his body to the side to avoid the vital points first. As the golden light flashed and the young man in green robe's protective aura was broken, one of his arm was cut off, bursting into a blood mist. Argh! The young man in green robe screamed horribly. However, he was also considered to be a man with a firm mind. He gritted his teeth and suddenly retreated several 10 meters away. He quickly took out a talisman and pressed it to the broken arm, stopping the bleed on his shoulder. After that he waved his hand. A fan with more black color than white color appeared in a black light. It was the superb spiritual weapon, Soul Destruction Fan, that he bade in the auction. Lu Ming raised his brows slightly. If he remembered correctly, this fan should have as many as 30 enchantments. Under the desperate channeling of the opponent, the power should not be underestimated. However, the auction was over for about 3 months only. Since this young man had sacrificially refined this set of puppet warriors and he didn't use the fan at the first place, he probably hadn't completed the sacrificial refining of the Soul Destruction Fan. Thus Lu Ming was worried by it. While he was thinking about it, the young man in green robe had already channeled all his spiritual power into the Soul Destruction Fan with a trace of hideousness. However, he seemed to feel that it still wasn't enough, so he spat a blood essence onto the fan again. Soul Destruction Fan suddenly burst into black and white light, then he fanned fiercely at Lu Ming. A purple mist surged out from the fan. It then condensed into a purple skull, and it opened its mouth trying to swallow Lu Ming. Lu Ming suddenly felt a breathtaking feeling filling the surrounding space. There was a vague pin-piercing pain in both his ears, and his mind was immediately shaken by a little. Lu Ming's heart shuddered slightly. He took out a silver small lock right away and started making gestures in the other hand. The small silver lock flashed, causing his eyes to suddenly shine in silver light. A huge mental power gushed out like it was a physical substance, going at the purple skull. Boom! The purple skull broke apart with a grinning grin, and it once again turned into a rolling purple mist that slowly dissipated in the air. In the mist, a green figure just twisted and it flashed out like a ghost. The next moment it was near the young man in green robe. No. I can't lose to an unknown person like you. The young man in green robe's face was already pale as paper at this moment. Seeing this situation, he shouted desperately, and he waved the soul destruction fan in his hand crazily. Countless black wind blades swept out one after another. He was trying to fight to the death. Lu Ming's eyes were cold and his body flashed with a black gas. His body twisted in an incredible angle like a snake. He actually went through the dense wind blades. At the next moment, the young man in green robe felt a black wind whizzing by his side, and then he felt cold at his chest. He subconsciously looked back and he saw a man in a green robe behind him. He was raising a palm wrapped in black gas, and there was a bloody heart that was still slowly beating in his palm. The young man in green robe saw this scene, and the expression on his face instantly solidified. His face was full of incredible expression. Pa! With a squeeze of the palm, the heart was crushed and a cluster of blood splashed out. The young man in green robe opened his mouth and made a few inaudible hoarse noises in his throat, then his body fell softly to the ground. His eyes had lost its luster. The big hole in his chest was still bleeding non-stop. Lu Ming retracted his arm expressionlessly and shook off the blood stain on his hand. At this moment, a cloud of black gas blasted out from the head of the young man in green robe. In a flash, it was several 10 meters away. It was about to escape successfully. Lu Ming raised his brows. It wasn't his first time seeing a condensation period cultivator who could still keep his soul after his death, so he wouldn't let it escape, of course. He waved, and the crimson flying sword already flew out and circled around the black gas. A scream suddenly sounded from the black gas, then it broke apart and dissipated into black light spots. Just when Lu Ming's complexion was loose and ready to withdraw the flying sword, a bloody light like a hair flew out of the black light. It had already disappeared into Lu Ming's body. The speed was so fast that he had no time to dodge it. Lu Ming was shocked immediately, and he immediately used mental power to check his body. He quickly found that there was a faint blood silk deep in the meridians in his body. His heart sank. He remembered some of the strange evil cultivation techniques recorded in Tai Ching Sect's classics, many of which were vicious spells that needed one's blood essence. He remembered that there was a kind of mystic arts called septic sword, which burned the cultivator's blood essence into a blood sword. As long as it touched the enemy's body by a little bit, it could immediately invade the opponent's vitality and spirit. It would slowly devour the vitality of the affected opponent until his death. It was the evil technique that was used to perish together with the opponent when the evil cultivator was dying. Could this blood silk be one of this kind of spells? Lu Ming murmured a little in his heart, but he didn't feel like it after thinking about it. The evil technique like septic sword required a certain amount of spirit essence and spiritual power to be activated. When the wisp of soul was exterminated by the sword light, there seemed to be no signs of using spiritual power. Then he immediately cast a spell to get rid of this blood silk in the body, but no matter how much spiritual power he used, it had no effect at all. The blood silk seemed like it didn't exist. It seemed to be some special mystic art of demon mystic sect. Forget it, let's wait until I return to the market. Lu Ming was helpless now, so he could only stop trying. Chapter 551, Soul Leading Disc. Chapter 551, Soul Leading Disc. Lu Ming put away the golden fallen sand in the sky, and then he collected the soul destruction fan and the pair of black gloves that had fallen beside the corpse of the young man in green robe. Soul destruction fan was a genuine superb spiritual weapon. Although it did not match his technique, it could still be exchanged for more than 1 million spirit stones. The black gloves that could withstand the sword light was naturally a nice spiritual weapon. Unfortunately, one of them was destroyed by his golden fallen sand. The only one left should be able to exchange some spirit stones. He kept away these 2 items, then he started to search the body of the young man. Soon he found a golden storage talisman from the corpse. He stuffed the storage talisman into his arms, then he seemed to think of something again. With a flick of the red light of his hand, the young man's head was cut off. If he brought the head of Yin Yang strong demon to the Palace of Life and Death, he could get 30,000 contribution points. However, this Yin Yang strong demon had been showing himself using the Yin Yang face. He was not sure whether the Palace of Life and Death knows the true appearance of Yin Yang strong demon. But he had to try it anyway. He immediately kept the head in a storage talisman alone. Lu Ming took another cold look at the headless corpse, then he launched a fireball to burn the corpse into ashes. On the other hand, following the death of the young man in green robe earlier, the 3 puppet warriors also lost control immediately, lying motionlessly on the ground. Seeing this, Lu Ming took back the demon flying skull, bone scorpion and the yellow turban soldier, then he tried to make different gestures to try collecting the puppets. After about 10 minutes, the 4 puppet warriors turned back into the yellow beads. He kept it in the Sumeru ring. This set of puppets was equivalent to a master of the early stage of the crystallization period. Speaking of it, this could be the best trophy he got in the battle today. Although one of the cores was damaged when he started, he had controlled his strength when attacking. He didn't do any irreversible damage to the puppet. It could be used again after repairing it. After Lu Ming finished all this, he didn't stay here for a long time. He flew back toward the direction of the market. At the same time the spirit of the young man in green robe was eliminated, in an inn in Changyang market, there was a loud explosion from the roof of the top floor. A big hole was blasted out. With a flash of black light, the tall and muscular man held a black disc array with a gloomy face while hovering in the air. Such a big noise attracted people to gather at the inn. The tall and muscular man didn't care about the surroundings at all, staring at the black disc array in his hand motionlessly. He suddenly let out an angry roar and he galloped away in a black light. The direction was exactly where the young man in green robe died. Lu Ming stepped on a black cloud and turned into an escape light, swiftly flying toward the Changyang market. He did not encounter any other cultivator on the way. When he was still some distance away from the market, his face suddenly changed slightly. From the opposite sky, a black spot appeared abruptly. It became bigger in just a few seconds, which showed that the speed was quick. Lu Ming's face turned gloomy. Although he still couldn't see who the black spot was, he already had a bad feeling in his heart. Judging from the escape light's speed, the opponent's cultivation was obviously not low. It was most like a cultivator of the crystallization period. The faint aura exuding in this black light also gave him a somewhat familiar feeling. Just as Lu Ming wanted to hide himself, a huge divine thought scanned without warning. It immediately covered Lu Ming. Lu Ming's face turned dark. He knew it was too late to hide now. He snorted and flew toward the market calmly. Not long after, a turbulent black gas swept across, and it stopped not far in front of Lu Ming. As soon as the black gas faded, a tower-like figure of a muscular man appeared, and he looked over with a cold look. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes, and the muscular man in front of him was the crystallization period cultivator with the young man in green robe in the auction. "Do you have anything for me? If no, I will leave now, I still have some matters to deal with," Lu Ming said slowly without a calm face. The muscular man looked at Lu Ming up and down, and his eyes condensed. He took out a black disc array. "What does Sir mean?" Lu Ming's face changed slightly. The tall and muscular man turned a deaf ear to Lu Ming's question, lifted up with one hand, and launched a black symbol into the disc array in his hand. The black disc array made an ear-piercing sound in an instant. A layer of blood mist also appeared. As it rolled, it condensed into 8 bloody tentacles waving at Lu Ming. "Did you kill my young master?" Seeing this, the tall and muscular man flashed a killing intent in his eyes. His eyes were extremely cold. "What are you talking about? I don't seem to understand it." Lu Ming's eyes flashed and he said faintly, "You have a trace of young master's soul in your body. Soul leading disc has already sensed it. If that is the case, then pay with your life." The tall and muscular man looked at Lu Ming as if looking at a dead person. Lu Ming's face finally turned dark. Since he had been seen through, the tall and muscular man would obviously not let him go. However, from the muscular man's words, he also confirmed one thing. The red silk in his body should be the power of the soul. It should be some kind of tracking mark. This made him breathe a sigh of relief in secret. With this kind of power, it couldn't stay in the host for too long. While he was thinking about it, the tall and muscular man had black gas on him. As his figure shook, he jumped up and pounced at Lu Ming. In the next moment, a large hand like a pitch-black fan rushed toward Lu Ming's head. The tall and muscular man obviously wanted to squeeze Lu Ming's head with one blow. Lu Ming didn't dare to be careless. A black gas also rolled out from his body. He tapped his foot and he moved to the side with an afterimage. He barely dodged the hit of the muscular man. As soon as the tall and muscular man missed, his face showed an unexpected color. He didn't expect Lu Ming's speed could reach this level. The muscular man waved his hand instantly. Tsung, his 5 fingers clawed at Lu Ming's chest with 5 half-feet-long black lights. Lu Ming's eyes flickered, and his fist had already been covered with dense dragon scales. He launched a quick punch at the tall and muscular man's hand. A muffled bang. Suddenly Lu Ming was forced back for more than 10 steps. After a burst of black gas on his body, he was able to stabilize his figure. The tall and muscular man's body shook slightly, and his face became gloomy. He shouted a little unexpectedly. "You are also a physique cultivator?" This person cultivated some kind of mystic art of the demon mystic sect's mystic arts, so his great strength rarely had any opponent in the crystallization period cultivators. He didn't expect this condensation period cultivator to take the punch forcefully without taking any injury. Lu Ming sneered. He tapped his feet and blasted back. He made a sword gesture simultaneously. A 10 meters crimson sword light blasted out, slashing at the tall and muscular man. When the muscular man saw this, he was furious. His killing intent was a little bit greater. He saw the crimson sword light blasting toward him in lightning speed, but he didn't try to block it at all. After a metallic sound occurred. The sword light had already struck on the shoulder of the muscular man, but it was flicked away as if it hit on an iron pillar. It only left a shallow mark. It couldn't even cut through his skin. The muscular man sneered. He opened 5 fingers, gathering a thick black light in his palm, then he grabbed forward fiercely. Chi-chi. 5 black lights shot out. They condensed into 5 semicircle light slashes and arrived in front of Lu Ming in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming's pupils shrank. He flicked his sleeves quickly, and a golden sand curtain appeared in front of him. It morphed into 5 layers of golden sand curtain in front. Boom 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 boom, 4 consecutive blows. 4 layers of the golden sand curtains were broken. The weakened light slashes hit the 5th layer. After a fierce tremor, the 5 light slashes collapsed and dissipated. A hint of surprise flashed in the tall and muscular man's eyes, and he was obviously surprised that a condensation period cultivator could block his attacks continuously. Lu Ming sighed secretly. As his mind turned sharply, he once again controlled the crimson flying sword to attack the tall and muscular man. This time, instead of using the mighty sword light, he turned the flying sword into a long and narrow sword light, flying around the muscular man with quick speed. He tried to attack the weak points such as the eyes, throat, etc. At the same time, he quietly touched the leather bag around his waist with the other hand. Although the tall and muscular man wasn't afraid of this sword light, he didn't want to take the blow with the weakest spot of his body. As he used both arms to defend, his speed of moving forward was slowed down. At this moment, 2 black gas swept out of Lu Ming's waist. It was Bone Scorpion and Demon Flying Skull. As they appeared, they flew toward the tall and muscular man in 2 directions. Bone Scorpion just flashed his body, and it came to the left of the tall and muscular man. It opened its mouth to shoot a cloud of purple flames. At the same time, the dragon tail hook on the back also launched countless black needles at the muscular man. At the moment the tall and muscular man just parried the crimson flying sword, a black light flashed on his body, crushing the purple flame on his body. He groaned, and his one hand flashed into the black needles. As the 5 fingers closed again, he caught the purple black tail hook in his hand. But at this moment, the tail hook suddenly became blurred and disappeared from the hand of the man. After another whistling sound, a faint hook shadow appeared and silently stabbed at the back of the muscular man. Chapter 552, Body and Sword Fusion. Chapter 552, Body and Sword Fusion. Demon Flying Skull spouted a large green flame from one mouth, which instantly obscured the sight of the tall and muscular man, then its green hair suddenly rolled over. The tall and muscular man frowned. He first threw a fist at the back to break the hook shadow, then he leaped backward. But at this moment, a crimson sword light slashed on the muscular man's shoulder. Although it could not break through his defense, it was enough to make him stumble. At the next moment, his right arm was tangled tightly by countless green silks. Demon Flying Skull gave a weird laugh. Its head trembled and 8 clones suddenly appeared beside him. Countless green hairs turned into a large net, entwining the tall and muscular man more closely. The tall and muscular man's complexion changed. He couldn't get rid of the bind for a while. He exudes clouds of black flames by shuddering his body, trying to burn these hairs away. At this moment, a vague figure appeared silently behind the tall and muscular man. After a golden flash, the figure struck fiercely at the back of the muscular man with a jagged golden blade, and he dragged down. It was Lu Ming who seized the opportunity when the muscular was distracted by Bone Scorpion and Demon Flying Skull. He hid his aura, sneaked to his back and assaulted with all his spiritual power. A loud bang. The protective black flames of the muscular man were slashed into pieces. A shallow wound was inflicted on his back, and blood immediately gushed out from it. The tall and muscular man only felt a tingling pain in his back, then he was instantly frightened and angry. Since he advanced to the crystallization period with his invincible evil physique cultivation, he had never suffered such damage. Not to mention the person who injured him was a junior of the condensation period later stage. He yelled violently and the black flames burst out, burning the green hairs. He then pulled forcefully to struggle out of it. The demon flying skull's phantasms were caught off guard. Under the reaction force of the pulling, they collapsed and disappeared. Only its true body barely managed to fly for several 10 meters away. The tall and muscular man suddenly turned around and sprayed a black ray at Lu Ming. The black ray was like an arrow, assaulting Lu Ming with a terrifying aura. Lu Ming's heart shuddered. He flicked his sleeve quickly, and a shield with 9 skulls on its surface appeared in his hand, blocking the black ray. A muffled bang. Lu Ming only felt a huge surging force, and his whole body was blown back like he had suffered a heavy blow. He rolled several times in the air before stopping. His eyes were full of shock. This black ray was so powerful that it was obviously a superb spiritual weapon. Thanks to the 9 skulls shield, he managed to defend the attack. After Lu Ming stabilized his figure, he took a closer look. The true look of the black ray was only a palm-sized small black jade hammer. It had returned to the side of the muscular man and circled around him. The sleek hammerhead was engraved with dense and complicated runes, emitting waves of strong spiritual power. The tall and muscular man couldn't help but snorted when Lu Ming blocked the blow. He knew how strong the attack power of this small hammer was. Even he himself wasn't sure whether he was able to withstand the blow. He didn't expect this condensation period junior to defend this blow successfully. The muscular man cast his gaze at the shield in Lu Ming's hand, watching the pure black glow emitted by the 9 skulls shield. There was a greedy expression flashed in his eyes. Wu, a silver-white figure suddenly flew behind the muscular man. Countless black lines were blasted out by Bone Scorpion that was just thrown by the muscular man. The tall and muscular man didn't turn his head back. He just cast the hammer to make a strike. Bone Scorpion let out a scream and it was blown back by the black ray. Lu Ming's face turned dark. It was too late for him to help. Fortunately, he confirmed through divine thought that Bone Scorpion had only suffered some minor injuries, so he was slightly relieved. At the same time, the demon flying skull on the other side seized the opportunity to cast its green hair when the muscular man was disrupted by Bone Scorpion. The tall and muscular man sneered as he swung the small hammer. As compared to Bone Scorpion, he was more annoyed by Demon Flying Skull more. As a result, at this moment, a golden light flashed in front of him. A 10 meters tall figure stood in front of Demon Flying Skull. The muscular man's small hammer and his arms smashed into the golden giant's chest, blasting a big hole on it. The muscular man was startled slightly, and he looked at the golden armor rune soldier who suddenly appeared in front of him in surprise. However, Lu Ming secretly cast the yellow turban soldier talisman at some point and blocked the blow. Demon Flying Skull took the opportunity to laugh, gaga, and shook its head. It once again wrapped his green hair around the wrist of the tall and muscular man holding the hammer. At the same time, the yellow turban soldier also moved its arms suddenly, locking down the arm of the muscular man tightly. When the tall and muscular man saw this scene, his face looked cold. A crackling sound appeared on his right arm and he pulled forcefully. Boom! The yellow turban soldier suddenly burst into black lights, and the black hammer in the right arm of the muscular man ruined the interior of the yellow turban soldier. The body of the yellow turban soldier collapsed suddenly, turning back into a talisman with a whine. Just when the muscular man wanted to swing the small hammer and knock back the demon flying skull that was wrapping his left arm, there was an extremely bad omen in his mind. He turned his head abruptly, seeing a human figure wrapped in a crimson-red sword light soared into the sky. After this sword light flew in the sky, the figure inside disappeared into the cold light vaguely. At the same time, the sword light suddenly swelled by double. After another blur, it flashed to the front like lightning and surged over with an icy cold sword chi. The tall and muscular man felt horrified. It was too late to dodge now. He could only scream, and black and strange runes emerged on his face while his body burst into black demonic flames. The flames condensed and formed a black light wall on top of him. Simultaneously, his body grew one size larger with a crackling sound, planning to take the blow. Poof! The black light wall on the surface of the muscular man could not stop the sword light. A red light flashed and disappeared, and the black light wall collapsed after a violent tumbling, revealing the muscular man again. His left arm was still bound by demon flying skull. Only at this moment, the expression on the tall and muscular man's face was frozen, and at the next moment, a thin red line appeared on his neck. Puff! The head of the muscular man rolled down crookedly. His face still looked unbelievable. A blood pillar spurted from the headless corpse. After it dispersed, a cloud of black gas blasted far away. But the crimson sword light that previously killed the muscular man just rolled, and it shattered the black gas. There was a painful scream of the muscular man from it, and the scream stopped abruptly. Not far behind the muscular man's corpse, as soon as the crimson light faded, Lu Ming appeared holding a crimson spiritual sword, panting heavily. Just now he desperately exhausted his spiritual power and cast the mystic arts of body and sword fusion. He unexpectedly killed the tall and muscular man with a single strike. This was also the fact that the muscular man was somewhat underestimating his opponent. He relied too much on his own amazing defenses, and he was being disrupted by other demonic pets and puppet. Only then Lu Ming was able to kill him easily. Otherwise, this miss was equivalent to killing himself. The consequences were unimaginable. Although this demon mystic sect, the muscular man only had the early stage of the crystallization period cultivation base, as a physique cultivator, even the intermediate stage of the crystallization period cultivator was not necessarily his opponent. After a long sigh of relief, Lu Ming took a single-handed move to put away the demon flying skull, bone scorpion and the yellow turban soldier talisman. After that, he collected out the muscular man's small black hammer and storage talisman, then he launched 2 fireballs to burn the corpse into ashes. After he finished all this, he immediately flew back to the market. Half a day later, Lu Ming had changed into a green robe on the road, then he returned to the Lian Pavilion. As soon as he entered the door, Shopkeeper Yi walked out from behind the counter with joy and greeted him. "Shopkeeper Yi, don't worry anymore, the Yin strong demon has been killed by me. By the way, is Master Hua back?" Lu Ming asked calmly before Shopkeeper Yi could speak. "Master Hua has returned half a day ago. He is now meditating in his room to recover. Thanks Envoy Lu for helping him this time." Shopkeeper Yi hurriedly bowed and replied. He was obviously more respectful than before. Lu Ming just nodded gently and he walked quickly to the 3rd floor secret room. In the lobby on the 1st floor the other guys were chatting excitedly. "Envoy Lu really killed the Yin strong demon? I heard that although this person has only the condensation period later stage cultivation, his strength is comparable to crystallization period." A young guy asked incredulously. "How can Sir Envoy deceive you and me for such a major event?" Shopkeeper Yi said with a serious face. "I have long felt that the newcomer Envoy Lu is not a simple character." Another young guy smiled. "In short, since Yin strong demon has been beheaded, we don't need to be worried and stay in the market," Shopkeeper Yi said and motioned a few people to go back to work. After all, things like Yin strong demon were not something that ordinary disciples like them who had already left the sect could handle. They only needed to take charge of the store. In the secret room on the 3rd floor, Lu Ming was sitting cross-legged on a yellow futon. Every short time he poured a red elixir from an emerald green bottle beside him and swallowed it. After 2 hours of this, Lu Ming's bloodless face gradually became ruddy, and some minor small wounds on his body were healed rapidly. He was also worried that in addition to the tall and muscular man, there would still be other people from Demon Mystic Sect tracking the soul mark on his body and pursuing him. However, he did not expect the trace of soul mark left by Yin strong demon to disappear as soon as he returned to the market. It seemed that such tracking mystic art only lasted for half a day. Lu Ming was relieved only by then. Chapter 553, Demonic Text Ancient Book. Chapter 553, Demonic Text Ancient Book. Afterward, Lu Ming did not continue to adjust his breath to restore spiritual power. Instead, he patted his waist. He couldn't wait to check the 2 storage talisman that he took from the Yin strong demon and the tall and muscular man. He first released divine thought into the golden storage talisman, and his expression gradually turned surprised. In the storage talisman of the young man in green robe, there were more than 300 upper-grade spiritual stones and several upper-grade spiritual weapons. Although these spiritual weapons were of good quality, they obviously needed evil cultivation to maximize their power. For the current Lu Ming, the value was not high. Except for finding a remote market to exchange for spirit stones, it was also a good choice to try to enhance their enchantments. In addition to these, there is a black bottle, a broken ancient book and an ancient mirror fragment in the storage talisman. In the small black bottle there was some pitch-black liquid. Lu Ming didn't know what it was. He just vaguely felt a faint demonic qi, but it was a little different from the true demonic aura. It must be a necessary item to cultivate evil techniques. As for the ancient mirror fragment, it was only the size of an egg. It was engraved with some strange white runes, and it occasionally reflected a misty crystal light which didn't seem like a normal item. But Lu Ming couldn't see anything except for a faintly mysterious aura on it. After putting it away, he picked up the dilapidated ancient book. This ancient book looked really old, its cover was slightly yellowed. It was missing a corner that was an inch size and it was torn apart from the middle. It seemed like there was only half left. Lu Ming turned a page gently. A black light appeared on the surface of the inner page, and some dark and purple texts were floating endlessly. It seemed that someone cast some kind of enchantment on it. Lu Ming took a closer look and he was surprised to find these weird and cumbersome words in the ancient book. It was very similar to the text that appeared on the scales of the troll giant foot that he saw in Yuan Sect's monster holding tower that year. He could understand it at a glance. As a result, when he showed a trace of joy and wanted to take a closer look at it, a black light suddenly came to his face. Then there was a buzzing sound in his ears. The next moment he felt so dizzy that he almost fainted on the ground. In a shock, he immediately closed the ancient book. After he made a gesture to rest for a while, he looked somewhat relieved. His thoughts were turning quickly. Obviously, the enchantment in this weird book was not simple, so he put it aside. He then checked the storage talisman of the tall and muscular man. As a result, what the muscular man of the crystallization period had stunned Lu Ming. Except for more than 20 upper-grade spirit stones, there was only one intermediate-grade spiritual weapon and one upper-grade spiritual weapon. This was different from the identity of a crystallization period cultivator. In addition, there was also a black ancient book. At first glance, it was an evil technique, but it was very common. It could be cultivated from the spirit apostle stage to the early stage of the crystallization period. After shaking his head slightly, he put this ancient book aside too. After a dozen minutes, when Lu Ming roughly counted all the trophies. After that, he turned his attention to the ancient book with the troll text again. He obviously wanted to try to breach the enchantment on it. There were many ways to breach such enchantment. However, if he couldn't find a specific way or he tried to breach it forcefully, it would more or less damage the item with the enchantment. Take this old ancient book for example. If Lu Ming forcibly channeled a large amount of spiritual power into the ancient book regardless of the consequences, the enchantment would most likely burst open and the ancient book would also be ruined together. After thinking about it for a while, he planned to use some relatively safe unconventional method to try to crack the enchantment of the ancient book. Lu Ming first carefully placed the ancient book on a green stone in front of him and opened it. Then he made a gesture and a black gas emitted from his fingers. The black gas swirled around the air, then it flew toward the ancient book. However, as soon as the black gas touched the enchantment on the surface of the ancient book, it was sucked into it by the black light and disappeared. Lu Ming sighed slightly. He changed his gesture and a spiral sword qi blasted out from his finger. It slowly approached the ancient book under Lu Ming's control. He wanted to slash open the black light directly. The next moment, a strange scene appeared. Before the spiral sword qi had touched the enchantment on the surface, the black light flashed and reflected the sword qi to the other side of the secret room. With a boom, a finger size appeared on the wall. After more than half an hour, Lu Ming frowned slightly and started to ponder. It seems that this book was something important. It was not what he could open now, so he immediately kept it in the Sumeru ring. He wanted to try reading this book again after he advanced to the crystallization period in the future. At the same time, in a lofty mountain range thousands of miles away from the Changyang market. The mountain range was pitch black and stretched for thousands of miles. From time to time, there were waves of Yin wind in the valley, sweeping up dust and sand in the sky. This was where the demon mystic sect, one of the 4 ancient sects, was located. In a cave on the top of a towering black mountain, a one-armed middle-aged man in a gray robe was tremblingly facing a closed room. Reporting to Grand Elder Wu Guang. In the study room, the evil ancient book that Grand Elder brought back 300 years ago suddenly disappeared. The man said with a trembling voice. Since it's gone, why don't you check it out now? A cold voice came from all directions from the one-armed man. I have found out that young Master Zhe, whom Grand Elder favors, once entered the study room not long ago. After a short pause, the one-armed man said truthfully in fear. Trash. As a result, after a roar of anger came out of the secret room, a wisp of inaudible Yin wind floated out through the crack of the secret room door and went into the head of the middle-aged man. Grand Elder, spar. Before the one-armed man could finish speaking, his head suddenly popped. Red and white substances were scattered all over the ground. Then a man's low voice came from the secret room. Zhe is really nonsense. That half-ancient book was written by the ancient demon clan, and it is sealed with a powerful enchantment. Even if he can use mystic arts to break the enchantment forcibly, all of the texts are written in true demonic text. Only the demon clan can read it. Never mind, I will retrieve it myself when he is back. At noon on the second day, in an inconspicuous shop selling puppets on the west corner of the market, a middle-aged man in a green robe was talking with another middle-aged Taoist. Mr. Xian, this is the puppet. Can you repair it? The middle-aged man said as he took out a yellow bead with some cracks on the surface from the storage bag around his waist. Mr. Ye's puppet seems to have serious damage. The middle-aged Taoist glanced roughly at the bead in the man's hand, and he said with a frown. Sir is right. I have encountered a strong enemy previously which caused this puppet to be damaged and lose its spirituality. I heard that Mr. Xian is proficient in puppetry, so I specially visit you for this. The middle-aged man sighed and handed the bead to the middle-aged Taoist's hand. After receiving the yellow bead, the middle-aged Taoist carefully observed it. After a while, he gently tossed the bead up and launched a symbol at it in the air. The round bead flashed in yellow in the air, instantly turning into a tall golden armor puppet. It was just that the golden armor on the puppet's body was a bit broken. There was also an inch-size hole on the left chest and the forehead. To repair this puppet, it's not difficult. As long as you spend some materials to refine it again, then just replace a few crystal stones on it will do. We have stocks for these material in our shop, but I'm afraid the price won't be cheap. The middle-aged Taoist pondered for a moment and he said so. As long as Sir can help me to repair this puppet, I will pay any amount of spirit stones. The middle-aged man said with a hint of joy on his face while cupping his fist. The repair cost is about 300,000 spirit stones. In fact, if Mr. Yi adds another 100,000 spirit stones, you can buy a new normal condensation period later stage puppet. After thinking about it, the middle-aged Taoist quoted a price. I'm used to this puppet, so please repair it. After that, the middle-aged man took out 30 upper-grade spirit stones from his waist and handed them to the middle-aged Taoist. The middle-aged man was disguised by Lu Ming. In the previous half-day, he had visited 3 puppet shops and spent more than 100,000 spirit stones to repair the 3 slightly damaged puppets. But the last one was badly damaged. He didn't want to take the risk, so he asked the famous puppet master in the market to repair it. In that case, please wait here and drink some spirit tea. I can repair the puppet and return it to you in about 2 hours. The middle-aged Taoist took the spirit stones and smiled softly. Immediately afterward, a maid came over with a cup of tea, while the middle-aged Taoist turned and walked toward the back of the shop. Lu Ming immediately sat down on the wooden chair on the side of the tea table, took a faint sip of spirit tea and closed his eyes to rest. After more than an hour, the middle-aged Taoist returned to the shop lobby as promised. He was holding a yellow bead that was faintly flickering in his hand. Mr. Yi, this puppet has been repaired. Please check it. The middle-aged Taoist said while throwing the bead lightly. After a golden light flashed, a golden puppet warrior appeared in front of them. At this time there was no trace of damage on the puppet warrior. Its eyes were glittering, and its aura seemed to have recovered to the level of condensation period later stage. Mr. Xian is really highly skilled. I would like to thank you for this time. Lu Ming immediately cupped his fist and thanked him. As soon as he raised his hand, he patted the golden armor puppet a few times and made a gesture, turning it back into a round bead. After Lu Ming and the middle-aged Taoist chatted a little longer, he walked out of the puppet shop with satisfaction. Now that the 4 puppet warriors had been repaired, Lu Ming changed back his face at a secluded corner. He continued in studying forging in the secret room of the Lian Pavilion. However, what he didn't know was that not long afterward, news about Ouyang's strong demon being beheaded by an outer disciple who was newly stationed by the Tai Yin sect soon spread around Changyang market. This had caused quite some commotions in the market. Note: I will change the term troll into giant demon from now on. It turns out that the author was referring as a gigantic demon. Chapter 554, Ancient Mirror Fragment. Chapter 554, Ancient Mirror Fragment. In the market, the few people who knew the true identity of Ouyang's strong demon were shocked hearing the news. There were people starting to inquire about Envoy Lu whom Tai Yin sect just sent. In a secret room of an inn, an old man in a gray robe was reporting something to a woman in purple clothes. Recently, there are rumors in the market that the demon mystic sect's disciple who competed with Miss at the auction for Luo Yu Blade is actually the Ouyang strong demon. A few days ago, he was slain in the outskirts by the Tai Yin sect's new disciple in charge. The old man said with a slight smile. Oh, it turns out to be the ignorant guy. I initially wanted to wait until I completely sacrificial refined this Luo Yu blade before settling the score with him. I didn't expect someone got him ahead of me. The young woman in purple clothes was playing with a gleaming ancient mirror fragment. She just smirked hearing that. Her eyes were revealing a hint of disdain. If Miss thoroughly sacrificial refined the Luo Yu blade, you can of course deal with a mere evil cultivator. However, the Tai Yin sect's disciple dared to kill him without hiding. He is indeed courageous. After all, this backer of this demon mystic sect's disciple isn't simple. The old man twisted his beard and smiled faintly. But even though that person is arrogant, the name of Ouyang strong demon is not just a name. With the set of 4 puppets with the 4 guardians formation that he got from the auction, his strength should be improved. Can old Xiao send someone to investigate the details of the new Tai Yin sect's disciple? If this person really won in a one-on-one confrontation, then this man isn't simple. I wonder what kind of person he is. The miss of the Ouyang family seemed to be very interested in Lu Ming. She instructed with a slight smile. I will send someone to investigate now. The old man in gray robe nodded, then he walked out of the secret room. After the old man left, the young woman in purple clothes bowed her head again. Looking at the ancient mirror fragment in her hand, a thoughtful expression flashed in her eyes. More than 10 days later, in a forging room in the Lian Pavilion, Lu Ming was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. In an inch-sized black array in the air, a small green ruler of an inch was floating on it. Suddenly, his eyes opened as he changed the gesture and pointed at the array. A cloud of blue flame rose into the sky from the array. After a few flickers, the blue flame merged into the small ruler. The next moment, there was a flash of blue light on the surface of the small ruler. Next to the original 7 spirit patterns, there was a small blue spirit pattern slowly squirming, faintly forming a small pattern. After a while, the 8th spirit pattern on the gleaming blue ruler was clearly formed. Accompanied by a clear chirping sound, the ruler emitted a strong spiritual light. Lu Ming immediately changed his gestures. After the small ruler flew around the air, it slowly landed on his hand. He looked at the small ruler and nodded in satisfaction. After putting it aside, he took out a small green flag with 10 enchantments to prepare for sacrificial refining. Since the unexpected harvest of more than 3 million spirit stones from Ouyang's strong demon, Lu Ming, who was wealthy and rich, had purchased a batch of inferior-grade spiritual weapons from all sorts of forging shops. He continued to practice forging day and night. Although he was not extremely talented, he had a calm mind. In addition, he spent a lot of money buying spiritual weapons so that he could forge repeatedly. In just a few months he had made considerable progress. Lu Ming's level of adding enchantment on spiritual weapons had already reached the level of the ordinary forger. After all, ordinary people didn't have as many spirit stones as Lu Ming to squander, and they didn't have the opportunity to learn from 2 experienced forgers. Although he still had a big gap between adding enchantment to a superb spiritual weapon, Lu Ming believed that as long as more time was given, it should be no problem. Just when he hung the small green flag in the center of the circle, the Sumeru ring in his hand had a slight vibration. With a thought in his mind, he immediately touched the Sumeru ring lightly. The ancient mirror fragment flew out of it, and it flashed strangely in the air, emitting bursts of dazzling sparkle. A trace of surprise flashed in Lu Ming's eyes, and he immediately grasped it in his hand with one hand. He frowned slightly as he sank into deep thought. At the same time, the same scene also happened to dozens of other cultivators within a radius of tens of thousands of miles. all of them carried such an ancient mirror fragment. When these people discovered this scene, their expressions were different. Some were ecstatic, some seemed inexplicable, and others fell into deep thoughts like Lu Ming. In a lush small valley not far from the Thousand Spirit Mountain range, a muscular man with a height of 10 meters was fighting with a spiritual beast silver fox with his bare hands. This spirit beast silver fox was as white as snow. It looked extremely gorgeous in the sun. It was the finest material to forge some spiritual fur coats that the female practitioners were eager to buy. This beast's cultivation was only at the condensation period early stage, but it was abnormally agile. As it flashed, it could dodge the fist barrage of the muscular man. At this moment, a gleaming ancient mirror fragment shot out from the waist of the muscular man. When the muscular man saw this, a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. He instantly raised one hand and launched out a set of purple flying knives. The flying knives turned into 6 light beams blasting at the silver fox. At the same time, the pair of purple eyes suddenly gleamed. The silver fox a few 10 meters away was covered by a strange power. Its speed was slowed down abruptly. In the next moment, a few slashing sounds occurred. The silver fox's body was pierced through by 6 purple light. It died after giving a whine. The muscular man with purple eyes was Zhang Xian. He came to the silver fox in a few flashes. After putting it away, he flew in the direction of the Tai Yin Sect without looking back. At the same time, in a dense green forest thousands of miles away from Thousand Spirit Mountain range, a thin young man was wrapped in a yellow light curtain. He was running away in a panic. He could travel for 300 meters for every flicker. Not far behind him, a young man in brocade, holding a green spiritual sword, was pursuing calmly. His body was gleaming in green light. His face couldn't be seen. His every movement could travel for 300 meters as well. The young man in brocade came to a halt abruptly. As the green light faded, a long and narrow face was revealed. It was Sha Tong Tian. An ancient mirror fragment that was gleaming appeared in his hand out of nowhere. He looked up to the sky and laughed. His great voice could even shake off the leaves of the surrounding trees. The next moment, the smile on his face faded. He changed his gesture, and the green spiritual sword in his hand flashed out and hit the thin young man who was about 100 meters away. Slash! Sha Tong Tian yelled violently and pointed at the thin young man with one hand. The green sword shadow flashed in from the thin young man's neck. A bloody head suddenly flew up. Because the sword light was too fast, the headless corpse rushed forward madly before it fell to the ground. With a cold snort, Sha Tong Tian's figure was already there to retrieve the green flying sword. After collecting the head, he flew toward the Changyang market. In a secret room of Changyang market's Howren Academy, a middle-aged scholar in a white robe was sitting with his eyes closed amidst a cloud of white mist. Suddenly, a loud cry of ecstasy came from outside. The middle-aged scholar opened his eyes suddenly. With a flicker of his figure, he had appeared outside the secret room. He flicked his sleeve and opened the stone door. The young scholar standing in the secret room with a smile of joy. Seeing the middle-aged scholar coming out, he opened his palm immediately, revealing a gleaming ancient mirror fragment. It was trembling non-stop and exuding waves of strange crystal light. Oh, it turns out that the green sky mirror fragment has a reaction, so it means that the green sky illusory palace is about to open again. It is the good fortune of my nephew disciple. Seeing this, the middle-aged scholar said delightedly. Yes, Masters Junior. My wait in the Changyang market for so many years is not in vain. It's not futile. I have been waiting in Changyang market for so many years. I finally made it to this day. The young scholar said with a laugh, then he left the secret room with the middle-aged scholar. Similar words also appeared in the mouth of the old man in green robe beside the woman in purple clothes. This is worthwhile for Miss to wait purposely in the Changyang market. The opportunity that the 7th Grand Ancestor said is indeed the green sky illusory palace. The old man spoke with a smile to the woman in purple clothes. Actually, I have long wanted a piece of green sky cloud clothes, otherwise I would not have come to this small Changyang market and waited for 2 years. Speaking of which, this is really a golden opportunity. The woman in purple clothes looked at the glittering fragment in her hand and said with a smile. Afterward, she kept away the ancient mirror fragment in her hand and walked out of the secret room with Qiao Zi. Half a day later, 300 miles to the east of Changyang market, there was a barren wilderness. Suddenly, the sky above fluctuated together, and dense red light spots suddenly appeared in the sky, and they gathered more and more, and within a moment, it suddenly turned into another round of red-hot sun. After a while, the scorching sun began to blur, and it split up with an explosion. The entire sky was distorted in an instant. An emerald-green hazy palace phantasm appeared out of thin air. This palace was actually more than 1,000 meters high. The whole palace was made of emerald-green jade which looked very exquisite. It emitted a faint green light. Under the white mist, the palace seemed a little illusory, looming, and quite mysterious. When the palace phantasm appeared, Lu Ming was adjusting his breath cross-legged in the secret room on the 3rd floor of Lian Pavilion. The ancient mirror fragment in his hand suddenly lit up with a dazzling green light. Before he could react, a green light flashed on his arm, turning into an unknown rune in the shape of an emerald green leaf. At the same time, within thousands of miles of the hazy palace phantasm, the holders of other ancient mirror fragments also had the same encounters. The ancient mirror fragments turned into leaf-shaped runes that engraved on these holders. Chapter 555, Green Sky Illusory Palace. Chapter 555, Green Sky Illusory Palace. This is... Lu Ming felt a slight scorching sensation from the leaf-shaped rune on his arm. At the same time, he faintly felt an inexplicable call from a distant place. With a thought, he immediately got up and walked out of the room and appeared on the roof of Lian Pavilion in a flash. The next moment he saw the huge emerald-green palace phantasm in the distant sky. Even though it was far apart, the huge palace phantasm was like a towering high mountain range, floating majestically in the air. Anyone who took a glance could detect a strong sense of oppression. Lu Ming stood on the roof in amazement for a while. After that, he sensed a strong calling from his arm. The source of the call was the mysterious palace phantasm in the distant sky. At the same time in the market, many people also noticed the abnormality in the sky. Whether they were strolling on the street, buying things in local shops, or meditating in the house, they all put aside their things at this moment and rushed to the streets, staring at the palace phantasm in amazement. Even many cultivators were like Lu Ming, leaping onto the roof to see what was going on. Green Sky Illusory Palace. Someone shouted. Lu Ming frowned. It was the first time he had heard of this name. He couldn't help turning his head to look at the person shouting. However, at this moment, several escape lights rose into the air and shot toward the direction of the palace phantasm in the distance. One of them was a young man with a brown face. It was the person who just shouted. But his expression was extremely excited. After a while, several escape lights flew out of the market, closely following the young man with a brown face and others. Soon, more and more cultivators flew toward the palace in the distance. In a shop near the Lian Pavilion, the young woman in purple clothes of the Ouyang family walked out slowly. Xiao Zi, the old man in green robe, was standing beside her. They looked up at the palace phantasm in the distance, and a hint of surprise flashed in their eyes. I didn't expect just after half a day when the green sky mirror fragment had a reaction. The path to the green sky illusory palace is opened. The old man in green robe gazed at the sky and slowly said, "Old Xiao, let's move too." A hint of excitement flashed through the beautiful eyes of the young woman in purple clothes. She turned and spoke to the old man. The old man in green robe nodded after hearing this. The young woman in purple clothes immediately raised her hand and launched a dark red bead. After a flash of red light, a crimson-feathered spiritual bird appeared in the air. Its appearance was very similar to that of goshawk. It looked up and gave a loud chirp. They flew up to the back of the crimson spirit bird. The spiritual bird spread its wings and set off a gust of wind, carrying them to the palace phantasm in the distance. Lu Ming glanced at the galloping crimson spiritual bird from a distance. Seeing the young woman in purple clothes and the old man in green robe on the bird's back, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. Although it was only a glance, he recognized the old man in green robe. Although he hadn't seen the young woman in purple clothes, he could roughly guess her identity. At this moment there was a slight wind beside Lu Ming. Shopkeeper Yi and the two forge masters in the shop also landed beside Lu Ming. Green Sky Illusory Palace. I never expect to witness it opening in my lifetime. Shopkeeper Yi looked at the palace phantasm in the distance with complex expressions. Surprise, longing, unwillingness, and all kinds of expressions flashed by. The two forging masters also sighed by the side. Shopkeeper Yi, what exactly is the Green Sky Illusory Palace that you are talking about? Many people have been calling this name since the beginning? Lu Ming turned his head and asked faintly. I forgot. Envoy Lu just came to Changyang market not long ago. No wonder you haven't heard of Green Sky Illusory Palace. Shopkeeper Yi said mysteriously after hearing the words. Speaking of the Green Sky Illusory Palace, it is actually a cultivator relic of the Archean era. The archaic relic. Lu Ming was shocked when he heard this. He couldn't help taking a deep breath. Many related classics that he had read appeared in his mind. According to the records in ancient books, the so-called Archean era was a period of tens of millions of years earlier than the ancient time. The aura between heaven and earth was much stronger than it was now. It was said that at that time, the ancient demon had not discovered the human world, and the cultivation realm was 100 times more prosperous than it was now. The magical mystic arts created during the Archean era were even countless. Treasures like magic weapons were emerging endlessly. Even the division of the cultivation realm was very different from now. However, for unknown reasons, the entire human realm suddenly suffered a great catastrophe, which not only made the aura of this world several times thinner than before, but it also caused the cultivators of all races to fight wildly. Many powerful cultivators were dead because of that. But at this time, the human realm was suddenly discovered by the ancient demon, which led to a war between the two realms. Countless human races were drawn into this battle, and the prelude to the ancient time that lasted millions of years since then began. Regarding the legendary period, some ancient books had vague records. There were different opinions. After all, the era was too far away. Lu Ming could only read some fragmented information in the ancient books of the Tai Yin Sect. When he was in Savage Ghost Sect, such information was even rarer. The Green Sky Illusory Palace is a special relic built by a powerful man named Green Sky Lord at the end of the Archean era to train his disciples. However, after this great man fell for some reason, the key to this illusion palace, that is, a magic weapon called the Green Sky Mirror, was shattered into thousands of pieces. Only those who have the fragment can enter the palace and get great benefits from it. Moreover, the longer one stays in it, the better the benefits. Fragment of the Green Sky Mirror. Lu Ming's face changed slightly. He glanced at his still slightly hot arm. Everyone in Shopkeeper Yi was looking at the huge palace phantasm in the distance, so they did not notice the change in Lu Ming's expression. The place where the Green Sky Illusory Palace appeared is near the Changyang market, so if you stay here for a long time, you will usually hear this rumor. However, the opening time of the Illusory Palace is not fixed every time. If it is long, it will appear in 1,000 years. If it is short, 200 to 300 years. Therefore, many people will feel helpless when they get the fragments. Not many fragment owners are willing to wait near this Changyang market. After listening, Lu Ming stroked the emerald rune on his arm with one hand, and he somehow believed in Shopkeeper Ye's words. The last time the Green Sky Illusory Palace opened was at least 700 years ago, so some people just regarded it as a legend. I never thought I could see it open one day. Master Hua on the side also said with surprise. This palace is so famous, do you know what benefits can be gained from it? Lu Ming touched his chin and asked calmly. Shopkeeper Yi and the two forge masters had been in Changyang market for decades, so they often heard a lot about these rumors. Seeing that Lu Ming was very interested in this, they immediately talked about everything they knew. After hearing the three talked in turns, Lu Ming gradually knew more about the matter of the Green Sky Illusory Palace. Regarding the benefits, he couldn't help but be moved. According to the trio, this Green Sky Illusory Palace could only be entered by the cultivator of the condensation period, and the cultivator also had to go through some tests. If the cultivator didn't have the strength, he couldn't get in even with the fragment. In addition, this illusion palace would exist for 3 months. Once the time was up, the people inside would be teleported out, then it would disappear again. Since it is a rare archaic relic that appears once in 1,000 years, I will go and join in the fun. Lu Ming bowed his hand to the three of them, then he turned into a black light and flew toward the palace. Envoy Lu is usually training behind closed doors. I didn't expect him to be quite interested in these things. Shopkeeper Yi smiled as he watched Lu Ming's escape light go away. It's not something to be surprised. When you and I came to Changyang market for the first time, didn't we also inquire about the Green Sky Illusory Palace before? TSK, I really didn't think I could see it appear. Master Hua said in surprise. Since the Illusory Palace is open, there will be a lot of cultivators rushing here in the next 3 months. It is a good time to earn spirit stones. Shopkeeper Yi looked enthusiastic. After the three of them discussed for a while, they soon returned back. The news of the opening of Green Sky Illusory Palace was quickly spread by the major forces in the market. On Middle Sky Continent, some cultivators with fragments of the Green Sky Mirror, they immediately departed delightedly if they could reach the Changyang market in a short time. They didn't hesitate to use the teleportation arrays to rush here anxiously. However, some fragment owners and forces that were too far away were naturally frustrated. They had no choice but to give up this opportunity. From Changyang Market, there were occasionally one or two escape lights, one or two rays of light flying toward the Green Sky Illusory Palace. These were all the cultivators near the Changyang Market. They were rushing here with their fastest speed. The empty wilderness below the Green Sky Illusory Palace was originally lacking in aura, and people rarely came here, but it became lively in such a short time. It had occupied by many cultivators. These cultivators either stood under the trees or directly floating in the air, but they all pointed to the huge palace in the sky. At this moment, a cloud of black gas galloped from the distant horizon. It only stopped after reaching the nearby sky. After the black gas was restrained, a figure appeared, which was the muscular man with a black face disguised by Lu Ming. When he raised his head, his eyes narrowed slightly. Only a side of the palace phantasm could be seen in the market. Now he looked at it in close distance. The Green Sky Illusory Palace phantasm became clear. The majestic palace of more than 1,000 meters was quietly floating in the mid-air of more than 1,000 meters away from the ground. It emitted a faint green fluorescence from time to time. It looked elusive like a palace in heaven. It really lived up to the name of Illusory Palace. Lu Ming looked at this palace for a long time, then he sighed and regained his senses. He then looked around. There were thousands of cultivators here. All of them were whispering while looking at the palace phantasm. Chapter 556. 5 Color Stairs. Chapter 556. 5 Color Stairs. The entire Green Sky Illusory Palace was surrounded by a layer of glittering white light curtain. And directly below the palace phantasm, a somewhat vague 5-color stairs extended from the palace gate through the light curtain. It should be the only entrance to the Green Sky Illusory Palace. Lu Ming glanced at the 5-color stairs and did not go over immediately. Instead, he looked at the white light curtain on the outside, curiously sizing up the defensive enchantment set up by the archaic cultivator. The light curtain was as white as jade and it looked tranquil, but it revealed an unusually thick feeling. As soon as Lu Ming thought, he released a ray of mental power and swept it slowly. When there was still a few feet away from the light curtain, his mental power seemed to have encountered an invisible barrier. It could no longer get any further, and there was even a faintly dangerous breath coming out from the depths. Obviously, if there were people who want to force their way in, there would never be any good results. As soon as Lu Ming turned his mind, he withdrew his mental power. A thoughtful expression flashed in his eyes. The outer barrier of the Green Sky Illusory Palace was so magical, it was truly a relic of the archaic cultivator. At this moment, there was a commotion coming from the 5-color stairs. Looking from a distance, someone was already trying to climb the 5-color stairs. Lu Ming's expression changed and he cast his gaze calmly. The one who was trying to climb the ladder at this moment was a young man with a brown face. Lu Ming recognized this man at a glance. This person was the first person in the market to call out Green Sky Illusory Palace. It turned out that this person also had a fragment of Green Sky mirror on him. No wonder he was so excited at that time. When the young man with a brown face stepped on the first step of 5-color stairs, the lower stairs immediately emitted a very faint 5 colors glow. His body shook slightly and he quickly calmed down. Seeing this, Lu Ming couldn't help frowning. The man had reached the condensation period, so it was impossible for him to get unstable for no reason. Obviously, there was some special enchantment on the stairs that could make people unstable. After thinking for a moment, he realized it. Shopkeeper Yi and others said that the test of entering the Green Sky Illusory Palace must be climbing this 5-color stairs. The young man with a brown face took a deep breath and immediately stepped onto the 2nd level, the 3rd level. The more he went up, the brighter the 5 colors glow on the stairs became, as if it was desperately pulling his footsteps. This long ladder had exactly 100 steps. Under everyone's gaze, the yellow-faced young man's upward speed was getting slower and slower. When he reached more than 10 steps, his body was obviously unable to stably shake again. Lu Ming's expression has also become concentrated. It is rare for someone to walk in front of him to demonstrate. Of course he has to take a good look. When the yellow-faced youth finally stepped onto the 20th step, his forehead began to sweat. His right leg that was lifted up staggered as if he slipped over. His expression changed all of a sudden. But the young man with a brown face immediately groaned, and a burst of brown light appeared on his body. When the light condensed, he immediately stood still. The following situation was similar to the beginning. After he used the spiritual power to stabilize his body, he was able to stabilize his step at first. However, after the 30th steps he began to shake again. Lu Ming shook his head secretly. There were still nearly half of the stairs left. This person had already looked tired. He was impossible to make it to the end. As expected, when the brown-faced young man climbed to the 40th level of the 5-color stairs, he was already drenched in sweat. His figure was already staggering as if he was going to fall at any moment. A look of seriousness flashed in his eyes as he lifted his right leg, trying to continue climbing. However, his body trembled and he fell to the side after a loud shout. Before his body touched the stairs, he was knocked out of the stairs by the 5 colors light. Seeing this, Lu Ming shook his head. After the brown-faced young man flew out, a green light flew out of his arm and disappeared far away. In the green light, everyone could faintly see a shining thing. The cultivators who came to see the show suddenly made a commotion. There were a dozen escape lights pursuing in the direction of the green light. Lu Ming did not show a surprised look. Shopkeeper Yi had already mentioned this situation to him. This entry test of the Green Sky Illusory Palace, if one failed it, the Green Sky mirror fragment on his body would fly away. However, the same fragment could only be used once in a trial. Even if someone got the fragment again, he could only wait until the next opening of the Illusory Palace. Even so, the Green Sky mirror fragment was still very precious as the key to the next opening of the Illusory Palace. Everyone wanted to get it. The young man with a brown face finally managed to control his body. After slowly landing on the ground, his face was as pale as paper. It seemed that he had exhausted all his spiritual power in this period of time. From time to time, some people in the surrounding crowd pointed at the young man with a brown face. Some even laughed at him. The young man with a brown face looked extremely embarrassed. He stomped and turned into a yellow light blasting away. After someone failed the first attempt, there was no one coming up for a while. Everyone seemed to be waiting for the second person so that they could learn something from it. Lu Ming naturally wouldn't do such a compelling thing. He continued to wait with a calm expression. In less than a moment, a purple light galloped from the direction of the Changyang market and landed directly on the stairs. Lu Ming frowned slightly. The aura from the escape light gave him a familiar feeling. After the purple light faded, a pretty tall young man with purple eyes was revealed. Lu Ming was taken aback. This young man was none other than Zhang Xian, whom he acquainted in the small flame world. He was obviously here for the Green Sky Illusory Palace. His broken arm was now completely recovered. He must have recovered through some kind of mystic arts. Under the shocked gaze of everyone, Zhang Xian stepped onto the 5-color stairs without bothering the surrounding cultivators. Lu Ming didn't greet him either. Instead, he folded his arms and stood in the crowd with amusement. He knew Zhang Xian's strength very well. He believed that the result should be different from just now. Zhang Xian's climbing speed was really much faster than that of the young man with a brown face before. He was already in the middle of the stairs in a moment. The young man with a brown face was blasted into the air nearly halfway through, but when Zhang Xian was halfway through, he still looked calm and relaxed. Tiske, this person is not simple. He is much better than the young man with a brown face. He obviously hasn't used his full strength yet. There was a lot of discussion among the crowd. Obviously they were more optimistic about Zhang Xian. Other than the people who were surprised, some were just like Lu Ming, carefully observing the climbing process of Zhang Xian. Lu Ming suddenly moved his eyes and looked at the crowd somewhere. He just felt a glance over there, but it was quickly turned away. As a result, he focused his gaze and found out that among the group of people, the young woman in purple clothes of the Ouyang family and Master Qiao stood there. The girl's beautiful eyes looked moving. Her expression was unusually calm. Could it be that young woman in purple clothes looking at me just now? Lu Ming was a little puzzled. I didn't seem to know this miss of the Ouyang family, right? He thought so in his mind, then he quickly looked away and continued to look at the 5-color stairs. On the stairs at this time, Zhang Xian had already ascended the 80th step, but his body exuded a yellow body protection aura. His speed was significantly slower than before. At the 85th step, the yellow light on Zhang Xian's body looked even more dazzling. He was apparently using a lot of spiritual power. On the 90th step he was already struggling a bit. His chest was ups and downs and big drops of sweat appeared on his forehead. Every step he took seemed extremely difficult. At the last 5 steps, Zhang Xian took a deep breath and formed a weird gesture. The body protection aura around him flickered wildly. His eyes were even shining in purple light. Thump thump, 5 consecutive steps, everyone around only felt a purple light flashed quickly to the above. The tall young man had already reached the 100th step and appeared at the palace gate. There was a burst of exclamation from the surrounding cultivators. Some were envious, some were jealous, and some showed a thoughtful look. Standing in the crowd, Lu Ming frowned inadvertently. He could see clearly that although Zhang Xian passed the test smoothly, when he climbed the last step of the ladder, a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. The highest step was a wide slate platform that led directly to the palace gate. There were no 5 colors there. Standing on the platform, a green light flashed on Zhang Xian's arm, and he went through the light curtain on the gate. He disappeared in a flash. Seeing that Zhang Xian entered the Green Sky Illusory Palace smoothly, among the cultivators with the fragments of Green Sky Mirror, they all looked envious. They could no longer wait. Someone immediately walked out of the crowd and wanted to try ascending the stairs. After all, the longer one stays in the palace, the greater the benefits. Going in early would naturally take more advantage of it. As for the people who could get the fragments of Green Sky Mirror, they were obviously not simple characters. Their cultivation was all at the later stage of the condensation period. None of them were weak. After a while, 3 more people accepted the test, but only one of them barely passed through the help of the superb spiritual weapon, and the other 2 were mercilessly blasted down. The ancient mirror fragments flew out from their arms and caused another round of snatching. This scene naturally discouraged the fragments' holder. Their initial eagerness suddenly faded. For a while, no one took the initiative to climb the stairs. At this moment, among the crowd, another young man in brocade with a long and narrow face walked out slowly. His eyes faintly revealed a trace of sinister. After seeing the youth's face, Lu Ming couldn't help showing a hint of surprise. He also knew this person. It was the inner disciple Sha Tong Tian whom he fought before. Chapter 557, Showing Different Kinds of Magical Power. Chapter 557, Showing Different Kinds of Magical Power. Sha Tong Tian stood still on the steps, made a sword gesture with his eyes flickering, and patted the white leather bag on his waist. A dazzling green light rushed into the sky, then a green flying sword like the autumn water stopped in front of him. In the next moment, Sha Tong Tian changed gestures consecutively, making the green flying sword burst out with a more brilliant light. A sharp sword chi was also exuded from his body. After a flash of green light, the sword light covered his body. There was a loud bang right away, and a sword shadow of several 10 meters long wrapped around Sha Tong Tian. He rushed directly up the stairs in a flash. Body and sword fusion. Sha Tong Tian's sword controlling technique was indeed the body and sword fusion mystic arts that Lu Ming had only recently realized. The green sword light surpassed 30 steps at once. As a result, a thin 5 colors light curtain appeared on the back of the stairs, blocking the green sword light. What made people stunned was that the green sword light didn't stop at all. It advanced all the way through with irresistible force. After the light curtain flashed wildly, it was completely shattered. But after the green sword light got past the 80th step, its speed was slowed down in a tremble. However, after the green sword light was released for a while, it still rushed through more than a dozen light curtains. On the last few steps, after a buzzing sound, several layers of light curtains were condensed. They formed into a thick 5 colors light wall, blocking the last stair like a hill. A cold snort came from the green sword light of Sha Tong Tian. The green sword light suddenly shrank by a little and turned into deep green. It looked even more dazzling instead. With a few flashes of the green sword light, it crushed on the light wall. Boom, an earth-shattering loud noise. After a bright light burst out, the green sword light tore an opening on the 5 colors light wall and penetrated through. As the green sword light faded, Sha Tong Tian had already entered the palace gate. From the young man in brocade standing out from the crowd to reaching the last 5 color stairs, it took only a dozen seconds. The whole process was so quick that everyone widened their mouths in shock. It seemed that people were affected by Sha Tong Tian's easy advance, so several people immediately walked out and stepped on the 5 color stairs. But unfortunately, these people were obviously hot-headed for a while. Their strength was relatively weak. They were knocked down after a few minutes. Old Xiao, let's go. Among the crowd, the young woman in purple clothes of Ouyang family said lightly, then she walked out. Seeing this, the old man in green robe followed up without saying a word. It's the people of the Ouyang family. Someone in the crowd immediately recognized the identity of the young woman in purple clothes. The young woman in purple clothes walked up the stairs with a calm expression. In less than a moment she crossed more than 10 steps and continued to walk up slowly, but she was obviously much slower. The old man in green robe looked solemn seeing this. He also stepped onto the 5 colors stairs. As a result, as soon as the old man stepped onto the first step, the entire 5 colors stairs burst into dazzling colorful light. On the above, the face of the young woman in purple clothes turned pale. She barely managed to stabilize herself as she channeled spiritual power. At this moment, although the old man in green robe was on the first step, his feet were wrapped by a layer of 5 colors curtain. He seemed to have encountered a repulsive force, making his body unstable. The old man's face changed slightly, and he hurriedly took out a medicinal bottle. After taking several elixirs in a row, his figure trembled and a huge aura suddenly rose up. This monstrous aura obviously surpassed the early stage of the crystallization period and reached the intermediate stage of the crystallization period. The old man stabilized his figure temporarily, but he seemed unable to progress to the next step. At the next moment, Qiao Zi quickly took out a white jade ruler. As he chanted, he waved the white ruler and a dazzling white light was launched on the young woman in purple clothes, turning into a faint white halo. The white halo seemed faint, but it instantly made the young woman in purple clothes relieved. Her footsteps suddenly became lighter and she quickened her pace. It didn't take long for her to reach the 80th step and she was still climbing. Seeing this, the cultivator onlookers burst into exclamation. However, after the young woman in purple clothes reached the 95th step, the repulsive force suffered by the old man in green robe below seemed to increase several times. His whole body trembled. His forehead even had blue veins and his eyes turned red, but he still chanted, waving the jade ruler with a trembling arm. The white halo around the young woman in purple clothes suddenly faded a lot, and her brows wrinkled slightly on her pretty face. In an instant, a long green blade light flashed out. As she pointed with her finger, the blade light shot out, breaking through the 5 colors light on the stairs in front. The young woman in purple clothes immediately shook her body, turning into a stream of light to pass through the white light curtain. As the green light flashed, she had already gone into the palace gate. Boom! After seeing the young woman in purple clothes successfully pass the 5 color stairs, the old man in green robe's complexion turned relief. He could no longer hold for more. As soon as the terrifying aura of the 5 colors light gushed down, his body was bounced far away like a sandbag and fell heavily on the open space not far away. The old man struggled to get up. His face was as pale as paper. He immediately swallowed a few elixir and adjusted his breath on the spot. Lu Ming took a faint look at the old man in green robe, and he noticed that his aura was extremely weak. He could not help but shook his head secretly. This method was not a clever means. 5 color stairs could obviously perceive the cultivation of the person standing on it. This kind of assistance would increase the difficulty of passing the 5 color stairs. The person who assists must have a powerful strength to provide support that surpasses the difficulty increased by the stairs. Moreover, the supporter would suffer a backlash of his own power. It was by no means a minor case. However, he obviously underestimated the temptation of passing the 5 color stairs to everyone present. Immediately there were several other crystallization period cultivators who wanted to help their disciples to enter the palace, but they failed one by one without exception. Among them was the young man in scholar robe of the Howran Academy. With the help of the middle-aged scholar, he persisted to the 90th step. However, he still fell from the stairs because of his lack of strength. However, Howran Academy was worthy of being one of the 4 ancient sections. Although climbing the ladder was not successful, the middle-aged scholar stabilized his figure in a white flash when he was knocked back by the 5 colors light. Except for his face turning pale, he actually didn't suffer any serious injury. The young scholar vomited a few mouthfuls of blood. After returning from the stairs with a dispirited look, he stood back in front of the middle-aged scholar with his head down and said nothing. Junior fellow apprentice you just advanced to the condensation period later stage, and your spiritual power is not completely stable, so you don't have to be discouraged if you fail the test. At this moment, a young man in a yellow shirt suddenly walked out of the crowd to the side of the young scholar and said calmly, "Senior fellow apprentice Shang." When the young man in scholar robe saw the young man in yellow shirts, he was first surprised, then he respectfully saluted. Elder unfortunately I also have an ancient mirror fragment. This time I'm also going to try this entry test of the Green Sky Illusory Palace. The young man in yellow shirts smiled slightly, then he turned and spoke to the middle-aged scholar. Nephew disciple Shang's strength is ranked within the top 10 among the inner disciple. this kind of test is naturally not a problem to you. When the middle-aged scholar saw the young man in yellow shirts, he naturally said with overjoy, "Elder Bai has overpraised." The young man in golden clothes said, jumped up onto the 5-color stairs and walked straight up. At the same time, a bright golden light gushed from the young man's sleeves. Countless runes in the golden light flowed around the youth to protect him. Despite the impact of the 5 colors light, the runes still remained motionless. As Lu Ming looked clearly, he quickly discovered the spiritual weapon used by the young man in yellow shirts was a thick golden book hidden in the sleeve. Countless golden runes kept appearing and disappearing in a loop. It seemed quite mysterious. Senior fellow apprentice Shang walked very smoothly step by step. Within 10 minutes he easily reached the highest platform and he flashed into the light curtain. Seeing this, Lu Ming couldn't help but look shocked. This young man was obviously much stronger than the young scholar before. The golden book in his hand should also be a powerful, superb spiritual weapon. While he was thinking about it, a dark shadow flashed in the crowd. A man in a strange black robe walked out. He was in his 20s with good features. His eyes were flashing, but there was still a hint of childishness in his eyes. The man's sleeve had a weird mark which could be recognized at a glance that he was from the Bat clan. The man's figure turned blurred, and he directly rushed up to the 5-color stairs. Every time he took a step, a black air current would be generated under his feet which would slightly separate him from the 5 colors light on the stairs. After a few seconds, the young man of the Bat clan passed the test without even touching the 5 colors light. He passed the test with ease, causing another commotion from the audience. More than 10 people stepped forward to try, but only one physique cultivator barely passed through with the help of his strong physical body. For a while no one stepped forward. After Lu Ming pondered for a while, he moved his body and stepped on the dark clouds to fly toward the 5 color stairs. As a result, when he stepped onto the first step, the faint flash of 5 colors glow flickered under him. He felt as if his feet were trapped in a mire. At the same time, an invisible force was pulling his body from the left and right, trying to forcibly push him out of the stairs. So this is how it feels. Lu Ming smiled as he felt the impact of the 5 colors glow on his body. The power of enchantment on this stairs in general was an invisible force field. One could only withstand such force with spiritual power, spiritual weapon or physical body. For Lu Ming, who had a strong physical strength, it should not be too difficult to pass this test. Chapter 558, Magical Beas. Chapter 558, Magical Beas. Lu Ming immediately walked up step by step calmly. Relying on his strong physical strength and reaction speed, he easily reached the 60th step. However, as he climbed higher and higher, the 5 colors glow under his feet became more and more thick, and the pulling force he suffered gradually became huge. It was changing every moment. As he took one step, there was a huge pulling force. When he wanted to channel spiritual power to defend it, the huge force suddenly changed its direction and pushed forward. When Lu Ming adjusted his balance to deal with it, the huge force changed direction once again. This kind of obstruction became more obvious after passing the 70 steps. It seemed that every 10 steps the power of enchantment would increase by 30%. The speed it changed would be even more unpredictable. Even though Lu Ming relied on his powerful body comparable to the crystallization period physique cultivator, he still felt a little overwhelmed after he passed the 90th step. His pace paused, then he suddenly made a gesture. His figure became bigger after a crackling sound. Black gas also rolled out from his body simultaneously. A roar of dragons and tigers sounded from the black gas. At the next moment, Lu Ming only felt lightened all over, and the pressure from all directions was greatly reduced. After a slight smile, he easily climbed up the 5 steps. When Lu Ming set his foot to the platform of the 100th step, he could only feel the 5 colors glow under his feet fading away. The green light flashed on his arm, then he walked through the white light curtain. Standing in front of the exquisite palace gate in close distance, he couldn't help taking a deep breath and looking back. The figure of the people below had already become blurred under the obstruction of the white mist. Lu Ming thought for a moment, and he immediately channeled Tiger Dragon Hell Prison to cover his whole body with a layer of less than inch-size black gas. He then walked toward the gate. As he walked into the palace gate, his vision was blurred by an intense white light before he could see anything clearly. It was accompanied by a rumbling sound near him. When he understood what was going on, he was already in a hall, and his appearance had restored to his original appearance. Obviously, there was some kind of enchantment here that cancelled any kind of disguise technique. At the same time, Swoosh swoosh, several black phantasms pounced at one of them at the same time from all directions. Lu Ming moved his arms without even thinking about it. He launched a few punches wrapped in black gas, setting off a black wave to the surroundings. Bang bang bang, these black shadows were knocked far back under the huge force of the punch shadows. Two of them even had their heads exploded by the punch shadows. As Lu Ming saw clearly, the identity of these black figures was a black giant wolf of tens of meters. Their bodies had black spirit patterns looming as if their bodies weren't real. After Lu Ming contemplated for a few moments, he cast his gaze at the giant wolf's corpse whose heads were crushed. As expected, the corpses turned into two clouds of black gas after exploding in a flash. There were two thumb-sized gray beads on the ground. Lu Ming sneered in sight of this. His figure just twisted, then he disappeared on the spot. The next moment, the giant wolves just flipped up from the ground, then they saw a black shadow, leaving a series of black punch shadows in the air. Bang bang bang. The giant wolves had no time to react at all, and they were all exploded into black gas, gray beads scattered on the ground. When Lu Ming reappeared in the hall, his divine thoughts swept away and confirmed that there were no giant wolves around. He immediately grabbed all the beads into his hands, picked up one of them and looked at them carefully. He muttered to himself. It turns out that this is the so-called green sky pearl, but it is gray. It seems that the magical beast I killed just now is only the lowest level existence. At this time, Lu Ming started to recall the matters about the green sky illusory palace told by shopkeeper Yi and others. This illusion palace had appeared so many times before, so the people outside had already known about it. According to shopkeeper Yi, anyone who entered this palace would be attacked by many magical beasts stationed in the palace. This magical beast was made by Green Sky Illusory Palace by absorbing the energy of the outside world and transforming the energy into a body full of aura. They had different strength. The lower level was just at the Spirit Apostle early stage, and the powerful ones could even be compared to the crystallization period. Every foreign cultivator that entered the Green Sky Illusory Palace, after killing these magical beasts, they would receive the magical beast's remaining Green Sky Pearl, which contained more special energy depending on the strength of the magical beast. The more special energy it had, the color was more gorgeous and abnormal. Thus, it was basically divided into 6 categories: gray, white, green, purple, silver, and gold. As long as the foreign cultivator that entered the Green Sky Illusory Palace could stay in the Illusion Palace for 3 months, he would be transported to a huge altar before the palace disappeared. He could directly sacrifice these Green Sky Pearls in exchange for a variety of treasures that the Green Sky Lord placed in the palace to reward the younger generations. It was said that as long as the quantity of Green Sky Pearl was large enough or the quality was high enough, it wasn't impossible to exchange it for a magic weapon. This was one of the reasons why Lu Ming wanted to break into the Green Sky Illusory Palace without hesitation. After all, with his current strength, it would be no problem to clean up most of the magical beasts. After Lu Ming thought it over, he looked at the whole hall carefully. He saw that the hall was so tall that the top couldn't be seen. There was some white mist above his head, obstructing his vision. The hall was surrounded by green walls. There was nothing special on the walls, but each wall had a green stone door that seemed to lead directly to the adjacent hall. Lu Ming walked to a random stone door and he tapped in the air. The stone door trembled slightly before opening by itself. After hesitating for a moment, he walked in with a flash. As soon as he entered this hall, the door behind him closed. Lu Ming calmly walked to the center of the hall, and the mist around him rolled down violently. Suddenly, 5 giant wild boars with a yellow glow appeared. These wild boars were 20 to 30 meters long. They had a pair of extremely sharp golden fangs. From time to time they breathed out mists and made weird howls. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. As he scanned with divine thought, these wild boars had the cultivation base of the condensation period. These giant wild boars all stared at Lu Ming with their eyes flashing yellow. Suddenly one of them screamed and rushed up. Lu Ming's eyes were cold. He flew back as he cast the small crimson sword. His change gestures quickly. The crimson sword condensed and turned into countless crimson sword shadows in the air, blasting at the giant wild boars. After a burst of clang clang, the crimson sword shadows were deflected. Lu Ming was stunned when he saw this. While continuing to control the crimson flying sword to launch an attack, he narrowed his eyes to observe carefully. Seeing the yellow spirit patterns flashing on these giant wild boars, they certainly had special defensive enchantment. Their defense was so high that even the sharpness of the sword controlling technique could not break their defense. As he was coming up a plan, the giant wild boars no longer bothered about the barrage of the crimson sword shadows. They stomped their feet and sprayed clouds of green mist. After the green mist surged wildly, they charged at Lu Ming from all directions. Lu Ming furrowed. He quickly formed gestures. Clusters of egg-sized crimson flames were condensed on his fingers, then they were launched at the green mist. Suddenly the flames were all over the sky. Several crimson heat waves swept in all directions, stirring the unknown green mist violently. The green mist was even burnt out instantly. Lu Ming took the opportunity to shake his sleeves and held 2 heavy water droplets in his hands. After his figure blurred, he turned into countless phantasm and flew toward the wild boar. After a roar of dragons and tiger, in the fish shadows, the few yellow wild boars were hit by the vital point in their head and exploded. 5 faint green beads rolled to the ground. Lu Ming picked up one of them and pushed open the green stone door on the other side of the hall. Outside the green sky illusory palace, there were still condensation period powerhouses breaking into the palace. A few days later, in a hall surrounded by dense smoke, the surroundings were silent as if nothing existed. A handsome young man in a white brocade robe was standing in the middle of the hall at the moment. His narrow ears trembled slightly as if he was listening to the surrounding movement. Suddenly, the young man's expression moved slightly, and the strange green light in his eyes flashed. His figure then disappeared in blur. The next moment, the surrounding smoke rolled violently, and a burst of crackling sound came out from it. Immediately afterwards, more than 10 beads rolled to the ground. There were both white and green. After the boy quickly collected the beads, he disappeared into the hall with a sway. In the other hall, a beautiful young girl in a red dress and a graceful appearance was sitting cross-legged, holding an upper-grade spirit stone in her hand, and slowly regenerating spiritual power. There was a token hanging around her waist with the word Shin engraved on it. Not far from her, a huge black giant ape lay motionless on the ground. After a while, it turned into a black smoke and dissipated into the air. An egg-sized purple bead rolled down. The girl saw a trace of joy in her beautiful eyes. As she waved lightly, the round bead was stored in the storage talisman around her waist. In a blink of an eye, Lu Ming had been wandering in it for more than 10 days, but he still felt a little lost. The halls of the green sky illusory palace were connected to each other. It was like an endless maze. Before that, he had spent several days walking all the way westward, passing through 70 or 80 halls, but he still hadn't reached the end. According to his speculation, this palace must be shrouded by some special enchantment. There would be no end no matter which side he went. As for the altar that shopkeeper Yi said to exchange treasures, before the palace disappeared, it wouldn't appear to the cultivator in trial. Chapter 559, Encounter by Chance. Chapter 559, Encounter by Chance. A few days later, when Lu Ming beheaded some condensation period intermediate stage magical beast apes again, he entered another hall. He found that the mist around the hall was thin as if there was nothing in this hall. He walked a few steps to the center. As he looked closely, he found that there were some traces of fighting here. The magical beasts in this hall had obviously been cleared. At this moment, the door on the other side was suddenly opened, and a foreign cultivator entered from the outside. When this person saw Lu Ming standing in the middle of the hall, he was startled slightly. He then looked around, revealing the look of understanding as if he thought that the magical beasts here were slain by Lu Ming. Lu Ming didn't speak when he saw this. He faintly looked at each other. This person was tall and thin. He was wearing a gray-black robe with a green longbow on the back that was a little eye-catching. His cultivation was not weak, which was at the condensation period later stage. And this person didn't mean to speak. The two watched each other vigilantly, but they tacitly chose a different stone door and left. Lu Ming pushed the stone gate on the east side and entered. When he reached the central position, a gust of wind suddenly swept toward him from the empty space. His complexion changed slightly. He quickly made a gesture to stabilize his figure while releasing mental power to explore the surroundings. As a result, after scanning, he found that an aura not weaker than the crystallization period was wandering around. For a while, he couldn't accurately determine its location. He was shocked immediately. At this moment, a burst of whistling sound came from above Lu Ming. Under a strong wind, a huge claw suddenly fell from the sky, wanting to clutch Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming snorted coldly. He turned into a phantasm and vanished, then he appeared 100 meters away the next moment. Only then did he see the true appearance of the magical beast here, which was actually a huge gray bird of about 80 meters in size. This bird was covered with gray feathers, and the wings part was showing a circle of faint purple spirit patterns. Its whole body was covered by a layer of pale white light, and its eyes were full of brightness. The giant bird flapped its wings quickly. After circling in the air, it once again turned into a white light and blasted toward Lu Ming again. A gust of wind was already oncoming. Lu Ming felt the spiritual pressure suddenly rise in the surrounding air. His thought turned quickly. He flicked his sleeve and cast out a black shield which turned into 30 meters in front of Lu Ming. After forming a gesture, the shield shone in black light. A burst of black mist rolled out. Amidst the mist, there were 9 skulls looming in it. They let out a spooky strange laughter, and they spurted a cluster of black gas toward the white light. After the 9 clusters of black gas condensed slightly in the void, they merged together, turning into a thick black light of tens of meters and colliding with the white light transformed by the giant bird. A muffled sound poof. The white light plunged into the deep black aura, but it did not penetrate through it. Instead, it started to struggle as it got trapped. The next moment, the white light was looming in the black gas, making the black gas tumbling. It was accompanied by the sound of CICI. Boom, a loud noise. The billowing black gas suddenly burst into the air. A clear cry came out from it at the same moment. When the black mist gradually faded, a giant bird, with uneven feathers and black spots, flapped its wings while staring aggressively at Lu Ming. Obviously, his previous attack made him suffer a lot, but he also completely angered the giant bird. Lu Ming raised his brow, and he immediately formed gestures with both hands, secretly channeling Tiger Dragon Hell Prison. After the giant bird screamed, it spat clouds of white flames one after another. At the same time, it flapped its wings quickly to stir up waves of hurricanes. The white flames turned into spiral shapes in the air, then they were launched at Lu Ming from all directions. Lu Ming groaned. 2 black dragons were condensed out of his body. Along with the dragon roar, the black dragons launched mist at the white flames. Popping sounds could be heard one after another in the air. Clusters of black and white flames burst apart in the air. The overwhelming fire waves splashed around, making the entire hall shine bright. The giant bird didn't seem to give up. Its giant wings trembled fiercely, and the purple feathers shot out from it. They turned into countless purple flying arrow phantasms in the air. Lu Ming flicked his sleeve. A golden light flashed out immediately, turning into a golden sand curtain. It contained the overwhelming purple feathers and continued to push in the direction of the giant bird. Suddenly there was a burst of ear-piercing and explosive sounds like a metal collision. The purple flying arrows burst apart among the golden light. The golden sand curtain only paused slightly before continuing to fly toward the giant bird. The gray giant bird seemed to perceive a hint of danger, and it immediately waved its wings to avoid the sand curtain. At this moment, in the air on the top of the giant bird's head, a red sword light of about 80 meters flashed out. It instantly turned into a sky full of sword shadows blocking the giant bird's path. When the giant bird was startled, its figure was slow slightly. In this moment of time, the golden sand mist has turned into a giant net. After a blur, the bird was caught in it. The giant bird fanned its wings in anger, but it couldn't get rid of it for too long. Slash. At this moment, Lu Ming said with cold eyes. The crimson sword shadows all over the sky suddenly condensed into a huge sword light. It turned and transformed into a crimson full moon that slowly descended. Even though the giant bird desperately raised its head to shoot out white flames, its head was still chopped down. Its headless body didn't burst into black energy directly. It kept waving its wings, still wanting to make the final resistance. At this moment, Lu Ming's figure flashed down, and he appeared beside the giant bird. As he moved his arm, countless black punch shadows were launched, hitting on the headless body like a giant black wave. After a burst of explosion, the giant bird's body dissipated into a silver bead. Lu Ming waved and got this bead in his hand. Lu Ming kept the golden fallen sand and the crimson flying sword away. Looking at the silver bead in his hand, he couldn't help thinking. In the past half-month, he had gathered hundreds of beads of different colors in the Summerer Ring by killing the magical beasts in these halls. The magical beasts encountered during the period ranged from the Spirit Apostle stage to the early stage of the Crystallization period. However, the magical beast of the Crystallization period early stage, like this giant bird, only dropped a silver bead. This made Lu Ming couldn't help but wonder. Could it be that in the Green Sky Illusory Palace, there are magical beasts of a higher level? Although these magical beasts were at the early stage of the crystallization period, due to their limited intelligence, for those condensation period cultivators who were able to pass the 5-color stairs, it was still possible to defeat them as long as they spent more efforts. At the worst, they could still retreat safely. But if it was a magical beast above the intermediate stage of the crystallization period, there were very few that had the ability to kill the magical beast under the disparity in strength. Thinking of this, Lu Ming shook his head, chose a certain direction, and then he walked into a stone door. However, as time passed by, the number of magical beasts in the halls gradually decreased, and the number of entering the empty halls began to increase frequently. On this day, in a hall of green sky illusory palace that was more than 100 meters in size. With a flash of silver light, a silver mini-bone scorpion jumped onto Lu Ming's shoulder. On the ground, the corpse of a magical beast with a bull head and lion body was collapsing, and it finally turned into a dark green bead. Good job. Lu Ming stroked Bone Scorpion on his shoulders, grabbed the bead with one hand and took the bead into his hand. At this moment, a stone door on the side of the hall slowly opened with a sound. With Lu Ming's quick wit, he quickly patted the soul-recovering bag on his waist, and Bone Scorpion suddenly turned back into black gas and returned. At this time there was a sound of footsteps. It was the woman in purple clothes from the Ouyang family who came in. Oh, it turned out to be Tai Yin Cave's Mr. Oh. As soon as the woman entered the lobby, she saw Lu Ming and revealed a half-smile. You know me? Lu Ming's heart shuddered, but he pretended to be calm. Regarding the Ouyang family where the woman belonged, after the auction, he also asked shopkeeper Yi some basic information. It was a pity that shopkeeper Yi only knew that the Ouyang family was very powerful in the Middle Sky continent, almost second only to the existence of the 4 ancient sects, but he didn't know much other than that. In Lu Ming's opinion, apart from the last time he killed Yin Yang strong demon, he was very careful during the 6 months at the Changyang market. He almost never showed his true face to the others. Even when he went out to buy materials, sell medicinal materials, etc., he always disguised himself. He probably didn't attract the attention of the others. When he entered the Green Sky Illusory Palace that day, he did not wear Tai Yin Cave's costume, but the woman recognized him at a glance and was able to call out his name. This of course surprised him. Although Brother Lu and I have just met for the first time, I have long heard of your name. After turning her eyes, the woman in purple clothes flattered Lu Ming, but she did not tell him her name. I really don't deserve such praise. Lu Ming simultaneously narrowed his eyes and looked at the woman in purple clothes in front of him, but he said faintly. Envoy Lu, staring at me like this, is there something wrong with my face? The woman in purple clothes said with a smile. Oh, forgive my impolite action. I just didn't expect to meet Fairy so coincidentally. Lu Ming cupped his fist slightly and asked casually with his eyes closed. Oh, listening to Brother Lu's tone, you seem to recognize my origin too. The woman in purple clothes said with a chuckle. Ouyang family is so famous, how can I not know it? However, the opening time of the Green Sky Illusory Palace is limited. I still have to collect more Green Sky Pearl, so I'll go now. Lu Ming smiled politely, he cupped his fist to bid farewell. After that, before the woman could speak, he flashed to the side of the hall, flicked his sleeve, opened the stone door, and disappeared from the sight of the woman in purple clothes the next moment. The woman in purple clothes smiled faintly, then she floated toward the stone door on the other side. Chapter 560, Human Form Magical Beas. Chapter 560, Human Form Magical Beas. As soon as Lu Ming entered the next hall, a flash of bloody light flashed in front of him, followed by sharp blades of black mist that came from all directions. Seeing this situation, he raised his arm and flicked a few times in the air. Several transparent sword chi went out at the sharp blades transformed by the black mist. After a few muffled sounds, the sharp blades in the sky exploded one after another. At this moment, there was a loud rumbling noise in the distant air. A cloud of blood-colored mushroom rose into the air. A figure with a pair of black wings leaped up and grabbed into the air, and a silver bead flew out of the blood cloud and fell into his hand. The figure flew past Lu Ming. After Lu Ming's eyes flashed, he could see the face of the black shadow clearly. It was a young man in black robe with a delicate face in his 20s. Although there was still a hint of childishness on his face, he still looked a little bit ferocious with the pair of black wings behind him. My move just now was a bit too powerful, is Mr. Alright? The young man retrieved the wings behind his back and cupped his fist at Lu Ming, saying with a hint of apology. I'm fine. Looking at Mr.'s costume, you should be from the Bat clan, right? Lu Ming said calmly. Since you know I'm from the Bat clan, does it mean you come from the Changyang market? The young man in black robe was shocked slightly, then he touched his head and said with an honest face. I indeed have some business dealings with your clan. Lu Ming said with a slight smile. It turns out that you are the friend of my Bat clan. Since we met by chance, why not you join me to venture in this Green Sky Illusory Palace together? I heard that the difficulty will be increased after the Green Sky Illusory Palace is open for a month. The young man in black robe heard the words and he immediately said with joy. Thank you for your kindness, but I'm used to being alone, so I won't party with Mr. Lu Ming didn't seem to expect the young man to offer a team invitation, but he did not hesitate to decline. In that case I won't force Mr. I will go first, please take care. The young man in black robe showed a trace of pity on his face, then he cupped his fist and vanished into a black gas. The concealing mystic arts of the Bat clan is really well deserved for its reputation. Lu Ming muttered to himself before walking toward another stone door. As such, Lu Ming also encountered other foreign cultivators frequently in the following month. Some of these cultivators would come up with great enthusiasm, hoping to team up with him to kill some high-level magical beasts, but Lu Ming had never considered forming a team. Therefore he naturally declined one by one without hesitation. Some people didn't say a word at all, their faces were full of wary expressions. They left quickly without saying a word. Because the Green Sky Illusory Palace would only be opened for 3 months, everyone was busy killing the magical beast in the palace for a while at the beginning to collect as many beads as they could. No one would take the initiative to cause troubles right now. 3 days later Lu Ming came to a hall with a green glow. Unlike the hall he entered earlier, there were no stone doors on the other 3 stone walls of this hall. But after Lu Ming entered, the stone gate at the entrance also disappeared after a flash of green light. He frowned slightly and looked at everything around him. Through the surrounding smoke, he found that on the green stone walls around here, faint green spirit patterns were flashing. It seemed that the hall was blessed with a special enchantment, making the surrounding air faintly mixed with a thick spiritual pressure. It made anyone in this hall feel suffocating. Lu Ming immediately released a powerful mental power with a vigilant face, and he began to explore the surroundings. At this moment Lu Ming only felt his body sank. His feet seemed to be firmly bonded to the ground by an invisible force. There was also a powerful spiritual power pouring down from above his head. Gravity technique? Lu Ming was astounded slightly. He hurriedly used the body lightning technique. His body was a lot lighter than before. He stomped the ground instantly and retreated backward for 100 meters. There was a rumbling loud noise. As soon as Lu Ming escaped, a giant palm phantasm descended from the sky and pressed heavily on the place where Lu Ming originally stood. There was a huge palm pit of 10 meters deep on the ground instantly. Lu Ming's eyes flickered slightly. He noticed that several 10 meters feet away from him, an expressionless young man landed. The young man was about the same height as Lu Ming. He had delicate facial features and wore a white robe. His body was wrapped in a gray mist. He was actually at the condensation period later stage. But what made him feel quite strange was that not only was he unable to see through the opponent completely, but his divine thought only felt a lingering pressure. There was no sign of life on the young man. The young man in front of him seemed to be just a phantasm. I have never met Sir before, can you tell me why are you assaulting me for no reason? Lu Ming looked solemn and began to probe. However, the young man seemed to be unheard of. His expression remained the same. His eyes were slightly opened, staring at Lu Ming with a strange look. A heavy sense of oppression suddenly came from his body. Lu Ming's face changed slightly at this time, and the various thoughts in his mind were spinning non-stop, quickly analyzing the situation in front of him. He initially thought that this person was just a cultivator of the same level who entered the Green Sky Illusory Palace like him. Perhaps he had the intention of stealing by killing, only then he launched a sneak attack. However, after his strange behavior, Lu Ming suddenly felt that the young man in front of him was not a real person, but a phantasm like the magical beast he had encountered before. After thinking about it, he suddenly remembered 2 young people in a team who invited him before told him something. In addition to the ordinary magical beast in the Green Sky Illusory Palace, there would also be a kind of human form phantasm. It had no intelligence with only fighting instinct. It was the human form magical beast of the outstanding person who once entered this Green Sky Illusory Palace. These human form magical beasts could not only copy various spells and mystic arts, they could also transform the spiritual weapons that were used before. Each of them was quite tricky to deal with. Thinking of this, Lu Ming no longer hesitated. His figure flashed and he rushed toward the phantasm. Seeing this, the young man phantasm raised his hand slowly, holding a green small flag in his hand, and he launched a symbol at it. In the next moment, the small flag turned into 10 meters in size. The young man waved the small flag and instantly stirred up a green gust of wind. It went at Lu Ming with an overwhelming momentum. Lu Ming let out a cold snort. He made a gesture, and his figure turned into several afterimages, avoiding the gust. The young man raised his hand and gently tapped toward the air, then he waved the green flag in his hand again. Lu Ming only felt that his feet sank again and he couldn't move again. Before he could cast the body lightning technique, the previous gust turned around and whizzed behind him. Lu Ming groaned, and a black dragon came out from behind and clashed against the green gust. Suddenly, a burst of whistling sound. The violent gust in the sky burst open, turning into countless wind blades blasting toward the opposite side. After the black dragon swayed its body, it almost blocked most of the wind blades, but there was still some shooting at Lu Ming. Lu Ming flicked his 10 fingers and white sword chi flew out, crushing all these wind blades with a blow. After the black dragon roared, then returned to Lu Ming and circled around him. The young man phantasm waved the green flag constantly. This was almost an instant gravity technique. Although it was not a high-level spell, it was quite troublesome with the combination of a powerful spiritual weapon. If the opponent was a little careless, he would instantly reveal his flaws and got seriously injured by the young man phantasm. Lu Ming's eyes flickered a few times. As he was about to do something, the young man threw up the small flag. It started to spin rapidly in the air. After a burst of green light, a low groan came from it, and the green flag transformed into a lifelike little monkey. The little monkey was about a foot high and its body was gray. Its fist-sized head had faint green spirit patterns. 2 yellow flames were burning in its eyes. Under the manipulation of the young man, it pounced at Lu Ming. "Master, let me deal with it." Lu Ming frowned. When he was about to make a move, a childlike voice came into his ears. It was Demon Flying Skull who took the initiative to ask for a fight. Lu Ming slapped his waist right away. A wisp of black mist permeated out, turning into an inch-sized skull. After Demon Flying Skull squeaked strangely, the mist of its body began to tumble. Its eyes also burst into crimson flames before appearing in front of the small monkey. It shook its head to launch countless green hair at the small monkey. The green light on the gray little monkey's head suddenly shined. It waved one arm and a green wind blade was released to cut a small piece of the long hair. The little gray monkey didn't stop there, but he launched several punches in a row, causing gusts of wind to sweep toward the Demon Flying Skull. Demon Flying Skull's eyes flashed red. It spat out clouds of green mist from its mouth. After another transformation, the green mist turned into a green light curtain, enveloping itself in it. The gust of wind just touched the green light curtain for a moment, and it was bounced away in a flash of green light. When the two were fighting each other, Lu Ming raised his hand to draw out a body lightning talisman and patted himself. He then rushed toward the phantasm under the attack of several green winds. Seeing this, the young man phantasm immediately pointed a few times at Lu Ming. A green silk was ejected from his fingertips at Lu Ming. Lu Ming just turned blur, then he dodged the green silk attack like a shadow. After another flash, he faded out in front of the young man phantasm. In the midst of dragons and tiger roar, he moved his arms. The punch wrapped in black gas was launched ruthlessly. Boom! The young man phantasm couldn't avoid it, so he could only cross his arms to defend his chest. After a loud noise, the young man phantasm was knocked out several dozen meters away, but immediately surrounded by white light, he disappeared from Lu Ming's eyes out of thin air.